You are a foolish and superficial antagonist who has harbored a mindless rivalry with the female protagonist since childhood. Consumed by jealousy over the superior partners allocated to the protagonist, you have subjected each of them to torment. The imperial prince has been rendered half-crippled due to your deception, while the fox tribe's high priest has lost a tail, thereby forfeiting his eligibility to enter the sacred temple. The melancholic and twisted villain, whom you rescued, believed he had found redemption and warmth, only to be thrust into an even deeper abyss by your hands, while the imperial marshal remains kneeling in punishment outside at this very moment. Xia Sang, just regaining consciousness, experienced a seismic shift in her gaze. Me. From that moment forth, she trembled with trepidation, solely seeking self-preservation, yet those men regarded her with eyes that betrayed their intentions. The imperial prince, the red flame white tiger, fixated on her with darkened eyes. What are you running from? Did Xia Sang not declare her fondness for me? Is that not so? The shadowy lord of the underground realm, the black flood dragon, narrowed his eyes menacingly at her. Darling, tell me who you love most. Misstep and there will be consequences. The gloomy youth she had saved at school also became infatuated, drawing closer. Sister, you promised to protect me always. You cannot break that promise. The icy silver wolf of the imperial marshal, anger etched upon his brow, approached her. You have gazed and touched. Do you wish to evade responsibility? The self-disciplined black dragon noble confined her within his embrace. Little one, if you attempt to flee again, I shall break your legs. Now, who do you love most? The high priest of the nine-tailed clan advanced relentlessly. Xia Sang, do you truly intend to betray me? The wealthy merman sighed lightly, his tail flickering as he gazed downward. Xia Sang, I can no longer be without you. Xia Sang retreated step by step. Please, do not come any closer. Chapter 1. The world has collapsed. The story begins with a venomous female antagonist. You are a foolish and superficial antagonist who has harbored a mindless rivalry with the female protagonist since childhood. Consumed by jealousy over the superior partners allocated to the protagonist, you have subjected each of them to torment. The imperial prince has been rendered half-crippled due to your deception, while the fox tribe's high priest has lost a tail, thereby forfeiting his eligibility to enter the sacred temple. Without warning, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in her mind, causing the girl on the bed to abruptly open her eyes. 2 seconds later, Xia Sang's pupils focused, followed by a tremor. Me? Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the torrential rain outside seemed to intensify. Indeed. The emotionless mechanical voice resounded once more. Dear host, according to the main systems assessment, I am your assistant for this task, designated as number 006. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. The startled girl scrambled up in panic. What task? Momentarily at a loss, confusion clouded her fair visage. In the original world context, your 4 beastly husbands, having endured years of torment and humiliation at your hands, ultimately became twisted in mind and imprisoned, abused, and ultimately killed you, dismembering your body into 8 pieces. Xia Sang's face turned even paler as she struggled. I want to go back. I want to go back. Please send me back. Yet 006 continued unperturbed. Dear host, you cannot return, for in the original world, you have already been cast into the crematorium. Xia Sang's pupils trembled. What? Who did this? The system remained silent, merely proceeding to analyze and issue tasks. Under your influence, they developed a loathing for all females, ultimately uniting with other factions to annihilate this world's existence. Therefore, your task is to conquer them and gather the fortune values of this realm. The system said, directly presenting 7 high-definition cards. One depicted a youthful boy with a charming smile but an unruly demeanor, his raven hair falling over his striking brows. Another showed a noble figure, seated before a goddess statue, exuding an air of piety as he served devoutly. A handsome youth donned in a white suit with silver hair and piercing azure eyes commanded respect from the command center. There was a radiant boy with fiery eyes and a carefree spirit, exuding youthful vigor. And then, system. Why are there 3 blurred images? Those are characters yet to be introduced. Yet to be introduced? Even you do not know who they are. Looking at the 3 obscured images, Xia Sang felt a spark of curiosity. After all, the other 4 were all exceptionally handsome, almost too kind to her eyes. In the original storyline, only 4 beastly husbands appeared beside you, yet the main system presented 7, thus I currently possess no knowledge. Very well. Accepting her fate, she recognized that her original body had already entered the crematorium. Regardless of whether she could return, awakening in the crematorium was utterly unacceptable. Since the host has accepted the task, I will immediately commence with the memory review. Before Xia Sang could respond, a sharp pain pierced her head, and memories began to unfold like a film, revealing scene after scene. As countless fragments of memory emerged, Xia Sang's complexion grew increasingly pale. Upon successfully assimilating the memories of the former owner, Xia Sang widened her almond-shaped eyes in disbelief. She murmured, "The sky has fallen. Host, are you alright?" Sensing the collapse of Xia Sang's mental state, the system kindly reminded her, "I am not well. Not at all." The young girl on the bed bit her lip tightly, and the glistening depths of her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "So, system, is there anything redeeming about me, or rather the former owner, aside from her foolishness, malice, selfishness, and obsessive tendencies?" After uttering these words, Xia Sang felt an overwhelming urge to perish on the spot. The onset of disaster could hardly be more profound. The system, after careful consideration, attempted to console her. Despite the original owner's foolishness and wickedness, she is undeniably breathtakingly beautiful. Xia Sang was momentarily stunned, then closed her eyes. Let it all end. As the hissing sound of electricity gradually faded, the system's voice vanished from her mind. Recalling the system's final reminder, Xia Sang swiftly leapt from her bed and approached the window. Peering through the hazy curtain of rain, she indeed spotted a solitary figure kneeling in the darkness below. Without a moment to lose, she hastily donned her nightgown and descended the stairs. The grand doors of the opulent hall swung open, illuminating the dim and desolate visage with a warm, white light. Suddenly lifting her gaze, their eyes met. Xia Sang marveled at the creator's favor towards the man before her, for he was far more stunning than the information she had just perused. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Ling Ju averted his gaze, his azure eyes betraying no emotion, choosing to disregard Xia Sang's presence altogether. As expected, she was likely here to chastise him. Perhaps she deemed mere rain insufficient for her satisfaction, which was indeed characteristic of her demeanor. The man scoffed coldly within. Observing the figure kneeling in the wind and rain, drenched but still exuding an air of dominance, Xia Sang felt a fleeting pang of trepidation. After a brief moment, she carefully considered her tone, striving to align herself with the persona of the original owner. "You come in." Upon hearing her voice, the man furrowed his brow slightly and raised his head, refraining from retorting. "Yes, my lady." She was not oblivious to the anger and malice underlying his words. According to the system, they would ultimately reach a state of extreme psychological distortion, leading to her confinement, torment, and eventual demise, culminating in her dismemberment into 8 pieces. Based on her assessments, it seemed there were only about 6 months remaining. Boom. The inky night was rent by blinding white light. The damp night breeze, mingled with rain, swept into the room, rendering Xia Sang's face pale as a ghost. 6 months. The thought of the imperial prince Xinglan incessantly clamoring for a divorce from her in her previous memories struck her with a sense of dread. Although divorce was nearly unheard of in the interstellar realm, as any male rejected by his female counterpart would be condemned to ostracism across the galaxy, resulting in a regression of abilities and a chaotic mental state that would be nearly impossible to rectify, not to mention societal rejection and an arduous struggle for survival. The most alarming aspect was that if the divorce were to proceed smoothly, Ling Ju and his companions could exact their revenge on her without hesitation. After all, without the dissolution of their bond, their lives remained intricately intertwined. The death of a male would only result in the female suffering a loss of mental energy. However, should the female perish, the male would follow suit into oblivion. This was precisely why they were reluctant to act against her for the time being. Fortunately, due to the Empire's protection of rare females, as long as the female opposed the divorce, the male's demands would be rendered null and void. As for what transpired thereafter, Xia Sang's eyes flickered, a shadow of seriousness crossing her features. It was evident that there were occurrences she remained unaware of. Chapter 2. Training the Imperial Marshal, the Frosty Silver Wolf, like a dog? Xia Sang furrowed her brow, her mind laden with heavy thoughts as she walked ahead, contemplating her strategy to preserve her life. After all, her relationship with the 4 men had plummeted to a freezing point, poised to shatter at any moment. Ling Ju cast a deep glance at her before turning to retrieve something, returning with a somber demeanor. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Upon opening it, Xia Sang was met with the sight of Ling Ju standing rigidly at her threshold, a cold expression adorning his handsome face. His black suit clung to him, drenched. while his silver hair was carelessly swept back, revealing his sharp brow and strikingly handsome features. Overwhelmed by his beauty, Xia Sang momentarily faltered, lowering her head as she stammered. What brings you here? Ling Ju's cerulean eyes flickered, a hint of irritation surfacing. What brings me here? Is it not obvious? Each time things did not align with her wishes, she would devise new ways to reprimand them. This time, the reason stemmed merely from a momentary glance exchanged with the female across the way, inciting this venomous creature's wrath once more. Xia Sang's eyes widened in disbelief. Lowering her gaze, Ling Ju's eyes hardened. You will face punishment. Xia Sang's almond-shaped eyes involuntarily widened as she caught sight of the black leather whip in Ling Ju's grasp. Memories of her wielding a whip to train dogs flashed vividly in her mind, causing her long lashes to quiver. Are you really going to train the imperial marshal? The frosty silver wolf, like a dog? How thrilling! From Ling Ju's perspective, he noticed Xia Sang's petite face tense, her eyelashes fluttering in distress. Drawing closer, he remained resolute, prompting her heart to race uncontrollably as she instinctively retreated. Bang! The door slammed shut. As the echo of the door reverberated, Xia Sang's breath caught in her throat. In her recollection, she had never engaged in any intimate gestures with these four beastly husbands, not even a mere touch. The thought of entering the room was utterly out of the question, as it was clearly beyond her allowance. With her head bowed in silence, Xia Sang's expression remained inscrutable to Ling Ju, the dark whip glimmering ominously under the light. She seized it, tossing it aside as she explained, I apologize. I acknowledge that my previous actions were at fault. I have come to a profound understanding of my mistakes and assure you it will not happen again. So, I implore you to show mercy. Please do not dispose of me. Xia Sang looked up earnestly at Ling Ju, her face radiating sincerity, while her heart screamed for salvation. Help! I do not wish to die. The unexpected turn of events left Ling Ju momentarily stunned. Xia Sang's behavior was entirely beyond his expectations. He had anticipated the venomous female would react as before, unleashing her wrath upon him. Suddenly recalling that her remaining 3 husbands were still confined in the underground prison, Xia Sang chose not to dwell on the peculiarities of each. The wariness and suspicion in the man's eyes were evident, yet Xia Sang remained unfazed. It was better to express her desire to reform and coexist harmoniously from this moment onward rather than allow them to discover any inconsistencies later. Now go change your clothes. We shall head to the basement together shortly. If you do not freshen up, those 3 might conjure all sorts of wild imaginations about how I mistreated you, let alone the prospect of me claiming to have changed and wishing to get along with them. What for? Ling Ju narrowed his eyes, vigilantly observing Xia Sang's movements. What else could it be? Did I not just declare my intention to reform and start anew? Hurry up! As she pushed him out of the room, Ling Ju's handsome face darkened ominously. He would not believe a single word she had uttered. Absolutely not. Once dressed, Ling Ju paced within the room, grappling with his thoughts before finally grasping the doorknob. Despite being acutely aware of the venomous female's inherent nature, he found himself compelled to confront her. You've come. Upon seeing Ling Ju emerge, Xia Sang cheerfully raised her hand in greeting. The first step to mending their relationship, feigning familiarity, even if it was forced. Ling Ju halted as he observed the female leaning against the railing by his door, her eyes sparkling and her lips curved into a smile. Not bad. Quicker than I expected. Let us proceed. After several twists and turns, it finally dawned on Ling Ju that he had vowed never to trust her. Minutes later, the two arrived at the entrance of the underground prison. The familiar dark and damp surroundings drew a shadow over Ling Ju's gaze, memories flooding back. Sensing the man's discomfort, Xia Sang chose not to comment. As footsteps approached, murmurs echoed from within the depths of the prison. Someone's coming. 2 of them. Ha! It must be that venomous female sending Ling Ju back in again. What sin have we committed to encounter such a malicious creature? As for Xing Lan's judgment, Siyu's lips pressed into a thin line, his expression unchanging, though a glance towards his tail betrayed a glimmer of despair. Ye's face was cold as he directed his gaze toward the entrance, his dark eyes brimming with intense malice. He had once believed he had encountered salvation and warmth, only to discover that she was the true abyss. A sudden chill swept over Xia Sang, raising goosebumps across her skin. Since hearing those voices, Ling Ju had remained focused on the subtle changes in her expression. To his surprise, this time, Xia Sang did not erupt in fury and charge at them. Instead, she calmly assessed the situation. Xia Sang scrutinized the three males confined in the adjacent cells, her heart swelling with admiration. Indeed, they were strikingly handsome. The first cell housed the sickly, brooding antagonist. His black hair fell over his sharp brow, high nose, and elongated eyes, though his pallor suggested a severe loss of blood. His white shirt bore numerous rips, stained with blood, reminiscent of lash marks and cuts from a blade. With this thought, Xia Sang awkwardly averted her gaze. Who else could have inflicted such torment if not herself? Ah! Who else? Xia Sang, feeling a headache coming on, shifted her gaze. The second cell contained the former high priest of the temple, the aloof divine child, Siyu. Yet now, the once cold divine child was anything but. Clad in a semi-transparent light purple robe, his muscular physique was unmistakable. The elegant contours of his muscles, the chiseled chest and abdomen, along with the hint of Ave shape beneath his trousers, coupled with his aristocratic face, made Xia Sang lift her chin. However, the heat rising to her nose made her fear she might not withstand the sight. Inadvertently locking eyes with Siyu, he merely cast a fleeting glance, his pale purple irises betraying a hint of humiliation. Xia Sang uncontrollably recalled how the original owner had been so captivated by Siyu's lofty position on the altar that she sought to drag him down into the dust. Concocting such a cruel method of humiliation after severing his tail, one could not deny the original owner's uncanny talent for cruelty. As she reflected upon the past deeds of the original owner, Xia Sang found herself closing her eyes in despair. Heaven has forsaken me. Chapter 3. There is no way I will divorce. You should abandon that thought. In the third cell lay the imperial prince, Xinglan, the youngest and most venomous of them all. Xia Sang scrutinized the unfortunate youth who had just come of age, now bound to her as a partner. He appeared utterly miserable. Xinglan, seemingly incensed by her gaze, had reddened eyes and a beautifully sculpted mouth that made him seem exceedingly vulnerable. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Xia Sang abruptly shook her head. Something is amiss. She is far too off. Her gaze fell upon the fresh and old whip scars crisscrossing his chest and abdomen up to his collarbone, starkly visible due to the lack of timely treatment. Xia Sang furrowed her brow slightly, unable to bear the weight of her gaze any longer. From this moment onward, the three of you shall no longer remain in the dungeon. Today, you will all move back upstairs. As her words echoed, three pairs of distinct eyes converged upon Xia Sang. Shi Yi and Siyu, unable to discern her intentions, refrained from immediate response. Only Xinglan, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted in fury. What insidious schemes do you harbor, you vile female? Divorce. I demand an immediate divorce. He had reached his limit with the relentless torment he had endured all day. This wicked female, prone to fits of rage over the slightest disagreement, would unleash her wrath upon him with merciless ferocity. Among the four, he was the one most frequently and brutally beaten. Although he often wielded his sharp tongue to strike at her heart, the daily humiliation was unbearable. Death would be a kinder fate. Even if you were to beat me to death today, I still wish to divorce you, you malevolent female. The handsome youth sprang up from the ground, grasping the specially designed iron cage and bellowing at Xia Sang outside. I have had enough. I want a divorce now. Xia Sang winced at his deafening roar, retreating step by step to evade his onslaught. Xinglan's fiery gaze blazed with anger, his teeth gritted as he glared at the female before him. Once he had sufficiently vented his fury, Xia Sang initiated her self-reflection. First, Xinglan, you need to be quiet. Secondly, could you all allow me to express my thoughts for a moment? Upon hearing this, astonishment etched itself across the faces of the four. What? Did we just hear her utter the word self-reflection? They could hardly believe that they would one day hear such a phrase from her lips. I admit that I have not treated you well in the past, and my actions have often been extreme. Xinglan's lips twitched, to say the least. Ling Ju observed Xia Sang's profile, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation and skepticism. Siyu remained silent, his gaze cast downward, concealing any emotion. Shi Ye's dark eyes gleamed ominously, particularly as he peered through his tousled hair. Over the past 2 days, I have come to a profound realization of my mistakes. I hope you can grant me the opportunity to redeem myself. I am willing to prove it to you. At this, an eerie silence enveloped the dungeon, with none of the four responding. Clearly, they held no belief in Xia Sang's words. Defeated, she lowered her head. It was understandable. Their deep-seated prejudices and mistrust made skepticism the norm. If these four were to instantly approach her for reconciliation, she would fearfully keep one eye open at night. Xinglan declared, I want a divorce. Xia Sang remained oblivious. I want a divorce, he reiterated.
Xia Sang replied.
I've said I would give her a chance to prove herself. Xinglan tightened his grip on the iron cage, shouting, I
Want a divorce.
Xia Sang regarded Xinglan's resolute gaze, as well as the eager anticipation in the eyes of the other two. Very well. And then there was this individual beside her. Xia Sang felt that regarding this matter, and her very existence, she must stand firm without retreat. Thus, she resolutely continued, from today onward, our family of 5 shall coexist harmoniously and live well together. Xinglan interjected, divorce, I want a divorce. Xia Sang glanced at him. As for divorce? She then swept her gaze across everyone present. Do not even think about it. I will never divorce. You may as well abandon that notion. At her words, Xinglan exploded in rage. Fine, you wicked female. I knew you wouldn't relent until you had driven us to the brink of despair.
Observing Xinglan,
whose eyes brimmed with indignation and whose face was flushed with emotion, Xia Sang sighed in resignation. It seemed that Xinglan, despite his princely status, was indeed a pitiful soul, unloved by his mother and neglected by his father, left to fend for himself. Xia Sang speculated that perhaps it was precisely because he was the unfortunate counterpart of her villainous character that his fate was so dire. After all, the heroine's beast husband, Xing Luo, despite lacking the title of imperial prince, had enjoyed boundless affection since childhood. Everything that Xinglan, the prince, lacked in honor and privilege, Xing Luo possessed. Moreover, a flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of the other three. As expected, sensing the discordant atmosphere, Xia Sang chose to remain silent, stepping forward to unlock the cell door through a series of identifications. Let us go. Once we're upstairs, you can freely choose your preferred rooms. Ever since these 4 men had arrived, they had been confined in the dungeon, subjected to torment, with no opportunity to have their own living spaces. Additionally, I have summoned 4 nutrient chambers. They should be arriving shortly for you to restore your physical health. Xia Sang continued to chatter on, completely oblivious to the mental state of the 4 behind her. Xinglan turned to Shi in shock. Is she genuinely being this benevolent? Shi shook his head, his dark eyes growing more inscrutable as he regarded Xia Sang's retreating figure. By the way, once your bodies have recovered, I will contact the Divine Hall to assign you tasks. Upon hearing this, the 4 men could no longer maintain their composure. Was this the same person who had forbidden them from dining at the table, from sleeping in a bed, and who had flown into a rage at the slightest provocation? Xia Sang walked ahead, reflecting on the rules of this world. Although the main star could distribute most resources, a female's mental strength could only be enhanced after reaching adulthood through tasks assigned at the Divine Hall. It was a realm of extraordinary experiences. During this process, if a female were fortunate, she might acquire rare exotic plants to bolster her mental strength, while high-ranking males would swiftly elevate their levels through the trials. The rewards from these tasks depended solely on one's capabilities, as the Divine Hall would not interfere with the distribution of gains. Opportunities and risks coexisted. Thus these tasks were only open to males of S rank and above. For established families, 80 of male members must achieve S rank or higher to qualify. The origins of the Divine Hall and the channels for tasks remain shrouded in mystery, said to have been established by a goddess millennia ago. Do you truly intend to have us receive tasks at the Divine Hall? Xinglan exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. Are you genuinely this kind-hearted? Xia Sang walked ahead with her hands clasped behind her. If you don't believe it, then so be it. Are you serious? Even Siyu, who had remained silent until now, could not suppress his excitement. He was a prodigy of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, having ascended to the position of High Priest at the Divine Hall at a young age, only to lose it due to an uncontrollable alternate personality within him.
Now,
having lost one tail, his strength had plummeted from SS to S rank. He yearned for the enhancement of his power, as only then could he suppress the other personality within him and reclaim control. Chapter 4. This damned comparison. Of course it's true, the ruby-lipped girl replied, glancing back with a gentle smile, her radiant beauty compelling one to gaze longer. Siyu discreetly withdrew his gaze, feigning ignorance of her enchanting visage. Ahead, Xia Sang walked merrily with her hands clasped behind her, her dark hair flowing, stirring unseen ripples. In their small terminal group, Xinglan, what does this wicked female want now? Is she truly preparing nutrient chambers for us? Is she genuinely this benevolent? And she plans to assign tasks? Lingju, to be precise, she seems to have changed about 2 hours ago.
Xinglan,
Shi, How many times have we been deceived by her? Therefore, do not focus on what she says, but rather on what she does. Having been deceived by Xia Sang numerous times, Shuri found himself with virtually no trust in her at this point. See you. Agreed. Once again. After a convoluted trek out of the underground dungeon, Xia Sang turned to the four before her. Now you may proceed to choose your own rooms. She glanced down at her star brain terminal. Moreover, the nutrition pod will arrive in 14 minutes. Upon hearing this, the four men's cold, penetrating gazes simultaneously turned towards her, each reflecting a spectrum of emotions. Once the four confirmed the veracity of her statement, they promptly dispersed to find their own quarters. Observing how each of them chose rooms increasingly distant from her own, even to the point of selecting rooms on different floors, left Xia Sang with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Very well, her own room on the second floor remained unoccupied. After instructing them to retrieve their nutrition pods, Xia Sang wearily returned to her room. Having accomplished so much on her very first day here was undeniably exhausting. Yet what weighed heavier was the emotional fatigue. Contemplating her uncertain future, she unceremoniously threw herself onto the soft bed, her gaze fixated on the ceiling above, her eyelashes fluttering. In the interstellar realm, every individual, upon birth, is immediately bound to a terminal that registers their identity. Moreover, this terminal is tasked with matching a female with the most compatible male partner on her coming-of-age day. Coincidentally, she and the female protagonist reached adulthood on the same day, and the terminal assigned each of them 4 beast husbands. This allocation decisively escalated the original host's sense of competition. As the saying goes, comparison breeds harm. The terminal bestowed upon her a seemingly insignificant and neglected imperial prince, the crimson flame white tiger, while the protagonist received a purple flame black tiger, who, though lacking the title of prince, enjoyed immense privileges and, more importantly, possessed superior strength. She was assigned a feeble plant type beast with limited potential, while the protagonist was given a formidable mandrake snake, renowned for its lethal toxins. Furthermore, she was allocated a lowly wolf beast of ignoble lineage, having crawled out from a trash planet, whereas the protagonist received a noble snow leopard of esteemed bloodline. Lastly, she was given a cold, unlikable purple nine-tailed fox, while the protagonist was paired with a gentle and considerate white nine-tailed fox. The incessant comparisons nearly drove the original host to the brink of fury. Additionally, since the protagonist resided directly opposite her, she often paraded her beast husbands in front of Xia Sang, occasionally engaging in casual conversation, which only fueled the original host's pent-up frustration, venting it all upon her 4 beast husbands for their lack of ambition. As time progressed, Xia Sang found herself increasingly frantic, losing her grip on rationality and normalcy. Frowning, she sensed something was amiss. The memories provided by the system were conspicuously blank. She could vividly recall everything post-bonding, yet prior to that, her mind was a void. The only distinct memory was her antagonism towards the protagonist. Envious and resentful, she had constantly compared herself to her. However, the specifics of those comparisons eluded her. Reflecting on the past, Xia Sang gently massaged her temples. Perhaps it was best to let it go for now. It was likely, as the system suggested, that her diminished capabilities upon awakening had deprived her of that segment of memory. She resolved to inquire later. However, she pondered the system's assertion regarding the plundering of fortune values. From where and how was this to be accomplished? Unable to grasp it further, Xia Sang dismissed the thought and, unburdened, rolled over and fell asleep, dreaming not at all. The following morning, awoken purely by hunger, Xia Sang descended the stairs while yawning. As she had anticipated, the first floor was devoid of any presence. They were likely still lounging in their nutrition pods. With this thought, she shook her head and clicked her tongue. After scouring the kitchen and refrigerator without finding any food, Xia Sang's delicate face crinkled in dismay. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, "Forget it, I'll eat out. This shall be my first treat in this new life." In high spirits, she pushed open the grand gate of her estate, only to immediately spot the protagonist from her memories. Xia Sang's smile faltered. It was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. Su Qian was flanked by 2 tall, handsome males, seemingly preparing to head out as well. Upon noticing Xia Sang, Su Qian approached with a bright smile. Sang, what a coincidence. Are you heading out too?
Xia Sang nodded.
Su Qian peered past Xia Sang. Where are your beast husbands? How can they allow you to venture out alone? That is quite unsafe. Just as Xia Sang was about to respond, Su Qian interrupted. Sang, you're too harsh on your beast husbands. I merely exchanged a few words with C last time. I intended to ask him about what Nan Fu likes, to surprise him on his birthday. But I didn't expect you to misunderstand so immediately. Xia Sang furrowed her brow in recollection. She remembered that the moment she stepped out, she had seen Su Qian intercepting Siyu with a package. From her vantage point, Su Qian had tripped, and although Siyu evaded, he had still brushed against the corner of her clothing, coupled with Su Qian's final teasing smile, which incited the original host's wrath. Furious indeed. Xia Sang slowly closed her eyes, placing a hand on her forehead with a sigh. The original host's behavior in comparison to this protagonist was akin to a malicious side character in a novel, forcibly rendered foolish. Yet, fortuitously, she had arrived. Upon returning, she heard that you had even severed a tail from Siyu. How cruel. Did you not know how vital a fox's tail is? At this, Xia Sang rolled her eyes dramatically, exuding an expression of exasperation. What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are, big sister? Big sister? Su Qian's face flushed with indignation, disbelief evident in her eyes. Yes, indeed, Xia Sang affirmed sincerely. Witnessing this venomous female act unjustly towards her own female counterpart, the males accompanying Su Qian glared fiercely at Xia Sang, yet she remained unfazed. In the interstellar realm, males could not lay a hand on females under any circumstances. Matters between females were to be resolved by themselves or, through a challenge, with the opposing male. At this moment, on the 4th floor by the pool of the villa, the 4 men, fully recovered after a night of restoration, bore no traces of their previous injuries. Chapter 5. She appears to be somewhat different now. Xing Lan crossed his arms and scoffed. Humph, that venomous female. She speaks of reforming and turning over a new leaf, yet what is the reality? Just as we have restored ourselves, she is already entangled with that family across the way again, clearly determined to prevent us from enjoying even a single day of peace. A gentle breeze tousled the boy's light purple-tipped white hair, his exquisitely handsome face flushed with anger at the sight of Xia Sang smiling at Su Qian. The heightened senses of the beast men were particularly acute. Despite the distance, they could clearly see and hear everything. Shi's gloomy eyes reflected a chilling light.
Observing Xia Sang,
Who smiled at Su Qian, he suddenly furrowed his brow and sighed. Sang, I know you harbor grievances against me, but we have grown up together and share a bond. Rest assured, I would never. Xia Sang quickly raised her hand. No. We don't. You've misunderstood. With that, she turned to leave. Starving, she thought, food. No one can interfere with my meal, not even the protagonist. As she departed, Su Qian's mind was abruptly interrupted by the mechanical voice of her system. Host, Xia Sang's fortune value remains stable. Your current plunder attempt has been deemed unsuccessful. Su Qian's brow furrowed, engaging in an internal dialogue with her system. No successful plunder? This cannot be. Every time I provoke her into a fit of rage, it decreases her fortune points. System data indicates Xia Sang's fortune value is still at 35 points, currently, without fluctuation. Su Qian's heart skipped a beat, an eerie sensation creeping down her spine.
Wait.
As if to validate her method, Su Qian added, My star Luo is currently at SS and is about to break through to SSS level. Xia Sang felt an overwhelming desire to roll her eyes. Oh, congratulations then. So, is this a display of superiority? Surely not. She had thought she was no different from the original owner. Now, however, her only wish was to maintain a cordial relationship with these formidable figures who might one day bring about the world's collapse. Hoping to cling to their support for her survival, Su Qian paused momentarily, then narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Xia Sang with keen interest. There seemed to be something genuinely different about her. System, she indeed appears to have changed in some way. Indeed. Thus, I plan to enlist them for this upcoming temple mission to hone their skills, in hopes of achieving a breakthrough sooner rather than later. Xia Sang replied lethargically. Oh. Su Qian felt as if she had struck a pillow with her fist, but continued to probe nonetheless. What do you think? Would you like to join us? After all, your beastly companions have fallen significantly behind Xing Luo and the others. With that, Su Qian covered her mouth and smiled slyly. Xia Sang couldn't help but feel provoked. Was this blatant provocation? She had a fiery temper. Xia Sang shot Su Qian a warning glare, signaling her to cease, and attempted to turn away, only to be unexpectedly seized by her small arm. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. Glancing at the claw gripping her arm, Xia Sang irritably pressed her lips together. Subsequently, she twisted and forcefully flung her arm, sending a white figure flying with a thud. She could no longer tolerate this incessant encroachment. After all, she had long established her persona as a vicious female antagonist. A little malice on her part should pose no issue, right? Observing the still-lying Su Qian in the distance,
Xia Sang haughtily lifted her chin.
I warn you not to provoke me, or else. As she flexed her wrist, she let out a cold snicker. In no time, Su Qian had been helped up by her two beastly companions, Xing Luo, the black tiger, and Ci Jing, the snow leopard, who had recovered from their initial shock. They had never witnessed a female engage in combat, and everything had unfolded far too swiftly for them to react.
Now.
Their eyes were filled with deep concern for their fallen mistress, who had scraped her knee. When they cast their gazes back at Xia Sang, a fierce malice flickered in their eyes. Xia Sang, seemingly unfazed, clapped her hands and coldly retorted, "Don't look at me like that. I haven't done anything. She attacked me first. I was merely defending myself." Su Qian, infuriated, replied, "You. I attacked you? Host, please calm down." Xia Sang's anger value remains utterly unaffected. Your methods are no longer effective. The system's mechanical voice suddenly interrupted, showing no concern for its host. What? As they watched the diminutive figure gradually fade away, the expressions of those gathered by the pool on the fourth floor of the Villa grew complex. Xing Lan grimaced. Why has she become even more unhinged? Nevertheless, I believe it is the fault of that female opposite. Had she not provoked her first, she would not have retaliated. Siyu nodded in agreement. Ling Ju added, while that's true, it's still the first time she's acted against anyone outside our group. Sure, Ye's eyes gleamed with intensity. That female is no good. Every time we meet, she pretends to speak on our behalf, but is actually sowing discord. Yet, annoyingly, that foolish female always falls for it. Xing Lan chimed in, exactly. Every time that malicious female meets her, she returns to take her anger out on us. She doesn't even realize who her true family is. What a foolish creature. Did she not claim she would change for the better? I am eager to see who she will target first upon her return. At this, everyone fell silent. By evening, the rambunctious Xia Sang finally returned. Upon changing her shoes and looking up, she was startled to find 4 people seated neatly on the living room sofa. Wait. Why are you all sitting here in the dark? It's quite eerie. Their gazes upon her were unsettling, considering these were 4 butchers, and in the coming months, she would be facing a gruesome fate at their hands. Just thinking of this sent a shiver down her spine. The 4 men exchanged glances, awaiting Xia Sang's next move. However, she merely tossed her bag aside and prepared to head upstairs. The 4 shared puzzled looks. Suddenly recalling something, Xia Sang halted and asked, "Have you all fully recovered?" They nodded in affirmation. Observing the fixed gaze of Xia Sang, Shuri scoffed. "What? Are you planning to inspect us personally?" Upon hearing this, Xia Sang shrugged her shoulders and retreated. "No need. As long as you're fine, that's sufficient." With that, she swiftly made her exit upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, Xing Lan murmured among the 4, "Did she really not come over to whip us?" Ling Ju replied, "Indeed, it seems like she even expressed concern." Shi Yi and Xing Lan exchanged glances. "What? Are you looking forward to being whipped?" Xing Lan and Shi Yi retorted, "Shut up."
Siyu remarked.
"She does seem a bit different." Xing Lan replied skeptically, "I don't believe it." Just then, the girl on the stairs suddenly stopped and turned around. Though they concealed it well, the 4 felt a sudden tightness in their chests. The girl softly inquired, "By the way, who among you can cook?" The 4 responded with bewilderment. Having been restricted from free movement and dining at the table for so long, they had survived solely on nutritional supplements. No one could cook? If that were the case, starting today, each of you will take turns preparing a meal, as cooking is a skill worth practicing. Good luck. I believe in you. With that, Xia Sang turned and dashed upstairs, leaving the 4 sitting on the sofa, exchanging incredulous glances. Chapter 6. You have, a brilliant idea. The room fell silent for a few seconds before Ling Ju spoke. "So, we'll start with the first meal." Xing Lan replied, "I can't cook." Although he had never been favored, he had not fallen so low as to need to cook for himself. Shi Yi remained silent. Having been alone since childhood, his expectations for food were low, and while he could make something edible, he was not proficient. Siyu said, "I'm average." Ling Ju suggested, "In that case, let's draw lots to decide." Xing Lan scoffed. "That malicious female isn't afraid we might poison her." Shi Yi cautioned, "If she dies, do you think you will still live?" Xing Lan's stubborn eyes flashed with defiance. "Then I shall give her a potent laxative."
Xia Sang, Ling Ju remarked.
"If you wish to find yourself back in the dungeon enduring inhumane treatment, I support that." Siyu added, "Don't drag me into this." He had no desire to don such scandalous attire again. While he could bear physical pain and abuse, he refused to endure any form of personal humiliation. Ultimately, the draw resulted in Siyu going first, Shiyi second, Xinglan third, and Ling Ju last. Holding the paper with the number 1, Siyu subtly furrowed his brow. Xinglan offered a wish of good luck. Siyu replied, if possible, could you tone down the glee on your face? In her room, Xia Sang let out a resigned sigh as she gazed at her star-brained terminal. Over the past year, and more, her 4 beastly companions had yet to undertake a single temple mission. Not only had their strength not significantly improved, but they had also endured various humiliations and abuses from the original owner. Among them, Xinglan and Siyu had it the worst. One had been drugged and rendered semi-disabled, while the other had lost a tail, leading to a sharp decline in power. Just thinking about the original owner's transgressions caused Xia Sang a headache. The data card displayed the current information on the 4 individuals: Xinglan, the Crimson Flame White Tiger, with fire-based abilities, currently in a semi-disabled state, his rank having dropped from S to S. Note: in the realm of Xinglan. The second awakening of abilities encompasses the domain of space, currently limited to 30 square meters. Xia Sang was utterly astonished as she beheld the newly emerged notification. To her surprise, this little white tiger possessed such exceptional talent. Among the 4 men, he was the first to awaken his secondary abilities. The innate powers of interstellar beasts are predetermined at birth, yet only a select few highly gifted males undergo a second awakening upon reaching adulthood. Sai, an interstellar magical vine, possesses the ability of devouring, an interstellar exotic plant whose awakened powers are extraordinarily formidable and accompanied by ancestral memories, currently classified as an S-level entity. Gazing at the sudden transformation of Sai's data, Xia Sang rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Just 2 seconds prior, it had been labeled as plant-based, weak, and difficult to enhance. How could this be? Xia Sang widened her eyes, murmuring to herself, is this the potential of a villainous overlord? No. She must cling to this formidable ally. With this thought, determination glinted in her eyes. However, in the next moment, the spark in her gaze dimmed significantly. According to the memories of the original owner, Sai was a diligent, exemplary student who had gained admission to the prestigious military academy in the imperial capital through sheer effort. Yet, that academy predominantly consisted of second-generation aristocrats who were directly placed there, leaving Sai, with his humble origins and extraordinary talents, the target of jealousy and exclusion from many wealthy heirs. The original owner had merely helped him once and reprimanded those second-generation scions in a fit of anger. From that moment on, Sai regarded her as the beacon he chased after, believing her to be different from the majority of females. Sai strove to enhance his strength and, upon Xia Sang's coming of age, submitted a partnership application, ranking first. Fortunately, their compatibility was sufficiently high, and he successfully became her partner. Unfortunately, after their union, he discovered her true nature. The light he had perceived was far more detestable than those of other females. After illuminating his life, she had personally cast him into an endless abyss. Xia Sang sighed, feeling disheartened. It seemed that this brooding antagonist was even more challenging to handle. Currently, Xinglan and Sai bore the brunt of her torment, harboring the deepest animosity toward her. As for Sai, well, she would take it slow. Xia Sang comforted herself as she continued to read on. Ling Ju, with the ice-based ability, the Snow Silver Wolf, currently ranked at SS. Sai, possessing a psychic ability. The Nine-Tailed Mystic Fox saw his power level drop from SS to S. Note: the tail can be restored. Upon reading the supplementary explanation in parentheses, Xia Sang's spirits lifted. She clicked to view further details, which elaborated. Method 1. Since Sai is a psychic beast man, upon reaching a certain level of power, he can use his mental energy to regenerate his foxtail. However, based on current estimates of his strength, this is projected to be a difficult endeavor. Method 2. The female partner can soothe him with her mental energy. The higher her mental energy level, the more soothing sessions she can provide, thus accelerating the regeneration of his severed tail. Xia Sang's eyes sparkled. Sai's resentment toward her was largely due to her having severed one of his tails. If she assisted him in regenerating it, could that not alleviate some of his animosity? Then she could strategize further. Her chances of survival would significantly increase. With this thought, Xia Sang felt the feasibility of this plan was exceedingly high. Just as she allowed herself to drift into visions of the future, a sudden, forceful knock on the door jolted her back to reality. Come out for dinner. Dinner. Xia Sang's face fell. The impatient voice clearly belonged to that fellow Xinglan. Upon opening the door, she found him leaning against her doorway, his fiery red pupils radiating irritation. Xia Sang blurted, "Why are you here?" Xinglan's handsome face darkened, and with narrowed eyes, he coldly replied, "Do you think I want to be here?" With that, he turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation. Xia Sang was left speechless. Great, she had overstepped. As Xinglan walked away, he silently counted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Ha, ha.
Turning back, he noticed the girl trailing behind, her head bowed, devoid of any expression of anger or reprimand. Xinglan frowned deeply. With a thud, his forehead collided with the solid barrier of the hallway, causing Xia Sang to recoil in pain and look up. "Are you out of your mind?" she exclaimed.
What?
Xia Sang quickly corrected herself. "I mean, you're quite handsome." With that, she hurried off.
What kind of person was he?
She had no idea how he was built, but his chest felt like solid rock. Almost knocked her out. Her head was still buzzing. Watching the furious girl hastily leave, Xinglan's eyes widened slightly. She had just refrained from punishing him. Moreover, this seemingly malicious female had actually complimented him. Had she not always claimed he was less attractive than that Star Luo guy? She had said she preferred the roguish looks and unrestrained character of Star Luo. As the two of them descended the stairs, the three men below exchanged knowing glances. Inhaling the rich aroma of the meal wafting through the air, Xia Sang eagerly sniffed. "Wow, it smells delicious." "Who cooked?" Ling Ju replied. "It's Sai." Xia Sang hurriedly dashed to the dining table, nearly moved to tears by the lavish spread before her. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest of preparations.
Sai.
"You are simply amazing." Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Sai was taken aback by this unfamiliar side of Xia Sang, or rather, it was the first time he had witnessed such a reaction. Sai's dark eyes flickered, feeling a sense of déjà vu at the scene. The girl from his memories had also smiled radiantly, her long, fluttering eyelashes complimenting him, declaring him unique and wonderful. Sai, feeling slightly uncomfortable, averted his gaze. "Let us eat." "Oh, okay." After taking her seat, Xia Sang noticed the four men still standing beside her and promptly urged, "Come on, you all sit down too." Once they confirmed her sincerity and that she wouldn't suddenly go mad, the four of them took their seats in succession. Chapter 7. Sai, would you accompany me tonight? At the far end of the long table, Xia Sang gazed longingly at the four handsome men. Such good-looking men, how enviable. Four of them. And they all seem intent on getting rid of me, how despairing. Tears welled in her eyes. Lowering her head, she transformed her sorrow into determination and focused on her meal. The four men at the other end of the table exchanged glances before finally picking up their utensils. After the meal, Xia Sang sipped on juice while discreetly studying Sai across the table. She was still pondering how to find an opportunity to help him regenerate his severed tail, thus fulfilling her mission of conquest. Noticing her gaze, Sai subtly furrowed his brows. Xinglan set down his chopsticks, his fingers eagerly typing messages on his terminal. What the heck? Why does this malicious female keep staring at Sai? Could it be that she was won over by Sai's meal and now wants to mark him for herself? Ling Ji responded.
Sai.
Enjoying the spectacle, chimed in, "Perhaps so." Xinglan exclaimed, "No way. Is this for real?" As the messages continued to flood in, Sai's expression darkened abruptly. He gripped his chopsticks tightly, and with a snap, they broke. Although unaware of what was transpiring, upon witnessing Sai's broken chopsticks, Xia Sang felt a chill run down her spine. The thought of what she was about to say to Sai made her scalp tingle. Tears welled up in her eyes. It wasn't easy for her after a considerable effort in self-reassurance and mental preparation when she finally met Sai's deep purple gaze, her breath caught in her throat. It'll all be fine, it'll all be fine. Just a few words. I just need to get him into the room first. If I speak nicely, he shouldn't immediately want to kill me. Clearing her throat, all four men turned their eyes to Xia Sang, eagerly awaiting her next words. She swallowed hard, her throat dry, and with a hint of trembling, she asked, "Sai, would you accompany me tonight?"
Clang.
Uncertain whose hand faltered, the teacup slipped from grasp and shattered on the floor, releasing a sound that pierced the heart. In an instant, the atmosphere within the room turned frigid as a palpable aura of menace began to spread. Xia Sang felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end and could only offer a dry explanation. "You misunderstand. I have something to discuss with you." "Sure Yi," ever timely, added with a sharp edge, What could possibly be so urgent that it cannot be said in our presence? Xinglan chimed in supportively. Indeed, indeed. Xia Sang thought, these two rascals. Noticing Yu's silence, she decided to adopt the original owner's demeanor, her expression hardening as she commanded, I require you to follow me.
Come with me now.
Upon uttering those words, the atmosphere in the room seemed to chill even further. Though she maintained a composed facade, her heart was already brimming with tears. Xinglan was fervently posting in their group chat, as expected, old habits die hard. I warned you not to trust that venomous female. I was just beginning to entertain the notion of believing her. What should we do? What should we do? Yi and Ling Ju merely squinted at Xia Sang, ignoring Xinglan's frantic musings. Yu soon regained his composure and, with an unruffled demeanor, replied, Yes, my lady. He then rose with an air of indifference, following Xia Sang upstairs to the room. Xinglan bit her lip, her eyes betraying a mix of indignation and alarm as she watched the figure of Yu gradually disappear around the corner. What should we do? What should we do? If that malicious female intends to coerce us, what then? Yu's voice, devoid of emotion, replied coolly, It's simple, we kill her. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, exuding a sense of nonchalance. Ling Ju remained silent, his silence a tacit agreement. Yi continued, If she truly harbors such intentions, I suspect Yu would make her regret it immensely. A vast shadow loomed from behind, and Xia Sang could sense the chilling intent without having to look back.
Bang!
The door slammed shut, causing Xia Sang to shudder. The sound of footsteps behind her was as ominous as if the king of hell himself were marking her doom. Unable to bear the oppressive darkness any longer, Xia Sang hastily stepped forward to switch on the lamp. The tall figure before her narrowed his amethyst eyes. What is it you wish to say to me?
I merely want to.
The man's calloused hand seized her neck, his fingers brushing against her carotid artery. Under the dim yellow light, the atmosphere between the solitary man and woman turned dangerously charged. It was perilous. Xia Sang, paralyzed with anxiety, met his gaze and explained, Yu, please listen to me. Don't be so agitated.
Damn.
This wretched man couldn't possibly think I intend to harm him. Could he? The thought sent terror coursing through her. As if reading her mind, Yu lowered his lashes, his expression inscrutable, his tone icy. I am not agitated. Now, tell me, what do you intend to do? Should this female dare to insult him further or propose any unreasonable demands, he would ensure that his sharp claws would slice through her neck in an instant. Under the scrutiny of his enchanting fox-like eyes, Xia Sang slowly explained, Yu, I have no intentions of harming you. I called you here because I discovered a method to restore your foxtail on the terminal. Upon hearing this, Yu's hand instinctively tightened around her neck for a fleeting moment. I detest deceit. I am not lying. Xia Sang's voice rose in pitch due to her agitation. If you don't believe me, you can check my terminal. The updated information just appeared today. Before Yu could respond, Xia Sang activated her terminal, displaying the segment she had found earlier.
See?
I am not deceiving you. Everything I said is true. Yu silently scrutinized the girl before him. What, after all, did she intend to achieve? Having severed his own tail in a fit of rage, why would she now invest such time and effort into its restoration? Seeing the man remain silent and expressionless, Xia Sang feared he still harbored murderous intent. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility for your tail and ensure it is restored. Though Yu remained mute, the oppressive atmosphere in the room suddenly lightened. The hand that had gripped her throat was released. Xia Sang let out a quiet sigh of relief. Currently, my psychic energy is only at a rank, so it may take some time. But I will work diligently to enhance my psychic abilities for the sake of your tail. Gazing at the girl, whose eyes sparkled with determination, Yu pondered for 3 seconds before replying, Very well. Though uncertain of her sincerity, he felt compelled to refrain from uttering any further harsh words. With his acquiescence, Xia Sang felt a weight lift from her heart. She took the hand that had just gripped her neck and led him to the bedside. Please sit. I researched this afternoon and have a rough idea of how to proceed. Yu sat awkwardly on the edge of the bed. No, not like that. You must sit cross-legged while I sit opposite you. Then, you will open your psychic sea, and I will delve into your psychic energy to assist in the restoration. After a moment of hesitation, Yu chose to trust her one last time. It is essential to note that the psychic sea is a highly secretive and fragile realm. Should a malicious individual intrude, the consequences could range from fainting to madness, or even death. While he did not regard Xia Sang's A-rank abilities as a significant threat, he remained cautiously vigilant. Chapter 8. Shiryu, are you mad? Once Shiryu was seated in a cross-legged position, Xia Sang extended her psychic energy. Delicate azure threads intertwined in the air, forming chains that gradually reached into Shiryu's open psychic sea. As the psychic sea was breached for the first time, Shiryu frowned in discomfort, but gradually relaxed, allowing her presence. Within Shiryu's psychic sea, Xia Sang beheld a vast, half-barren prairie, where a small, curled-up dark purple fox lay shivering. The little fox whined softly, its 8 tails weakly swaying behind it, one of its tails bleeding profusely. Xia Sang's heart ached with pity, and she immediately enveloped it with her azure chains of psychic energy. As the blue chains encircled it, the flow of blood slowed and eventually ceased. Shiryu felt a soothing wave within his psychic sea, and an unprecedented sense of relief washed over him, causing his eyelids to grow heavy. And he unexpectedly succumbed to sleep. Xia Sang, too, could not maintain her focus for long. It was her first attempt at psychic soothing, and the effort was taxing as she struggled to regulate the frequency of her energy output. Her eyelids drooped, and she too fell into slumber. In the living room, Xinglan was an image of agitation. What is Shiryu doing? Why is he blocking our perception with his psychic energy? What could they possibly be doing in there for so long? Given that Shiryu was uncertain of Xia Sang's intentions and wanted to prevent the others from overhearing and mocking him, he had shielded the room from external perception as soon as they entered Xia Sang's bedroom. Shiryu clenched and released the glass in his hand, occasionally glancing towards the staircase leading to the second floor, clearly intrigued. Ling Ju remained silent, the three of them tacitly waiting. 2 hours later,
Xinglan,
now frantic, began tearing at his hair. What is taking Shiryu so long? What could they possibly be discussing in there? A thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "No way. Shiryu wouldn't he have succumbed, would he?" Upon this declaration, the remaining two cast him a look of concern typically reserved for those with diminished intellect. Xinglan exploded. What is with that look? You should consume more brain food. Ling Ju added, "You're being insufferable." 2 more hours passed, and the three of them wore expressions of numbness. Yet none were willing to leave. When dawn broke, Xinglan shook his head in bitterness. It's over. It's all over. Shiryu has betrayed us. This time, the other two did not cast him any sympathetic looks. Instead, their expressions turned grave as they began to analyze the situation. According to reason, Siyu could never accept that female. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Xia Sang nestled against a warm, oversized pillow, her mind clouded with fatigue, unwilling to open her eyes. Sensing the restlessness beside her, Siyu furrowed his brows and opened his eyes. Upon seeing the female next to him, his usually sharp mind momentarily malfunctioned. Recalling the comforting drowsiness he experienced after being soothed by her psychic energy the previous night, Siyu's gaze instantly regained clarity. Noticing the pillow's insistent movements, Xia Sang mumbled and reached out to retrieve it again. Yet, in the next moment, she felt something was amiss. There was, in fact, no large pillow in her room. Rather, it was the original occupant's bedroom. Therefore, Xia Sang cautiously opened her eyes, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she nearly fainted. "Why you?"
Siyu frowned.
As their gazes met for the third time, Xia Sang hurriedly scrambled up. Upon confirming that they were both decently clothed, she let out a sigh of relief. What a scare. Regaining her composure, Xia Sang immediately began to fervently explain, "I swear, after I soothed you last night, I just fainted. I didn't mean to take advantage of you." Siyu nodded, fully aware of the intricacies of psychic energy. Given her level of power, if she hadn't fully exerted herself, the soothing effect wouldn't have lasted as long or been as effective. Seeing that he did not pursue the matter, Xia Sang's face brightened, thinking he believed her words and would continue to cooperate. Truly, had she known she would faint beforehand, she would have mustered her remaining will to hold on until she reached the sofa before collapsing. Siyu, however, chose not to acknowledge the reassuring words behind him. He simply rose, adjusted his clothing slightly, and casually dismantled the barrier before exiting the room. Watching the tall figure of the man disappear, Xia Sang fell back onto the bed, feeling utterly drained.
That was terrifying.
Thank goodness I was clever. Hearing the commotion, the three individuals who had been waiting in the living room suddenly lifted their gazes. Observing Siyu descending the stairs with a notably good complexion, their expressions were a tapestry of complex emotions. Xinglan could no longer contain himself. Before Siyu even reached the bottom, he rushed forward, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. "Siyu, have you lost your mind? You know full well the vile nature of that female. How could you? As he spoke, Xinglan lowered his head in apparent grief, his right fist striking fiercely against his chest. Cu's lips twitched slightly. His cool voice cut through the air. You're overthinking it. Xinglan, incredulous, lifted his gaze. You shared a room with that female and stayed the whole night. And you tell me I'm overthinking? Downstairs, Xia and Lingju remained silent, yet their expressions mirrored that of Xinglan. Cu, exasperated, replied, last night. She was soothing me with her psychic energy. Xinglan, Xia, and Lingju chorused in disbelief. What? Xinglan exclaimed, that wicked female. Could she truly be so kind-hearted? Soothing someone with psychic energy is particularly taxing for a female, and some with weaker psychic abilities can't even soothe a powerful male. Cu nodded, indeed. Xinglan voiced the lingering thoughts of the other two. But why? On what grounds? Despite his silence, Cu merely sidestepped Xinglan and returned to the living room. When Xia Sang finally made her way downstairs, she immediately spotted the 4 individuals seated at the dining table. Nodding to herself, she thought, excellent. Now that they know I'm seated, I don't have to ask if I can sit. This is a successful first step. In a cheerful mood, Xia Sang hummed as she approached. Taking your time, are we? Xinglan shot her a glance, then turned his face away. He still could not accept Xia Sang's differential treatment. They had all been equally malicious before. Why now did she suddenly show favoritism towards that sly fox, Cu? He certainly wasn't envious, merely feeling that it was unfair. Xia Sang, puzzled, asked, what is wrong with you? Who upset you? Just as Xinglan was about to respond, she added, you're acting like you've eaten gunpowder this early in the morning. Observing Xinglan's face turn crimson from frustration, Cu's lips curved into a slight smile. Lingju, with his piercing blue eyes, sensed something different about Cu following the previous night's soothing. Xia quietly observed everything, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. Only Xia Sang remained oblivious to the undercurrents at the dining table, focusing solely on her meal. As she picked up a small steamed bun and sent it towards her mouth, she remarked, who made this breakfast? It could use some improvement. Xia set down his chopsticks, a slight smile gracing his lips as his cool voice emerged from his pale red mouth. I made it. Chapter 9. Her malice makes the world seem kind. Xia Sang's heart tightened, her right hand trembling imperceptibly, nearly dropping the small bun she had just picked up. So, today's meal was prepared by the brooding, possessive antagonist. Thankfully, there was still a chance for redemption. Since it was you who made it, I thought the taste was superb. Xia's hands crossed under his chin, his gaze intent as he looked at the young girl before him. She had truly transformed. She now resembled the person he recalled from memory, vibrant, interesting, lively, and full of laughter. But you just said it could use some improvement. Xia Sang felt a wave of exasperation. Could you not pretend you didn't hear that? Honestly. Yet, she still smiled brightly. My taste buds haven't fully awakened after a night's sleep. It's truly excellent. Delicious. She then began to eat heartily. Xinglan's lips twitched, his expression a spectacle. What? Watching the effort Xia Sang put into praising her meal, Xia's lips curled slightly, a rare smile of satisfaction gracing his usually stoic demeanor. Observing the atmosphere between the two, Xinglan felt a wave of imbalance wash over him. Why was it that this wicked female was so kind to everyone but him? She would go to great lengths to soothe Cu's spirit and effusively praise that detestable Xia. Even he could see the deliberate performance in her actions.
Xia sans remarque?
Is there? I thought I was quite natural. She even smiled at Lingju. But with Xinglan, she had snapped at him first thing in the morning upon seeing him. Suddenly, Xinglan slammed his chopsticks onto the table, declaring, I'm full. He shot a furious glare at Xia Sang before turning to leave, the sound of his chair scraping against the floor echoing his displeasure. Xia Sang paused mid-sip. Her face blank. Is he alright? Xia's lips curved slyly, his long, dense eyelashes hiding the mirth in his eyes.
Don't worry about him.
Cu offered an affirming glance. Though the 4 of them usually presented a united front, Xinglan's sharp tongue and venomous remarks had certainly irritated them all.
Xinglan,
in disbelief, exclaimed, what?
Fine.
All of you have betrayed me. Every last one of you. As he stormed away, Xia Sang quickly called out, wait. I still have something to say. Xinglan halted, looking back with a haughty expression. What is it? I've accepted the task assigned by the temple. It's due in 3 days. We'll go together then. Xinglan was taken aback. You really accepted it? The other 3, though silent, also exhibited expressions of shock. Xia Sang leisurely set down her bowl and chopsticks, raising her hand to show them the task section.
Cough, cough.
Ling Ju nearly choked. Xia Sang glanced at the four men, suggesting, "Shall we go procure some supplies soon?" The end of the task passage is extremely dangerous, filled with toxic mists, unpredictable environments, and countless mutated plants and creatures lurking everywhere. Thankfully, Xinglan has now awakened his spatial ability, which will greatly aid our survival. Seeing the eager expressions on the men's faces, Xia Sang hesitated. "By the way, just to clarify, I have no money." The original owner was indeed quite poor, with an 8-digit password protecting a mere 2-digit balance.
Just thinking about it felt exhausting.
Xinglan averted his gaze, stating, "I have none either." Xia Sang shot him a silent glance, her expression one of exasperation. Shirye remained taciturn, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Siyu lowered his head with a soft sigh, retrieving a card and presenting it before Xia Sang. "Use mine." In an instant, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Xia Sang rasped CYS distinguish triste.
Her gaze fixated on the card at his fingertips. Just then, another identical card was offered from the other side. "I can use this one too." Xia Sang turned to find Ling Ju standing there. As she beheld the emotionally charged expression on his face, Ling Ju subtly averted his gaze. Swiftly, he snatched away both cards, prompting Xia Sang to leap to her feet in exhilaration, twirling around. "Let us go. Off we go." Shirye's dark eyes flickered, and the hand that had reached into his pocket withdrew once more. Under Xia Sang's eager urging, the group of 5 boarded the hover car. While it was indeed possible to purchase directly online with delivery services, Xia Sang felt there was an unparalleled joy in procuring items in person. After parking the hover car, she joyfully hopped out, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the towering, expansive shopping mall. The 4 men followed closely behind her. "The elevator is over there." The men watched the animated female ahead, her excitement palpable. Though they were unsure of the source of her enthusiasm, they nonetheless expressed their support. Ding dong. The sound of the elevator doors opening echoed.
Shang Shang? Suqian?
2 voices rang out simultaneously. Inside the elevator, Su Qian glanced at Xia Sang outside, along with the 4 beastly companions trailing her, her expression darkening slightly. System. When did Xia Sang develop such a harmonious relationship with her 4 beast companions? Have they become amicable enough to shop together? The mechanical voice of the system resonated in Su Qian's mind. It seems to have happened in the past couple of days.
Suqian incredulously retorted. Impossible.
Given the thoughts and memories I instilled in her, she should harbor an intense aversion towards those 4 beast companions, likely abusing and belittling them daily. Host, the evidence is before your eyes. You see it for yourself. Don't you? Remember that time you tried to provoke Xia Sang, only to be tossed over her shoulder? I believe the situation has grown complex. The protagonist in this world possesses formidable luck, and successfully usurping her fortune will not be a simple task. Listening to the system's unemotional analysis, Su Qian's expression darkened, her fingers clenched tightly into her palm. Xia Sang felt perplexed by the scrutiny, wishing to avoid any entanglement with the protagonist. Thus, she turned to leave. After all, with so many elevators in the mall, she need not be confined to just this one. Su Qian's expression shifted rapidly, instantly brightening as she exclaimed, "Sang Sang, are you here to shop too?" Xia Sang paused mid-turn, responding with a perfunctory, Su Qian, feeling awkward from the dismissive reply, added, "What about the temple mission in 3 days? Have you all claimed it? Perhaps we might run into each other then." As she spoke, she glanced at the 4 males behind Xia Sang. The males, driven by their yearning for power, had not undertaken any mission since aligning with Xia Sang, and she was convinced they were displeased with her. Upon noticing the female's gaze upon them, Xinglan and the others nearly faltered. Ling Ju quickly looked to the sky. Siyu focused intently on the ground. Shirye adjusted his cuffs. Xinglan almost fumbled with his own zipper. Suqian. Meanwhile, the 4 males internally reacted. Xinglan, why aren't you moving? Get away. Move aside. Shirye, if that female sees us, she'll surely go mad again. Siyu, it's only been 2 days. I certainly don't wish to return to square one. Ling Ju, that female over there is not to be underestimated. Observing Su Qian's twitching lips and then glancing back at her flustered beast companions, Xia Sang almost erupted with laughter. This boundary sense instilled by the original owner was truly invincible. Sang Sang, what is your current mental strength? I've reached an S level. And if luck is on my side, I might even break through to SS level.
Then you.
Watching the protagonist seemingly initiate a comparison, Xia Sang concluded that adopting the persona of a malicious supporting character would serve her best. After all, when she acted maliciously, it seemed to render the entire world benevolent. Chapter 10 System, a variable has truly emerged with Xia Sang. Xia Sang weakly retorted, Su Qian, don't you ever tire of the charade? Her unexpected comment rendered Su Qian momentarily speechless, failing to respond at first.
Huh.
What do you mean? I mean, aren't you exhausted from pretending every day? Look at your mouth, it's twitching from forcing those smiles. Be careful, or you might end up with a permanent grimace. Su Qian's complexion flushed with indignation as her smile vanished. Xia Sang continued, and the elevator is sounding an alarm due to the weight of your audacity. Can't you hear it? You truly are a fool, only able to blink but never truly see. Su Qian fumed at Xia Sang's incessant barbs. Yet, she still stepped out of the elevator, which had been persistently ringing. Xia Sang maintained her persona of malice. You truly lack public spirit. Having uttered that, she intended to walk away, only to be halted by the Mandrake Beast Man, Yi, who called out, wait. The Snow Leopard Beast Man, Ci Jing, coldly added, and you think you can just walk away after that? I demand you apologize to my female master. Su Qian pressed her lips tightly together, appearing as though she had suffered a great injustice, leaning weakly against the arms of the two men. Faced with the aggressive demeanor of the four males, Xia Sang felt utterly at a loss for words.
Xia Sang.
Indeed, in this matriarchal society of the stars, Su Qian's tactic was simply invincible. Just as she was about to emulate it, Xia Sang suddenly recalled her relationship with the men behind her.
Well,
relying on others is not as effective as relying on oneself. Xia Sang continued her sharp-tongued assault. Am I not allowed to speak the truth? After all, males cannot lay a hand on females, and given our shared life and death contract, those four behind me will not abandon me. Most importantly, it was stipulated that disputes among females should be resolved by the females themselves. The delicate little flower that was Su Qian could not possibly best her. The wicked supporting character. After all, the original owner had trained with those four men, and now, utilizing mere muscle memory, she could easily turn Su Qian into a punching bag. The four behind her. If the opposing female dared to challenge her beast companions, they would have no one to blame but themselves when she seized the opportunity to attack their precious female master. It was unavoidable. Her persona was simply that wicked. With this thought, Xia Sang proudly lifted her fair chin, her expression radiating arrogance. Observing the brash female across from him, Yi narrowed his emerald serpent eyes, his voice as cold as poison. Xia Sang, I have heard much about your infamous reputation.
Xia Sang feignait de surprise, exclaiming, Oh,
really? Has it spread so far?
oh, dear.
I must be more discreet. The four men exchanged knowing glances, having underestimated the female's audacity and courage. Yi was both amused and enraged by her shameless demeanor. You are only this brazen because you know the interstellar laws protect you from male retribution, aren't you? Ci Jing interjected, we may not lay a hand on you, but we can challenge your four beast companions. This wicked female had been exceedingly vicious towards their female master just yesterday. Xing Luo cast a malicious glance at Xinglan. That unfortunate one whom you incapacitated half of his abilities truly is in a dire situation. Not only has his power been diminished, but today he is also destined to be thoroughly beaten. However, you probably don't care, do you? Xinglan's fury ignited as he glared at Xing Luo, his pupils ablaze with rage, the signs of his beastly transformation already manifesting. He and Xing Luo had been at odds for many years, having endured ridicule and disdain since childhood due to the favoritism shown by their mother and beast father. Nanfuk, the nine-tailed white fox beast husband of Su Qian, sighed softly, Siue, I do not wish to engage in conflict with you, considering you are now but a shadow of your former self. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xia Sang interjected sharply, silence. Your incessant prattle is unbearable. Her beautiful eyes swept across the group before her, and she suddenly chuckled, if you dare lay a finger on my beast husband, I shall unleash all my malicious tactics upon your female leader. After all, my reputation for ruthlessness is well known. Surely, you cannot tether everyone with your belts at all times? As she spoke, Xia Sang's gaze grew frosty. You would do well to ponder this carefully. I possess a remarkable talent for striking where it hurts most. And I know precisely how to incapacitate. The four individuals prepared for battle were taken aback by Xia Sang's unexpected proclamation. though her venomous demeanor was all too familiar. This time it was directed outwardly to defend them. In that moment, the four exchanged glances filled with complexity towards Xia Sang's silhouette. Shurya's dark eyes remained fixed on the female before him, his expression a mix of tension and anticipation, as if he were beholding a rare treasure. She was a vision he knew all too well. This was the very light from his memories. She stood before him just as she had that day. Her tone and attitude unchanged. Suppressing the tumult of emotions that surged within him, Shurya's brows furrowed with a cold glimmer. I shall trust you one last time, Xia Sang. Do not deceive me again. Otherwise, I shall drag you down to hell with me. Feeling the chill radiating from behind her, Xia Sang turned, only to lock eyes with Shurya, whose gaze was still lingering on her. A shiver coursed through her as she met his piercing, melancholic gaze. When she looked again, she found only the cool, youthful boy smiling at her, an expression that seemed both gentle and submissive. Xia Sang rubbed her eyes in disbelief, glancing back at him. Their eyes met once more. Indeed, it was a facade of obedience. Xia Sang's lips twitched. What has happened to the villain? Nanny? Have I truly been deceived? A glance at the others revealed that they, too, appeared somewhat moved. Feeling the palpable shift in atmosphere, Su Qian furrowed her brow in irritation. She had intended to sow discord between Xia Sang and her beast husbands to diminish her fortune. But she had not anticipated that Xia Sang would so adeptly diffuse the situation. Recalling the moment she had been flung away by Xia Sang's clumsy shoulder throw the previous day, a wave of pain coursed through her once more. In terms of combat prowess, she was no match for the individual who had been training daily. Su Qian weakly called out to the system. Xia Sang has truly become unpredictable. Given her past behavior, she would not act this way. What should we do? Should we hypnotize her again? Seeing Xia Sang's transformation, Su Qian felt a rush of panic. After all, failure to complete her task would result in electric shock punishment. Although she had only experienced that punishment twice since her arrival, she dreaded the thought of enduring it again. Host, my program is currently under external attack, so I cannot expend large amounts of energy to hypnotize the female protagonist of this world. What do we do now? Su Qian felt urgency creeping in. Upon hearing Su Qian's anxious inquiry, the system's typically monotonous voice revealed a hint of irritation. Can you not devise a solution yourself? When faced with a problem, do you only ask for help? I am merely a support system. The primary task lies with you. It was the first time the system expressed such helplessness towards a host. Clearly, it had provided too much assistance and leniency, leading her to this current state. Host. I am unable to use hypnosis again for the next 2 months. I am being targeted, and someone wants to dismantle my program. Su Qian sensed the impending crisis from the system's words. All right, I will also seek opportunities to diminish her fortune. Very well. Realizing that she could do no more today, Su Qian stepped forward to halt her beast husbands. Isa, Xinglua, Xijing, perhaps it's best to let this go. Observing her distressed demeanor, the 4 males grew increasingly incensed. Qian, we cannot simply let this slide. We must not allow this malicious female to bully you. Su Qian's light-colored pupils flickered as she responded, regardless of the circumstances. Xia Sang and I have grown up together. We share a bond. With that, she grasped the arms of the 2 beside her and walked away, without looking back. Chapter 11. The elevator battle. All that Xia Sang could hear was, one day, I shall make that wicked female pay.
Xia Sang blinked innocently.
This was spoken by Su Qian's cold-blooded snake husband. Qian, you're simply too kind. Xia Sang bit her lip in silence. This was uttered by Su Qian's 9-tailed white fox beast husband. Rest assured, Qian, Xia Sang sighed helplessly as she entered the elevator, the conversation behind her fading into obscurity. With a beep, the elevator door slid shut. Sensing something, Xia Sang suddenly looked up to find all 4 men gazing intently at her. What? Why do you all look at me like that? Their stares were oddly intimidating. Xinglan pouted defiantly. At least today, you exhibit a modicum of humanity. Xia Sang's eyelids twitched under the weight of his words. You could donate that mouth of yours. I've never heard such atrocious insults. Xinglan huffed in response and shifted his gaze away. Shurya's dark, profound eyes drew near, his approach assertive yet his tone softened to one of almost humble pleading. Please, do not change again this time. However, his gaze darkened with an aggressive intensity as he added, if you deceive me once more, we shall descend into hell together. Xia Sang was taken aback, stumbling backward. This was abnormal. Terribly abnormal. How frightening. She looked incredulously at Shurya. Their eyes locked. and she trembled at the unknown emotions swirling within his dark depths. She had never imagined that one day she would witness such a posture of submission from this brooding, twisted antagonist. As Xia Sang's mind raced, she collided with a solid chest. She looked up to find Xia leaning against the glass wall of the elevator. A gentle smile gracing his lips, his violet eyes sparkling with warmth. He was watching her intently, looking as if he could see into her soul. Xia Sang quickly pressed her hand to her heart and closed her eyes. Xia's melodious voice floated down to her. "What troubles you?" Without thinking, she blurted, "With those soulful, fox-like eyes of yours staring at me, I fear I may fall in love with you." Immediately regretting her words, she could feel the temperature in the elevator plummet. Oh no! Her previously muddled thoughts suddenly cleared. Just as she wished to open her eyes and gauge Xia's reaction, a soft snicker echoed above her. Xia Sang hurriedly opened her eyes. The one laughing is Xia? How lovely! But wait! Who was emitting that oppressive aura? Before she could turn to identify the source, her wrist was seized, and she was pulled into an embrace that radiated a cool, woody fragrance. Xia Sang's mind began to swirl again, and upon glancing up, she was startled to find it was Xia who had ensnared her, causing her to stiffen immediately. Sensing her tension, Xia's dark eyes froze. She was anxious. She feared him. She had claimed she might fall for Xia due to his captivating gaze, yet here she was trembling at the mere touch of Xia's embrace. Realizing this, Xia suppressed his discomfort and said coolly, "What are you afraid of?" Unexpectedly, his question only caused her to shrink back further. Xia Sang stammered, "I'm not afraid. I was just joking." She was terrified, indeed. Under the unwavering gaze of a brooding, psychopathic antagonist, one cannot help but feel a shiver of trepidation, especially when the depths of his gaze remain inscrutable. According to the system's cryptic hints, it was ultimately this individual who proposed the grotesque notion of dismembering her into 8 pieces. With a light scoff, Xiaoyi exhibited a hint of disdain. In the next heartbeat, Xia Sang felt her waist ensnared, and before she could regain her composure, she was forcefully pulled backward, losing her sense of control. Upon raising her gaze once more, she found herself staring into the eyes of Lingju. Confused, Xia Sang heard the man above her state, "You frightened her." Xia Sang's eyes widened in disbelief. A quick glance around confirmed her suspicions. Something was amiss. The atmosphere was far too peculiar. Ding-dong. The elevator door chimed open, and without a moment's hesitation, Xia Sang darted out, clutching her racing heart in anxiety. Following Xia Sang, 4 men exited the elevator one after another. After exchanging glances, they averted their eyes from one another. Upon reaching the supermarket entrance, Xia Sang eagerly pushed a shopping cart, issuing orders with zeal. To ensure a thorough procurement, let us split up. Each take a cart. Ling Ju was tasked with acquiring urgent medical supplies and a plethora of nutritional supplements.
Singlan.
You shall procure various household items and essentials for outdoor survival. You will handle the food and water acquisition, particularly fresh fruits, as this endeavor will last a month. The 3 men nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaoyi, with her dark eyes glinting, inquired, "And what about me? What is my task?" The other 3 turned to her in unison. Xia Sang felt a chill run down her spine. She had merely hesitated to give orders to this somewhat erratic antagonist and inadvertently left him without a task. Thinking quickly, Xia Sang proposed, "Then perhaps you could accompany me? We could pick up some items that everyone enjoys?" Xiao Ye's eyes brightened, a smirk gracing his lips. "Very well."
Singlan mattered sottovoce.
This wicked female truly favors Xiaoyi. Despite his attempt at discretion, his words were overheard by everyone present. Siyu and Ling Ju merely cast him a fleeting glance before resuming their shopping. Observing the pair pushing a cart together, Xinglan huffed in annoyance and departed. Left behind, the 2 exchanged glances, an awkward tension enveloping them. Xia Sang felt mortified. "Curse you, Xinglan." As she watched his retreating figure, she genuinely wished to call him back and have him team up with Xiaoyi instead. Just then, Xiaoyi leaned closer, his handsome face almost invading her personal space. With an intense gaze, he asked, "You favor me the most?" Xia Sang felt a pang of guilt under his scrutiny, unconsciously biting her lip. "I'm not sure." What a predicament. How was she to respond? Although she maintained a calm facade, internally, she was in turmoil. Favor? What favor? Given the unpredictable temperament of this villain, she dared not speak her mind. If she claimed indifference, how could she pursue him later? And a lie was out of the question. Xiao Ye's dark eyes flickered as he tightened his grip on the cart handle. The mannerisms and unconscious gestures of the girl before him mirrored those of the individual who had once saved him. In addition, his observations over the past few days had solidified his suspicions. He was almost certain that this was the one he had been searching for. Yet, why had this person undergone such a drastic transformation, seemingly forgetting their past? Why had they suddenly become someone entirely different? Why had they reverted? Ultimately, the reasons mattered little. Xiaoyi's breath quickened, his dark eyes growing even more profound. What mattered now was that the person he recognized had returned, and that was of paramount importance. Suppressing his astonishment, Xiaoyi attempted to appear unaffected, teasing her with a playful tone. What do you mean by not quite sure?
Xia Sang muttered softly.
Not quite sure means I don't really know. Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow. Oh, you cannot even lie convincingly about favoring me? Unexpectedly, Xia Sang found her confidence rising in response to his words. You said it yourself, if I deceive you again, we both descend into hell. Have you forgotten so soon? I'm not ready to die. Xiaoyi fell silent. With that, Xia Sang turned and strode away, her demeanor decidedly haughty. Observing her retreating figure, Xiaoyi murmured, Indeed.
She is changed.
Chapter 12. She merely made a mistake that all interstellar females are prone to commit. Dinner was prepared by Xinglan, whose culinary skills produced a series of charred and acrid dishes, the aroma wafting from the kitchen. Xia Sang, adorned with a unique interstellar facial mask, panically rushed down from the second floor. What is happening? What is wrong? Upon seeing the three men standing in the living room, occasionally glancing towards the door as if contemplating escape, Xia Sang quickly grasped the situation. Today, Xinglan was the head chef. Just then, a loud explosion reverberated, accompanied by a flash of fire, and before Xia Sang could react, Ling Ju swept her up under his arm and carried her out of the villa. Once outside on the expansive lawn, the four of them stood with complicated expressions, gazing back at the villa. Xia Sang's eyes widened in disbelief. Did it explode? As her words echoed, the mask on her face finally succumbed to the chaos. How absurd! The other three men felt equally incredulous. One must admit, Xinglan truly possessed a unique talent. Worry etched on her face, Xia Sang asked, Xinglan? Is he alright? Xiaoyi shot a disdainful glance at the villa. If he were to be blown up for merely attempting to cook, he would certainly make the interstellar headlines. At that moment, the villa's front door swung open, revealing a disheveled Xinglan, his once vibrant silver-tipped hairstyle now a dull ash gray, with several strands singed. Coughing out a cloud of smoke, he awkwardly wiped his face. Xia remarked, Were you experimenting with explosives in the kitchen? Enraged, Xinglan retorted, I just wanted to showcase my culinary skills.
Xiaoyi replied, Oh.
We certainly witnessed your demonstration. Quite impressive. Xinglan fell silent. For the sake of safety, Xia Sang interjected, Xinglan, it might be best if you refrain from entering the kitchen from now on. Of course, you will take full responsibility for the remaining household chores. Xinglan attempted to argue, I still believe my cooking has room for improvement. Xia Sang, alarmed, quickly raised her hand to halt him. No. It should be said that there's no room left for improvement. Xinglan fell silent again. By the time the maintenance crew arrived to fix everything, 2 hours had passed. Watching Ling Ju prepare a meal with the fresh ingredients purchased earlier, Xia Sang nodded in satisfaction. Of course, it would have been even better had the earlier incident been overlooked. After dinner, under the watchful eyes of the other three, Xia Sang once again chose Siyu. Observing her, Siyu's features softened. She had promised to change. Perhaps he could trust her once more. Ling Ju's piercing blue gaze silently scrutinized the pair. His presence formidable despite his silence. Xia Sang thought, the marshal's gaze is genuinely terrifying. Xiaoyi's dark eyes glimmered ominously, his hands resting on his knees clenched tightly. When he caught Xia Sang's gaze, he offered her a faint smile. Xia Sang thought, his smile doesn't reach his eyes. What is wrong with this antagonist? Who has offended him? Xinglan, ever vocal about his grievances, exclaimed, Why is it always Siyu? We deserve some emotional support too. Xia Sang trembled at his words. What? So the two of you feel the same way? In an instant, Xia Sang began to question her very existence. Yesterday, despite their murderous intent towards her, their gazes were reminiscent of those cast upon a corpse. Moreover, during the selection process the night prior, weren't these very individuals resolute in their vow to remain steadfast by her side, come what may? This bewildering scene left Xia Sang utterly perplexed. As she grappled with her existential doubts, Siyu's displeased gaze fell squarely upon Xinglan. Yet, unfazed, Xinglan continued, "We are all your beast husbands. Why should Siyu be the sole recipient of your nightly affections?" Aghast, Xia Sang's eyes widened in shock. "What nonsense are you spouting? Xinglan, you dimwit. Why do you always utter such absurdities?" Siyu's cheeks flushed, unable to meet her gaze, and he closed his eyes in exasperation. "Forget it. I shan't stoop to contesting with someone so dim-witted." Sensing the weight of 2 additional stares and the palpable tension in the air, Xia Sang retorted, "I was merely providing Siyu with emotional reassurance, nothing more." Of course, Xinglan was aware of what Xia Sang meant. "We have all been gravely hurt by you. You cannot disregard our silent wounds simply because Siyu bears a visible injury." At this juncture, Xinglan's tone softened. "The pain we have suffered is no less than his."
Xia Sang replied, "Ou?"
Sensing the moment was ripe, Xinglan stubbornly insisted, "We too require emotional reassurance." Siyu frowned and stepped forward, shielding Xia Sang behind him. Excessive exertion of mental energy can harm the female's body. Even if she were to choose me today, I would not permit her to provide such reassurance again. Xinglan, feeling a twinge of guilt, rubbed his nose. "I am not unaware of that." He certainly understood that overextending mental energy could jeopardize a female's well-being, but he merely sought to voice his grievances. He would never admit to being envious of Siyu's privileges. He simply felt it was unjust. As for how Xia Sang ended up ascending the stairs with Siyu, she hardly recalled, for her mind was preoccupied with a singular question. If Siyu had no intention of allowing her to provide him emotional reassurance tonight, then why did he acquiesce? The cool figure in front halted momentarily, prompting Xia Sang to quickly come to a stop as well. Their eyes met, and Siyu advised,
"Get some rest."
Xia Sang realized, indeed, I was overthinking it. He never intended to enter my room. After wishing the person before her a good night, she proceeded to enter her quarters. Leaning against the second-floor railing, Siyu raised an eyebrow and gazed down at the trio on the sofa below. In a blink, he had seated himself on the single sofa opposite them. Amoya's dark eyes deepened as he scrutinized the man before him. "Have you changed your mind? Do you not intend to divorce her?" Siyu gently lifted the teacup before him and took a sip. "She said she would change." Amoya sneered, "And so?" With a soft sigh, Siyu met his gaze. "Thus, I intend to trust her once more, for the final time. After all, the current Xia Sang is markedly different from the one we once knew." Amoya fell silent, his fists tightening upon his knees. Xinglan's beautiful crimson eyes widened in disbelief, scanning the other 3. "So you all are in accord? None of you intend to leave?" Ling Ju nodded, analyzing calmly. "She has indeed changed significantly over these past 2 days. No, it should be said she is transformed into someone we scarcely recognize." Siyu nodded in agreement. Xinglan exclaimed in shock, "No way. You all aren't leaving. I thought you 3 wished to depart, while I was the only one wishing to stay and observe." Xinglan urged fervently, "Don't forget how she has treated us over this past year." Ling Ju raised his teacup to take a sip. "She merely made the mistake that all interstellar females commit, albeit hers is of a more severe nature." Xinglan glared at Ling Ju incredulously. What a twisted argument from an imperial marshal. What happened to that upright individual who would not tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes? Siyu cast a meaningful glance at Xinglan, stating bluntly, "If you wish to leave, I shall support you." Xinglan's eyelids twitched. How malicious. Quite malicious indeed. Amoya glared at the floor, emanating a sharp aura. "Your shift in attitudes is astonishingly swift." Siyu countered, "Are you not the same?"
Moya fell silent,
harboring the suspicion that she might possess some secret unknown to him. Xinglan was utterly speechless. "You all aren't leaving. How can this be? Wasn't it agreed upon?" Observing Xinglan's disoriented state, the other 3 exchanged glances and silently rose to depart. Chapter 13. The Royal Banquet Invitation. Watching the 3 depart one by one, Xinglan stubbornly called after them, "Are you truly not leaving? Have you all genuinely considered this thoroughly?" The others remained silent. The following morning, as Xia Sang enjoyed her breakfast, she discreetly scrutinized the 4 individuals across from her. She felt an unsettling change since last night. Amidst their seemingly inconspicuous glances, Xia Sang found herself increasingly restless. Just as she contemplated breaking the awkward silence, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Who could it be at this early hour? She wondered aloud. Xinglan stood first. "I'll check." Upon seeing 3 males clad in special silver uniforms outside the door, Xinglan's crimson eyes immediately narrowed. Leaning lazily against the doorframe, she spoke tersely, "What do you want?" The trio belonged to the Imperial Supervision and Management Bureau, a department under the direct command of Her Imperial Majesty, dedicated to overseeing female safety and regulating male behavior. The leader merely cast a glance at the nominal Imperial Prince. "We come at Her Majesty's behest to invite Miss Xia Sang to attend the royal banquet tomorrow evening." Upon hearing the words royal banquet, Xinglan instinctively furrowed her brow, her rebellious spirit surfacing with irritation. Sensing the tension at the door, the other three also set down their utensils. Xia Sang, curious, leaned forward. "Xinglan, who is it?" The leader smiled faintly. "Your Highness, please step aside. Her Majesty has ordered that this invitation must be personally delivered to Miss Xia Sang." With a cold glance at Oleg, he stepped aside to allow entry. "And you are?" Upon catching sight of Xia Sang, Oleg visibly froze. He had only heard her name before. Today marked his first encounter. She was indeed as stunning as the rumors had suggested. However, feeling the sudden surge of intense pressure and hostility in the air, Oleg quickly regained his composure. In the interstellar realm, staring at a female for an extended period is considered exceedingly rude, especially in the presence of her beast husband, which is deemed a provocation. Oleg averted his gaze, recalling the external rumors, but his mind was consumed by a singular thought. Wasn't there a rumor that she was a malicious female? One who derived pleasure from tormenting her beast husbands and forbade them from working normally, offering neither food nor drink and relegating them to underground prisons? So, what was the reality now? Oleg looked perplexedly at the three males seated across from him. Each was impeccably dressed, their skin unmarred by any injuries. And each had bowls and chopsticks before them, as though he had intruded upon their gathering. Ling Ju, with his cerulean eyes, scrutinized Oleg. "What brings you here?" Having previously served as the Imperial Marshal, he was somewhat familiar with Oleg. Oleg, shifting his gaze, produced a gilded envelope from his chest. "I come at Her Majesty's command to invite Miss Xia Sang to the royal banquet tomorrow evening." He stepped closer to Xia Sang, extending the envelope towards her. "You must attend." Xia Sang accepted it with both hands. "Oh, all right." Gazing at the delicate female before him, Oleg found it utterly impossible to associate her with the notion of malice. His gaze lingered upon her for 3 seconds, leading him to believe that the external rumors were perhaps exaggerated. While others may remain oblivious, he, as the head of the Imperial Supervisory Authority, was acutely aware. Females like Xia Sang, who took pleasure in tormenting their beastly partners, were not uncommon in the Empire. It was merely that her actions had been exposed. Under the scrutiny of 4 unsympathetic gazes, Oleg chose not to linger, bidding farewell before departing promptly. Xia Sang, toying with the invitation in her hands, raised her gaze towards the 4 individuals opposite her, inquiring, "Shall we go together tomorrow night?" Xia's dark eyes gleamed. "Sure, let's go." Siyu's lips curved into a slight smile. "Indeed." Ling Ju's expression relaxed. "Sounds good." In unison, the 3 agreed, only for Xinglan to scoff. "That banquet is excruciatingly dull. What is the point of attending?" Xinglan, true to form, took an opposing stance, prompting Xia Sang to think. "I knew it." She teasingly suggested, "Then the 3 of us shall go, and you can stay behind to guard the house, all right?" Xinglan predictably bristled. "No way. If you don't let me go, I'm determined to attend." Xia Sang smirked. "Fine, as long as you're happy." Disregarding Xinglan's antics, Xia Sang dashed to the window on the 2nd floor, only to spot Oleg, who had just departed, entering the residence across from her, Su Qian's home. This sight plunged her into contemplation. The system had merely indicated the need to seize the fortune of this world, yet it failed to clarify how such a feat was to be accomplished. Furthermore, how would one ascertain the success of this plundering? That insufferable system had not uttered a word on such matters. To add insult to injury, it had only instructed her to conquer 4 beastly partners, without providing any guidance on what constituted a successful conquest, or even displaying any progress. Xia Sang sighed, exasperated, her thoughts laced with expletives directed at the unreliable system, which remained frustratingly out of reach. In a grand hall deep within the palace, Oleg stood respectfully, with his head bowed. Not far from him sat a regal middle-aged female. She furrowed her brow slightly and asked, "Are you certain of what you've stated?" Oleg replied, "Your Majesty, every word I speak is the truth." Lady Xia Sang is indeed not as the rumors suggest. Villainous, drumming her fingers on the table, lowered her gaze and said slowly, "I see."
You may leave now. Yes.
Your Majesty. Once the hall doors closed, Villainous gradually lifted her eyelids. Based on her prior investigations, it was implausible that Xia Sang could be as Oleg described. However, Oleg had no reason to deceive her. Why, then, Had Xia Sang undergone such a transformation? The high priests of the temple had long foretold that after a millennium, the goddess would re-emerge in this world. They had narrowed their selection down to 2 candidates.
Yet,
When they brought the 2 young females to the temple for the grand priest's confirmation, the priest, weakened from blood loss, merely uttered, "The path to revelation is obscured." But the goddess resides among these 2. From that moment onward, everyone became convinced of the goddess's imminent return. Shortly thereafter, the grand priest passed away, leaving behind a single admonition to treat the goddess with kindness, for she could save the world. It seemed to resonate with his words. As one of the young females began to shine with exceptional brilliance. As Villainous recalled these events, she rubbed her temples. Initially, she had employed her authority to place Xing Luo and Xing Lan beside Xia Sang as a precautionary measure, but how could it possibly be her? Su Qian's excellence had always overshadowed Xia Sang. Whenever Xia Sang made a slight advancement, Su Qian would swiftly surpass her once more. Moreover, it was evident that Su Qian treated the males far better and exhibited a more compassionate demeanor befitting a goddess. Reflecting on Xia Sang's actions, Villainous offered a faint smile. I truly overthought this. Chapter 14. The plot seems to spiral into madness. While the Empress of the Empire, Villainous, indulged in self-doubt, back at Xia Sang's residence. "Come, everyone, report your measurements." Xia Sang reclined on the plush sofa, legs crossed, leisurely swaying a wine glass while basking in relaxation. At her words, the 4 exchanged glances, their lips twitching. The statement was undeniably ambiguous. "What are you all waiting for? The banquet is tomorrow night. If you don't make your selections soon, it will be too late." There were hardly any suitable outfits for the men at home, let alone formal evening attire. Xia raised an eyebrow and leaned in, all right. He promptly occupied the space to Xia Sang's right, sitting closely, with merely 5 centimeters separating them. The sudden weight beside her startled Xia Sang slightly. "Wait a minute. The antagonist is getting close. The antagonist is sitting right next to me." Before she could recover from her astonishment, the weight on her left side shifted as well. Turning her head, she met Ling Ju's gaze as he too sat beside her. Even closer, the proximity left Xia Sang breathless. Ling Ju's strikingly handsome face filled her entire field of vision. If he were any closer, she could almost brush her lips against his delicate, rosy ones. In that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, she urgently averted her gaze, fearful of offending the marshal of the empire. "See you?" Slightly delayed, pressed his lips together, his light purple eyes narrowing, hinting at discontent.
Xing Lan, Fu Ming.
Plopped down opposite them, with Xi following suit. Once everyone had selected their formal attire, Xia Sang decisively placed the order. "I checked the delivery time. It should arrive by tomorrow morning." Ling Ju responded, "All right." "See you added, good." Xia chimed in, "We'll follow whatever Xia Sang decides." Xia Sang's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Xia, taken aback. Yet before she could respond, Xing Lan interjected. "What gives you the right to call her Xia Sang?" Xing Lan's defiant tone prompted Xia to reply, "What I choose to call her is none of your concern." "Enough already. Why are we arguing?" Xing Lan stood up abruptly, turning to Xia Sang. "I want to call her that too." Xia's dark eyes darkened as he coldly snorted. "As you wish. As long as Xia Sang agrees." Hearing this, Xing Lan glanced at Xia Sang. "Is that all right, Xia Sang? I want to call you that too."
Xia Sang stammered.
"Why are you two dragging me into this? Wait a moment. Something feels off. This is all very wrong. Am I going insane?" The plot seems to spiral into madness. In that brief moment, Xia Sang felt as if she were on the brink of mental collapse. The others observed as she first exhibited shock and disbelief, then questioned her existence, and finally wore a pained expression as she declared, "Don't think for a second that this means I'm getting a divorce." The 4 of them stared in bewilderment. What is happening? Is it domestic violence, then? I understand. Call her whatever you want, but don't even think about the divorce. I'm not leaving this marriage, not now, nor ever. With that, she stood and left without a trace of hesitation, leaving the remaining 4 exchanging bewildered glances. What on earth just happened? During dinner, Xia Sang remained on high alert. Traditionally, these 4 would sit as far from her as possible, wary of proximity, yet today felt distinctly abnormal. They had chosen to sit right beside her. Contemplating their daily idleness at home, Xia Sang proposed, "Once our training is complete and we return, you should all resume your respective positions. It's rather dull to lounge around at home all day. It's not a sustainable arrangement." Ling Ju was the first to speak. "We can still work?" Xia Sang detected a hint of tension in his usually smooth voice, suggesting excitement. Of course. I want to impose restrictions on your freedom as I did before. You should all pursue your career advancements. I want to hold you back. This way, everyone can breathe easier. Thank you, Ling Ju expressed sincerely. The Empire had yet to find a suitable candidate for the position of marshal, resulting in Ling Ju's resignation application lingering unanswered. Occasionally, he was still required to handle some documents and issue commands via the light brain. In contrast to Ling Ju's elation, Siyu appeared somewhat despondent. Following the revelation of his dual soul nature, he had been summarily dismissed by the temple. The high priest's divination foretold the future of the entire empire, allowing for no missteps, especially with an uncontrollable persona residing within. Now, with one tail severed, he found himself unfit to enter the temple. Noticing Siyu's despondency and predicament of being cast down from his pedestal, Xia Sang pondered before saying, "As for what comes next, you should focus on your studies or work. Naturally, it is Shi Yi and Xinglan who should return to school. As they are both second-year students at the Empire's first military district university and have yet to graduate, due to her circumstances, she must temporarily leave school. As for Siyu, your most pressing concern is to enhance your strength, mend your tail, and reclaim your rightful place at the pinnacle." Xia Sang spoke with fervent encouragement. Though her last two sentences sounded somewhat juvenile and theatrical, she could not conjure a more fitting consolation at the moment. Siyu smiled softly in response, "All right." With an intense gaze directed at the petite female before him, Siyu fell into a moment of contemplation. Throughout his life, he had often heard the exhortation to diligently enhance his prowess, to grow and safeguard the temple, and to become the next high priest, a goal he had steadfastly pursued. Yet now, it seemed he had found something else worth protecting. Feeling the heat of his gaze, Xia Sang hastily averted her eyes. Siyu's crimson lips curved slightly, a smile blossoming in his eyes. As night fell, Xinglan, resting his chin on his hand, turned to Xia Sang and asked, "Hey, who are you choosing tonight? You can't select Siyu again, otherwise it would seem biased." Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence descended upon the room, with 4 pairs of eyes fixated on Xia Sang, leaving her with no escape. Her gaze darted, offering a dry smile. "I'm not selecting anyone. I can sleep by myself." With that, she dashed up the stairs, locking the door in one swift motion. Witnessing her breathless actions, Xinglan felt a lump in his throat and slumped back onto the sofa. The following day, the evening gown Xia Sang ordered online arrived. Spotting the 4 men nearby, she waved and called out, "Come over. The gown has arrived. Hurry back to your rooms and try it on to see if it fits." They had chosen the gowns themselves, so Xia Sang believed there would be no issues. Once dressed, she emerged from her room and immediately laid eyes on the 4 men in the living room, each adorned in tailored suits that accentuated their individual charms. Upon hearing the commotion, all 4 looked up. When they beheld the azure figure at the top of the stairs, their breaths caught in unison. She stood there, breathtakingly beautiful, like an ethereal spirit fallen to the mortal realm. As Xia Sang moved, the shimmering azure gown flowed gracefully, appearing almost alive. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon her porcelain skin, drawing attention to her elegant neckline. As she approached, Xinglan, who had been lounging on the sofa in a rather disheveled manner, suddenly snapped back to reality and sprang to his feet, his handsome face tinged with a blush, a pair of fluffy white tiger ears sprouting from his silver-streaked hair. Realizing his emotional outburst had exposed his beastly ears, Xinglan awkwardly closed his eyes. Chapter 15 ISN T that the notorious Xia Sang ranked first on the Interstellar villain list? Xinglan's sudden movement briefly captured the attention of the other 3 men. In the past, they would have mocked Xinglan for his embarrassing display, but today they couldn't muster any laughter. Indeed, Xia Sang was captivated by the foolish tiger's antics. Her eyes sparkled with surprise as she exclaimed, "Xinglan, your ears are showing." I know," Xinglan stammered, his cheeks flushed as he awkwardly turned his head away. After millennia of evolution, beastmen had long learned to conceal their animalistic traits. If a male were to expose his beastly nature in public, he would be ridiculed for poor genetic evolution. "Wow, how adorable. Xinglan, could you lower your head?" Xia Sang's eyes sparkled with a desire for those fluffy ears, her coaxing tones softening considerably. Dazzled by the female's radiant smile, Xinglan, though reluctant, found his body responding honestly, bending down to accommodate her. Xia Sang was taken aback by his willingness. As her fingers brushed against his ears, they twitched even more vigorously. Xinglan suppressed his own desires, his fiery gaze intensifying. Yet, Xia Sang's attention remained fixated on those fluffy ears, oblivious to the male's transformation before her. Xinglan lowered his head, panting softly, drawn closer and closer to her snow-white skin. Just then, a cold, displeased voice cut through the moment. Xia Sang looked up to see Shiyi. At the same time, someone grabbed Xinglan's arm, causing him to stumble back. It was Lingju. Xi scrutinized the male before him and cautioned, "Don't go too far. You might frighten her." He then narrowed his beautiful fox-like eyes and added, "Is it that time of the month for you?" At this reminder, Xinglan suddenly realized something was amiss. He glanced down at his terminal, where the numbers indicating his mating instinct were skyrocketing. Stunned, he realized his heat had come early. Looking toward the unsuspecting culprit, Xinglan lowered his gaze, feeling embarrassed that she had so effortlessly triggered his early heat. Not daring to linger, Xinglan turned and strode away, needing to return to his room immediately to inject a suppressant. Inside his room, Xinglan sat against the bed, tilting his head back as the chilling suppressant pierced his neck. After a few moments, he felt somewhat better, but his mind was consumed by the image of Xia Sang's adorable demeanor, her tiptoes teasingly rubbing his ears, her triumphant smiles. The warmth and breath that suddenly enveloped him, all of it sent him spiraling out of control. Suddenly, the shower turned on, cold water cascading over his heated skin as he gazed at the ceiling, overwhelmed. This heat was unusually intense. It took 2 doses of the suppressant to rein it in. That evening, all the influential nobles of the empire journeyed to the capital for the royal banquet, bringing their sons along. The reason for this was that the royals invited numerous females with psychic powers rated A-class or higher to attend their grand events. These females rarely gathered, making such occasions valuable opportunities. If a scion could catch their eye, it would greatly benefit the entire family. At the banquet, young males gathered, raising their glasses and laughing, occasionally glancing at the stream of females entering through the door. "I can't believe so many females are attending this royal banquet. Look, isn't that Su Qian?" One young male pointed with his glass towards the entrance. "Yes, that's her. I wish I could be her male partner. What are you thinking? Her psychic power is already at S rank, and she's hinting at breaking into SS rank. She probably wouldn't look our way. I envy the male beside her. I can't even imagine how happy I would be if I were one of them." Listening to the hushed discussions throughout the banquet hall, Izay and the others exchanged knowing glances, their spirits lifted. Their female master was indeed exceptional. Yet who were they to compete? Nonetheless, they discreetly inched closer, encircling their female master more tightly. Su Qian smiled softly, playfully brushing aside a lock of hair by her ear. Just then, the hall doors swung open once more. Everyone held their breath, and someone blurted out, "So beautiful." Su Qian's snow leopard beast husband, Ci Jing, wrapped an arm around her and smirked. "Of course my female master is." Before he could finish speaking, another voice interrupted. "Who is this female? Good heavens, she is breathtakingly beautiful. How can such a stunning female exist? Why does she seem a bit familiar?
Damn.
Isn't this the top-ranked female on the Interstellar malicious list, Xia Sang?" Upon hearing this, Xia Sang, who had just stepped in, couldn't help but frown slightly. "What do you mean the top-ranked female on the Interstellar malicious list? Is there a second place? Truly ridiculous. No way. Could she really be Xia Sang? Surely she's not as beautiful as her reputation suggests?" It's clearly the fault of the blurry and poorly angled photos uploaded online. As the female approached, the crowd held their breath. There appeared a petite figure with porcelain white skin, gracefully walking forward, flanked by 4 strikingly handsome males of imposing stature. Her water blue gown accentuated her luminous complexion, making her appear almost ethereal. With her raven hair and crimson lips swaying elegantly, an intense silence was quickly followed by a surge of excitement. Is this really Xia Sang? She is simply exquisite. Although she has long held the title of the most malicious female in the galaxy, her beauty is unrivaled. "Xia Sang, look at me. I am willing. I am willing to be tormented by you." The moment these words were uttered, the banquet fell into a hushed silence.
Xia Sang's motivichit, no thanks.
Are you joking? Good heavens, they only mention her malice, but no one speaks of her melodious voice. I would gladly submit to her gentle reprimands with a little whip. Another chimed in.
Xia Sang retorted, marvelous.
Please don't stop. I am willing too. The 4 males, suppressing their rising fury, clenched their fists tightly. They were aware that she would attract envy, but they never anticipated it would be the envy of everyone present. Noticing their tension, Xia Sang gestured for them to follow. "Let us sit over there." Su Qian was already furious, her face flushed. All these accolades and honors were rightfully hers. Watching Xia Sang's retreating figure, she clenched her fists in frustration. Angering her to gain luck points was no longer effective. She had to devise another plan. Seeing Xia Sang take her seat, a few bold males cautiously approached.
Hello, Xia Sang.
I am Legro, the eldest son of Duke O'Reilly, and it is a great honor to meet you today. His features were striking, with raven hair and captivating red lips. Chapter 16. A bunch of ice-cold individuals. As the young male extended his hand, before Xia Sang could react, Ling Ju stood up leisurely and shook it.
Hello.
Legro's smile faltered, and he cast an annoyed glance at him. The royal banquet's invitation to a female was unambiguous. Any female willing to attend implied an intent to accept a new mate. General, surely Xia Sang has the freedom to make friends? Although directed at Ling Ju, Legro's gaze was fixed on Xia Sang, who was seated in the plush chair. He believed females typically found male advances bothersome. He could not believe that, even after Ling Ju's audacity, she would allow him to continue. Upon this reminder, Ling Ju suddenly realized he might have overstepped. Just then, everyone heard the delicate voice of the young girl in the soft chair say, Ling Ju's intentions are my intentions. He has not interfered. I am willing to be under his guidance. At this declaration, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room.
What?
Did I hear that correctly?
No.
Can this really be the top-ranked malicious female of the galaxy? Am I hallucinating? No, you're not, for I heard it too. The men in the front turned abruptly, their hands tightening in excitement. Xia Sang tilted her head, a subtle smile playing on her lips, and playfully blinked at Ling Ju. In her heart, she thought, this should settle the situation, right? Unbelievable. It's all that Legro's fault for speaking nonsense. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. But soon, a puzzled frown creased Xia Sang's brow. Under the dazzling lights, she felt Ling Ju's unwavering azure gaze locked onto her. A thick, indescribable emotion swirled within his eyes, laced with a profound shock. Ling Ju was nervous. He had thought his impulsiveness might anger her, but unexpectedly. At that moment, she felt a sudden tightening around her waist. Turning her head, she saw Xi. His dark eyes revealed no emotion as he silently regarded her. His large hand around her waist grew increasingly tight and warm. Xia Sang attempted to wriggle free but eventually resigned herself to his embrace. After all, merely being held at the waist wouldn't cost her anything. If the antagonist wished to hold her, so be it. Ling Ju, come sit over here. Seeing him still standing frozen in place, Xia Sang understood that perhaps the previous owner had left a profound shadow on him. Ling Ju stepped closer, but frowned slightly as he approached. The sound of his racing heart was quite loud. Observing the unusual tension among the group, the attendees exchanged knowing glances. Was this truly the top-ranked malicious female of the galaxy? Moreover, she seemed quite different from the rumors. Witnessing Legro's embarrassment, the other two males refrained from extending their hands, opting instead to greet Xia Sang in hopes of familiarizing themselves. Hello, Xia Sang, I am Alish from the Sigus family. My beast form is a mutated golden lion. After his introduction, murmurs erupted around the room. So, it's that young master from the Sigus family? I've heard he has lofty standards and, due to his rare bloodline, has struggled to match with a partner. He even proactively introduced his beast form. It seems he holds this Xia Sang in high regard.
Xia Sang replied politely, Hello.
Alash beamed at her response, his golden eyes widening in surprise, contrasting with his roguishly handsome face. Following Alash, another handsome male introduced himself. Hello Xia Sang, I am Su Lanny from the Frandy family. My beast form is the crimson-eyed Black Hawk. It is a pleasure to meet you today.
Xia Sang maintained her politeness. Hello.
Though initially unclear, Xia Sang soon grasped that introducing one's beast form was equivalent to a subtle courtship. Observing the small group gathered, occasionally stealing glances her way, she suggested, shall we step out to the terrace for some fresh air? Being the center of so many gazes was somewhat uncomfortable for her. Naturally, the four had no objections. They were more than ready to escape those lingering stares. The moonlight was gentle, the stars twinkling, and the chorus of cicadas added vibrancy to the night. Xia Sang leisurely leaned against the railing, gazing skyward, feeling as though everything was finally progressing in a favorable direction. The murderous intent from the four had noticeably lessened, and Xing Lan no longer clamored for a divorce. Upon returning from this experience, she would grant them the utmost freedom. First, she would assist Siyu in regaining his former self, then help Xing Lan resolve her half-baked abilities. Have a bite, I noticed you were eyeing these treats earlier. A faint scent of cream wafted through her nostrils, and Xia Sang looked over to see a small cake. When did you bring this over? I didn't even notice. The gentle breeze tousled Siyu's dark purple hair, and his violet eyes appeared particularly tender under the moonlight. Tender? Xia Sang blinked, questioning if she had misjudged. Here.
Try it.
She leaned in to feed him. Watching Siyu's back, Xinglan crossed her arms in irritation, huffing in disbelief. I can't believe this fox has such depth of cunning. Look at that foolish female, she is practically melting. Hearing a sound at the entrance, Xia Sang lifted her gaze, expecting it to be one of those fervent-eyed males from earlier, but to her surprise, it was Su Qian. Su Qian appeared on the rooftop, elegantly holding a tall glass, followed closely by her 4 beast companions. Upon spotting Xia Sang, the quartet, led by Izai, regarded her with disdainful glares. It was evident that if not for the constraints imposed upon them, they would be unable to restrain themselves from confronting Xia Sang.
Xia Sang.
I have something to discuss with you. This time, she did not call her Sang Sang in a high-pitched voice, nor did she approach to grasp her hand in a display of sisterly affection. Observing Su Qian's frigid expression, Xia Sang smiled faintly. Very well, speak your mind. Su Qian glanced at her beast companions, and in an instant, Xinglan and the others busied themselves, resolutely avoiding eye contact. Su Qian commanded, have them all leave. I wish to speak with you privately. Turning to her own 4 beast companions, she added, Ci Jing, you all should leave as well. I need to have a few words alone with Sang Sang. In unison, the 4 vehemently declined her request. No way, they insisted.
Yisha interjected, Kian.
You cannot remain alone with this malicious female. I do not feel secure. Xing Luo chimed in. Indeed, Qian. What if this wicked female were to turn against you? It is better for us to stay by your side. Nan Fu concurred, they speak the truth. Ci Jing added, I also agree. Xia Sang looked up to the heavens in exasperation. Oh, come on. A bunch of icebergs. Can't you all reach a consensus? And why do you keep calling me a malicious female? What have I ever done to you? Ultimately, it was your female master who insisted on speaking privately. I was the one concerned about her ulterior motives toward me. Chapter 17. Who do you want to kneel and bow before? Once the others had vacated the rooftop, leaving only the 2 of them, Su Qian stepped closer. Yet, as if to shield their conversation from eavesdropping, she erected a small mental barrier. A pale white light dome enveloped them instantly. Seeing her actions, Xia Sang raised a hand, warning, I must remind you not to pull any tricks. This is the palace of Her Majesty the Empress, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Who knows what the protagonist is up to with this sudden move? I must remain vigilant. What if she is plotting against me? Su Qian's eyes twitched in frustration, her chest heaving. Was she truly so thoughtless?
Xia Sang.
Yes.
Xia Sang replied nonchalantly.
You have changed, Su Qian said, her head drooping in apparent sorrow, as if the current Xia Sang pained her heart. Are you still the Xia Sang I once knew? Instantly, Xia Sang felt a chill run down her spine, a sense of unease creeping in. What if the protagonist had discovered something? After all, those who know you best may not be friends, but rather foes. Su Qian's gaze bore into Xia Sang. There was nothing impossible, considering she had crossed over with the system. Recently, her attempts to rob Xia Sang of her fortune points had repeatedly failed, a phenomenon unheard of before. The system merely indicated that there were variables, but could that variable be Xia Sang herself? Would she also? With that thought lingering, Su Qian felt an urgent need to clarify this matter today. Under Su Qian's scrutiny, Xia Sang felt the wave of anxiety wash over her, yet her demeanor remained composed. You've noticed, haven't you? Su Qian suddenly halted, her breath catching. What do you mean? Xia Sang raised a hand to touch her own rosy cheek. I mean, have you noticed that I've become more beautiful lately? I certainly seem different, perhaps even more attractive. At her words, Su Qian's heart clenched. Her gaze fixated on Xia Sang's stunningly pure visage, igniting a flame of jealousy within her. Xia Sang had always been more beautiful and charming than her. Wherever Xia Sang appeared, all eyes would inevitably be drawn to her. The moment Xia Sang arrived, Su Qian would fade into the background.
Su Qian. Xia Sang exclaimed, astonished.
Have you not been resting well lately? We are the same age, yet how have you developed wrinkles? At Xia Sang's exaggerated expression, Su Qian gasped and covered her face. Really? You can check for yourself when you return. Xia Sang's interruption diverted Su Qian's attention, causing her lingering doubts to dissipate somewhat. It seemed that Xia Sang was still the same as before. Since childhood, Xia Sang had delighted in teasing her. until her memories were altered, leading to a drastic change. As Su Qian turned and fled, the barrier dissipated. Observing her panicked demeanor, Xia Sang couldn't help but smirk. Overestimating herself. Fortunately, Qian revealed her true intentions. Did she think she could test her? As Su Qian emerged, covering her face and appearing on the verge of tears, Yi and the others were greatly concerned. Xing Luo stepped forward anxiously. Mistress, what is wrong? Xia Jing added. Did that malicious female harm you? Yi asserted. I knew it. Xia Sang followed closely behind, retorting, always calling me a malicious female. Do you believe I'll report you to the female committee and have you locked up? Xia Jing's expression darkened, yet he remained silent. Su Qian tugged at her beast companion's sleeve. Let us go. Goodbye, no need to see us off. She turned to the trio in the corner. Where are the others? Xing Lan replied. Xia went to the restroom. By the way, what were you discussing? Why did you activate a mental barrier? Curiosity piqued. He wondered what had transpired to cause Su Qian to run out in tears. Xia Sang grinned, rubbing her hands together. Curiosity might just get you into trouble.
Xing Lan,
frightened by her mischievous expression, took a few steps back, adding defensively, I'm not a kitten. I'm a crimson flame white tiger. All right. The little kitten is right. But I must also visit the restroom now. Xing Lan, flustered and embarrassed, couldn't help but blush at Xia Sang's antics. Meanwhile, on another side, just as Xia exited the restroom, he found himself cornered by a group. The leader, a young male with striking red hair, approached with a mischievous grin. Xia's dark eyes narrowed. Step aside. The red-haired youth extended his arm, blocking Xia's path. Long time no see. Why don't you greet your brothers when we meet? It's been a while, and you've forgotten us? Another young male, with misty blue hair, lounged against the wall, speaking lazily. Xia? It's been a while. I thought you were suffering after dropping out, but it seems your little female is rather dazzling. What a lucky guy. Xia maintained a stoic expression, locking eyes with them, as an intense energy surged within him. The red-haired youth Shi Cheng was the scion of a second-tier duke family, while the blue-haired one, Jianyi, was the second son of a first-tier duke family. Just a couple of worthless trash, he thought. I said, step aside. Before either could respond, their lackeys began barking like dogs. Wow. This kid is really cocky. If we don't teach him a lesson today, he won't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. With our brother Yi and brother Qing now at S rank, we'll see how a low-tier mixed breed can stand against us. It was common knowledge that plant-type beings were the lowest rank, and after millennia of history in the interstellar realm, they were nearly extinct. Who would have thought a rare breed like him would emerge? Xia's gaze swept over the group, realization dawning on him. No wonder they sought trouble. It seemed the trash had leveled up and thought themselves invincible. Shicheng suddenly stepped closer, a cocky glint in his eyes, and declared, kneel and bow to me 3 times, shouting that I am a waste and a piece of trash, and I'll let you go. Quite a deal. Don't you think? His words were met with a chorus of raucous laughter from behind him. In an instant, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from Xia, enveloping everyone present like a shadow. Silence. At that moment, a delicate yet furious voice emerged from around the corner behind them. Xia's breath hitched as he suddenly lifted his gaze, and the murderous intent surrounding him dissipated considerably. What were you just saying? Repeat it. Summer Sang advanced, her pretty little face adorned with an angry frost. Ling Ju and the others silently trailed behind her, their eyes fixed on the opposing group as if gazing upon the dead. However, her fury went unnoticed, for the attention of the group was solely captivated by her beauty. Oblivious to her words, as the beautiful little female drew near, Shicheng hastily smoothed his red hair. He turned to Jianyi beside him, inquiring, how do I look? Is my hairstyle okay? Jianyi, barely suppressing his disbelief, nodded. Chapter 18. Thank you, female lord, for advocating on my behalf. Jianyi's gaze ignited with fervor as he looked at the approaching figure. He had been captivated by her at the banquet earlier, otherwise he wouldn't have suddenly thought to provoke Xia. After all, he had long forgotten about Xia's existence since dropping out of school. Merely a target for bullying, there were plenty of individuals of similar background within the academy. Moreover, Xia was notoriously difficult to pin down. Had it not been for exceptional circumstances, he would not have wished to confront him. Seeing them enter together today had only fueled his jealousy, but more so, his envy. Why? Why was Xia's female lord so extraordinarily beautiful? Why could someone of such a lowly breed stand beside her? As he watched the approaching little female, Jian Yi felt his breath become unsteady. He had never encountered such a stunning female before. Just as he was about to introduce himself, the little female completely ignored him and walked straight past. Summer Sang arrived before Shirya, spinning him around. How do you like it? Did they lay a finger on you? Noticing the concern in her eyes, Shirya suppressed his aura and lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Yet this action vividly illustrated the fact that he had been bullied. Seeing the formidable antagonist being mistreated, Summer Sang believed this was an unparalleled opportunity to gain favor. She absolutely could not let it slip away. She had to perform well. Pulling Shirya behind her, Summer Sang glared coldly at the opposing group. Who are you? Why are you bullying my beast husband? The words "my beast husband" tumbled out of her mouth, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Shicheng stammered in disbelief. Beast husband? The accompanying lackeys seethed with envy. Their gazes toward Shirya were filled with incredulity. How dare he? A beast husband? Who would have thought Shirya was so cherished? Wasn't it said that his female lord was, cough cough, unkind to him? Are you blind? This is hardly unkind. It's outright extraordinary. How many females openly declared their claim over their beast husbands? This was unbelievable. As the topic shifted, the lackeys began to discuss among themselves. Indeed, I find it hard to believe. Look at the others on the opposite side. Who among them is inferior? An imperial marshal, an imperial prince, and a former high priest. Suddenly, the individuals mentioned turned their gazes toward Summer Sang. Summer Sang, feeling the weight of their stares, instinctively bit her lip. Just then, a large hand clasped around her waist, pulling her back, and she found herself locking eyes with Shirya's dark orbs. His beautiful eyes sparkled under the light, and as a few strands of hair danced across his forehead, Shirya buried his face into the soft skin of her neck. While you were away, they bullied me. Summer Sang's pupils trembled. Oh no. The formidable antagonist was acting strange. Was he acting spoiled? With this thought, Summer Sang instinctively shut her eyes, trembling with fear. In a corner unseen by her, Shirya's dark eyes glimmered, and his crimson lips curled slightly as he provocatively gazed at Shicheng and Jian Yi. You? Shicheng, unable to contain his fury, clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly realizing, Summer Sang wrenched herself from Shirya's embrace and glared at the irate group. Why did you just bully Shirya? She then turned her focus to Shicheng, who had spoken the harshest words earlier. Who do you want to kneel and kowtow to? Who do you want to call trash? Shicheng shot a fierce glare at Shirya before turning to Summer Sang, cautioning little female. Don't be deceived by this guy's appearance. You needn't remind me. I know better than anyone what kind of person the formidable antagonist is. Apologize, while simultaneously calling me trash. Shicheng's lips pressed into a thin line, enraged. Summer Sang stepped forward, her tone icy. What? I merely want you to fulfill the demands you placed upon my beast husband. Is that too much to ask? Shicheng was taken aback, his throat tightening. How could this female possess such a commanding presence? Though merely an A-grade female, the inexplicable pressure she exuded left him unsettled. Shicheng spun around angrily, thinking it impossible to kneel before this lowly creature and apologize, unless it cost him his life. Just as he turned, Ling Ju and the others stepped forward, blocking the corridor. Xing Lan cheerfully remarked, My female lord has spoken. You cannot escape. Though the other two remained silent, their intent was clear. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Jian Yi seized Shicheng's arm, whispering urgently, Don't act rashly. If you don't apologize, none of us will leave today.
Besides,
the one being asked to kneel is just that fool Shicheng. What's it to you? Shicheng gritted his teeth in anger. Aware that evading the situation today would not be easy, resolutely he closed his eyes. Thud. The sound of knees hitting the ground echoed.
I'm sorry, Xia.
I am the trash. With 3 muffled thuds, Shicheng's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Is that enough? Summer Sang turned to Shirya, who nodded with a smile, his inky eyes filled with tenderness. Xing Lan let them go. Upon receiving permission, Shicheng hurriedly left, not daring to glance at the expressions of his subordinates. What a disgrace. As they exited, the corridor returned to silence, and several gazes fell upon Summer Sang. Feeling the weight of their stares, she instinctively bit her lip. Suddenly, a large, well-defined hand rested against her cheek, lingering until it pressed against her crimson lips.
Don't bite.
The caress sent a tingling sensation through her, causing Summer Sang's breath to catch. Observing her reaction, Shirya's lips curled into a slight smile as he leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her delicate ear. Thank you, female lord, for advocating on my behalf. Help! When did the formidable antagonist become so flirtatious? She could hardly bear it. Why won't you look at me? Summer Sang's eyelids fluttered. Just moments ago. It felt as though her ear had been kissed, igniting warmth within her. She raised her gaze to Xia's face, magnified by their proximity. I haven tea. Her soft voice drifted through the air, reaching the ears of all the men present. Their gazes locked, and Summer Sang could clearly see herself reflected in his dark eyes. Under the gaze of those moist, almond-shaped eyes, Xia felt a tightening in his throat as he gripped her gently. But in the next instant, two figures abruptly approached, forcibly pulling her from his embrace. The excitement of the banquet is about to commence. Shall we head over now? Xia's tone was gentle as he addressed the little female, though a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes as he glanced at someone. Equally displeased were the two other handsome faces. Just moments ago, Xia Sang had audaciously referred to him as a beastly husband, which was truly infuriating. Aren't you supposed to go to the restroom? Ling Ju tugged at Xia Sang's other arm as a reminder. Oh right, you all wait for me outside for a moment. All right, the four replied in unison. As soon as Xia Sang's figure vanished, the atmosphere among the remaining individuals grew markedly tense. Xinglan, feeling disgruntled, muttered with jealousy, "Damn green tea. White lotus." Shiryu raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Chapter 19. The Ultimate Four Choices. Upon emerging, Xia Sang beheld the four men, each striking a different pose against the wall. As she stepped out, Xinglan was the first to rush over. The dance gala is about to commence. Shall we head there now? Xia Sang nodded in agreement. Noting her consent, Xinglan continued, casting a knowing glance. Who will you choose for your first dance? Xia Sang's eyes slightly shifted. But I don't know how to dance. Xinglan persisted, dragging her along. No worries, I'll teach you shortly. Upon entering the banquet hall, a melodious tune resonated, and many individuals had already begun to dance. Moreover, numerous males around the periphery were gallantly inviting their ideal partners. Xia Sang's appearance stirred excitement among the males present, yet none dared to make a move, hindered by her four companions. Feeling the searing gazes directed at her, Xia Sang bit her lip, forcing a smile. Let it be. How tiresome. Why did it seem that everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation, as if she were the next selection? At this thought, Xia Sang felt overwhelmed. Not the ultimate four choices, please. After finally warming up to Ling Ju and aiding Shiryu, now I'm faced with such a life-threatening dilemma? Observing the altered attitudes of the two towards her, it was evident that their fondness had indeed increased, albeit slightly. Just as Xia Sang believed remaining silent would stabilize the situation, a voice unexpectedly shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Sang Sang, choose me. It was Shiryu who spoke. Under the gentle gaze of his dark eyes, Xia Sang's face stiffened. Big brother, stop messing around. I'm already struggling here, okay? The next moment, he opened his palm before her, adopting an expectant demeanor. Xia Sang responded with disbelief. Upon hearing this, Xinglan pouted, his face a mask of defiance. This guy is calling her Sang Sang too. He can't. Sang Sang, choose me, he echoed, eagerly holding out his hands before her. Xia Sang abruptly turned, her pupils trembling in shock. No way, another one? This is too much for me. Meanwhile, the other two, though silent, also extended their hands, awaiting her decision. Faced with this suffocating predicament, Xia Sang felt her scalp prickle, nearly toppling over. So, this ultimate four choices is unavoidable today? Is my little life doomed? Xia Sang concluded that she must find a way to salvage the situation. She raised her hands one by one, pressing down their distinct, bony palms, then weakly declared, I don't want to dance. I want to go home. Her crimson lips pressed together, and her fluttering lashes revealed her anxiety, while her glistening almond-shaped eyes held a hint of mist. Her voice, delicate and soft, carried just the right amount of grievance, evoking a pang in the heart. Xia reached out to stroke her restless head. All right, then we one tea dance. Let us go home.
Good.
Xia Sang's face lit up in delight, her beauty enhanced beneath the neon lights. Xia's preemptive action left the other three men clenching their fists in frustration, watching their departing figures. The queen in a secluded corner of the banquet hall raised her brows, her delicate fingers tapping thoughtfully on the table. It seems there's indeed a significant change. He's genuinely stepping up to defend his beastly husband. Upon returning home, Xia Sang dashed upstairs to her room, locking the door behind her. Avoiding the common area, where the men frequently gathered, she dreaded facing another ultimate four choices dilemma. Today had already been arduous enough, and she wasn't ready to bear any more. Observing her fleeing silhouette until it vanished, the four men exchanged glances before sitting down together in tacit agreement. Even the daily question of whom to sleep with went unasked by Xinglan today. Siyu was the first to speak. I believe we may have been a bit harsh on her today. He had noticed her inner turmoil and indecision. Sure Yi, with his indifferent dark eyes, remarked. She will eventually grow accustomed to it. However, there is another way to alleviate her distress. What way? Sure Yi replied, you all withdraw and divorce her. Absolutely not.
Siyu retorted.
What a naive thought. Xinglan added. I disagree, Ling Ju chimed in. Sure Yi scoffed lightly before rising. Then what is to be done? She is destined not to belong to any one of us. Unless everyone else relinquishes their claim, which is evidently impossible. The group fell into silence. In truth, situations like the earlier occurrence unfold constantly in established couples. Meanwhile, in her room on the second floor, Xia Sang tossed and turned anxiously on her bed. Tomorrow she would enter the training grounds. Although she hadn't been, she had perused Interstellar forums. The untamed lands were known for their diverse climates. One area was a poisonous mist forest, while another was a desolate desert or icy mountain, and the teleportation points were random. Xia Sang wiped non-existent tears from her face and, as per her daily routine, called out, System? System? Little system? Are you back?
Yet.
She heard no familiar crackling sound, nor the cold mechanical voice. So frustrating. Xia Sang lay back on the bed, exhausted. Dog system, can you be any less reliable? The following morning, after breakfast, Xia Sang's family headed to the temple's task passage. In the hovering vehicle, Ling Ju meticulously adjusted her combat attire while offering careful reassurances. There's nothing to worry about. Just stick close to us.
Xia Sang nodded obediently.
The sleek black vehicle sped along, finally halting before the towering temple. Siyu gazed up at the highest floor with suppressed emotions, his lips pressed tight. Suddenly, his tense arm relaxed as he noticed a pair of delicate white hands covering it. The small female before him smiled gently, her slightly swaying arms appearing to offer comfort. Siyu's heart softened. I'm fine. Let us go in. Okay. Upon entering the first floor hall, they discovered many families already present. Unfortunately, among them was Su Qian's family. Xia Sang pursed her lips, feeling a wave of bad luck wash over her. Truly, it was no surprise that the female lead could encounter her, the wicked female antagonist, anywhere. Ignoring Su Qian's presence, Xia Sang was taken aback when the latter approached her after receiving a task card. What a coincidence, Sang. I didn't expect to see you here. Are you participating in this task as well? Xia Sang felt a surge of anxiety at Su Qian's enthusiasm. Why was she acting so friendly now? Had she suddenly forgotten their previous unpleasant encounters? Unsure of Su Qian's intentions, Xia Sang simply replied with a nonchalant observing Su Qian's haughty demeanor. The latter's frustration simmered beneath the surface, her fists clenched tightly. Each task is perilous. You must be cautious. Thank you for your concern. Chapter 20. Both obedient and timid. Su Qian's lips pressed into a thin line, feeling nauseated internally. If it weren't for the system mentioning the impending hypnosis in 2 months, she wouldn't bother with her at all. The task passage would remain open for over a month, meaning upon their return, it would be nearly time for the system's next round of hypnosis. Had it not been for this, she would have had no inclination to engage with her. Hypnosis necessitated her personal presence before Xia Sang, and it was indeed premature to sever ties at this juncture. By the way, Sang, which area does your task card denote? Regarding the acquisition of tasks, the temple randomly dispenses task cards, each inscribed with specific locations that serve as the destinations for the current trial. Xia Sang glanced at the circular card in her hand, the misty forest.
Is it?
What a coincidence, so do we. Upon hearing this, Xia Sang's face displayed clear disdain. It was truly a case of fate's mischief, encountering adversaries even while executing a task. Her unmasked expression of disdain provoked a faint blush on Su Qian's cheeks.
Yisha.
Standing behind, coldly remarked, Qian, why concern yourself with them? Ignorant of good intentions, let us depart.
All right. Su Qian,
unwilling to linger further for fear of losing her composure, recalled the system's warning upon her last return. You cannot confront the female protagonist directly yet. She currently possesses 35 luck points. Should we engage directly, we would not fare well. If you truly despise her, then simply steal all her luck points. Once her luck is depleted, she will be at your mercy. I warn you to refrain from such actions. Contemplating the system's chilling admonition, Su Qian, despite her reluctance, clenched her teeth and bore it. Observing Su Qian's retreating figure, Xia Sang muttered, "So inexplicable." She then glanced at the numbers on the card before proceeding toward a specific passage that corresponded to those numbers. Following the instructions, she brought the task card close to a designated spot, and instantly, a circular platform beneath them radiated with a bright white light. Ling Ju, closest to Xia Sang, grasped her hand reassuringly. "Fear not. It merely transports us to the misty forest and will not separate us randomly." Upon learning they would not be separated, Xia Sang's heart felt considerably more at ease. As the white light beneath them intensified, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. Xia Sang anxiously closed her eyes, her grip on Ling Ju's arm tightening with each passing moment, until she heard him say, "All right, it's over." She opened her eyes to find Ling Ju before her. "Have we arrived?" The surroundings had indeed transformed. They were no longer within the temple's task passage. At that moment, a pill was suddenly thrust into her mouth. Xinglan, distributing the pills, explained to Xia Sang, "First, take this antidote pill. We are currently at the very edge, where the mist has yet to thicken. However, as we delve deeper, the mist will intensify, and the toxic gases within will become increasingly potent." Gazing at the distant forest shrouded in a thick layer of mist, Xia Sang's eyes widened in astonishment. This should not be called the misty forest, it would be more aptly named the toxic mist forest. Due to the excessive toxicity in the misty forest, most mutated flora and fauna have developed venom, so one must exercise caution. Yi continued to educate her. "We are still at the outermost fringe. Areas like this typically do not harbor mutated species. Even if they do, they are of a low level and lack the cores that can enhance strength. Such cores exist only within powerful or rare mutated beings." As they ventured further in, the mist thickened, and Xia Sang pressed closer to Ling Ju. In truth, he was the strongest among the four, and accompanying him provided a sense of security. Meanwhile, Si led the way, expanding his perception with his psychic abilities. Yi flanked Xia Sang on her right, while Xinglan brought up the rear. "Are we still at the edge? Why is the mist so dense?" Xia Sang felt as if she were struggling to see the path ahead, grateful for Ling Ju's presence. Ling Ju replied, "No, we have already left the edge and are gradually entering deeper territory. However, we are still far from the central region. The mutated species in the core area are of a high level, some rivaling SS-ranked males, and a few can even compare to SSS-ranked ones. Currently, their group's strength had plummeted, with 2 members dropping from SS to S rank. Thus, they could only eliminate mutated beings in the middle zone. Otherwise, the risks would be too great." Xia Sang curiously surveyed her surroundings, staying close to Ling Ju, fearing an ambush from a mutated creature. Ling Ju, glancing at her petite form pressed against him, felt a smile tug at his lips. So obedient and timid, the eerie silence enveloping them was unsettling. All Xia Sang could hear was the sound of their footsteps. Feeling anxious, she lowered her voice to ask, "Do you feel that? Since we started, it has been eerily quiet." Siyu discreetly cast a sidelong glance to the left, reassuring her, "Do not fear, it's nothing." Xia Sang bit her lip.
All right.
Something felt amiss. Perhaps her mind was overly strained, so she sought to divert her attention. "Will this mist affect you? I mean, in terms of vision?"
Xinglan chút cơ.
"Of course not. This mist poses no issue for us, though it is less than friendly to you females." Xia Sang, intrigued, asked,
Why is that?
"Because we can transform into our beast forms." Before Xinglan could finish, the thicket to their left began to rustle, followed by a series of rustling sounds. In the next moment, a massive black shadow burst forth from the concealed thorns, charging directly towards Xia Sang. In her line of sight, the creature, previously indistinct, was now alarmingly close. It was a 6-legged monstrosity, its gaping maw dripping with greenish saliva, exuding a horrendous stench. Yi swiftly pulled her into his embrace, while Ling Ju stepped forward to confront the creature. Xinglan, eyes gleaming with excitement, exclaimed, "It's been ages since I last visited the misty forest. What luck to encounter such a creature on my first return." Xia Sang was left bewildered. The ground trembled violently. Yi cradled her in his arms and swiftly maneuvered away from the treacherous area. His task was to protect her, while Ling Ju and Xinglan could easily handle the 4-star mutated beast before them. Siyu used his psychic abilities to scan the surroundings, occasionally releasing psychic interference for support. This was a 4th-tier mutated being, and within it, a red core of no less than 3rd-tier quality could certainly be found. As Xinglan rushed forward to assist Ling Ju, Shuri explained to Xia Sang, mutated beings are classified into 9 tiers. The first 3 tiers pose little threat and can be easily dealt with, but tiers 1 and 2 lack cores. Tier 3 possesses white cores. Tiers 4, 5, 6, and 7 are somewhat more troublesome but manageable, corresponding to red, orange, yellow, and green. Tiers 8 and 9 contain blue-green and blue cores, corresponding to the strength of the beastmen at S or SS levels, but they are high-tier mutated beings capable of commanding lower-tier ones. There is also a purple core, found only within fully evolved mutated beings. They are immensely powerful, equivalent to SSS-ranked beastmen, yet they are scarce, with only 4 recorded in the entire Misty Forest. Chapter 21. Who will I sleep with tonight?
Xia Sang nodded dutifully.
The temple's task passage had been operational for thousands of years, meticulously surveying the conditions of these regions. However, the revelation of 4 fully evolved mutated beings existing in the Misty Forest was concerning. Noticing Xia Sang's apprehension, Shuri chuckled softly to reassure her. Do not worry. Fully evolved mutated beings seldom make an appearance. They typically rest and slumber deep within the core. The commotion in the distance did not last long, and soon Xia Sang heard Xinglan's excited shout, "It's a red core." Having never seen a core within a mutated being, Xia Sang felt a surge of exhilaration and urged Shuri to move forward. Shuri raised an eyebrow with a playful smile, indulgently darting back a few steps. As she beheld the crimson core in Xinglan's hand, Xia Sang eagerly wriggled free from Shuri's embrace and rushed forward. Shuri, resigned, released her, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, Xia Sang joyfully dashed away. Gazing upon the shimmering crimson crystal core, Xia Sang's eyes widened in astonishment. How exquisite! Unlike the grotesque appearance of the mutated beings, the crystal core was perfectly shaped and transparent, resembling a beautifully cut ruby. Noticing her delight, Ling Ju's lips curved slightly. Do you like it? Xia Sang nodded vigorously, her fingers brushing against the warm surface, sensing the hidden patterns swirling within. If you like it, then it's yours, Ling Ju declared. Startled, Xia Sang quickly shook her head. Ling Ju frowned in confusion. Isn't it to your liking? Xia Sang replied, compared to me, you all have a greater need to enhance your strength with it. Upon hearing this, Ling Ju chuckled softly and pressed the red crystal core into her hand. Not just us. Your psychic power also requires a substantial amount of crystal cores. Fortunately, we still have ample time. And acquiring numerous crystal cores from slaying mutated beings is merely a matter of time. Since you like it, keep it for your enjoyment. This marked the first occasion Xia Sang had witnessed Ling Ju speak so extensively. Her eyes fixed upon him in astonishment, both at his unexpected verbosity and his generous act of gifting her the hard-earned crystal core. Noticing her unwavering gaze, Ling Ju inquired, "What is it?" "Oh, nothing. Just feeling a bit moved," she replied, theatrically sniffing and wiping her eyes. Had circumstances allowed, she might have blurted out how no one had ever treated her with such kindness before. Ling Ju's heart softened slightly at the sight, contemplating that, indeed, females were drawn to such glittering objects. He would ensure she acquired more.
Xinglan scoff, pathetic.
A mere red crystal core, has her this captivated? I must procure her a higher grade one, or this foolish female will remain oblivious to what true treasures are. This sentiment was echoed by the others present, as they observed Xia Sang's easily satisfied demeanor, each feeling a compelling urge to slay stronger mutated beings to secretly dazzle her. As they advanced, the men, driven by an almost frenzied determination, attacked every mutated creature they encountered, their fervor leaving Xia Sang's heart racing. Witnessing the sudden dismemberment of a mutated corpse, alongside the bloodshed and scattered limbs, Xia Sang was gripped by fear. If events unfolded according to the narrative, had she continued her previous cruel treatment of them, her fate would undoubtedly be far worse than that of the mutated beings. While the creatures on the ground had been reduced to 5 pieces, she would be torn into 8, a complete 8 pieces. As they extracted the crystal core from the remains, several of them gathered around, noticing Xia Sang's ashen complexion. "See you approached. Are you frightened?"
Xia Sang nodded non-committally.
However, what terrified her was not the carnage around her, but the chilling realization of what she had almost experienced. Just then, Shur also leaned in with half of his handsome face smeared in the blood of the mutated beings. "Don't be afraid." Instantly, Xia Sang trembled in fear. What should she do? She was even more frightened now. With Shur's blood-stained visage approaching her, the hazy fog obscured his expression, reminiscent of the nightmares she had endured since arriving here. In her dreams, he bore the same appearance, inching closer while wielding a dagger, inquiring where the next stab should land. Overwhelmed, Xia Sang buried her face into Siyu's embrace, her body shaking. "It's all right now," Siyu murmured, wrapping his arms around her in a comforting embrace. After a few minutes, Xia Sang gathered her composure. "Perhaps you should clean yourselves first." The sight of Shi's current appearance made it difficult for her to look directly at him. "All right," Ling Ju nodded, signaling to the others. His ability was ice-related, yet he could also manipulate it into water. Once they were cleaned up, the group gathered to present the crystal cores. Xia Sang was astounded by the small pile before her. "Why are you all giving these to me?" Xinglan shrugged. "Don't you like these things?"
Xia Sang replied.
"I wouldn't say I particularly like them." Xinglan scoffed. "You've been playing with that red one all along, and still claim disinterest? I can't possibly take so many." Xia Sang continued to protest, ultimately selecting 3 cores from them. "Your priority now is to enhance your strength, otherwise, how will you protect me? This place is far too perilous. It's imperative that Ling Ju and the others maintain their stamina and energy." Just like that sudden ambush from the mutated plant earlier, had they not reacted swiftly, I could have been dragged away by that stealthy creature. "I'll keep these. It's sufficient for me. I can't absorb more with my current psychic energy. The rest, you should absorb when the opportunity arises, and then we will set off again." After glancing at the deepening fog and the encroaching twilight, the others nodded in agreement. Finding a suitably hidden and quiet spot, Xinglan retrieved a tent he had prepared from his spatial storage and began to set it up. Siyu utilized his psychic power to erect a perimeter of defense around them. As Xia Sang circled the tent, she hesitantly raised her hand. Who will I sleep with tonight?" It was far too dangerous. Above all, her life was paramount. Observing her earnestness, all the men present raised their eyebrows in amusement. Xinglan, in particularly good spirits, smirked. "So, who do you wish to choose?" Xia Sang displayed a conflicted expression, secretly wishing to select Siyu. The reason was simple. She felt most familiar with him since they had shared a bed before. However, she understood that she could not express this outright. Having previously chosen Siyu twice under the pretext of needing his psychic comfort, she had requested to sleep alone on all other occasions. After a moment's thought, Xia Sang suggested, "How about we draw lots? I'll share a tent with whoever draws number 1. This proposal was met with unanimous approval. "Sounds good. It's quite fair." With this thought, the other 3 men, excluding Siyu, found the idea splendid. Chapter 22. Who is number 1?
Who is 1?
Xinglan produced paper, a pen, and a wooden box to hold the folded lots. Xia Sang accepted the materials and turned her back to write. The 4 men monitored each other closely to prevent any use of abilities to cheat. Eventually, Xia Sang crumpled the papers into balls and tossed them into the wooden box, shaking it before presenting it to them. "All right, choose." After they selected their lots, Xia Sang inquired, "Who is number 1? Xinglan sighed, "I'm number 2. "Who is number 1? Ling Ju unfolded his paper. "I'm number 3. Shi's dark eyes sparkled. "I'm number 1. Siyu displayed his paper. "I'm number 4.
Xia Sang?
"Oh no, I have to sleep with the main antagonist tonight. So, the question remains, will I even be able to sleep?" Holding her number 2 paper, Xinglan, struck by inspiration, suggested, "Why don't we follow this order from now on?" He was second, meaning tomorrow. Siyu and Ling Ju had no objections. Shi nodded in agreement. After a brief arrangement, one person was assigned to keep watch while the others paired off to absorb the crystal cores. As it was Xia Sang's first experience absorbing a core, she was paired with Siyu. As a psychic ability user, he was better suited to guide her in channeling the energy from the core into her body. Ling Ju took charge of perimeter security. "Come over here," Siyu beckoned, "sit cross-legged, hold the crystal core in your palm, and use your psychic power to feel and guide it." Following his instruction, Xia Sang sat cross-legged, gradually learning to channel the energy from the core into herself. By the time everyone had taken turns absorbing the energy, it was already past 11 at night. Xia Sang rose to her feet, attempting to sense the spiritual energy within her, yet there was no discernible change, let alone an enhancement. Her gaze fell upon the scattered, dimmed shards of crystal cores at her feet, and a pang of sorrow gripped her heart. Could it truly be? Was she that inept? The system merely described her character as a vicious supporting role, but it never labeled her as a useless one. Siyu, with a smile dancing in his eyes, looked at her and inquired, "How do you feel? Has your spiritual energy improved?" Xia Sang shook her head in resignation. "No, not a single bit of change. If my spiritual energy was 50 points before, now it's merely 501 points. It's absurd. Why does absorbing these crystal cores seem ineffective for me? Siyu appeared incredulous.
How can that be?
Xia Sang voluntarily released her spiritual energy for him to examine. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. After a brief moment of silence, Siyu was left speechless. Xinglan, standing nearby, suggested, is it possible that the quantity of crystal cores you've absorbed is insufficient? Xia Sang glanced at the small pile and felt utterly defeated. Ling Ju offered words of comfort. Don't lose hope. Tomorrow, we'll hunt more mutated creatures, and you can try again.
Xia Sang nodded, touched, all right.
Ultimately, apart from Xia Sang, the others significantly enhanced their spiritual energy after absorbing the cores. Once the group had concluded their discussions, Shiryu reminded them, it's getting late. Let us return to rest. We need to hunt mutated creatures tomorrow. It was only then that Xia Sang remembered her sleeping partner for the night was Shiryu. She had been so engrossed in absorbing the crystal cores that she temporarily forgot. The dark-haired youth stood in the mist, beckoning her. Xia Sang bit her lip and stepped closer. Shiryi's dark eyes sparkled as he gazed at the petite female before him. A flicker of barely contained excitement flashing in his depths. At last, he could hold her in his arms and share a bed for an entire night.
Tonight.
They would not be disturbed, as the night watch was taken care of by the three outside, a plan they had just agreed upon. As the tent zipper closed, Xia Sang felt an overwhelming wave of nervousness. She laid flat in her designated spot, pulling the blanket to her nose, appearing adorably obedient. Good night, Shiryu. Observing the nervous little figure with trembling lashes, Shiryu felt a surge of delight in his throat. He then approached slowly, lifted the blanket, and drew her into his embrace. Xia Sang was bewildered by his series of actions. Shiryu, you've made a mistake. Shiryu, you're in my blanket. Shiryu, let go of me. Shiryu, cough, cough, you're holding me too tightly. I can't breathe.
I am sorry.
He briefly released her before gently pulling her back into his arms, this time with a much lighter grip. Don't move. Let me hold you for a while. I'm very tired. After saying this, he fell silent. Xia Sang attempted to struggle, but found it futile. Faced with his handsome visage and feeling their breaths intertwining, she concluded that he was undoubtedly pretending. After a few fruitless struggles, Xia Sang resigned herself to lying still. Hearing the sounds within the tent, Xinglan, on night watch, was suddenly invigorated. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he clapped his hands together, exclaiming, marvelous. I shall do the same tomorrow. Feeling the steadying breaths beside him, Shiryu slowly opened his eyes. Though the tent was enveloped in darkness, he could still distinctly see her captivating visage. He gently took her delicate white hand and placed it over his heart. Sang, can you feel it? This heart beats only for you. I shall forever submit to you. Unbeknownst to Xia Sang, Shiryu was lost in heartfelt musings throughout the night. Fortunately, it was a peaceful night, devoid of any sudden ambush by mutated creatures. The following morning, after everyone had freshened up and had breakfast, they departed from their encampment. The previous night's location may have been sufficiently concealed, but with the new day's fog rising, the unknown loomed ahead. For safety, leaving early was the wisest choice. Along the way, whenever they encountered mutated creatures, Ling Ju and the others swiftly dispatched them, collecting the crystal cores and handing them all to Xia Sang. Under Siyu's protection, Xia Sang commenced her fervent absorption at every opportunity. After half a day had passed, Xia Sang, in despair, waved her hands, nearly in tears. This is impossible. There is absolutely no change. Upon hearing this, the others gathered around, each wearing varying expressions of concern. Ling Ju asked, still no effect?
Xinglan frowen.
You must have absorbed dozens this morning, right? We even sought out higher-level mutated creatures, specifically. Xia Sang lamented, could it be that I truly am useless? It can't be. This is so difficult. Siyu reassured her, don't worry. You are not. Hearing his confident tone, Xia Sang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What do you mean? Shiryu added, clearly, if you were truly inept, you wouldn't have reached A-level spiritual energy before adulthood. Those useless females can't even demonstrate any talent since childhood, and they struggle to reach C-level before maturity. Xia Sang winced at his words.
All right.
You've made your point. Let's not dwell on it. Chapter 23, 7th Level Mutated Vine. Siyu comforted her, it's all right. We can gradually uncover the reasons. Xia Sang nodded helplessly, realizing that was all she could do for now. After confirming her lack of potential for advancement, Xia Sang ceased the futile absorption of crystal cores. As the day progressed, Shiryu, who was on the verge of breaking through to SS level, suddenly exhibited signs of a breakthrough. The other three, noticing this, swiftly offered their remaining crystal cores while simultaneously keeping a vigilant watch of their surroundings. With Xinglan and Siu's spiritual energy waning, only Lingju, an SS level, remained to counter the risks posed by high-level mutated creatures. If Shi successfully broke through, their trial this time would be considerably easier. Just as Shi was reaching a critical point in his breakthrough, Siu's light purple pupils suddenly constricted. Simultaneously, Lingju sensed that something was amiss. Stay alert and monitor the surroundings. Also, Xia Sang quickly joined Shi's side. Do not separate from him. Xinglan frowned. What on earth is it?
Siu.
Retracting his outwardly projected spiritual energy, spoke gravely. It's a 7th level mutated vine. Xinglan frowned. A mere 7th level? The three of us can handle it without much trouble. Right? It shouldn't warrant such alarm. No. We must proceed with caution this time, Lingju insisted.
Siu calmly analyzed.
Shi is still in the midst of his breakthrough and must not be disturbed. Xia Sang also requires protection. Furthermore, this 7th level mutated vine is exceptionally troublesome. As long as its roots remain intact, it can continuously regenerate new vines. Moreover, look. Following Siu's gesture, Xinglan turned to see an alarming number of mutated plants suddenly converging upon them. Why are there so many mutated plants suddenly gathering? Siu's expression turned grave. That is the most critical issue. Mutated plants are far rarer than mutated creatures. High-level mutated plants are scarce, and the higher their level, the greater their intelligence, they can command and control lower-level ones. While these lower-level mutated plants pose little threat individually, their sheer numbers can be quite troublesome. Therefore, we must first eliminate that 7th level mutated vine, while preventing the lower level ones from approaching. Xinglan bit his lip in frustration. This is indeed a hassle. Accompanied by a series of strange noises, the 7th level mutated vine lashed out with its tendrils. Following it, a swarm of lower level mutated plants seemed to receive an order, shrieking as they converged upon the group. Witnessing the dense mass surrounding them, Xia Sang's face turned pale. Her body instinctively pressed closer to the increasingly powerful Shi. Biting her lip, she observed the encroaching mutated creatures that were gradually forming a surrounding circle around them. As she observed the collective frenzied gaze directed at Xia, a subtle suspicion began to unfurl within Xia Sang's heart. Could it be that this 7th-tier mutated vine was summoned forth by Xia's breakthrough? Surely not. With this thought, Xia Sang felt a pang of regret for having drawn so close to him. Perhaps it was a misstep from the very beginning. The mutated vine writhed violently under the pressure exerted by Lingju and the others, yet it appeared oblivious to pain, advancing with maddening fervor. Xia Sang sensed she was inching closer to the truth. After all, Xia's essence was that of an interstellar magic vine. Why were there so many more of these low-tier mutations appearing? Star Lan suddenly lifted off the ground, unleashing her extraordinary powers, and in an instant, a barrage of blazing fireballs rained down upon the advancing low-tier mutants. You handle the elimination of those low-tier variants, ensuring they do not close in. While Lingju and I will confront this side, Siu instructed, coordinating with Lingju to deploy mental disruptions. Understood, I'll manage here, Star Lan replied. After severing the encroaching vines multiple times, Lingju soon discerned a crucial difference. The crystal core lay within the creature's abdomen. Gazing at the faintly green-glowing core with a cold smile, he remarked, if my assumption holds true, its weakness must reside in the abdomen, not the roots. Most individuals believed that targeting the roots of plant-based mutations would suffice. However, that was a grave misconception. I will restrain it, Siu murmured, closing his eyes slightly as he formed a seal, summoning a gigantic shadow of a dark fox behind him. Regrettably, the majestic figure was missing a tail, appearing slightly incomplete. Crystalline frost glimmered in his palm, and as Lingju raised his hand, it transformed into a myriad of icy blades, shooting towards the abdomen of the 7th-tier mutant. With Lingju's full-force strike, the mutated vine's chest cavity shattered, the vibrant green crystal core ensconced in frost at its center. Lingju darted forward, unhesitatingly plucking the core from its body. The moment the core was removed, the massive vine swayed and collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the low-tier variants, which had been converging from unknown origins, abruptly halted their advance, exchanging bewildered glances as if questioning their presence in that spot. Though devoid of intelligence, their instinct to flee from danger was deeply ingrained. Sensing the overwhelming aura of battle surrounding them, they scattered in disarray. Xia Sang exclaimed, "Wait a moment. This is truly the first time I've encountered such a prudent mutant. Feeling movement beside her, she quickly leaned closer. You've awakened? How do you feel? Xia stood. Stretching slightly, I have successfully broken through. He then turned to the other three, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. This breakthrough would not have been possible without your assistance. That mutated vine was evidently targeting me, drawn by the essence of the magic vine within me. Had I been alone, I would not have faced death but would have sustained severe injuries. Being interrupted during a breakthrough can cause irreversible damage to the body. I intended to suppress it until the end of the trial, but inadvertently absorbed an excess of the core last night. Thankfully, I no longer need to worry about that. Star Lon snorted haughtily. Humph, no need for thanks. Siyu and Lingju nodded slightly. They were now a family, and adding another SS level member to their team was undoubtedly advantageous. Over the past 2 days, aside from Xia Sang, the others had significantly enhanced their powers. Lingju had progressed from SS to the brink of SS, with reaching SSS now merely a matter of time. Xia was the first to break through, ascending from S to SS. Both Starlon and Siyu had initially fallen to SS, but signs of their resurgence were evident. Nonetheless, Xia Sang was acutely aware that without assisting Siyu in mending his severed tail and helping Starlon resolve her half-dormant powers, their path to SSS would still be fraught with difficulty. Chapter 24. Has her charm grown to such extent? After scouring the heaps of low-tier mutants, they gathered a small collection of white crystals and 2 red ones. The sky was on the brink of darkness, and Siyu suggested, "Let us find a place to rest. Traversing at night poses far too many dangers. We should utilize the remaining light to prepare a meal." His proposition received immediate agreement from Xia Sang. Yes, I concur. After spending the morning and afternoon fighting alongside them, they had faced a wave of mutants just before dusk, only to discover that the crystals were useless to her. How marvelous! Truly, she was invincible. That evening, the spirits of everyone were notably high, within just 2 days. Their mental prowess had significantly improved, except for Xia Sang. Siyu and Lingju, the 2 most skilled cooks, were currently preparing a meal with provisions from Starland's space. Starlon, meanwhile, used her powers to control the flames, occasionally reinforcing the surrounding barriers. Although the likelihood of attracting mutants with open flames was minimal, no one wished to contend with those grotesque creatures during their meal. Xia Sang reclined on a large rock, feeling dejected. If her mental capacity did not enhance quickly, how could she assist Siyu in repairing his tail? Though she could manage it now, given her current level, she had no idea when she would be able to restore it. Just then, she heard a distant sound of footsteps approaching, seemingly from a sizable group. The men on site instantly rose, their gazes alert as they peered into the mist. Xia stood beside Xia Sang, prepared for any eventuality. As the footsteps drew nearer, a cheerful voice rang out, "I never expected to encounter other task performers here." The misty forest was vast enough that it was rare to cross paths with other teams until the completion of a task. The cheerful girl wore pink combat attire, her slightly curled golden hair cascading behind her, giving her an innocent and charming appearance. Upon hearing her voice, Xia Sang could only think to herself, what a delightful little cake. She was petite and adorable. The instant Dikani caught sight of Xia Sang as striking eyes, they sparkled with admiration. "What a beautiful female!" she exclaimed. "Oh my goodness, she is so lovely. This brother must surely like her. I want her to be my sister-in-law." At that moment, Xia Sang remained blissfully unaware that some individuals, upon first meeting her, were already contemplating bringing her home as a sister-in-law. With this thought in mind, Dikani swiftly made her move. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Just as she was about to approach Xia Sang, she was halted by her beast husband grasping her arm. "Princess, do not act impulsively. We are still unaware of the other party's details. It would be unwise to act recklessly."
Dikani pouted, her delicate brows furrowing.
"She is so beautiful. I like her." As for the remark about wanting to bring her home as a sister-in-law, Dikani wisely kept that to herself, knowing that 4 beast husbands stood before her, and it would be unwise for them to overhear. Her candid exclamation left Lingju and the others momentarily stunned. "What? Like?" Starlon immediately turned to glare at Xia Sang, then quickly averted her gaze, flustered. Xia Sang was bewildered. Huh? What's going on? Due to the distance between the 2 groups, Dikani's spontaneous declaration was barely audible to Xia Sang. All she noticed was the petite pink girl attempting to dash over, only to be restrained by the male beast beside her. Aware of the temperament of his female sovereign, Olai could only coax gently, "Your Highness, the princess. Please do not act impulsively. We are still uncertain of the intentions of those across from us and cannot approach recklessly." Daikani, pouting her lips in a petulant manner, retorted, "I do not care. I am fond of that sister over there. You must go speak with her beast husband and assure them that we mean no harm." Olai, caught in a dilemma, cast a glance at the individuals across the way, and in that moment of mutual gaze, Ling Ju and the others understood the situation. It appeared that the young female across had taken a liking to their sovereign, boldly declaring her affection, yet refusing to depart. How utterly absurd! Simultaneously, the four of them furrowed their brows. Had her allure grown to such an extent? Reluctantly, Olai approached alone to initiate a conversation. "I apologize for the disturbance. As you have just witnessed, my sovereign insists on befriending your female leader. However, please rest assured, we are not wicked individuals." As he spoke, Olai produced a badge from his waist and extended it forward. "We hail from the Romancenovel Empire, and this esteemed individual is our princess. Also here to participate in this endeavor. This badge can verify my identity, and I sincerely apologize if we have caused any inconvenience." In a display of sincerity, Olai firmly established his credentials. Ling Ju accepted the badge, scrutinizing it briefly to confirm its authenticity before addressing the imposing figure before him. "I apologize, but I must consult our female leader before proceeding." Xia Sang, having grasped the situation, still chose to look to Ling Ju and the others for confirmation. Once they nodded in assent, she consented. After all, she had yet to engage with the fragrant, soft young female. With a smile, Xia Sang waved invitingly at Daikani, who, filled with excitement, clenched her fist against her heart. Truly, she was deserving of the sister-in-law she had chosen for herself. She then scampered joyfully towards Xia Sang. Observing the increasingly quick pace of the young female, Xia Sang intended to remind her to slow down. It was only when she reached her that Daikani's speed diminished. But in the next moment, she exuberantly embraced Xia Sang's slender waist. "Indeed, the beautiful sister is so fragrant," she exclaimed, nuzzling closer in excitement. Xia Sang was momentarily taken aback by this exuberant display, her body stiffening in response. The closest man, sure, narrowed his dark eyes, his thin lips pressing tightly together, a flicker of simmering anger igniting within. Meanwhile, the other men were equally stunned. Siyu and Ling Ju exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that even females would need to be guarded against in the future. Xinglan, more straightforward, gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape. "No way!" The 5 beast husbands of Daikani wore expressions of awkwardness, their scalps prickling. What on earth was happening? Olai was the quickest to react, reassuring, "Rest assured. My sovereign only harbors affections for males." Following his lead, the other males chimed in, "Yes, yes. I assure you. Indeed, there is no need for concern. My sovereign merely enjoys befriending those of striking appearance." The last remark, uttered by the youthful male, left one wondering whether he was trying to comfort himself or the others. Daikani, brimming with excitement, embraced and sniffed Xia Sang for quite some time before finally releasing her. Then, with an air of generosity, she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Daikani, the little princess of the Romancenovel Empire." Without waiting for Xia Sang to introduce herself, she continued, "I have an older brother, and let me tell you, he is exceptionally gifted and talented, on the brink of breaking through to SSS rank at a young age." Chapter 25. Brother, I found you a sister-in-law. His physique and appearance are among the finest in the entire galaxy. To secure a sister-in-law, Daikani fervently praised her brother. Furthermore, he possesses countless assets and holds significant power. Most importantly, throughout the years, he has remained virtuous, entirely abstaining from female pursuits, with no unattainable crushes. As these words tumbled forth, they began to sound increasingly disconcerting. Xia Sang's breath hitched. Was this beginning to resemble a matchmaking scenario? She feared that the next moment would bring forth a photograph for her reference. The expressions of Ling Ju and his companions darkened considerably. The insinuation had become glaringly evident. Should they remain oblivious, it would indeed be foolish. Sensing the weighty atmosphere, Olai discreetly closed his eyes in apology, unaware that his sovereign had harbored such intentions. "Hello, little Princess Daikani, I am Xia Sang, and it is a pleasure to meet you today." Xia Sang interjected, interrupting Daikani's ongoing introduction. It was not that she was being impolite, rather, she feared that if she listened any longer, she might end up knowing the size of the royal prince of the Romancenovel Empire's garments before even meeting him. "Hello." Sister Xia Sang. I truly, truly like you. Daikani beamed. Xia Sang smiled gently. You are quite adorable. I like you as well. Really? Of course.
With that,
Xia Sang beckoned her to sit upon the stone they had just occupied for a chat. The precious little princess, undeterred by the cold and hard surface, engaged with Xia Sang, discreetly inquiring about her preferences. As they observed the two girls drawing ever closer and laughing heartily, sure, and the other's displeasure only intensified. Where was that little female's hand going? She first draped her arm around Xia Sang's shoulders and then around her waist. Yet, Xia Sang, blissfully unaware, seemed completely unconcerned. In a mere span of time, the four men felt as though they were on the verge of regret over their earlier decisions. If it were merely this, it would be tolerable, but that female was clearly trying to push her brother towards Xia Sang. This was utterly intolerable.
see you inhaled deeply.
Urging Xinglan, turn up the heat, it's time to eat. Upon hearing this, Xinglan's eyes brightened. Yes, mealtime. He was determined to see if, once they began dining, that female would still linger. However, the reality unfolded contrary to their expectations. Once the meal was prepared, Xinglan called out to Xia Sang, dinner is served. I'm coming right away. Xia Sang replied, then turned to the little pink one beside her. Would you like to stay for a bite? Daikani's eyes sparkled with joy. Can I, sister? Xia Sang nodded, of course. The four men exchanged bewildered glances. What? This was not what we envisioned. Alai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stepped forward and offered 3 blue crystal cores. I apologize for the intrusion. This is the remuneration for my sovereign's meal. The others did not accept, merely observing him silently. Regrets seeped into their expressions, lamenting their earlier decisions. Olai awkwardly smiled, placing the cores on the table. Dinner consisted of pan-seared steak, roasted lamb chops, 2 simple vegetable dishes, and a bowl of pork rib soup. Daikani lavishly praised. How sumptuous. Sister, please sit.
Xinglan.
After dinner, Daikani, initially wishing to linger a while longer, was ushered out. Xinglan approached and casually draped his arm around Xia Sang's shoulders, stating, I apologize, but it is getting late. We must rest now. Please take your leave. Daikani gazed longingly at Xia Sang. Sister, let us exchange star brain terminals so we can keep in touch. Xia Sang did not refuse. After their recent interaction, she found the little girl quite intriguing, if only she would refrain from incessantly promoting her brother. Once they successfully exchanged terminals, Daikani, led by her beast husbands, left, glancing back over her shoulder multiple times with reluctance. As soon as Daikani's figure disappeared, Xia Sang's terminal chimed with a message notification. Daikani's sister, hello, accompanied by a cute bunny emoji.
Xia Sang replied, hello.
Daikani, sister, after this trial concludes, may I come to visit you on Saint Lan's Empire? Xia Sang, of course. Daikani, thank you, sister. Love you. Upon seeing that affirmative response, Daikani's lips curled into a joyful smile. Wonderful. I shall have a sister-in-law. With a playful bounce, she eagerly opened the ID of my brother is a bachelor and typed, Brother, I have found you a sister-in-law. Realizing the impropriety of her message, she swiftly retracted it. Yet, it was too late. It had already caught the attention of Daikano, who was situated far away on the Romancenovel Empire star. While occupied with important documents, Daikano suddenly heard a distinct notification sound, recognizing it as yet another interruption from his unreliable sister. Concerned for her safety, while she was alone, he had previously altered her message tone to something more distinctive. Upon opening the message, he was met with the glaring text, Brother, I have found you a sister-in-law. Daikano furrowed his brow in confusion. What is this nonsense? A sister-in-law? As Daikani prepared to resend her message, she saw the notification indicating that the other party was typing. Daikani then typed, No, brother. I found myself a sister-in-law. Accompanying this message was a triumphant little bunny emoji. What mischief are you up to this time? If you dare to cause trouble again, do you believe I will break your legs, little Daikani? I have yet to settle the score for that matchmaking event you orchestrated last time, and now you are telling me you have found a sister-in-law while merely participating in some training. As she read the flurry of incoming messages, Daikani couldn't help but recall her previous misadventures. No, brother. This time is different. When has it ever been different? Oh, come on. This time it truly is. Daikani, if you continue this nonsense, I will deny you as my sister. The 4 exclamation marks made Daikani shake her head, already imagining her brother's furious expression.
Ah.
The older man certainly had a penchant for getting angry. Meanwhile, Ao Lai and the others watched in bemusement from a distance. It seemed only their little princess could provoke the crown prince to such a degree of exasperation. Once this training is over, I shall visit sister on St. Lancelot's Star for some time. Daikani was always indulged by Ao Lai and the others. All right, we will accompany you then. On another front, Shay, while drying Xia Sang's hands, curiously inquired, Do you have a fondness for that little female from today? Xia Sang glanced at the men surrounding them and sighed. You all have gathered here excessively. And Shay, you've wiped my hands 11 times already. They're nearly raw. Shay, startled, hastily tossed the towel aside. My apologies. Let me check. With a sudden gleam in her eye, Xia Sang surveyed the group. You all appear to be on high alert. What's the matter? At this, the men exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. What's going on? Chapter 26, Xia Sang's Divine Beauty. Xia Sang blinked her dark, expressive almond eyes with curiosity. Is it possible you're feeling threatened because you heard that little pink one intends to introduce her brother to me? Upon uttering this, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Xia Sang bit her lip nervously. No way, right? Have I messed up? Just as Xia Sang pondered how to ease the tension, she suddenly felt herself being pulled forcefully, losing her balance and tumbling into a cool, fragrant embrace. Before she could react, Shay's voice reached her ears. It's a bit, quite a bit. Still in a state of tension, the three men, who had been observing, suddenly raised their gazes towards Shay. Their expressions varied. This guy. Shay held Xia Sang tightly in his embrace, fearlessly meeting their gazes. Suyue's lavender eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze icy. Ling Ju's azure eyes were fixated on the hand resting on Xia Sang's slim waist, his displeasure evident. The atmosphere thickened, and Xia Sang felt a tightness in her chest as she dared not breathe too heavily. What had she just heard? What had Shay said? This is bad. I'm starting to lose my grasp on the situation. Why doesn't the system provide me with a visible progress bar for affection levels? I truly feel lost. Though she could not see it, the increasingly bizarre and oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Daring not to open her eyes, she hoped it was all merely a figment of her imagination. In the next moment, a figure approached and forcefully separated the two. Xinglan, unable to tolerate the sight, stepped in. Have you had enough? Shay straightened up, his gaze landing on Xinglan's grip on Xia Sang's wrist. A smirk played on his lips. Not yet.
Xinglan,
irritated by his demeanor, turned to Xia Sang, seeking her support. However, in the next moment, she gazed at him earnestly and asked, Are you not leaving?
Xinglan, Indigang.
Felt his chest rise and fall as his face flushed red. Leave? Leave what? If they're not leaving, why should I? In a huff, he grabbed Xia Sang and marched towards his tent, not looking back. Tonight, I'm going to sleep with you, so why talk about leaving? Xia Sang's eyes widened in shock. What nonsense are you spouting? Such words shouldn't be uttered. Marvelous. What a peculiar exchange. Xinglan disregarded her protest. Once you sleep with me tonight, you won't be able to abandon me. Xia Sang's face flushed with embarrassment, and she dared not glance back at the three men's expressions. What nonsense are you saying? Inside the tent, Xinglan tossed her onto the soft bedding before crawling in beside her. Xia Sang protested. What are you doing? No way. Could it be that Xinglan truly intended to spend the night with her? And who exactly was sleeping with whom? As this thought crossed her mind, Xia Sang resisted even more fervently. Seeing her fear, Xinglan reassured her. Don't worry, we won teammate tonight. Xia Sang's eyes widened in astonishment. True to the beast world. The candor of your speech is remarkable. Rest assured, I won't force you if you don't consent. Previously, he had feared her imposing herself upon him. Now, he was eager for her to continue. Xinglan continued to soothe her. It's merely sharing a blanket to sleep. Xia Sang, skeptical, asked really? But considering his earlier demeanor and the implications of their current situation, Xinglan squeezed his eyes shut and took a deep breath. What's wrong? You seem disappointed. If you wish.
No.
Silence. I don't want to think about it.
Sleep.
Recognizing there was no escaping tonight, Xia Sang resigned herself to lying still, just as she had the previous night. It was merely a matter of sharing a blanket. It wouldn't cost her anything. Tonight, the watch was shared among Lingju, Siyue, and Shay. Observing the gradually quieting tent, the three exchanged glances without uttering a word. After a moment, Lingju remarked, Now that Xia Sang is so desirable, she will undoubtedly attract many males' attention. Tonight, it was merely one female introducing her brother, and yet they're all in an uproar. Xia's expression darkened. I suddenly feel that her ranking as the most malicious female in the Interstellar charts isn't so bad after all. At least that way. No other males would have their eyes on her. Xia Sang, astonished, thought, what? Is that something a person should say?
Xia sighed softly.
I fear it may be too late. Do you recall the royal banquet 2 nights ago? What about it? It seems someone leaked that video of her standing up for you, and now she has skyrocketed to become the most sought-after female among males in the entire Interstellar rankings. Both men frowned in unison. What? They quickly opened the Interstellar headlines, and sure enough, the top searches included Xia Sang's divine beauty. Oh my goodness. How could there be such a stunning female? In 3 seconds, I need all her information. Xia Sang's beast husband is so fortunate. Envy multiplied. Among the Interstellar males, who is the one they most desire to marry? What type of male does Xia Sang prefer? I'm anxiously waiting online. Clicking on any trending topic, a flood of comments follows suit. Heavens! In such a high-definition video, she is still remarkably captivating. Her features are exquisite, devoid of any flaw. Absolutely stunning. By the way, with technology so advanced now, is there a chance this is all altered? The moment this query surfaced, it was bombarded with numerous comments. If you have the ability, go ahead and achieve such perfection yourself. It's obvious she hasn't undergone any enhancements. Her face is genuinely original. Am I the only one who thinks Xia Sang's figure is just as impeccable as her face? No, my friend. Great minds think alike. I noticed that too. Among these, a comment from the Interstellar Plastic Surgery First Hospital quickly rose to prominence. I am the director of the Interstellar Plastic Surgery First Hospital. After rigorous examination with our scanner, I can confirm that this Xia Sang has not undergone any plastic surgery. I kindly request certain disgruntled individuals to refrain from making baseless accusations. After the plastic surgery controversy subsided, public discourse shifted to discussing the prospective candidates for Xia Sang's beast husband. I recognize 3 of these 4 individuals, but who is that young male with black hair and eyes? Indeed, what gives him the right?
He was so protective that day.
Moreover, the most crucial point is that Xia Sang openly declared, my beast husband. Oh my goodness, she is just too pampered. Oh, dear. I can't take it anymore. I've been rolling on the bed, and my neighbors think I've lost it. In 3 seconds, dear internet family, I want all the information on this young male. He is so lucky to have such a beautiful female, and she dotes on him so much, his life is complete. Chapter 27, The 8th Level Mutant Bloodwolf. One cannot help but marvel at the immense power of interstellar netizens. They can uncover anything aside from the female. Within a minute, Xia's personal profile was meticulously unearthed. Character, Xia. Level, SS. Ability, Devour. Beast form, plant-based vine-like. Height and weight, 186 centimeters, 72 kilograms. Age, 21. Occupation, none. Previously attended the imperial capital's top military academy. Now on leave. Background, impoverished. Gazing at the string of details, everyone was left dumbfounded. No way. I thought he was ordinary, but he's anything but. Aside from having a high level and talent, and being handsome with a great physique, he seems to lack any other notable traits. But still, Xia Sang dotes on him excessively, doesn't she? At that moment, a comment from an ID named Riding a Pig on the Highway appeared. So, what about the imperial marshal? The imperial prince, and the former high priest of the temple? What do they lack? Indeed, watching the comments flying in day by day, Xia's indifferent black eyes flickered.
Bored.
Xia reminded him, is this what I wanted you to see? What I wish to convey is, Sang is currently too radiant, and there are too many who covet her. Xia's eyelids fluttered slightly, so what? No matter how many people desire her, if Sang is uninterested, it suffices. Ling Ju interjected, but what if someone truly does take a liking to her? Xia cast him a sidelong glance, a faint smile playing on his lips, his tone languid. Then what can be done? We simply eliminate them. She remains ours. Xia and Ling Ju fell silent, seemingly contemplating Xia's words seriously. But what if we cannot eliminate them? Ling Ju's gaze dimmed. Upon hearing this, Xia's lips curled into a slight smile, but his expression turned cold. That would be a predicament. Currently, eliminating SS level and below is no issue at all. However, if we truly encounter someone of SS level or higher. Xia's tone shifted, suddenly grave. We must enhance our strength immediately. Previously, Xia Sang had not been this dazzling and had suffered from public opinion, resulting in few males coveting her. Until this time, she truly emerged in the public eye. If we were to encounter someone of SS level or higher, as long as Sang Sang is uninterested, there are ways to deal with it. But if they genuinely like her, with our current abilities, we would be powerless. We might not even be able to prevent them from crossing our threshold. However, there are not many SS-level males in the Empire, and those who are young and unmarried are exceedingly rare. The outstanding younger generation, the golden generation, has only reached SS level at most.
Yet,
To advance from SS to SSS level is an immensely challenging chasm, one that is not easily crossed. Naturally, Xinglan was keenly aware of the commotion outside. Gazing at the serene sleeping face of the little one in his arms, Xinglan clenched his fist, silently vowing to protect her at all costs. At this moment, Xia Sang, nestled in Xinglan's embrace, was blissfully unaware that a protective alliance of 4 men had officially been formed that very night. The temperature in the misty forest at night is considerably lower, much colder than during the day. Sensing the chill in the air, Xia Sang instinctively moved closer to the source of warmth. Xinglan, unable to contain himself, rolled his throat, his fiery red eyes fixated on the ceiling of the tent, diverting his attention. Xia had not warned him that it would be this uncomfortable. This night was unlike the peaceful first night. At the stroke of midnight, Ling Ju suddenly sensed something amiss. Before he could signal, the other 2 men resting on the tree branches had already gathered around. Ling Ju whispered, "The situation feels off." Xia furrowed his brow, sensing the surrounding aura of blood and malice. What is approaching? The bloodlust is incredibly strong. Xia extended his spiritual energy to sense the surroundings. It is a mutant blood wolf. The estimated number is around 30 to 40, and the leader is a 7th level. Ling Ju scoffed, another 7th level? Have we disturbed the lair of the 7th level mutants today? Encountering a 7th level mutant vine by day, and attracting a 7th level mutant bloodwolf by night. Xia casually conjured a mental barrier over Xia Sang's tent to ensure she would not be awakened by the impending combat. We should first eliminate the lead wolf. The pack attacks in groups, and the lead wolf possesses formidable leadership. Ling Ju and Xia nodded in agreement. With a howl of the wolf, the pack swiftly closed in, gradually forming a surrounding formation. Under the suppression of Xia's mental attack, along with Xia and Ling Ju's active cooperation in the assault, the battle became exceptionally fierce. Watching the situation unfold, Xia pondered, why is the lead wolf only a 7th level? Ling Ju, while wielding an ice blade, inquired, what's the matter? Xia squinted at a spot on a distant hillside, where an even larger wolf lay sprawled. At that moment, it leisurely licked its paw under the dim moonlight, occasionally glancing toward the battlefield. I wonder why the pack is filled with 4th, 5th, and 6th level mutant bloodwolves, yet the leader is merely a 7th level.
Ah.
So you've been here all along. If that 7th level mutant were truly the leader, it would be impossible for it to control a pack filled with 4th, 5th, and 6th level mutants. The lead wolf is an 8th level mutant bloodwolf, while this 7th level one is merely a pawn sent to draw fire. As Xia's words fell, the enormous black wolf on the hillside instantly stood up, its blood-red eyes seemingly filled with amusement. It let out a long howl, gradually approaching. With its howl, the previously frenzied attacking mutant wolves began to cease their movements, forming ranks on either side. Ling Ju remarked, indeed, it is the true leader, the 8th level mutant bloodwolf. Until the distance between them shrank to a mere 100 meters, the wolf raised its head and howled once more. In an instant, the entire pack shifted positions and launched another assault. The 7th-tier mutated wolf that had just replaced it, along with 2 6th-tier counterparts, closely flanked it, awaiting orders. Shay smirked lightly. Are they changing their strategy? As the words left her lips, the 6th and 7th-tier mutations unexpectedly charged toward Shay. The lead wolf's blood-red eyes flickered, and in the next moment, it vanished from sight. Along with it, its presence disappeared. Ling Ju's expression tightened. Everyone, be alert. This wolf may not merely be an 8th-tier mutation. It has not only intelligence, but has awakened a rarer ability. Instantly, those present grew tense. This wolf was no easy adversary. Not only could it command a horde of 4th, 5th, and 6th-tier mutations, but it also had the support of 7th-tier creatures. Moreover, its own strength might be on the verge of breaking into the 9th tier. At that moment, Xiu, who was engaged in a fierce battle with several mutated beings, suddenly sensed a distortion in the space behind him, followed by an intense feeling of danger creeping up his back. After delivering a powerful strike to repel the surrounding mutants, he swiftly retreated and unleashed a mental chain, striking forcefully at the void behind him. Chapter 28. Is he still human? The clash of the chain against the void emitted a thunderous sound akin to metal striking a blunt object. In the air, the massive silhouette of a black wolf gradually materialized, quickly lunging towards Siyu. The previous strike of the mental chain had inflicted no substantial harm upon it. With a grave expression, Siyu evaded backward. His abilities had diminished too severely, and he could not inflict significant damage on this mutated creature poised to break through to the 9th tier. Had his level not changed, he could have used his mental power to interfere and suppress it. Just as the enormous black wolf, its maw agape, approached, several black vines surged swiftly from its right side. The vines coiled tightly and then brutally yanked downward, causing the colossal black wolf to crash to the ground uncontrollably. Shay's cold gaze fell upon the 8th tier mutated creature, the blood-soaked demon wolf, as it struggled to free itself from the black vines. Leave this to me. You and Ling Ju must deal with those lower tier mutants. We cannot allow them to reach the tents. Siyu cast a glance at the gathering mutants, who were intent on attacking the tents, and nodded. At that moment, the 2 6th-tier mutants had already perished beneath Ling Ju's blade. Shay's eyes, devoid of any emotion, fixated on the 8th-tier mutated creature, the blood-soaked demon wolf, which had finally freed itself from the black vines and was slowly rising.
Your opponent is now me.
With that, he initiated his assault. This wolf was astute. It had been lying in wait, observing the battle to gauge their strength, and then attempted a surprise attack on Siyu using its teleportation ability. However, today, it was destined to perish here. The black wolf howled, its blood-red eyes fixated on the young male before it. It only knew that this creature was bothersome. It aimed to eliminate him first before tearing open his throat to drink his warm blood. The massive black wolf poised itself for an attack, and then with a powerful leap, it hurled a black-purple energy sphere towards Shay. Shay commanded the black vines to shield him, eager to ascertain the capabilities of this black-purple sphere. In an instant, both Shay and the mutated blood-soaked demon wolf were taken aback. Shay furrowed his brow, feeling the continuous stream of energy emanating from the vines, his dark eyes shimmering with surprise. His once seemingly ineffective devouring ability was being utilized in such a manner? No wonder it had proven futile against other abilities during combat at the academy. It appeared that it could only devour demonic energy. Yet, would this lead him to become an anomaly? The mutated blood-soaked demon wolf was now filled with human-like astonishment in its blood-red eyes.
How could this be?
Why is this happening? Its invincible demonic fire. How could it be ineffective? It had always relied on this technique to achieve victory. Even higher-tier mutated creatures had to retreat under the command of its pack. Shay's lips curled upward as he gazed at the 8th-tier mutated creature, his eyes filled with a newfound appreciation for the endless potential it represented. The mutated blood-soaked demon wolf, however, remained skeptical, believing perhaps it had not performed at its peak. Thus, it gathered its strength once more, preparing to unleash its most powerful attack. Shay did not interrupt. Instead, he eagerly anticipated devouring its demonic fire to elevate his own power. If it were not such an unlikely prospect, he would have considered nurturing this creature, occasionally compelling it to expel its demonic fire for him to consume. While Shay pondered, the mutated blood-soaked demon wolf finally harnessed its energy, ready to execute its strongest strike. Its maw opened wider than before, unleashing a torrent of demonic fire. Prepared, Shay extended the black vines to absorb it, then refined and drew it into his body. The mutated blood-soaked demon wolf's pupils trembled. Its confidence in its current power waned. Without hesitation, it unleashed a fireball at the nearest 4th-tier mutant. Though only a small cluster, that 4th-tier mutant was instantly reduced to ashes. Shay watched, slightly astonished. So this creature's demonic fire was so formidable. No wonder it had absorbed and refined him without a scratch earlier. It was indeed hard to believe. Understanding its limitations and realizing that Shay completely countered it, the mutated blood-soaked demon wolf instantly became timid. At that moment, it only wished to flee. Noticing its intent to retreat, Shay smiled slyly. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Your demonic fire is a treasure to me. If you can produce more for me to refine and absorb, I promise to make your demise less painful. Upon hearing this, the mutated blood-soaked demon wolf's pupils quivered, disbelief etched across its wolfish face. Is the one before me still human? Seeing it attempt to flee, Shay narrowed his dark eyes, his voice icy. In that case, leave your crystal core behind. I believe it may be more suitable for me. At this point, the mutated blood-soaked demon wolf was devoid of any fighting spirit, consumed by the urge to escape. The faster it ran, the better. The farther, the better. How could it fight now? Its attacks were merely nutrients to Shay. Not only did they fail to inflict harm, but they instead bolstered his strength. With a swift dive, Shay ensnared it with black vines, tightening their grip. He then approached with a light chuckle, ultimately extracting a bluish-green crystal core from its chest cavity. Holding the core and examining it, Shay sighed inwardly.
Indeed.
This was a mutated creature on the brink of the 9th tier. Though it had not fully transformed, it had achieved a half-step breakthrough. Alas, today was simply not its lucky day to encounter him. However, had it not been for today, he would not have realized how to utilize his devouring ability. He had always thought it to be a useless power. After all, he had tried countless times. Although it was named a devouring ability, it had truly devoured nothing. So, it could only consume demonic energy? Shay stowed the crystal core away and glanced at Lingju and Siyu, who were fully engaged in vanquishing mutated creatures. He then joined the fray. After the lead wolf was slain and its crystal core extracted, the entire pack was thrown into disarray, losing their sense of direction. With the fall of the 7th tier mutated wolf, the pack scattered in panic. Lingju and the others did not pursue. After surveying the battlefield littered with mutant corpses, they began to extract crystal cores. Ultimately, they acquired a blue-green core, a green core for blue cores, and a small pile of red and orange ones. Lingju remarked, I never expected to harvest so much this evening. Dividing the cores into 4 portions, Siyu expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your timely intervention earlier. Had it not been for Shay's sudden action, I might have been injured. Shay replied, it's no trouble. If you had been harmed, Sang would be distressed. Siyu was momentarily taken aback. If she were to sustain an injury, would she truly care? With a battlefield strewn with the bloodied corpses of mutated wolves, the night passed without any further aberrations daring to approach. Shay returned to the tent, gazing at the azure crystal core in her hand before commencing the process of refining and absorbing it. Only as dawn's light began to break did Shay conclude her endeavor. Rumor had it that mutated beings of the 9th tier and above would awaken extraordinary powers, and it appeared that this was indeed the case. This bloodied wolf could be considered extraordinarily gifted, having awakened its abilities while still hovering between the 8th and 9th tiers. However, as she absorbed and refined its core, the spatial ability of teleportation now belonged to her.
Chapter 29. Su unexpectedlove.
The following day, upon exiting the tent, Xia Sang was greeted by the sight of countless mutated corpses scattered across the ground. Among them lay an enormous black wolf, its size utterly astounding. Just a glance rendered any doubts regarding its combat prowess obsolete. At that moment, Siyu approached, presenting the crystal core obtained by Xinglan the previous night. Xinglan was about to decline, but Siyu insisted on placing it in her hands. Last night, you didn't exert much effort. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to confidently slay the mutants, Shay remarked from the side. Indeed, we had agreed to share the spoils equally, Lingju added. Last night, Shay had only claimed the azure crystal core from her own hunt, along with a few lesser red cores, leaving the rest for Lingju and the others to divide. Hence, although the cores Xinglan and the others received were not of the highest tier, their quantity was more than sufficient.
Xia Sang.
Unable to tolerate the sight of the scattered mutated corpses any longer, hurriedly urged Lingju and the others to depart. On their journey, Xinglan continuously produced various pre-prepared meals from her spatial storage to share with everyone. Xia Sang, savoring her milk, sang praises how wonderful it is to have you.
Xinglan.
I shudder to think how I would manage without you. I wouldn't be able to indulge in whatever I desire to eat or drink, let alone have clean water for washing or choose from pristine clothing and footwear. Xinglan, flattered by her sincere compliments, felt her cheeks flush. Do you truly feel that way? Of course.
Xia Sang nodded vigorously.
After over an hour of travel, just as Xia Sang was about to suggest a break, she suddenly spotted a group of individuals emerging from the mist ahead. Siyu abruptly halted, prompting the team behind him to stop as well. Xia Sang, feeling anxious, inquired, "What's wrong?" Siyu's brow furrowed slightly. "A group is approaching us from the front." Curious, Xia Sang asked, "Who are they? Do I know them?"
Siyu nodded.
In an instant, an ominous premonition washed over Xia Sang. No way. Is this really happening? As anticipated, the next moment, Su Qian's insincere voice called out,
Shang.
What a coincidence to encounter you here. Xia Sang felt a wave of exasperation. What an unfortunate coincidence indeed. The misty forest is so vast. Yet we meet here?
Damn.
What a wretched fate of enmity, she muttered under her breath. Su Qian, unfazed by Xia Sang's attitude, had not come to reminisce with her. What's the situation, system? Having been in the misty forest for 3 days, has Xia Sang encountered any fortuitous opportunities? Her reason for being here was purely due to the system's guidance. Otherwise, with the forest's vastness and the random teleportation to the shrine, how could she have possibly encountered Xia Sang? The system indicated that Xia Sang was the protagonist, blessed with a halo of fortune. As long as her luck remained untarnished, it was likely she would encounter opportunities.
None.
Her mental power is still at a grade. Moreover, her fortune points remain at 35, showing no change.
Sukyan Smail Smagli.
Still at A? Then she, however, before Su Qian could finish her thought, the system abruptly interrupted. Wait, what's wrong? Something is amiss. What is it? Very troubling. Her beast husbands. How is this possible? The system fell silent, overwhelmed with astonishment, leaving Su Qian filled with curiosity. What is wrong with her beast husbands? They have all improved. Xia Sang's beast husbands have all advanced. What? Su Qian's voice trembled with disbelief. Currently, the one who has improved the most is Shay. He has already reached SS level. Not only that, but he has also acquired a growth-type teleportation ability. Su Qian's face turned pale. How can this be? How is it possible? In just 3 days in this misty forest, how could he achieve this? Don't forget, being by Xia Sang's side naturally allows one to encounter opportunities.
Durius, Suianes lips quivered.
So, the opportunities meant for Xia Sang didn't manifest for her, but instead benefited her beast husbands? They are one and the same. Furthermore, the enhancement of her beast husbands will significantly ensure her safety. There is nothing wrong with that. Su Qian was utterly speechless. How is that not wrong? This is utterly outrageous. Xia Sang frowned as she observed the protagonist standing before her, silent and with a face that fluctuated between expressions, as if performing a dramatic play, leaving her utterly confounded. Moreover, that beast husband of hers, Ling Ju, has now reached SS level. I have a premonition. He will soon break through to SSS level. The system's words struck like a bombshell, instantly filling Su Qian's heart with bitterness. So soon. They had only been in the misty forest for 3 days, with over a month remaining. Originally, 2 of her beast husbands were already at SS level, the most likely to reach SSS. Unexpectedly, Xia Sang cast a sidelong glance at Su Qian, utterly drained. Hey, if you have nothing better to do, could you please step aside? You've been blocking us for 2 minutes now, and you haven't said a word, merely providing a comedic display of facial expressions. Hearing this, Su Qian snapped back to reality, forcing a laugh. Apologies, I was just lost in thought.
Damn.
This is infuriating. Why should Xia Sang's beast husbands advance so rapidly? According to the system, Ling Ju will likely reach SSS level before Xing Luo and the others. Taking a deep breath, Su Qian chose to step aside. Watching Xia Sang and the others walk further away, she addressed the system. System, what do you think the chances are that if I alter Xia Sang's memories upon returning, her beast husbands would kill her? To her surprise, the system responded after a moment of silence. Host, times have changed.
Suianes gaze hardand.
What do you mean? It means that your progress is too slow. You have already missed the best opportunity. Even if you alter her memories upon return, her beast husbands likely will not kill her.
How can that be?
Just look at the trending topics on the Interstellar network. I have long warned you to hasten your progress, but you refuse to listen, focusing solely on your beast husbands. Enough. The system chastised her, though it soon fell silent, aware that it needed Su Qian's assistance to continue advancing its tasks. Su Qian was a carefully selected candidate, and with the plan already in motion, there was no turning back. Upon checking the Interstellar network, the various trending terms left her trembling in shock. The divine beauty of Summer Sang. Oh my goodness, how can there be such a stunning female? I need all her information in 3 seconds. Summer Sang's beast husband is so fortunate. Envy, envy, envy. Among interstellar males, the female they most desire to marry now is. What type of male does Summer Sang prefer? I'm eagerly waiting online. How could this be possible? Chapter 30. Everyone gather around. I have something important to announce. Su Qian trembled, nearly collapsing under the weight of the revelation. Star Luo. noticing her distress, steadied her in his arms, his voice laced with concern. Qian, what's wrong? Are you exhausted? Are you okay? The video of Summer Sang standing up for her beast husband at the royal banquet has been released by Her Majesty the Empress. And now her reputation has been completely transformed. She has risen from being the most malicious female on the Interstellar ranking to the female every interstellar male desires to marry. Su Qian's lips turned pale with anger. Why would she do this? Throughout history, the high priestesses of the temple have had prophecies. In this era, the goddess has reappeared, and there has always been a legend that the goddess can save the world. So, is the goddess Summer Sang? Otherwise, who could it be? Even Star Luo and Star Lan, her two offspring, are merely pawns in her game. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's heart sank, and she glanced at her beast husband. Star Luo, who was anxiously supporting her. Did he know? Rest assured, this fellow is genuinely devoted to you. He is unaware that he is merely a pawn in Her Majesty the Empress's hands. So, now and in the past, he has stolen Summer Sang's opportunities. Alright. Watching Su Qian head towards the direction where Summer Sang had just departed, several beast husbands were curious, but did not inquire further, as they had just come from that area. At that moment, Summer Sang was resting beneath a large tree, nibbling on jerky that Star Lan had retrieved from the spatial realm, while enjoying a massage from Ling Ju. Her legs ached from the journey, but Ling Ju's exceptional massage technique provided significant relief. Each time they paused for rest over the past 2 days, Ling Ju would massage her calves. Initially, he had been somewhat tense and hesitant, but by now, he had become instinctively adept at it. After finishing her jerky, Summer Sang clapped her hands and, with her arms behind her head, reclined back, her head tilting slightly as her peripheral vision caught sight of a shimmering exotic herb. Under the mist, the herb radiated a flowing light, its pale blue glow surrounding it and making it appear extraordinary. How beautiful! In that instant, Summer Sang's eyes sparkled with excitement. She sprang up and dashed towards the herb. Although Ling Ju was unsure of her intentions, he followed closely behind, fearing she might encounter danger. Squatting before the exotic herb, Summer Sang dared not make a move, as she was uncertain whether it was poisonous. After all, in this misty forest, the more beautiful something appeared, the more likely it was to be toxic. Fortunately, Ling Ju was right behind her. Ling Ju, look at that herb in the grass. Do you recognize it? After a careful examination, Ling Ju's pupils constricted in surprise. It's blue spirit grass. I can't believe it actually exists. Summer Sang eagerly inquired about the one question on her mind. Is it poisonous? Ling Ju shook his head. No, however, there are significant intricacies in the method of harvesting blue spirit grass. If not handled with care, its effects could diminish by half. Summer Sang gasped in alarm. Thankfully, her instinct for self-preservation prevented her from touching it. The blue spirit grass was renowned for its potent enhancement of mental strength. Moreover, it was said to have the power to revive the dead. As long as there remained a breath of life, it could instantly replenish a collapsing spirit. Hence its other name, soul-returning grass. Summer Sang's eyes widened in delight. This is it. With this blue spirit grass, I can surely restore Siyu's foxtail. She had been fretting over how to elevate her mental strength to address Siyu's severed tail, but now an opportunity had presented itself, promising a permanent solution. Simply perfect. Question: why wouldn't she use such a marvelous item herself? Answer: there are 3 reasons. Firstly, her initial goal in enhancing her mental strength was to help Siyu restore his tail, thereby increasing his favorability to ensure his survival. Now, that opportunity was directly within reach. Secondly, she was uncertain if using the blue spirit grass would be effective for her. What if it proved as futile as absorbing the crystal core? After all, the crystal core she absorbed was both abundant and of high quality, yet it yielded little benefit. The thought of wasting the blue spirit grass was unbearable. Thirdly, even if she succeeded in absorbing the blue spirit grass and enhancing her mental strength, how much of an increase would it provide? No one could say. Furthermore, she would still need to help Siyu with his tail restoration. Contingent on the blue spirit grass being effective for her, too great a risk. With the system absent, Summer Sang dared not act recklessly. Looking up expectantly at Ling Ju, she asked, "Do you know how to harvest blue spirit grass?" Ling Ju nodded. The method is quite simple. One must delicately excavate the roots without damaging its exterior, ensuring the roots remain entirely intact. Summer Sang understood and nodded. Indeed, it required precision. Had she known it was not toxic, she might have simply yanked it out. "You go ahead. I'll watch," she offered, stepping aside. "All right." Throughout the entire process, Ling Ju was exceedingly cautious, while Summer Sang was nearly more anxious than him. Watching Ling Ju's meticulous movements, she was so tense that she hardly dared to breathe, fearing she might disturb him. After a brief interval, Ling Ju gingerly presented the blue spirit grass to Summer Sang. All done. Thank you. Summer Sang beamed as she accepted it. Mimicking Ling Ju's earlier actions, she gently pinched the blue spirit grass, cautious not to apply too much pressure. Ling Ju chuckled. You don't need to worry so much. It's not as fragile as you think. Okay, she replied, her voice dropping slightly. Ling Ju couldn't help but smile at her adorableness. As Summer Sang and Ling Ju emerged from the woods, holding the blue spirit grass, they were met by the gathered Xiyu, Shi and Starlon, along with Su Qian and her group across from them. Alarmed, Summer Sang quickly turned away, fearing that her newly acquired treasure would catch Su Qian's family's attention and provoke their covetousness. After all, she preferred to avoid conflict with this fated female protagonist. The priority now was to call Xiyu over and ensure he consumed the blue spirit grass safely. Noticing Summer Sang's sudden turn, Ling Ju also turned to see what had caught her attention. Meanwhile, Shi and the others approached. Starlon was the first to speak. Why were you in the woods for so long? What were you doing? Summer Sang did not answer his question. Instead, she quietly beckoned. Everyone come here. I have something important to share. Naturally, Ling Ju understood the significance of her important announcement. However, he was taken aback by her subsequent actions. Once everyone had gathered around, Summer Sang led them deeper into the woods until they were sufficiently distant from Su Qian's group. Only then did she turn to face them, revealing her newfound treasure. Lowering her voice, she exclaimed, Look, what is this? Shi and Starlon frowned, not recognizing the precious item in Summer Sang's grasp. However, Xiyu's pupils flickered, as he immediately recognized its identity, just as Ling Ju had. Chapter 30, When I Want to Help You. Xiyu's tone was laced with intense unrest. Where did you find this? Summer Sang pointed to a location on her left. It was precisely at that moment, as Ling Ju was massaging my legs beneath the tree, that I laid back and caught sight of it. As Ling Ju nodded, he activated a mental barrier to ensure that their conversation would remain shielded from prying ears. Xia Sang held the blue spirit grass aloft, gazing up at Xiyu, her smile reminiscent of a cunning little fox who had just succeeded in her schemes. To her astonishment, such a rare treasure had sprouted in such an inconspicuous spot. Fortunately, it had not been harvested by anyone else. Xiyu felt his heart soften at the sight of her lively and charming demeanor. He raised his hand and affectionately stroked her head, praising her. Sang, you are truly remarkable. The moment these words left his lips, all eyes in the vicinity instantly turned toward Xiyu. The three men regarded him with glimmers of cold light in their eyes. Xiyu remained unfazed by their scrutiny. Xia Sang's beautiful eyes widened in shock.
Shang?
How is it that even Xiyu is calling her Sang now? Yet, this was not the time for such musings. In the next moment, Xia Sang extended the blue spirit grass towards Xiyu, her tone earnest as she said, Xiyu, this is for you. Observing the little female's gesture, Xiyu's elegant brows furrowed slightly. He fixated on her small face, seemingly attempting to discern her true intentions. Noticing the doubt and disbelief reflected in his gaze, Xia Sang lowered her head, a hint of bitterness appearing on her face, her dark lashes fluttering as if to tickle someone's heart. I understand. You do not trust me right now because I have deceived you many times before. I admit I have hurt you and acted inappropriately. However, Xiyu, and all of you, she addressed the group, I have declared that I will change, and I am in the process of doing so. You have all witnessed my transformation over these past few days, have you not? Upon hearing her words, the men could not help but reflect on Xia Sang's actions lately. She was indeed changing. Xia Sang lowered her lashes and continued softly. So, I ask you to trust me once more. I shall not harm you again. I yearn to coexist harmoniously with you. As she spoke, she once more offered the blue spirit grass. I acknowledge my past insanity that caused you to lose a tail. I apologize for my wrongdoing. Please consider that my mind was clouded at that time. Will you forgive me? She was acutely aware that the pain she had inflicted upon him, and indeed, upon them all, was irreparable. Yet, she vowed, I will strive to make amends to the best of my ability. Therefore, Xiyu, I implore you to accept this blue spirit grass. Ling Ju has stated that it is exceptionally beneficial for enhancing mental power, and I wish to assist you. With each word that flowed from her lips, Xiyu found it increasingly difficult to suppress his astonishment. His breath became slightly erratic, and moisture glimmered in his enchanting fox-like eyes. He stood rooted in place, gazing at her with a fiery intensity. When he remained motionless, Xia Sang grew anxious. The main characters of the story were still present, after all. She leaned forward again, her voice tinged with urgency. Please, accept it quickly. Meanwhile, she cast a glance at the other three men, adding, I will also endeavor to make amends to you. There is no need to rush. Let us take turns, one of the men remarked. Seeing her still concerned for him, Xinglan's previously pouted lips relaxed. It seemed she still had some conscience, not forgetting that she had also suffered greatly at her hands. Yet, see you, that insufferable fox, was indeed enviably fortunate. Well then, we shall all await your restitution, commented Shi, his dark eyes sparkling with mirth. Meanwhile, on the other side, as they observed Xia Sang and the others retreating, Su Qian inquired of the system. System? Have Xia Sang and the others departed? No, came the system's reply. Upon my investigation, they are merely ahead in the woods. A mere 300 meters from your location. Then why did my beast husbands not sense them earlier?
Fool.
Ling Ju, Xia Sang's beast husband, activated the mental barrier. With his current SS level, it is effortless for him to block the perceptions of those at the same rank. Sudden rebuke from the system left Su Qian speechless. After all, her only remaining support was the system, and she could not afford to offend it now. Why are they not returning? What could they possibly be doing in the woods for so long? Wait a moment, let me check. During this time, the system had been tirelessly repairing the corrupted data, requiring Su Qian's proactive prompts to redirect its focus. Peering through Ling Ju's mental barrier, the system immediately alerted her. This is bad. It's the blue spirit grass. What is that? Do not concern yourself with what it is. You must rush and seize it with your beast husbands at once. This blue spirit grass not only has the power to regenerate that fox's lost tail, but it will also restore his mental strength to the pinnacle of SS. And it may even enhance his innate abilities further. The current trajectory of events posed a significant hindrance to their mission's success.
What?
Upon hearing that it could directly allow Cu's tail to regenerate, Su Qian could no longer remain calm. Only she knew the lengths to which she had gone to ensure Xia Sang's previous success in severing that tail. Xing Luo, Izei, Ci Jing, come with me. Su Qian commanded as she sprinted towards the coordinates provided by the system. What's the matter, Qian? Yes. What's with the sudden urgency? Slow down, Qian. Don't trip. Though her beast husbands were baffled, they followed closely behind. This is not good. They are coming. Ling Ju warned as he spotted the family racing towards them.
What? Damn.
They are moving too fast. It was truly exasperating. The distance was far, compounded by the encroaching fog that obscured Xia Sang's vision. Ignoring everything, she rose on her tiptoes to stuff something into the mouth of the towering man before her. However, due to their height difference, she struggled to succeed. Ling Ju said it would be beneficial. Just eat it for now. We can refine it later. Siyu found her antics both amusing and perplexing, yet he replied, Sang, your mental strength also requires it. Hearing the hastening footsteps approaching, Xia Sang felt a surge of panic, almost to the point of tears, and commanded, lower your head, open your mouth. Hurry. With a resigned sigh, Siyu complied. At worst, once he recovered, he could guide her through the issues at hand using his mental strength. After Siyu successfully swallowed the blue spirit grass, Xia Sang finally exhaled in relief. However, as she clung tightly to him, the proximity forced Siyu to bend down, causing Xia Sang's face to flush with embarrassment. Under the gaze of his enigmatic, almost playful deep purple eyes, she gradually released her grip, feeling awkward. Chapter 32. Cherishing One's Own Man, Even Through Tears. As Su Qian's group drew near, Ling Ju just then retracted the mental barrier. Xia Sang feigned surprise. Oh, why are you all running so fast? Su Qian surveyed the area, but did not spot the blue spirit grass the system had mentioned. System? It has already been consumed by Cu. The system's typically cold, mechanical voice bore an unusual delay, laced with incredulity. It had previously found its host to be rather astute, considering they had partnered without error for 18 years. Yet, this past week had been a different story. Observing Su Qian's breathless state, Xia Sang teased, You all ran so fast. Did you think we had discovered something precious and came to snatch it away? How unfortunate, for you arrived too late. Su Qian's face flushed crimson at Xia Sang's taunt. She then turned her gaze to Siyu, seemingly verifying whether the blue spirit grass was truly as remarkable as the system had claimed. Upon witnessing the scene, Xia Sang hurriedly placed herself in front of Siyu, like a hen shielding her chicks. Do you not have a beast husband at home? Why gaze upon others? As soon as these words escaped her lips, the 4 beast husbands besides Su Qian instantly directed their attention towards her. Su Qian's lips twitched awkwardly, particularly as the closest. The snow leopard beast husband Xia Jing possessively draped his arm over her shoulder while casting a vigilant glance at the opposite side. For a moment, Su Qian felt a tad embarrassed, yet she truly harbored no such intention. Moreover, my Siyu possesses discerning taste and would never stoop to someone of your caliber. The mention of my Siyu immediately incited discontent among the other 3 men. Xing Lan coldly huffed, Your Siyu? I've never heard you refer to me in such a manner. Xia Sang turned away, feeling flustered. She then found herself meeting the gazes of the other 2. Their meaning unmistakable. They too desired her attention. Under such circumstances, Xia Sang resigned herself, closing her eyes, knowing that her man deserved to be cherished, even if it brought her to tears. Ahem. As for my Xinglan, my Shi, and my Lingju, they too would not look upon someone like you. Upon uttering this, Xia Sang's face flushed crimson with embarrassment.
How mortifying. How awkward.
In stark contrast, the 3 men bore no trace of embarrassment. Instead, their faces radiated with satisfaction. To be acknowledged by their female master with the phrase "my" was an immense honor for them. Xia Sang thought, all right then. I suppose I appear rather shallow and ignorant. Su Qian's expression was a mix of exasperation and awkwardness. So it turns out I'm merely a pawn in your play? Xia Sang forced herself to mumble, if you already know, why not leave? She truly couldn't fathom why this female protagonist had suddenly gone off the deep end. Why must she follow her? Clearly, this person had just come from that direction. After a brief reorganization, they set off once more. This time, unlike before, Su Qian's family trailed behind them. Xing Lan slightly turned his head, glancing back with curiosity. What does this family want following us? The misty forest is vast. Can't they find their own path? Yet Xia Sang seemed indifferent. Let them follow if they wish. It's not like we can shake them off. Who could tell what intentions this female protagonist harbored? Watching the lively and boisterous Xia Sang family ahead, Su Qian clenched her fists in silent frustration. She anticipated that in just a week, their relationships would become so harmonious. It was simply more uncontrollable than their previous encounter during shopping. System. Once this trial concludes, swiftly alter her memories. I fear that the longer it drags on, the greater the variables. Current Xia Sang has entirely slipped from our grasp. The eerie sense of unease grew increasingly potent, making it hard for her to ignore. That might be difficult. Why? Because the previous Xia Sang was always under our control, meaning her personality and actions were all guided by us. Now she has been awakened for some time, and her true nature has begun to manifest before her beast husbands. If we were to suddenly alter her now, it could draw their attention. What then, shall we do? The system fell silent for a moment. Your primary focus should still be on how to seize her fortune value. As long as her fortune remains intact, you will never become the destined female protagonist of this realm. Our mission will not succeed. As for the rest, I will devise a plan gradually. Very well. They continued on for 2 hours, and just as Xia Sang was on the verge of exhaustion, they encountered no mutated species. This was unusual. They had already changed directions twice. How could they not encounter a single mutant? Xing Lan and the others were equally curious. In previous instances, they would have already gathered a small pile of crystal cores by now. Following closely behind, Su Qian was filled with confusion as she inquired of the system. System, what is going on? Why aren't we encountering any mutated species, let alone the opportunities you mentioned? I am unsure. Logically, under the protagonist as fortune aura, it shouldn't be like this. Should we continue to follow them? Shall we remain in their wake? Xiao Luo furrowed her brows, appearing somewhat impatient.
Indeed.
Since encountering them, they had not come across a single mutated species. Izei, with his emerald snake-like eyes, glanced at the others with disdain. Shall we continue to waste time here, knowing that the temple task opens randomly, with the shortest interval being 6 months?
None fu rationally analyzed.
As the mist thickened, the darkening sky began to cast a shadow over the misty forest. It's about to rain heavily. Su Qian, we should quickly find a place to shelter.
Qijing advised.
Xing Lan and the others echoed the sentiment. Ultimately, swayed by the counsel of a few beast husbands, Su Qian relented. All right, let us go. Watching their departing figures, Xia Sang remarked, finally, they're leaving. Xing Lan added, who would have thought they'd be so bothersome? like a stubborn adhesive that one cannot shake off. Xia glanced up at the sky. It's about to rain. We should find a cave to take shelter. Although they had ample supplies, they only had a tent for outdoor use. In the event of heavy rain, finding a cave was prudent. Yes, let us. Just before the torrential rain could descend upon the earth, they successfully located a cave. However, just as they were about to step inside, Ling Ju suddenly blocked the way and signaled to Xinglan to lead the others away. Xinglan nodded in understanding and swiftly moved with Xia Sang to a nearby tree, 5 meters away. As Siyu extended his spiritual energy to sense the cave's contents, whatever was inside detected the intrusion and charged forth. Siyu quickly dodged, warning, it's a 6th-tier mutated 4-winged snake. It's no issue, but its venom is potent. The next moment, Xia Sang witnessed a snake nearly 5 meters long, flapping its 2 pairs of crimson wings, lunging from the cave with a fierce hiss. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the intruders, filled with malice. Hiss. She glanced up at the rain beginning to fall. You all handle it. I'll check inside for any other mutated species.
All right.
Then Xia Sang observed as under Ling Ju's icy blade strike, the 6th-tier mutated snake was swiftly dispatched, punctured like a hedgehog. The fresh blood could not flow out fast enough, staining the crystalline ice blade a deep crimson. Not even Siyu had made a move yet.
Xia Sang watched, dumbfounded.
With their levels elevated, their strength had dramatically improved compared to just 2 days prior. Ling Ju hoisted the corpse of the 6th-tier mutated snake and addressed Xinglan. I'll dispose of it. You take Xia Sang into the cave to avoid the rain. Wait for Shi to finish checking before entering.
Xinglan nodded.
Soon, Shi emerged from the cave, carrying another 5th-tier mutated snake's corpse. It's safe in there now. I'll go dispose of this. To maintain cleanliness, Shi, like Ling Ju, adeptly avoided splattering blood, as that would not only create a foul odor but also be difficult to clean. The ominous clouds thickened, soon enveloping much of the misty forest. With a resounding clap of thunder, the torrential rain began to pour. Xia Sang stood at the cave's mouth, observing the rain while the men busied themselves with cleaning inside. It was only upon hearing Xinglan's reminder that she snapped back to reality. The cave is clean now. You should go rest in the tent. The entrance is quite damp.
All right.
The tempest raged outside, yet within the cavern, tranquility reigned supreme. After having a modest meal, Xia Sang retreated to the tent, feeling an unusual weariness today, perhaps due to the relentless rain or some other reason. Today, it was Ling Ju's turn by the draw. And despite the reluctant gazes of the others, he stepped forward with a palpable tension. They had never shared an intimate moment before. The closest had been when she pressed herself against his arm in fear as he protected her upon entering the misty forest. Xia Sang, ensconced in her blankets, stifled her drowsiness and lifted her gaze, only to find it was Ling Ju who had entered. She displayed no further reaction, instead shifting slightly to make room beside her. Ling Ju's pupils quivered, and he paused, breath caught in his throat. He awkwardly approached, lying down stiffly beside her. No sooner had he settled than the softness of her form instinctively drew near, seeking warmth. The misty forest was notorious for its drastic temperature fluctuations, and the sudden downpour had ushered in a chilling breeze. Having endured 2 nights of such experiences, Xia Sang, though still drowsy, felt emboldened. She instinctively gravitated toward the source of warmth, craving more. Ling Ju lay flat, his azure eyes fixed on the tent ceiling, breathing rapidly, too apprehensive to move. He allowed her petite figure to snuggle against him for warmth. As she absorbed the comforting heat and listened to the soothing rhythm of his heartbeat, Xia Sang soon drifted into a profound slumber. Outside the tent, Xinglan, curious, inquired, why is she asleep so early today? It's not even dark yet. Siyu suggested, perhaps she has been worn out these past few days. Xia remained silent, her gaze fixed on the curtain of rain, her thoughts a tangle. The secret of his ability to absorb demonic energy remained undisclosed. But how long could he conceal it? After millennia of evolution, the cosmos had long since rid itself of monsters. The only remnants of demonic energy were the mutated beings within various trial grounds. But why was he capable of absorbing it? If exposed, would he be shunned by the interstellar citizens, hunted down mercilessly? In truth, these concerns paled in comparison to the more pressing issue. Would he bring her trouble? Would she, like she feared the mutated creatures, come to fear him as well? Would she wish to cast him out? With this thought, Xia's dark eyes deepened in intensity. Suddenly, he stood up and strode outside. Xinglan called out, "Hey, it's pouring rain out there. What are you doing?" Without looking back, Xia replied coolly, just getting some fresh air. He desperately needed to reassess his abilities. Listening to the commotion outside, Ling Ju gradually closed his eyes. The soft body nestled trustingly in his embrace, the blankets plush and fragrant, filled his senses with her sweet scent. It was comforting. Soon, Xia Sang slipped into a dream. In her dream, nothing changed. She continued to torment Ling Ju and the others with her incessant bickering. But then, a twist of fate occurred. The one shackled and subjected to torment suddenly became her. Seeing the figures standing nearby, Xia Sang struggled in terror, the cold chains clinking ominously. The more she fought, the more excited they became. Xia was the first to step closer, his crimson lips curling into a sinister smile, the sound of his shoes echoing on the floor. His eyes were dark, glimmering with a sickly light. Where would he make the first cut? He began to trace an imaginary blade across her face, his focused demeanor causing Xia Sang's heart to tremble violently. Xinglan emerged from the shadows behind him, his fiery eyes dimmed and his tone despondent. Be careful. Don't kill her outright. That would be too easy on her. Xia's dark eyes sparkled with malevolent glee. Rest assured, letting her die like this would be far too merciful. Ling Ju also advanced, his expression frigid. With this, a dull knife cuts flesh painfully. Xia Sang's gaze faltered as she caught sight of the knife, her eyes welling with tears. No, surely it was too dull. Help! Siyu chuckled as if basking in spring sunshine. She broke my tail, so I must break her leg. Though he laughed, his words sent chills down the spine. Xinglan tilted his head, curiosity piqued. But if you break her leg, won't she bleed to death?
Xia Sang?
Hearing this, Siyu leisurely pulled a vial of pale green potion from his pocket. No worries, I specially prepared this hemostatic agent. Not only will it prevent her from losing too much blood, but it will also enhance her pain considerably. Xia Sang's pupils quaked. No, please don't. Don't kill me. Noticing her fearful agony, Xia's face finally broke into a smile, albeit one that did not reach his eyes. His deep-set pupils shone with wicked excitement as he leaned closer, whispering suffocating words. Indeed, we shouldn't kill you. We intend to torment you slowly, to make you regret, to make you suffer, to render you unable to live or die. Xinglan leaned in closer to her ear, murmuring softly. Yes. You've done so many atrocious things to us, ruined us all. We cannot let you off so easily. You shouldn't die. You must live, painfully and desperately, like a dog. As she watched Siyu approach with a syringe, she finally broke down in tears.
I am sorry. I am sorry.
I was wrong. I'm changing. I'm changing. Chapter 34, Nightmare. Xiang.
Xia Sang.
Wake up, Xia Sang. Wake up. Seeing the small female collapsed in Ling Ju's arms. Unresponsive despite their frantic calls, Xinglan and Siyu were instantly alarmed.
Xia Sang? Xia Sang?
Please don't kill me.
I am sorry. I am sorry.
It was my fault. I'm changing, feeling the seemingly unconscious body in his embrace and hearing her desperate pleas. Ling Ju felt a sharp pain in his heart. At that moment, Xia returned from his expedition to test if he could absorb demonic energy. What's going on? Observing the group huddled in the tent, he couldn't help but question. Xinglan, with reddened eyes, turned away.
She
won't wake up no matter how much we call her, and she keeps babbling nonsense.
What?
Xia frowned deeply, then pushed past Xinglan into the tent. Xinglan, forcibly pulled aside, wore a bewildered expression. What happened? Xia. How long has she been like this? Seeing the pale, occasionally murmuring female, Xia's brow furrowed in concern. How could this happen so suddenly? Ling Ju remained silent, for having her by his side lulled him into slumber. And by the time he recognized something was amiss, it was already too late.
Siyu explained.
I was refining the blue spirit grass in my body, and had retracted my mental net. I thought that with Xia absent, and with Ling Ju's company and Xinglan's vigilance, it would be fine. Thus, I did not set up any mental perception. The only one who had remained fully conscious, Xinglan remarked, since he left, it's been about half an hour. But I didn't notice anything unusual.
Xia leaned in to inspect.
Xia
Sang.
Something's wrong. It seems like a nightmare, but not just any ordinary one. It's evident Xia's trapped. And we cannot rouse her just by calling. At that moment, Siyu suddenly grimaced, a low groan escaping him. Simultaneously, crimson liquid trickled from the corner of his mouth. Seeing his condition, Xia and the others were startled. What's wrong with you? See you, disregarding further explanation, stated, just now, I sensed a strong, unfamiliar mental force interfering with her. It's that thing, preventing her from waking, keeping her trapped in this nightmare. However, I recently endeavored to trace back to the origin, and my spiritual pursuit was ambushed shortly after emerging from the cave. See you, with a hint of frustration, wiped the corner of his mouth. It was his inadequacy. His current level was still far too weak.
Şiye koldi liftet hergaze, indet.
Ling Ju remarked, the ability to sever your trace and easily injure you suggests that this mutated creature is extraordinary. See you furrowed his brows and affirmed, its level is certainly no less than the 8th tier. In that fleeting moment, the pressure emanating from the opposite side far surpassed that of the mutated bloodthirsty wolf from last night.
Singlan gapet in shop.
8th tier? If it is not below the 8th tier, then it must be at least 9th tier or higher. Goodness, we are merely in the vicinity of the middle encirclement, not even truly within it. How could we encounter a mutated creature of such high level? No wonder none of us sensed it earlier. If it truly is a 9th tier mutated creature, then it is indeed quite easy for it to shield us from our perceptions, especially those of a psychic nature. Xinglan babbled away with her analysis, growing increasingly irksome to everyone as they had little confidence in their chances for this confrontation. If it were merely a 9th tier mutated creature, their concern would not be as great. The most pressing issue now is that Xia Sang remains under its control. A moment of carelessness could lead to unimaginable consequences. If the creature they face is indeed a 9th tier mutated being, then they are in serious trouble. 9th tier mutated beings are, to a certain extent, infinitely closer to or even surpassing the ordinary SS-level beastmen. Currently, only Ling Ju among them possesses such a level. Moreover, psychic mutated beings can exert wide-ranging suppression and attacks. Most critically, they remain uncertain of what kind of entity the opposing mutated being is. Nor do they know if it commands other lower-tier mutated creatures. Siyu suddenly stood, looking at the other three with a serious expression. If possible, grant me 2 hours. In another 2 hours, I can completely refine and absorb the blue spirit herb, but do you think, given Sang Sang's current condition, she can endure for another 2 hours? Shi Yi gritted his teeth and growled, veins bulging in anger. Ling Ju pulled her closer, his eyes filled with concern. She is growing increasingly frail, her complexion becoming more pallid. We cannot afford any delays. We must swiftly locate that mutated being. Xinglan agreed. Yes. She is becoming weaker by the moment. Shi Yi continued. The difference with this nightmare lies in the fact that it will continuously drain her life force until the nightmare concludes. Have you not noticed? The thread of the spiritual contract we left within her has been growing weaker. If I am not mistaken, once that thread completely fractures and disappears, she will. The unspoken words caught in her throat. Shi Yi raised her gaze once more, her dark eyes reddening. We must act swiftly. Upon witnessing Xia Sang's condition, Siyu's pupils constricted. If he were to recover to the SS level, his chances of success would be greater. But it was evident that Xia Sang's situation could not afford even a second delay. After reaching a consensus, Ling Ju began distributing tasks. Shi Yi and Siyu, you will accompany me to find that mutated creature. Xinglan, you stay behind to care for Sang Sang, and be sure to keep a close watch on her.
Singlan not dead.
Currently, he is the weakest among them, and as a psychic he would not be of much help. Once the plan was finalized, Ling Ju and the other two swiftly departed. Xinglan remained by Xia Sang's side, gazing at her pale face, filled with heartache. In the dream, just as Siyu was about to sever her right leg, he suddenly halted. Likewise, the other three froze as if suddenly immobilized. A flash of green light erupted, and from it emerged a hunchbacked old woman. The old crone stumbled closer. Xia Sang instinctively felt a sense of repulsion, yet the chains bound her, preventing her from escaping. As she drew near, the old woman abruptly stopped, her wrinkled face breaking into a smile, seemingly benevolent. My dear girl, would you be willing to sacrifice your body to me? This way, you shall not have to endure the agony of being tortured to death. As she spoke, the old woman erupted into an uncontrollable, hideous laugh. Xia Sang struggled against her resistance, now acutely aware that this was a dream. Yet, for reasons unknown, she was desperately trying to awaken, but could not.
No, y refusa.
Despite not fully comprehending the nature of the grotesque, wrinkled old woman before her, she knew she could not relent. Refuse? Ha ha ha. Today, whether you want to or not, you shall. The once benign old woman suddenly went mad. Her dim, sunken eyes bulged with excitement, as if they might pop out at any moment.
Ha ha ha.
Your body is quite a treasure. I have been searching these misty forests for hundreds of years and have never encountered a more perfect vessel than you.
Perfect.
Truly perfect. Ha ha ha. Xia Sang's face turned ghostly pale with fear.
No, no.
Whether you want it or not today is not for you to decide. As she spoke, the old woman extended several strands of green psychic threads from above her head. When did I incur such a debt of peach blossoms? My dear girl, today I can only rely on your beastly husbands. They cannot save you. As Xia Sang's complexion grew increasingly ashen, Xing Lan's eyes reddened with urgency. Upon sensing her body temperature gradually dropping, tears streamed down her cheeks.
Xia Sang? Xia Sang?
Don't scare me. Please don't scare me. I promise I won't argue with you anymore. Please wake up. I beg you, wake up. Xing Lan gathered both her and the quilt into his embrace, attempting to use his warmth to comfort her. Simultaneously, he humbly prayed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the three had already approached the location of the 9th-tier mutated creature, the dream-winged butterfly. Sensing the intense aura ahead, they began to quicken their pace. The situation with Xia Sang was urgent. Every second was precious. There could be no delay. As they drew closer and finally beheld the creature, they realized what it truly was. A massive 6-winged butterfly lay prostrate on the ground, its 4 enormous compound eyes occasionally shifting, its body covered in toxic powder. Noticing their approach, 2 long antennae quivered slightly in the air. "See," you exclaimed. So it is the 9th-tier mutated creature, the dream-winged butterfly, not only brimming with toxins but also capable of inducing hallucinations and nightmares. Ling Ju understood this creature as well. So, you intend to cast Xia Sang into a nightmare, hoping to seize her body and break through to the 10th tier? It is evident that this creature has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier. It is only a step away from metamorphosing into a butterfly. That step requires a suitable vessel, a perfect body. Seize her? Sure Ye's dark eyes blazed with fury as she glared at the enormous, repulsive insect. You think you are worthy? The immense dream-winged butterfly flapped its wings in irritation, clearly displeased by their presence. Just as the group was about to strike, a tremor shook the entire misty forest. The immense aftershock was sufficient to draw the attention of every living being on this continent. The 9th-tier mutated creature, the dream-winged butterfly, trembled and shrank back in the wake of that thunderous sound. That pressure was undeniably formidable for mutated beings, a primal instinctive fear and trepidation. Within the cave, as a dark door swung open, a tall, slender figure suddenly emerged. With each step he took, the space warped and trembled, as if rejecting his presence in this domain. Observing the tent not far away, Mo Juanhui smirked. Little one, I have finally found you. However, upon realizing that there were others inside the tent, Mo Juanhui's brow furrowed slightly. With a single gesture, Xing Lan, who had been silently shedding tears, fainted in an instant. Meanwhile, Xia Sang's body began to levitate gradually, drifting towards him. Upon realizing that the little person he had been yearning for was in peril, Mo Juanhui's eyes blazed with fury. Damn it! As a curse escaped his lips, the ensuing shockwaves surged for thousands of miles. At that moment, the 9th-tier mutated species, the dream-winged butterfly, engaged in a fierce battle several miles away with Ling Ju and his companions, suddenly staggered, collapsing to the ground in a fit of blood. It had just suffered a devastating blow. Moreover, the connection with the body it intended to usurp was brutally severed. The 9th-tier dream-winged butterfly tilted its head and emitted a heart-wrenching shriek.
Who was it?
Who had harmed her? Who had thwarted her plans? Seizing the opportunity, Ling Ju and his companions launched their attacks, aiming to claim the creature's life. Mo Juanhui gently cradled the floating little one in his arms, gazing at her pale face with profound tenderness. Little thing, why did you have to be so difficult to find? But for now, I shall not hold it against you. He leaned down and placed a soft kiss upon her forehead, then vanished into thin air along with the surrounding dark mist. When Xia Sang awoke, she immediately found herself reclining upon the lap of an extraordinarily handsome man. Not only that, but he was also squeezing juice into her mouth.
Xia Sang.
What is happening? Wait a moment. Has she awakened from the nightmare? But why were Ling Ju and the others absent, replaced instead by this exquisite gentleman tending to her? Xia Sang's mind raced. Could it be? Was it possible that the nightmare was not over, and due to her strong will interfering? The malevolent which had transformed into this breathtakingly handsome man? What was she thinking? Just then, a strange man's voice echoed above her. Xia Sang snapped back to reality. This was no longer a nightmare. She was in the realm of reality. Seeing through Xia Sang's thoughts, Mo Junhui chuckled softly. You're still as confused as you were in your childhood, making me worry. Did you save me?
Xia Sang asked.
Mo Junhui raised an eyebrow and nodded. Upon hearing that she had been rescued, Xia Sang immediately expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Mo Junhui leaned closer. Is that all? Just verbal thanks? Xia Sang was taken aback, suddenly realizing she was still reclining on his lap, and the distance between them was far too intimate. Pretending not to notice the fluster in his clear eyes, Mo Junhui continued in a low voice. Isn't it customary to repay a life-saving grace with one's body? Xia Sang hurriedly closed her eyes, cursing herself for her racing heart. Not wishing to frighten her further, Mo Junhui straightened up, and Xia Sang seized the opportunity to rise from his long legs. Upon noticing 4 or 5 fruit pits on the ground beside her, Xia Sang's eyes filled with curiosity. They were hongling fruits, which only grew atop the snow-covered peaks of the dragon clan, thriving under extremely harsh conditions. Nevertheless, they were highly valued for their numerous benefits, making them the perfect supplement. As Mo Junhui spoke, he conjured 3 plump red fruits into his palm. Xia Sang gasped, You have spatial abilities too? After a brief pause, Mo Junhui replied, Sort of. More accurately, I possess a spatial portal. While spatial abilities are limited to mere storage, mine allows me to open portals at will. In other words, I can instantly go wherever I desire and obtain whatever I wish. Xia Sang listened in awe, her mouth agape. Good heavens, this is a true powerhouse. Seeing her astonishment, Mo Junhui, with a smile in his eyes, extended the red fruit towards her. Xia Sang quickly waved her hands. It's too precious. I can't accept that. She recalled his earlier words about the fruits growing only on the Dragon Clan's snowy peaks under strict conditions. It was evident how valuable they were. Noticing her refusal, the handsome man's expression dimmed. Previously, she had never turned him down and had always relished these red fruits. Seeing her gaze still unfamiliar, Mo Junhui tentatively inquired, You truly don't remember me? Xia Sang's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what did you just say? You mean I really don't remember you? So, does that mean we had interactions in the past? Upon noticing her reaction, Mo Junhui's expression shifted and an unconscious pressure radiated from him. She had forgotten him. How could she forget him? Xia Sang felt a pang of anxiety. Her heart raced. The breathtakingly handsome man seemed upset, angry even, for her lack of recollection. But when had she incurred such romantic debts? This was absurd.
Ugh.
She wanted to consult the system, but that wretched system had vanished without a trace. It had disappeared entirely. Chapter 36. More accurately, You are my childhood bride. Mo Junhui stepped closer. So, you truly do not remember me? Xia Sang forced a laugh as she retreated. Which one are you? Could you introduce yourself?
Thud.
Her back hit the stone wall, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. Just as her head nearly collided with the wall, a large hand gently supported it. Even now, Xia Sang couldn't help but marvel internally at his meticulousness. Their eyes locked, and Xia Sang felt her heart race at the emotions reflected in his dark pupils. Her heart fluttered, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. She had a feeling that she ought to know him. The moment that thought crossed her mind, Xia Sang vigorously shook her head. Was she going mad? This was absurd. Mo Junhui gritted his teeth and growled, Little one, you truly do not remember me? Xia Sang anxiously bit her lip. Please don't do this. I really don't remember.
Who are you? Do tell.
Since you don't remember me, allow me to reintroduce myself.
Xia Sang nodded.
It's about time, buddy. My name is Mo Junhui, of the Black Dragon Clan. Xia Sang was slightly taken aback. A dragon? Dragons truly existed in this world? Your fiancé. Xia Sang's pupils dilated in shock. What?
Xia.
Mo Junhui pressed closer, teeth clenched. What? Don't believe me? Xia Sang quickly nodded. Even if you saved me, even if I don't remember, you can't just claim to be my fiancé right off the bat. Mo Junhui was infuriated by her ungrateful demeanor. Are you doubting me?
No.
It's not about doubt. This is simply too outrageous. Mo Junhui regarded her with a deep gaze. More accurately, you are my childhood bride. Xia Sang's pupils trembled. I don't believe it. Look at you. Isn't this getting more absurd? Just a moment ago, you were my fiancé. And now you're saying I'm your childhood bride? Was this man out of his mind? TSK, such a good-looking exterior, but the brain seems faulty. Xia Sang's thoughts were so easily decipherable that Mo Juanhui could guess them perfectly with just one glance. Clenching his teeth, Mo Juanhui retorted, "Don't believe me, huh?" Xia Sang replied, "Not a shred. This is an outright insult to my intelligence. Unless you provide evidence. You want evidence, do you?" Xia Sang tightly pressed her lips together and nodded. Yes. She simply couldn't believe that this man could have evidence of her being a childhood bride. This was utterly ludicrous. In the next instant, Xia Sang watched in disbelief as Mo Juanhui conjured a high-quality scroll from thin air. "Here is the evidence you requested." Xia Sang took it and, upon glancing at the scroll, was met with the glaring words, "Contract of Servitude." Xia Sang's eyes widened in shock. "This must be a joke." Mo Juanhui explained, "The contracting party listed is the Biling Mountain Empire, with the other party being a certain Asnu, who is my servant. Years ago, he participated in an auction on my behalf, and one of the items auctioned was you, merely 3 years old at the time." Xia Sang tentatively inquired, "So?" To which he replied, "Thus, he brought back a child bride for me." Xia Sang's pupils widened in astonishment. "Is that so?" Observing her reaction, Mo Juanhui's lips curled into a satisfied smile. However, I was quite pleased with his unilateral decision. As Mo Juanhui leaned closer, Xia Sang felt the atmosphere between them grow increasingly intimate. She instinctively bent slightly, distancing herself from the precarious situation. This piece of paper bore the unique seal of the Biling Mountain Empire, along with the signature of the auctioneer from that fateful event years ago. If you still harbor doubts, you are welcome to verify its authenticity at any time. Xia Sang waved her hands, her heart ashen. No, that's unnecessary. Please.
Just take it back.
She wondered if this document would still hold any value once torn. Let it be destroyed. Participating in a trial task. She had unwittingly found herself a long-lost fiancé. How thrilling! Noticing her struggle to accept this new identity, Mo Juanhui let out a gentle sigh and approached her once more. "I do not blame you for forgetting me. After all, you were just a child back then. For all these years, I have never ceased in my search for you." His long, elegant fingers caressed her cheek, lingering with tenderness. "Yet, I find myself entangled in some matters that prevent me from offering you my constant companionship and protection for the time being. Ultimately, it is my fault. Please do not hold it against me, my dear." His deep, melodious voice lingered in her ears, and Xia Sang was taken aback by the endearing term, "my dear," which sent her heart into disarray. Feeling the warmth of his fingertips near her ear, she quickly turned her head to evade his touch. "This is too much." Seeing her blush as she dodged his caress, Mo Juanhui's eyes sparkled with amusement. "How delightful. Your shyness indicates that you harbor feelings for me as well. My dear, your beastly husbands are simply pathetic. They are nothing but a waste of air," he scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. "How could they possibly protect my precious one during my absence? Trust me, when I return completely, you shall divorce them and sever all ties. We shall be together. Just the two of us." His fingers brushed against her fair, delicate chin as he coaxed softly.
Xia Sang wird het hergessen.
"That may not be feasible." Mo Juanhui's expression darkened immediately. "Why not?" Xia Sang stammered, "But they are my partners. I am already bonded to them. I cannot divorce Ling Ju and the others. Doing so could lead to dire consequences." Her main objectives were clear: to win over Ling Ju and the others while seizing the world's fortune value. Regardless of unforeseen circumstances, Xia Sang remained steadfast in her primary goal, for it was a matter of life and death. Mo Juanhui was infuriated by her response. "They are your partners? What about me? I am still your fiancé. You have been my child bride since you were young. You belong to me and me alone." His formidable prowess allowed Mo Juanhui to disregard any external factors. In the Interstellar family structure, multiple husbands were common due to the imbalance of genders and the necessity of providing a safe and resource-rich environment for females, a need he could fulfill on his own. Xia Sang rubbed her hands together. "Well, if divorce isn't an option, is there room for negotiation? One must bow their head under the roof of another." Mo Juanhui pressed his throat. Divorce. Faced with his unwavering stance, Xia Sang nearly choked on her anger. After painstakingly cultivating a good rapport with those four, now to suggest divorce? It felt like her efforts were in vain. She feared that one wrong move might provoke a furious retaliation. Quickly shaking her head, she dismissed that perilous thought. Divorce is out of the question. Mo Juanhui gently pulled her into his embrace, his voice soothing. My dear, my strength surpasses your imagination. I possess a vast empire and inexhaustible wealth. I can provide you with the power and confidence to withstand all challenges. Most importantly, I will forever be devoted to you. Until the end of my days. With a tender grip around her slender waist, he solemnly declared, thus, severing ties with them and bonding with me is the wisest choice. Hearing Mo Junhui's declarations, Xia Sang's pupils trembled. Yet, she felt no trace of emotion.
This is a disaster.
This man is serious. She had assumed he was merely putting on a show, but now he spoke of eternal devotion. So, my dear, what do you think? Xia Sang's expression stiffened.
I
don't think so. Why the silence? Are you too overwhelmed with joy?
Xia Sang gritó urdido. No.
It's not like that. Is my dear planning to divorce those beastly husbands of yours because of my heartfelt words?
I'm not.
Stop saying such things. Xia Sang snapped back, suddenly alert. Pushing away his handsome face, she strategically retreated a few steps. I need to think this through. Though she appeared calm, inside, her heart was already pleading for mercy.
Please.
Don't do this to me. The current situation had only just stabilized when a formidable fiancé emerged out of nowhere, demanding her to divorce the force she needed to conquer. Xia Sang could foresee the chaos that would ensue once Mo Junhui was free of constraints. But for now, she had to buy herself some time. After all, he had just said he couldn't be by her side for a while.
So,
he won't be around for the time being. Realizing this, Xia Sang felt a surge of relief. After all, surviving another day was still survival. Upon sensing her reluctance to provide an immediate answer, Mo Junhui joyfully embraced her and placed a kiss on her smooth forehead. Such a good girl.
Xia Sang protested.
I only said I would think about it. I never directly agreed to dissolve my bond with the others. Thank you, my dear, for your trust in me. I will prove myself to you. Xia Sang pondered. Trust in what? I have only 3 days. After 3 days, I must return. He understood that this was not the right time to take her away. She still needed the care of the other males for a while longer. Under Mo Junhui's hopeful gaze, Xia Sang nodded. Once I have fully broken the constraints, I will come find you. So, my dear, wait for me. Facing Mo Junhui's eager eyes, Xia Sang steeled herself and nodded once more. What a predicament. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Mo Junhui, his unintentional assistance had severely weakened the 9th-tier Dreamwing butterfly. After successfully defeating the 9th-tier mutant, Ling Ju and his companions exchanged relieved glances. Tossing the shimmering blue crystal core to Siyu, Ling Ju remarked, "This is a mental-type core, perfectly suited for you. Keep it."
Siyu hesitated. No.
We defeated that Dreamwing butterfly together, I. His protest was interrupted by Shi. This core will yield the greatest benefits in your possession. Moreover, with this core and the blue spirit grass, your mental abilities will soar without any bottlenecks. Once your mental strength improves, Xia Sang will be safer. We cannot allow such situations to happen again. The memory of Xia Sang's pale face, weakened and gasping for breath, made his heart ache as if gripped by a vice, causing him immeasurable pain. Upon hearing this, Siyu tightened his grip on the crystal core. Very well, once my mental prowess has been enhanced, I shall assist you in locating a suitable crystal core. The trio, wary of any delay, made their way back without hesitation. However, upon returning to the cave, they were taken aback. Ling Ju surveyed the interior with piercing blue eyes, whereas everyone. The sight of Xing Lan unconscious within the tent caused their hearts to constrict simultaneously, a wave of foreboding washing over them. Shi strode forward, seizing Xing Lan and tossing him outside the tent. Siyu sensed through his mental force. He was unharmed, merely having succumbed to an unexpected external assault. Ling Ju commanded, "Awaken him." Under the influence of Siyu's mental energy, Xing Lan soon groggily sat up. Shi Ye's dark eyes blazed with fury. Where are they? What happened to Xia Sang? Xing Lan's body froze momentarily before he glanced back into the tent, only to find it utterly empty. Xia Sang had vanished. In a sudden surge of anxiety, Xing Lan sprang to his feet. Where is she? Ling Ju narrowed his eyes. Are you asking us? Siyu replied. We just returned from slaying a mutated beast, and upon our return, we found you unconscious here. It was Shi who dragged you out. A sudden recollection of the overwhelming pressure flooded Xing Lan's mind, causing his complexion to pale. That was an irresistible force, stronger than anyone he had ever encountered, capable of directly crushing even those of the SSS rank. Just moments ago, an immense oppressive aura had descended within the cave. He had the time to react before he lost consciousness. Thus, he confessed, I don't know. His stammering voice was laced with self-reproach. It was his failure to keep watch over them, allowing someone to slip away right under his nose. The three fell silent at Xinglan's recounting. Such formidable pressure. Could it be the same as that which had shaken the entire misty forest moments ago? Was it truly possible for someone to possess such incredible power? Sensing the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, Xia spoke up. Everyone, let us remain calm. No matter who has taken her, one thing is certain. Xia Sang is safe. Our bond is even stronger than when she was trapped in a nightmare, is it not? At his words, they all focused on the thread of their contract with Xia Sang that had been left within them. The once flickering connection had now regained its brightness. Xinglan exclaimed with joy. That means she has been rescued. She is unharmed, right? Xia nodded. Indeed, Xia Sang has freed herself from the nightmare. Sure, Yi urged. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go find her. However, Xiyu's expression darkened. The contract sense has been blocked. We cannot perceive her. This alone indicates the formidable strength of our adversary. While the men anxiously brainstormed strategies, Xia Sang was already being led by Mo Junhui to a hot spring nestled deep within the misty forest.
Montag Junhui swiftly disrobed.
Wrapping a white towel around himself before stepping into the warm waters, Xia Sang, facing away from him, felt her cheeks flush. Did this man possess no decency? He had so brazenly stripped before her eyes, and thank goodness, she had reacted quickly. Observing Xia Sang, who stood frozen in place, Mo Junhui leaned against the stone wall, laughter dancing in his eyes amidst the rising steam. Come here, darling. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Hearing his teasing voice, Xia Sang felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. How about we give it a try? Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Come on, sweetheart. As his increasingly audacious words washed over her, Xia Sang nervously fidgeted with her fingers. You go ahead first. I suddenly remembered, I have something to do. She thought to herself, what kind of decent person meets for the first time and goes to a hot spring together? It's absurd. Just as Xia Sang attempted to walk away, Mo Junhui's dark eyes flickered, a mischievous glint flashing through them. What are you afraid of? You used to cling to me for baths when we were children. What's this? Now that you've grown up, you no longer allow it? Sweetheart, you're making me feel quite sad. Xia Sang turned in terror. The glint in his eyes, still harboring remnants of mischief, nearly left her speechless. Why, you're being ridiculous. Although I don't remember, that is still too outrageous. Mo Junhui feigned innocence. I'm not being ridiculous. Back then, you insisted on having me by your side, even to sleep, or else you wouldn't close your eyes. If you don't believe me, once we return, you can ask Asnu. He can attest to my words.
Xia Sang.
I'd be a fool to believe you, noting the skepticism in her gaze.
Montag Junhui smiled knowingly.
I see you're feeling shy. I've left the bathrobe at your feet. Remember to put it on before coming down. Xia Sang looked down, and, indeed, a pristine white bathrobe had appeared out of thin air. You can't soak in that combat attire. It's uncomfortable. Change it. Trust me. Bathing in the hot springs of the misty forest is beneficial for your body. As she took a step forward, intending to leave, she found her body suddenly unresponsive. What have you done to me? Why can't I move? Mo Junhui stretched his long arms against the stone wall, seemingly nonchalant. Don't you want to know why your mental power isn't increasing? Xia Sang, you know the reason? Of course. Mo Junhui's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low and enticing. Come down, and I will tell you. Xia Sang bit her lips slightly. Then turn around, no peeking. All right. Satisfied with his response, Mo Junhui turned with a smile. The sound of clothing dropping echoed behind him, followed by the rippling of the water's surface. Xia Sang, now clad in the bathrobe, crouched at the other end of the hot spring. All right, can you tell me now? Sure. Through the misty steam, Mo Junhui's gaze fell upon the petite figure before him. Glimmering droplets cascaded down her fair skin, and the once pale hue of her face now bore a delicate blush from the heat. Her slender neck and graceful collarbone. Everything about her was astonishingly beautiful. His little fiancée was truly captivating. Hey, Xia Sang, I'm reminding you. At this moment, his gaze was too intense, as if it could scorch her exposed skin. Xia Sang instinctively shrank back. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss, as if something lay beneath the water. Before she could gasp in alarm, her body was lifted into the air, and a dark dragon tail coiled around her. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself seated on Mo Junhui's waist. Looking up, she was met with his eyes, filled with a mix of amusement and affection. Darling, you're quite proactive. I'm taken aback. Xia Sang's eyes widened in shock, her face flushed. Why, you have no shame. How could he act this way? Mo Juanhui pulled her closer. Let us hold off on that for now. You.
Xia Sang fumed, struggling.
Yet all her resistance was futile against his overwhelming strength. Sweetheart, don't move. Sensing something unusual, Xia Sang's lips quivered as she nearly cried. You pervert! Let go of me. You promised I wouldn't have to soak. Seeing that he had genuinely riled her up, Mo Juanhui tightened his hold. All right, I'm a pervert. Don't be mad, please. Ignoring his apologies, Xia Sang pressed. What is going on with my mental power? Do you know how to fix it? Mo Juanhui sighed softly. Of course. Xia Sang's eyes brightened. What must I do to enhance my mental power? In response, Mo Juanhui's gaze fell, a hint of mischief evident. Be serious. After enduring his teasing, Xia Sang had finally lost her temper. She placed a hand over his roving eyes. Now, speak. Unexpectedly, upon receiving such a sudden maneuver from her, Mo Juanhui, after a brief moment of astonishment, soon erupted into a low, rumbling laughter that resonated from his chest. Indulging the soft, delicate hand pressing against his face, he smiled and declared, there is but one method. What? Copulation. Mo Juanhui's words were as shocking as they were audacious.
Xia Sang, startled,
released the small hand that had been covering his eyes, her face a canvas of disbelief. What? Suddenly realizing something, Mo Juanhui's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Indeed. He should have deduced this sooner. So, you and your several beastly husbands? As he drew closer, Xia Sang instinctively leaned back in alarm. Our relationship is entirely innocent. You mustn't. As she spoke, she faltered. This was the most intimate encounter she had ever shared with a man. So close in a hot spring with this fiancé she had just met. Reflecting on his earlier words, Xia Sang felt her cheeks flush with heat. Yet, this certain someone was not willing to let her off easily. Mo Juanhui suddenly drew her into a tighter embrace, leaning in with an excited tone. Why not? Shall we give it a try? Xia Sang's heart raced in shock. She hurriedly pushed against his increasingly close, handsome face. Why, you mustn't be impulsive. Calm down.
Montag Yunhui.
With unwavering confidence remarked, my capabilities are formidable. I assure you, you shall not suffer. I can elevate your mental prowess from an A to an SS level. Xia Sang found her attention captured by his claim. Are you serious? Of course. He exhaled warm breath against her ear, continuing to entice her. I am of SS level, naturally possessing such strength. What? Xia Sang was genuinely taken aback. This surpassed all prior revelations. SS level. But wasn't the highest merely SS level? What's wrong? Do you not believe me? Yet isn't the pinnacle merely SS level? At this, Mo Juanhui scoffed. That is merely ignorance on their part. In certain fierce bloodlines within the stars, attaining SS level is indeed possible, such as our dragon lineage. However, these exceptionally gifted races face considerable challenges in procreation. Hence they have long vanished from the annals of history after millennia of development. Of course, some remain hidden from the world. Were it not for you, my dear, I might not have emerged into existence again. Xia Sang nodded in understanding. Thus, with these formidable beings hidden from view, the world naturally perceives the existing SS level as the highest standard. Chapter 39. Do you truly wish to part ways with me, my dear? The man leaned against the stone wall, gazing down at the contemplative young woman in his arms, his heart softening. Xia Sang unexpectedly met his deep, dark gaze. Feeling as though her heart had been struck. The man's physical attributes were exceedingly superior, perfectly exemplified in every facet. My dear, why do you gaze at me thus? Have you perhaps developed feelings? If it is your desire, I am ever ready. We are betrothed. There is no need for shyness in troubling me. I willingly yield to your command. Hearing his unabashed words, Xia Sang felt her face flush even deeper. Who is moved? Do not speak nonsense. The delicate, fragile girl shrank into his embrace, her voice trembling as she scolded him. Mo Juanhui raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile illuminating his eyes. Be good, no more fussing. Let us enjoy the warmth. The hot spring water is beneficial for your health. After several fruitless struggles, Xia Sang ultimately nestled into Mo Juanhui's embrace, continuing to relax in the hot spring. Before long, a steady rhythm of breathing emanated from her chest. Looking down, he found the little one had already succumbed to slumber. Her cheeks flushed, appearing utterly delectable. When the time was right, Mo Juanhui finally stood, cradling her in his arms. As dark mist swirled around him, he vanished from the spot in an instant. The following morning, Xia Sang awoke in a warm embrace. As she blinked her sleepy eyes open, her gaze fell upon a magnificent expanse of sculpted chest muscles. Xia Sang widened her eyes slightly. Lowering her gaze, she beheld perfectly defined abs, feeling a surge of panic. "My dear, did you not have enough last night? Are you already craving this early in the morning?" A familiar male voice suddenly resonated above her, causing Xia Sang to look up in shock. In their shared gaze, she detected a glimmer of mischief in those dark eyes. Xia Sang promptly attempted to retreat, only to realize she could not move at all due to his arm encircling her waist. Under the pressure of her gaze, Mo Juanhui, far from feeling embarrassed, drew her closer with ease, seemingly intent on indulging in a bit more sleep. Xia Sang, unable to contain her annoyance, slapped his hand away. "Let go." Mo Juanhui feigned innocence, raising his gaze. Yet, Xia Sang was not swayed by his act. "Hurry. Did you change my clothes?" Though she already suspected the answer, her cheeks burned uncontrollably. "Yes, you were in a bathrobe in the hot spring last night. If not changed, your clothes would be too wet, and you might fall ill." Seeing the color drain from her face, Mo Juanhui quickly added, "I used my abilities to change them."
I saw nothing.
He demonstrated again. Xia Sang looked down, and, indeed,
Her clothes had been changed.
Xia Sang, well, fine then. It truly is the prowess of an SS level to change clothes without lifting a finger. Noting the irritation fading from her expression, Mo Juanhui released a sigh of relief. Although he hadn't changed them himself, he had certainly enjoyed the privilege of touching her thoroughly. If she were to discover this, she would likely become even more upset. Better that she remains unaware. Observing the seemingly guilty look in Mo Juanhui's eyes, Xia Sang furrowed her brow. "What is wrong?" "Nothing at all. Are you certain?"
Xia Sang pressed closer, her lips pursed.
"Of course." Mo Juanhui's voice grew steadier, his gaze resolute. After spending another day wandering the depths of the mist-laden forest, Mo Juanhui finally turned to Xia Sang with a heavy heart. "My dear, today marks the third day.
Soon, I must return."
Upon hearing he would depart, Xia Sang's initial reaction was one of joy. How wonderful. After sending this formidable figure away, she could merrily resume her tasks. System. Never have I encountered such a dedicated host. Oh heavens, who understands this? Seeing her not only reluctant but also seemingly pleased, Mo Juanhui felt his temper flare. This ungrateful little one. Here I am, burdened with sorrow over our impending separation, while she appears ready to dance with joy. Knowing I am leaving, are you so elated? Do you wish to part ways with me? Hearing the ominous growl from beside her, Xia Sang suddenly realized her misstep. Alarmingly, she had been so overtly happy that she neglected to conceal her emotions. However, after 3 days of interaction, she was no longer as fearful as at the beginning.
"No."
"In truth, I shall miss you." With that, Xia Sang commenced a performance on the spot. "You little liar. Do you not believe me? Suppress the smile on your face, and I might just convince myself a little longer." Xia Sang awkwardly bit her lip. "Fine, the big shot possesses intellect. I will first escort you back to your beastly husbands." Upon hearing this, Xia Sang's eyes brightened, and she quickly lowered her gaze before Mo Juanhui could notice. "But before that, you must assist me with something." Curious, Xia Sang inquired, "What is it?" Mo Juanhui, his gaze serious, beckoned her closer. "Come here." Xia Sang hesitated but stepped forward. Suddenly, she was yanked with great force, landing squarely in Mo Juanhui's embrace. "W, what are you doing?" Cradling her petite form tightly, Mo Juanhui's voice dropped to a husky whisper, "Are you ready?" Xia Sang's pupils widened in shock.
"Wait."
"Ready for what? You can't be serious."
He, Montag Juanhui.
"Wait a moment." Xia Sang suddenly felt an ominous premonition. However, Mo Juanhui did not grant her the opportunity to refuse. Before she could complete her sentence, a sharp pain pierced her neck. Her delicate neck arched back weakly as a trickle of crimson flowed from the corner of Mo Juanhui's mouth.
Moment latte.
The man lifted his head. "I'm sorry, my dear. Did I hurt you?" While using his abilities to heal her wound, he expressed his remorse.
Xia Sang gasped.
Pushing against the man in front of her while scolding, "What's wrong with you? Did I provoke you? Why did you suddenly go mad and bite me?" "Don't be angry, my dear. You can bite back. I'm serious," Mo Juanhui replied earnestly, gazing into her eyes. "As many times as you like." Seeing his sincere apology, Xia Sang's anger dissipated significantly. Then explain, why did you suddenly bite me? Don't tell me it was just for fun. Or, I want to let you off the hook. As she spoke, she pretended to clench her fist. Witnessing her demeanor, Mo Junhui couldn't help but chuckle. My dear. How adorable you are. Xia Sang's cheeks flushed slightly. Don't change the subject. Don't think that flattery will let you off the hook. Alright. I want to change the subject. I didn't bite you just for fun. The reason I did that was to plan a mate bond mark within you. Xia Sang looked up in confusion. Mate bond mark? Is it the one I know of? But doesn't that require certain activities to manifest between partners?
Indeed.
Mo Junhui said softly, noticing the curiosity in her eyes. A mate bond mark only appears after mating. However, I do not wish to go against your will. And yet I cannot bear it. You are clearly my child bride, the first person I encountered, and you are my fiancé. Yet you formed a bond with another male first. I cannot accept this. Therefore, I want my spiritual totem to be the first to appear on you. Although his tone was assertive, his expression grew increasingly aggrieved. Xia Sang found herself at a loss for words. This is a secret technique of my dragon clan. And like a normal mate bond mark, it will not cause any harm to your body. Xia Sang remained silent, leading Mo Junhui to believe she was still angry. I'm sorry, my dear. Please don't be upset with me. Just tell me how I can make it up to you. My dear?
Sweetheart?
Baby? His affectionate terms left her flustered, and she shot him a sideways glance. Stop calling me that. This is a one-time thing. My sweet darling is truly understanding. Mo Junhui beamed, his smile triumphant. I will take you to meet your husbands now.
All right.
It had been 3 days. She wondered how Ling Ju and the others were faring. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the misty forest, after successfully slaying a recently disturbed 8th-grade mutated beast, Xinglan sat panting on the ground. It was still a stretch for him to hunt 8th-grade mutated creatures at his current level, despite having Ciyu and the others assisting him. Upon successfully extracting the azure crystal core of the 4-winged crimson flame tiger, Xinglan wiped the blood from his face, revealing a satisfied smile. Once his strength improved, perhaps he could protect Xia Sang well. Before that thought could fade, the surrounding space suddenly trembled. A door enveloped in black mist appeared out of thin air. In the astonished gaze of Ling Ju and the others, Mo Junhui stepped out of the spatial distortion, carrying Xia Sang in his arms. The 4 men's pupils contracted in shock. Xinglan's eyes brimmed with tears of joy.
Shang?
Though the other 3 didn't speak, their anxious glances toward her mirrored Xinglan's concern. Was it just her imagination? The dark circles under her eyes suggested she hadn't slept well. Her battle attire, stained with grime and blood, indicated she hadn't bothered to change. Xia Sang struggled slightly in Mo Junhui's embrace, but it was futile. His arms held her firmly. Ciyu's dark eyes shifted toward the inscrutable man opposite them.
Who are you?
Why have you taken my mate? Mo Junhui's lips curled into a smirk upon hearing this. Your mate? Ciyu's tone turned icy. Who are you? Ling Ju's blue eyes glimmered with frost. Release her. As Mo Junhui's smile widened, Xia Sang's heart raced with a sudden sense of foreboding. In an instant, that feeling was validated. The man holding her tightly leaned down and pressed a kiss to her lips. My dear, tell them who I am to you. Xia Sang's heart skipped a beat. Fascinating. So, you were waiting for me here? But did it really have to be at this moment? What? Are you still unwilling to acknowledge my identity? Xia Sang. Considering the situation, she braced herself for the chaos that was about to unfold. Mo Junhui's frivolous actions stoked the anger of the other 4 men. Xinglan was the first to lose his composure.
Who are you?
By what right do you call her baby? Ciyu's dark eyes were filled with shadowy depths. Who are you to her?
Xia Sang.
This was truly going awry. Ling Ju demanded, what is your relationship with Xia Sang? Mo Junhui furrowed his brow slightly as he looked down at the little one in his arms.
Shang?
Such an intimate term. Does my dear enjoy being called that? Xia Sang, on the verge of tears, didn't he know how to respond? She wished she could cover his mouth, but it seemed too late now. Under the intense scrutiny of 5 pairs of eyes, she felt extremely anxious. Ciyu pressed, who exactly are you? Why did you suddenly abduct Xia Sang? Mo Junhui chuckled lightly at this. Since my sweet darling doesn't wish to speak, I shall reluctantly introduce myself. Seeing Xia Sang raise her hand, Mo Junhui's amused eyes sparkled. In the next moment, Xia Sang found herself unable to move, her arm frozen in midair.
Ia Montag Junhui.
I am also my dear's fiancé.
What?
Upon hearing the term fiancé, the other four were thrown into disarray. Ling Ju turned to the princess like Xia Sang, seeking confirmation. Sang, is everything he said true? Of course it is, Mo Juanhui interjected. Xia Sang closed her eyes, wishing to avoid confronting reality. At the same time, she wanted to pinch the arm of the man above her, reminding him to exercise restraint, but it seemed impossible now.
CY exclaimed, Sanson?
Is this true? Xinglan added, is he truly your fiancé? See, you pressed further. When did this happen? Under the intense scrutiny of those almond-shaped eyes, Mo Juanhui had no choice but to release her from the binding spell, while simultaneously feigning innocence. My dear, am I really that embarrassing? Can I even introduce myself?
Xia Sang.
Was that an introduction? It felt more like a declaration of war. All right, stop pretending.
Put me down.
Okay, I'll listen to my dear. Witnessing the intimate exchange between the two, the four men felt a deepening bitterness in their hearts. Xinglan's crimson eyes were filled with disbelief.
Shang.
How long has it been? Have you already found a new lover? Moreover, it was the very man who had taken her away. Mo Juanhui took pleasure in Xinglan's words. Xia Sang's expression stiffened. What new lover? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Mo Juanhui wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her soft neck. Am I not my dear's new lover? Gazing at the four darkening faces opposite them, Xia Sang felt utterly overwhelmed. As Xia Sang attempted to explain, all eyes were on her. She felt her scalp prickling under their scrutiny and steeled herself to continue. He is indeed my fiancé. Upon hearing this, the four men's eyes revealed a look of I knew it. Unlike the grim expressions of those around him, Mo Juanhui gazed across with a refreshing demeanor that radiated provocation, an implication rich with meaning. The betrothal between us had existed since childhood. However, amidst this, I had lost a portion of my memories. Were it not for Mo Juanhui's sudden reappearance, I might have completely forgotten this matter. Xia Sang believed that attributing it to memory loss was quite plausible, as she truly had no recollection. At that moment, Mo Juanhui added, she is my childhood bride, raised by my side since the tender age of 3. Had it not been for the subsequent loss, you wouldn't have had the audacity to court her. The four men responded with a collective gasp of disbelief. If it weren't for my sudden awakening and my successful navigation through the rift in space to find her, would you have believed you could still encounter her alive? If you cannot even protect your own mate, what use are you? Listening to Mo Juanhui's reprimand, Ling Ju and the others recalled the perilous nature of the situation. If what he said were true, had this unfamiliar man not appeared, they might never have seen Xia Sang again. Chapter 41. Is Sang planning to divorce us? Observing the sudden silence that enveloped the four men, who began to drown in self-reproach, Xia Sang widened her eyes in astonishment. Incredible. I never anticipated Mo Juanhui possessed such prowess. He effortlessly alleviated her difficult predicament with just a few words, while simultaneously plunging Ling Ju and the others into profound guilt. C said, I apologize, Sang. I am a psychic, but failed to detect the anomaly in time, allowing you to be ensnared in a nightmarish struggle. Ling Ju added, I'm sorry. I was closest to you, yet failed to notice anything amiss. Yi interjected, I apologize. I should not have left at that moment. Our actions were too slow. If it was indeed as this man claimed, they feared they would lose her forever.
Xinglan lamented, Shang, Ema saw thee.
It was my failure to protect you that allowed you to be abducted.
Montag Yunhua remarked,
How peculiar are the thought processes of this individual. While everyone else lamented the chaos wrought by the mutated beings, he alone could relate it to himself. Witnessing the sudden shift in dynamics, Xia Sang nearly burst into laughter. Stifling her mirth, she spoke softly, It's fine. I bear no resentment towards you. I merely hope that upon learning of my contract with Mo Juanhui,
you will not blame me.
Mutual understanding is key. Thank you for your cooperation. At that moment, Mo Juanhui interjected, Time is of the essence, dear. I must return now. However, you must remember your promise to me. Xia Sang blinked in confusion. Upon seeing her unreliable expression, Mo Juanhui realized she had forgotten yet again. With a helpless tone, Here marked, did you forget, dear? You promised to divorce them. Xia Sang gasped in horror. This is it. She stiffly turned away, and indeed, the chill that suddenly crept up her spine was no mere illusion. What's the matter? Is my dear unable to follow through? Mo Juanhui gazed at her tenderly. Xia Sang felt tears welling up. This was truly beyond her capabilities. I believe you can do it, dear. Once I fully break through the restrictions and return, I will come to take you away. With that, Mo Juanhui's figure gradually faded alongside the encroaching darkness, leaving Xia Sang in a state of stunned desperation. Just then, familiar voices echoed behind her. Shi asked, "Who is our dear planning to leave with?" Xia Sang trembled at the inquiry. "Oh no,"
Xiyu exclaimed.
"is Sang planning to divorce us?" Xia Sang bit her lip. "Help." Ling Ju pressed. "Sang intends to divorce without even consulting us? Is this how you agree?" Xia Sang felt unsteady. "I'm in deep trouble." Xing Lan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he accused. "How could you wicked female? After just a few days, you're already seeking to abandon us for another male? Do you not recall your own words? You want a divorce, then go ahead. You wish to abandon us, then do it. If you want to treat us well, then do so. What do you take us for? Xia Sang, do you even have a heart?" Taking a deep breath to steady her panic-stricken expression, she suddenly turned and sprinted towards the group, her face brightening with a smile. "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. How could I ever abandon you? I said I wouldn't divorce, and I truly wouldn't. It's that Mo Juanhui. He is forcing me.
Em sorry. Monta Kyunhui.
I must maintain a stable front. After all, he wouldn't hear her. For now, she could only apologize to him. The others remained unconvinced.
Xing Lan.
Still fuming, retorted, "Consider this. If I hadn't first agreed to him, how could he possibly let me go back? For the past 3 days, I've been worried about you all. My involvement with him is merely a ruse."
Truly.
Xia Sang fervently assured them. Observing the small female before him, Cus' violet eyes glimmered with hurt. A ruse? So that's why the mating mark was created?
What?
Ling Ju and the others' pupils dilated in disbelief as they stared at Xia Sang. In a panic, Xia Sang stepped back. "Oh no! Have they found out? Will they believe me when I explain that it didn't reach that point?" Siyu reached out to caress the side of Xia Sang's neck where she had once been bitten, his voice low and indecipherable.
Shang.
"Are you truly planning to leave us for him?" Xia Sang felt a chill creep down her neck, sensing impending doom. With the other 3 casting equally dangerous glances her way, she realized that if she didn't pledge her loyalty now, when would she? Grasping the hand dangerously close to her carotid artery, she assured them, "I won't go. I promise I won't leave. How could I abandon you? You are all vital targets for my mission. What I said about leaving with him was merely a temporary strategy. Truly, trust me." Shi's dark eyes darkened further. Just now it was a ruse, and now it's a temporary strategy? Xia Sang felt her face darken as she laid her cards on the table. "Although I know it's hard to believe, we truly did not engage in any relations. He is of the Dragon Clan and used a secret technique to place a mating mark on me, which appears no different from a usual mating contract. However, between Mo Juanhui and me, it is indeed completely innocent." The others were taken aback. "The Dragon Clan?" Ling Ju inquired. Shi asked, "Does the Dragon Clan still exist in this world?" Siyu remarked, "No wonder he possesses such formidable strength." Xing Lan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, rushing towards Xia Sang to surround her, sniffing around. Ultimately, he confirmed one thing. Wonderful. There is indeed no trace of that despicable man on Sang. The scent is very faint. This indicated that Xia Sang's previous assertions were indeed truthful. Xia Sang shrugged. "So, what do you think? Do you believe me now? I've said it repeatedly. I will not divorce you, nor abandon you. Why is there still doubt?" Under Xia Sang's scrutinizing gaze, the men swiftly softened their stances. Cus' handsome face flushed with sincerity as he said, "I apologize, Sang. I wrongfully accused you earlier. It's all forgiven now." Xia Sang waved her hand dismissively. Who would have thought that the mating mark could be imprinted through non-intimate means? Reflecting on the meaningful glance Mo Juanhui had cast toward her neck, she realized he had been waiting for her here. This debt would not be forgotten. After the misunderstandings were resolved, Xia Sang breathed a sigh of relief. However, what would happen next? She had a nagging feeling that this was merely the beginning. Suddenly, feeling a chill around her neck, she lifted her gaze to find Ling Ju before her. "What is it?" Ling Ju lowered his lashes and spoke softly. "Your mark suddenly glowed briefly. I concealed it for you. Otherwise, it's visually distracting." "Oh, okay." After Xia Sang spoke, she ceased her movements and allowed him to proceed. Her gaze fell upon the dazzling and ostentatious dragon rising mark that gleamed at her neck, causing Ling Ju's cold eyes to glimmer ominously. In an instant, as his extraordinary ability made contact, Mo Juanhui, far away in the dark palace of a certain imperial star, suddenly opened his narrow, elongated eyes. Chapter 42. System. How wonderful it is to have you. Listening to the others recount the circumstances of her fainting incident, Xia Sang realized that the feeble old woman in her nightmares was, in fact, the soul of a ninth-tier mutated creature. Moreover, she intended to seize Xia Sang's body through a metamorphosis? What a bizarre affair this was. Yet, it was indeed fortuitous that Mo Juanhui had appeared unexpectedly, otherwise, that mutated entity might have succeeded. With this thought, Xia Sang couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. The mission had only just commenced, and she had nearly met her demise before it even began. Alas, such misfortune. Xia Sang continued to follow the group in their journey. Suddenly, Xinglan, curious, inquired, "By the way, Sang, do you know what level Mo Juanhui is?" Just from a brief encounter. He had been immobilized by the unconscious pressure radiating from Mo Juanhui. Recalling this, Xia Sang's excitement surged. He is SSSS level. Upon hearing this, Xinglan's fiery eyes widened in astonishment. What? He is actually SSSS level? Similarly, this simple declaration stunned the other three. Ling Ju's brows furrowed slightly. Is he truly SSSS level? Siyu's violet eyes flickered with unease. If that is the case, we are in serious trouble. According to Mo Juanhui, the day he returned would be the day he completely took Xia Sang away from them. If that day were to come, none could stand in his way. Moreover, they were bound by an engagement. At this, Shi paused, an ominous aura emanating from him. Casting a glance at the oblivious little female by his side, he sighed softly. Siyu's concerns were precisely what he feared. For when that day arrived, should Mo Juanhui wish it, no one could thwart him. The group fell into a sudden silence, just as Xia Sang was about to speak. The long-lost, mechanical voice of the system that she missed so dearly finally resonated in her mind.
Zzzzzzzzz.
Xia Sang looked skyward in exasperation. Once more, she was met with the half-alive, static-laden sound. It seemed as if it was on the verge of breaking down. Despite this thought, she still summoned the system with hopeful anticipation. System? Is that you? Zzzzzzz. It is I, host. No. How long have you been resting? Why are you still in this half-alive state? It felt weaker than when she first arrived. She had no idea what it had been recuperating from. Hearing her mercilessly critique itself, the system's mechanical voice suddenly rose in pitch. Host, do you still have a heart? Do you know who I am doing this for? Are you saying this is still because of me? The system lamented. If I hadn't sensed that your life was in grave peril, I would not have forcefully awakened the Black Dragon to leave clues for him to chase after you. At this, Xia Sang blinked. You truly did it for me? Of course. If you were to die, our mission would be deemed a failure. Moreover, there is only you chosen by the main system. I have no other substitutes. Thus, I had to expend all my energy to bring the Black Dragon forth to save you. Upon hearing this, Xia Sang's perception of the system shifted suddenly. She felt touched, exclaiming, System, how wonderful it is to have you. Humph, ungrateful woman. Who was it just now? Cursing me to shut down in her heart? You, don't eavesdrop on what you shouldn't. Xia Sang's face flushed with embarrassment. I don't have much time left. I am here only to remind you of one thing. Su Qian has a system. What? Xia Sang's pupils widened in shock. You didn't hear wrong. Su Qian arrived 15 years ago and came with a system. So, it makes sense that I couldn't defeat her before. Your most urgent task now is to quickly enhance your mental strength. Upon hearing the system mention enhancing her mental strength, Xia Sang's face turned pale. She instantly recalled what Mo Juanhui had said to her while they were soaking in the hot springs. I previously attacked a portion of her system's internal programming, destroying something crucial. Therefore, she currently lacks the capacity to deal with you. Nonetheless, you must remain cautious. Enhancing your mental strength is of utmost importance. Moreover, acquiring a few beast husbands wouldn't hurt you, would it? Listening to the system's sudden shift to gossip, Xia Sang was taken aback. System. You can change your voice too? I am the system numbered 006. This time, it adopted a charming uncle's tone. I rank 6th among systems. Except for the main system and a few above me, no one is stronger than I. A cute, lowly voice followed. Xia Sang, you are completely unaware of my power. In a youthful boy's tone, Xia Sang's eyes brightened. All right, I like this. Just like this. From now on, remember to speak to me in this tone. I like it. System. For your small request, this system can indulge you. The young boy's voice continued. However, you must remember to quickly enhance your mental strength, as time is not on your side. Your speech truly lacks charm. Once you reach the same level as Su Qian, there will be a bonus surprise, which can be considered a golden finger bestowed upon you by this system. However, for now, ZZZZ, this system truly needs to ZZZZ, rest for a while to recover. Hearing the gradually fading electrical sound, Xia Sang bit her lip in silence. Well, it was off to slumber again, leaving her to fight alone. Yet, what could that surprise be? How thrilling! Xia Sang anxiously rubbed her hands, glancing at the four men beside her. She felt nervous. She had never experienced anything like this before. Although she often boasted with bravado, her practical experience was non-existent. Feeling the intense stares directed at her, the four men observed her with curiosity. Something seemed amiss. The current Xia Sang appeared awkward and out of sorts. Xinglan suddenly stepped forward, blocking Xia Sang's path. Why have you been sneaking glances at us? Xia Sang was startled. Oh no, she had been discovered. Xinglan leaned in closer. If you want to look, just do so openly, we wouldn't mind. Xia Sang took a step back, her ears burning with embarrassment. It was too close. They were too close. Seeing Xia Sang display such a flustered demeanor was rare, and a triumphant glint sparked in Xinglan's eyes as he advanced. What is this? Have you suddenly found your man attractive? Xia Sang retreated further, her face flushed. What the hell, your man? How shameful. Suddenly, her back collided with a wall of flesh. A wave of warmth enveloped her neck. Glancing up, it was Shi. At this moment, Shi leaned his head down, his fervent lips brushing against her neck as he reverently planted soft kisses. Xia Sang instinctively wanted to struggle, but the large hands around her waist held her firmly in place. Don't move. He closed his eyes, showering her fragrant neck with tender kisses. Inhaling her scent, Shi felt considerably more at ease. He would absolutely, under no circumstances, allow anyone to take her away from him. Never. As he noticed Xinglan closing in again, Xia Sang sensed that the situation had suddenly taken a turn for the worse. Chapter 43. Why did you steal my photo? Gazing at the fiercely possessive individual who clung to her with unyielding tenacity, Xinglan's fiery crimson eyes blazed with discontent.
Hey.
Have you finished your kissing spree? If so, kindly step aside. In response, the person beside her merely lifted his eyelids slightly. He cast a fleeting glance at the opposite side before returning to savor the delicate kisses. Of course not. How could he ever be satiated? Kissing only incites addiction. It drives him to the brink of madness, yearning to consume her entirely. A blush stained Xia Sang's neck where he had been kissing, the tingling sensation causing her breath to quiver involuntarily. Sure, let go. Be good, darling, don't move. Darling?
Xia Sang exclaimed,
her eyes widening in alarm as she caught sight of the reactions of the other two. A sudden realization struck her that the ominous feeling she had sensed earlier was no mere illusion. As she observed the three figures approaching, she felt the damp warmth at her neck, and her panic intensified.
Wait.
Shurya, stop. Obediently, Shurya raised his head, but this time his lips brushed against her sensitive ear. What's wrong? His voice, low and husky, dripped with danger. See you, with his violet eyes dimmed, took a step forward and pushed Shurya away, swiftly drawing Xia Sang into his embrace as she stumbled, falling against his chest. Ling Ju frowned and retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, disdain etched on his face as he wiped the flushed area of Xia Sang's neck. Xia Sang's eyes widened in shock. Wait, why am I becoming increasingly bewildered?
So,
are they competing for my affections? At this thought, Xia Sang felt either she had lost her sanity or the plot had spiraled out of control. Just then, she recalled that she had forgotten to inquire about the progress of the system as strategy. Closing her eyes, she felt regret wash over her. Xinglan shot an irate glare at Shurya and then strode over, his handsome face already flushed crimson. Xia Sang, confused, asked, "Why are you blushing so much?" Xinglan gritted his teeth, lamenting that Shurya was such a blockhead. He had been so overt, and she still questioned him about his redness? Just like last time, when he had been so evident, she had innocently asked him without any hesitation. As his gaze flickered, Xinglan suddenly bent down and quickly pressed a kiss on her fair cheek. With a haughty huff, he declared, Shurya kissed her. So I want to as well. Xia Sang's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to the other two. What is happening? Are they all going mad? Time sped by amidst the slaying of mutated creatures and the jealousy unfolding, and soon a month had passed. During this time, The group had not only significantly improved their abilities, but had also amassed a large number of crystal cores for future training enhancements. Among them, Siyu exhibited the most remarkable progress. After refining and absorbing the blue spirit grass, Siyu not only regrew his severed tail and ascended back to SS rank, but during this period, he also managed to reach SS level. This left Xinglan feeling envious, as his own talent was not lacking.
Now,
He found himself the least impressive in their team. Noticing his despondency, Xia Sang cheerfully bounced over to his side, assuring him, "Oh, don't worry. I would never think less of you." Xinglan glared at her in indignation. "You dare?" This ungrateful little one, witnessing his sorrow, had come over just to provoke him. Aware of her misstep, Xia Sang quickly conceded, "I don't dare. I don't dare." Humph. In the next moment, Xia Sang raised her gaze earnestly to him. "Xinglan, rest assured, I will definitely find a way to help you with your abilities." Seeing her sincerity, Xinglan slightly tilted his head, his ears tinged with red. "Humph." Ling Ju glanced at the two and reminded them, "Time is running out. We must return to the Empire."
all right.
Shortly after, a massive white halo illuminated the area around them, identical to the one they had used for teleportation in the temple, albeit larger in scale. In the next instant, the familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over them, and Xia Sang anxiously shut her eyes.
All right.
Hearing the familiar voice laced with suppressed laughter, Xia Sang opened her eyes to a vast expanse of white. They had returned to the temple. Just as they emerged from the task corridor, Xia Sang spotted Su Qian, who had been waiting for her. "System, she's here. Can you check her mental strength level now?" Still no change. The system's emotionless voice responded. At this, Su Qian couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Still an A. Is this really the fated heroine of this world? Host must not be complacent. How long until your hypnosis skill recovers from cooldown? 1 week. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's brows lifted in delight. 1 week. After a week, I shall make Xia Sang pay. Noticing Su Qian's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, Xia Sang felt a surge of caution upon realizing that she possessed a system. Who knew what mischief these two entities might devise to harm her? Until the system returned, she resolved to remain vigilant. With this thought in mind, Xia Sang turned to leave, not allowing Su Qian the opportunity to cling on to her as usual. As Xia Sang exited the temple, intending to take a hover car home for a well-deserved rest, she was suddenly blinded by a flash of light. Ling Ju and the others immediately shielded her from view. Ling Ju's cold gaze pierced through the foliage. "Who is there? Step out." At his command, the bushes trembled. What to do? What to do? I've been discovered. Within the thicket, a small boy with cat ears curled up, trembling in fear. He had intended to secretly capture photographs of this female to sell to various interstellar media outlets for a profit to help pay for his brother's medical treatment.
But now,
it seemed he was in dire straits. The cat-eared boy bit his lip, stifling any sound. Xinglan approached cautiously, yanking the little boy from his hiding place. At the sight of the small child, everyone was momentarily at a loss. Xinglan glared in disbelief. Such a small child, what was he so wary of? Could he really consider himself cautious? The little cat-eared boy, now clutched in Xinglan's grasp, curled into a ball, his eyes resolute as he clung tightly to his camera. Refusing to let go, he thought, even if these people threatened to harm him, he would not part with his camera. He needed the photos inside to earn money to treat his brother. His brother was on the brink of death, his only family. He could not lose him. Absolutely not. Observing the boy's determined gaze, Ling Ju and the others grew intrigued. Xia Sang was the first to speak up. "Xinglan, let him go. Carrying him like that isn't comfortable." The boy, taken aback, raised his gaze towards the female he had been photographing, surprised that she was speaking up for him despite his earlier transgressions. Hearing her words, Xinglan complied and set the boy down. To prevent him from bolting, he positioned himself behind the child. Xia Sang gently bent down to meet his eyes. "Little cub, why were you taking photos of me?" As the beautiful face drew nearer, the boy's heart raced with a single thought. She was even more stunning than in the pictures online. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also gentle, and her voice was melodious. The little boy's face flushed, but he quickly retorted, "I'm not a cub." Xia Sang, intrigued, responded, "Oh, you this little shrimp. Are you not a cub? I'm 10 years old." 10 years old? Xia Sang was slightly astonished. This little boy appeared no older than 6 or 7, all skin and bones. Moreover, among the towering interstellar beastmen, this boy claimed to be 10 and was hardly taller than an average 6 or 7-year-old human. Observing his tattered clothes and dirty face, Xia Sang couldn't help but frown. Once again, with a gentle inquiry, she asked, "So, why did you take my photo without my permission?" The young boy, upon hearing this, remained silent, clutching his camera even tighter. Chapter 44. The master of serving water, she was destined to become extraordinary. After a brief moment, he timidly replied, "I can tell you. But could you please not delete the photo?" The female before him exuded such warmth, reminiscent of his long-departed mother. Xia Sang nodded. Of course, it's merely a photograph. A distant shot of someone walking was not something she particularly cared about. Then she heard the scruffy-haired boy say, "You are quite popular right now. Many people follow you on the Interstellar web daily." The topic of Xia Sang has consistently been the most fervent point of discussion on the Interstellar network. But by the time you achieve stardom, many will have already embarked on their missions in the temple. Thus, apart from that video, there are no fresh photos for your legion of fervent fans to admire. Consequently, following the completion of their temple training, media outlets offered substantial sums for the very first photograph of her. "I took your picture merely to exchange it for some money to help treat my brother. He has been ill for a long time, and I do not wish to lose him. I am sorry." While speaking, the once defiant boy suddenly bowed his head, choking back tears. He didn't want to lose his brother. He had only him left. Xia Sang felt a pang of sorrow, lifting her hand to affectionately stroke his head. "It's all right. Perhaps we can assist you?" Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really, beautiful sister? Can you truly help save my brother?" Xia Sang nodded earnestly. "If it is within our power, we will do our utmost." "That's wonderful, beautiful sister. If you really help me save my brother, then my life will belong to you from now on. You can ask me to do anything."
Xia Sang smiled gently.
"What would I want with your life? Just live well. You still need to take care of your brother, right?" The young boy's eyes reddened, and he bit his lip, vigorously nodding. Xia Sang turned to her companions. "This little fellow seems quite pitiable. Since we have encountered him, let's lend him a hand." They all nodded, sincerely believing she had changed considerably. In the past, encountering such a situation would have led her to not only refrain from offering assistance, but also to have the one who took the photo punished severely. Ling Ju remarked, "I can contact someone right now to take your brother to the best hospital in the Empire for treatment. As for the medical expenses, you need not worry." "Thank you, brother. You are truly kind." The boy looked up to Ling Ju, his gratitude evident. "Here's the deal. Leave me your address, and I'll have them pick you up there."
All right.
After gently patting his head once more, Xia Sang said, "Well then, it's getting late. We should be heading back, and you should too." "Thank you, beautiful sister." "Thank you, brother. I will definitely repay you when I grow up." Xia Sang replied, "We shall wait until you grow up." Only when the black hover car gradually faded from view did the young boy reluctantly turn back, still clutching his camera. Inside the hover car, Xinglan snuggled close, wrapping his arms around Xia Sang's slender waist, mumbling, "You just touched that little boy's ears twice." "Twice." Xia Sang sighed, gently pushing the heavy head resting on her shoulder. "He is just a 10-year-old child." Shi Yi, not exerting any effort to push Xinglan away, leaned to the other side. "The 10-year-old boy is quite grown up now."
Sham.
Seeing his assertiveness, Xinglan's fiery pupils flared with indignation. He swatted away Shi Ye's hand from Xia Sang's waist and leaned closer. "I have ears too, and they are even better to touch." As he spoke, a pair of white tiger ears suddenly sprouted from his silver-tipped hair, trembling enticingly. Xia Sang took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Dare to think, after more than a month of close companionship, she had indeed improved, living a life full of affection. Moreover, there were two eager contenders standing in front of her. Shi stepped forward, kneeling gracefully before Xia Sang. His tone soft and beguiling. "Don't you want to touch my tails?" As he spoke, 9 fluffy tails emerged from behind him, causing Xia Sang's eyes to widen with delight. The familiar sensation surged within her, and she leapt forward eagerly. Shi steadied her effortlessly. Before he had the chance to showcase his prowess, Ling Ju was swiftly defeated. In this regard, Shi felt a tinge of resentment, his dark eyes slightly reddening as he glared furiously at the unscrupulous Shiryu. Shiryu's brows arched in a subtle challenge. In certain aspects, they were indeed like family, supporting each other in the trials. However, that did not mean they would easily relinquish their beloved mate. Their gazes locked, a silent tension filled the air. Ultimately, Shiryu merely shot Shiryu a look that implied each should rely on their own abilities, and carried Xia Sang away. Shi Ye's chest heaved with anger. His palm clenched into a fist, cracking ominously. Unaware of the brewing tension, Xia Sang was thoroughly enchanted by the 9 fluffy tails. Just as she embraced the two, several others rushed in to tease and entice her. As she reached for another, the one in her arms slipped away. Xia Sang was thoroughly engrossed in the play, while Shiryu beneath her struggled to control his deepening breaths, his eyes reddening, until her body slid down awkwardly, landing against a sensitive area. Summer gasped, her pupils dilating as she struggled, only to be pressed down more firmly. Don't move. Feeling his restraint and impulse, Summer nodded rapidly in fear. I won't move. Then let us all remain calm. Suddenly, a weight pressed down on her shoulder, and looking up, she saw Ling Ju. Let her go. Shiryu's patience wore thin as he opened his eyes, his light purple gaze darkening. Release her. Ling Ju stood firm. Let her go. She is uncomfortable. Hearing this, Shiryu glanced at Xia Sang, who appeared quite nervous. Taking a deep breath, he said, I apologize, Sang. I may be approaching my heat cycle, which makes it difficult for me to control myself. I am truly sorry for the earlier transgression. Before Xia Sang could respond, Shiryu relaxed his grip, only for Ling Ju to immediately scoop her up once more. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Xia Sang's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her mind raced. I'm not scared, just anxious. However, recalling her plan to enhance her mental strength, Xia Sang felt it might be time to put it into action. It was evident that these men had begun to change their perceptions of her, though it was hard to believe. She had to admit, they were now competing for her affection. Initially incredulous, her observations over time led her to one undeniable conclusion. It was true. Just like now. As she had just shifted from Shiryu's embrace to Ling Ju's, Shiryu and Xinglan approached, each holding a cup of juice. They presented them simultaneously, initiating a high-stakes game of choice. I want to drink anything without a straw. Why must it have a straw? Of course, it's so we can drink together. Otherwise, choosing one over the other is a mistake. Xia Sang's inner self crumbled in despair, gazing heavenward as tears streamed down her cheeks. The master of serving water was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 45. Everyone out. I want to sleep alone. Upon returning home, Xia Sang first took a shower. After lunch, she intended to head straight upstairs to rest. Although there were tents and soft bedding in the training grounds, nothing compared to the comfort of her own large bed. Despite having rejected everyone before sleeping and clearly stating she could manage alone, she had barely settled down when Shiryu climbed through the window. Xia Sang sprang up from the bed in alarm. Fearing that her sudden movement might disturb the other three, Shiryu swiftly leapt onto her, simultaneously covering her delicate, rosy lips with his hand.
Sure.
Their eyes locked, and Xia Sang nodded repeatedly. Though she could not fathom why the arch-villain had a penchant for climbing through windows, she chose to accept and respect it. As she felt the softness of his palm, Shiryu's gaze darkened. He had nearly succumbed to jealousy while in the hover car. She adored fluffy ears and tails, attributes he lacked. Retracting his hand, he gazed at her tender lips, his throat tightening, just as he leaned in to steal a kiss. The sound of a doorknob turning caught his attention. With a slight lift of his brow and a glance towards Xia Sang, he quickly stifled his presence and concealed himself beneath the bed. Xia Sang felt a sense of bewilderment. She could not shake the feeling that she was engaged in an illicit affair. The door creaked open quietly from the outside. Xia Sang peered curiously and was met with Xinglan, who was tiptoeing in, looking as guilty as a thief.
Xia Sang face-palmed.
It seemed that only Xinglan and Shiryu would dare to engage in such sneaky antics. Once Xinglan gently closed the door, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, I wasn't discovered. However, as he turned around, he was startled to find himself locking eyes with the little female on the bed, who was now frowning at him. Immediately, he froze in fear, hesitating to take another step forward. He had gauged the timing based on her usual sleeping patterns, believing she would be sound asleep by now. As Xinglan pondered this, Xia Sang approached him. What are you doing here? I'm not. Before she could finish her sentence, Xinglan once again covered her mouth.
Sure.
Beneath the bed, Shiryu's dark eyes brimmed with anger at Xinglan for interrupting his moment. Xia Sang sighed in resignation. I give up. The count of secretive encounters has increased to 1. Just as she led Xinglan to the edge of the bed, a sudden knock echoed from the door.
Sang.
Are you asleep? It was Siyu's voice. I noticed you hardly touched your lunch, so I made you a milkshake. Standing tall outside the door, Siyu held the milkshake in one hand while maintaining his knocking motion, a slight smile playing at his lips. He was well aware that Shiryu and Xinglan were up to something, attempting to conspire behind his back.
Sang.
Siyu called again. Xia Sang was about to respond when Xinglan silenced her with a glare. Xia Sang thought to herself, every day is a struggle. I can't even sleep in peace. Not receiving a reply, Siyu's violet eyes flickered. If you're not going to answer, I suppose I'll just come in? In the next moment, the sound of the doorknob being pressed down echoed again. Xinglan's crimson pupils constricted, and he hastily released Xia Sang and dove under the bed. He thought to himself, well, once Siyu delivers the milkshake, he'll leave. After that, Sang will be mine alone. How clever of me! Xia Sang was left flabbergasted, her scalp prickling at his fluid motions. She then retracted her arm, resigning herself to the situation. Fine then, let him and Yi meet under the bed. Just as Xinglan concealed himself, Siyu pushed the door open and walked in. He surveyed the room with a smile before finally focusing on Xia Sang. Aren't you asleep yet?
Xia Sang stiffly nodded.
She had an unsettling feeling that this fox had discovered something, though she had no evidence. Siyu presented the glass of milkshake to her, his voice gentle. There aren't any unsavory characters disturbing your sleep, are there? Startled by the mention of unsavory characters, Xia Sang nearly spat out the milkshake she had just sipped. Siyu's smile widened as he gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Be careful. You wouldn't want to choke. Meanwhile, under the bed, Yi and Xinglan exchanged glances filled with mutual resentment. Yi's dark eyes burned with fury. He had not anticipated that someone else could act faster than he. They glared at each other, both filled with indignation. Suddenly, the bed shifted under the weight above,
causing both of them to tense.
Xia Sang, you've worked hard. Let me give you a massage. Be good, don't move. Rest assured, no one will disturb us now. Xia Sang shook her head vigorously. Oh no, this is too much. The two husbands hiding beneath the bed watched as she lay there with another man, and the color in her cheeks deepened. Siyu chuckled softly. What are you thinking?
Shang.
Why is your face so flushed? Xia Sang immediately sat up straight. I'm not. All right, you're not. As Siyu leaned in closer, Xia Sang found herself helplessly lying on the bed. Yi clenched his fists. This infuriating fox was clearly doing this on purpose. Knowing they were in the same room and deliberately provoking them. Your skin is so smooth, darling. Xia Sang exclaimed. Why has everyone taken to calling me darling since Mo Juanhui? Siyu, I really don't need a massage, she protested, but her words were muffled. No, you do need one. Just then, another familiar male voice echoed from the doorway. It seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Xia Sang turned to see Lingju leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, his gaze shimmering with an enigmatic light. Xia Sang felt despair wash over her. This was truly the end. Two husbands hiding beneath the bed, one in the nose sitting on the bed, and one at the door ready to catch them. Observing the little female on the bed, who was pouting in distress, Lingju's lips curled slightly. It was a pity for her. He had just wandered around downstairs and, without needing to think, knew exactly what their intentions were. Why is it so lively in here? I was wondering why it was so quiet downstairs. So, you all came here to hold a meeting behind my back? Xia Sang shuddered at his words. They had indeed been discovered. Realizing that they could not hide any longer, and unwilling to continue the charade, Yi slid out from under the bed, casting a cold glance at the other two. Xinglan awkwardly rubbed his nose, surprised that they had been caught, and by both of them, no less. Did they have nothing else to do? Xia Sang buried her face in a pillow. Everyone, please leave. I want to sleep alone. Seeing her in a fury, the others exchanged glances and quietly retreated. Chapter 46. The Master of the Underground City. Just as the others were about to exit, Xia Sang suddenly tossed her pillow aside and sat up. I previously mentioned that once this training session is over, you all would return to your respective duties. Therefore, from now on, those of you who should work will work, and those who should study will study. I can't have you all lounging around, causing trouble for me. The group was momentarily stunned. She had indeed brought this up before. However, now they were rather reluctant to return to work or school. Noticing they lingered at the door, Xia Sang's patience wore thin. I'm going to sleep now, and no one is to disturb me again. With that, she cast a pointed look at Yi and Xinglan. Seeing her genuine anger, they nodded quickly. With their exit, the room finally returned to tranquility. Xia Sang sighed softly, then leaned back, clutching her blanket, and drifted into a deep sleep. As soon as they stepped out, a message popped up on Lingju's terminal. Marshal, there is an important military exercise that requires your personal guidance. It seemed apparent that Lingju would not make an appearance, and immediately following that, another message was sent. I wonder if you are available now. A video conference will suffice. We are prepared at any moment. Ling Ju silently typed, I am available. I will come over right now. Come over. Gazing at the brief line of text projected on the enormous screen, every officer in the grand conference room collectively inhaled sharply. Could it be? The marshal himself is coming? Recalling Xia Sang, a smile unconsciously graced the corners of Ling Ju's lips. Indeed, my esteemed matriarch has instructed me to return to work. Once the message was dispatched, there was a profound silence on the other end for a good 10 seconds. Ling Ju furrowed his brow slightly. Just as he contemplated closing the interface, a flurry of messages erupted from his subordinates. He surmised they had congregated in the conference room. Congratulations, dear Marshal. Having you back in your position will be a tremendous honor for our empire. Marshal, we have eagerly anticipated your return. Observing these messages, Ling Ju's frown deepened further. His lips pressed into a thin line. Could they not discern? He had conveyed that his matriarch had summoned him back to work, not that he wished to return. Disregarding the incessant congratulatory messages, Ling Ju decisively closed the terminal and exited the villa. How mundane. Meanwhile, while Xia Sang slept blissfully unaware, the Interstellar network erupted once more due to her. Not because of the photograph taken by the little cat-eared boy, but rather because someone had released the video of her outside the temple. Xia Sang found herself at a loss. There was little to be done. The interstellar realm was so advanced that high-definition surveillance was ubiquitous. Heavens! Xia Sang is so beautiful. She is so kind. How can there be such a gentle matriarch? She even allowed that filthy little creature to approach her and patted his head. That little creature is so fortunate. I envy him to death. Whoa, I'm not good enough. Still the same question. What type of male does matriarch Xia Sang prefer? Do I still have a chance? Following this comment by an ID named Brother Knife, a wave of ridicule surged beneath it. I don't know if anyone else has a chance. But someone like you certainly does not. Exactly. How could my goddess possibly take an interest in a creature lurking in the shadows?
Hey.
Can the filthy insects from the Undercity refrain from crawling out and disgusting people? Watching the stream of insults directed at their Undercity, the scarred muscular man sitting in the viewing stands abruptly stood up in anger. Damn. Upon looking up, he realized he had forgotten to disable his location coordinates. Right beneath his dark avatar, the words Undercity Beast Fighting Arena were glaringly displayed. The burly man furrowed his brow. A hint of regret flickered across the scarred half of his face. Damn it. He had intended to make a jest and engage in casual banter. Yet he had forgotten to turn off the location coordinates. The relentless barrage of insults continued to assault him, causing the scarred man to seethe with fury. Who had they offended in the Undercity? It appeared they had been too courteous to those in the Empire over the years. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind. What's wrong? Suddenly so furious. The scarred man froze, then stiffly turned around. B-boss. In his view, a man of extraordinary beauty was approaching. His pristine white shirt was casually unbuttoned at two places, revealing a tantalizing neck and expansive skin. A suit jacket hung nonchalantly over his arm, exuding an air of indifference that starkly contrasted with the surrounding atmosphere of crime and bloodshed. Just from that single glance, the scarred man quickly lowered his gaze, afraid to offend further. What has transpired? The deep, melodious voice resonated above him once more. As he shifted his gaze, he noticed a pair of sleek black leather shoes before him. The scarred man's body trembled slightly, feeling an intensified pressure. This was the individual who had come to the Undercity a decade ago. He had first appeared in the fighting arena below, reportedly sold into it. Initially, no one had regarded him highly, including the prominent figures of the time, until he broke free from his confines and defeated the reigning city lord, reclaiming the title. The long-standing rule of the Undercity dictated that the capable would take charge. As long as one could slay the city lord, they would become the new ruler. Thus, the Undercity had always been a realm of chaos and bloodshed, as everyone yearned to experience the power of that coveted seat. Until his emergence, no one dared to challenge or even entertain such ambitions. Moreover, under his dominion, all dark forces had capitulated, although many had met their demise. Recalling the bloodshed of those years and this man's merciless methods, the scarred man felt his body tremble uncontrollably. Regarding the boss, there's not much to report. I just had a brief spat on the Interstellar network and felt a bit aggrieved. Upon saying this, the scarred man's head instinctively lowered even further.
Oh.
The man glanced down, his voice cool and devoid of emotion. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the crowd in the beast fighting arena. Upon seeing the return of the Undercity's master, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Even the gamblers who had been shouting and cheering moments ago quieted, sensing the presence of that figure. In an instant, all that could be heard were the roars and whimpers of the beasts. Noticing the shift in the surroundings, the scarred man couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why are they so fearful of him? He turned and headed towards the exclusive elevator. The scarred man glanced left and right, then gritted his teeth and followed suit. The boss hadn't dismissed him yet. Only after that figure had completely vanished did the fourth floor return to its former chaos. That had truly frightened him. He hadn't dared to raise his head, fearing to meet that gaze. Indeed, a companion chimed in, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Heaven knows how immense the pressure was when that esteemed individual glanced in this direction. Chapter 47. Why did you betray me? With a resounding thud, a heavy object fell, and the beast-fighting arena erupted into chaos once more.
Damn.
My money! Useless, get up. Get up for me. Damn it, this time I've wagered everything I own. Ha ha ha, wonderful, too wonderful. Finally, I've broken even. Let us go again. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Amidst the shouts of the crowd, a new round of betting commenced. At the top of the floor, with a ding, the elevator finally reached the summit. This entire floor was the private domain of the Black Flood, where no one was permitted to intrude without permission. As the elevator doors opened, the scarred man wiped the thin layer of sweat from his forehead and followed closely behind. Black Flood cast a glance back, disregarding him, assuming he had other matters to report. The scarred man, however, thought to himself, thankfully I followed. The boss indeed wants to summon me privately. Traversing the corridor towards the office, Black Flood casually leaned back, his golden eyes narrowed. What else is there? The scarred man's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly comprehended something. He had misinterpreted the situation. The boss did not intend to summon him. He had mistakenly assumed he had other matters to discuss. Upon this realization, the scarred man felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat pouring forth. Just as he was frantically contemplating, a knock echoed from outside the door. Enter. Hearing the summons, the person outside pushed the door open. Upon seeing the orderly procession of Kalikoti and the middle-aged male they were escorting, the scarred man quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look further. These two individuals are indeed the trusted aides of the boss, his only two confidants. Their status in the underground realm is self-evident, far beyond the reach of someone as insignificant as the overseer of the arena. Corey cast a cold glance at the middle-aged male who was kneeling under his weight. Boss, the person has been brought here. At that moment, Kadi was cradling a small silver box in his arms. Boss, we've also found what you asked us to look for. Upon hearing this, the black serpent's body straightened slightly. Bring it here. With a smile playing on his lips, Kadi approached, and with a click, the silver box was opened. Inside lay 2 vials of potion, glimmering enticingly. Boss, is this the gene serum you have been searching for all along? The black serpent, with his golden eyes, gazed intently at the vials, his expression darkening. Yes. The scarred man trembled in fear, anxious that he might hear something he shouldn't and be silenced. Just then, he felt a sudden pat on his right shoulder. Looking up, he found it was Corey, who was escorting him. Don't be afraid. As long as you remain loyal, the boss will not resort to unnecessary slaughter. With a shift in tone, he added with a sneer, but if you do not behave, you may end up like him. The scarred man nodded vigorously, affirming his loyalty, while casting a furtive glance at the middle-aged male. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly docile man would dare to betray. After confirming his suspicions, the man satisfactorily closed the silver box and stepped toward the middle-aged male who was still kneeling under Corey's weight. With a disdainful look, he inquired, "Have I not given you enough? Why betray me?" The middle-aged male remained silent, his head bowed. Observing his demeanor, a scoff echoed from above, followed by a chilling voice. "You're quite resilient with your silence. Corey, take charge of him and pry open his mouth. Also, administer 2 vials of the serum beforehand. Do not kill him too easily." "Yes, boss." Just as Corey was about to press the man down, he suddenly remembered. "Oh, by the way, bring his female and child over, I want." The sentence was abruptly interrupted when the previously silent middle-aged male erupted, his eyes wide with fury. You have kidnapped my female and child. How did you know of their existence? Do not harm them." His female had been abducted, and their marriage was never registered in the terminal. She had been meticulously hidden, confined to the basement of his villa, never stepping outside. The child had been born in secrecy, with the doctor who assisted in the delivery swiftly dealt with afterward. This matter was never meant to be known by anyone. In their line of work, having a vulnerability is the gravest taboo, which is why he had never allowed his wife and child to be exposed. The black serpent couldn't help but smile mockingly.
Fool.
While I am indeed despicable and cunning, I would not stoop so low as to capture your family. At this point, you are unaware of who has betrayed you. Suddenly, the black serpent raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick to the middle-aged male's face. With a loud thud, the man was sent flying and crashed against the wall. The black serpent approached with a smile. And you don't think you've hidden them well enough? Do you truly believe I can be so easily deceived? As he spoke, his black shoe came down hard on the side of the middle-aged male's face, pressing down with force. The man stood with his hands in his pockets, slightly bowing his head, his expression cold. Take him away. Teach him a lesson.
Yes.
Witnessing his boss maintain such composure, the scarred man hastily wiped away the cold sweat that had re-emerged. Little did he know, this action successfully drew the man's attention.
Oh.
What were you going to say? The scarred man's expression stiffened. It's over. Noticing this, Kadi curiously approached. Do you have something to report to the boss as well? At that moment, Corey had already taken the middle-aged male away for interrogation, leaving only the three of them in the room. Under the gaze of the other two, the scarred man felt utterly despondent. Why am I still here? What am I doing? Yet his mind was racing to devise a plan. He quickly opened his Interstellar account and said, Boss, I've found that these imperial citizens are becoming increasingly outrageous. Look at what they're saying. They claim our underground city is a den of darkness and evil. They even ask if we could refrain from. The black serpent's expression grew increasingly impassive. Is this it? This merely stating facts. In contrast, Kadi was intensely absorbed in the matter. This is absolutely excessive. Boss, let me go teach them a lesson. I can blow up a few buildings in the Empire right now to show them. The black serpent's golden eyes revealed a hint of exasperation. At this point, Kadi had already started examining the scarred man's terminal. What the hell? Why are they becoming more and more outrageous? Calling us dark incubators. I'm going to show them what we're capable of. And as for this so-called goddess who would never look at someone like us,
I want to see what she looks like.
If necessary, we'll capture her and force him to pay for her release. Hearing this, the scarred man's eyes lit up. Truly, being with the boss all the time had sharpened his cunning. How had he not thought of this? Once that fellow arrived, he would ensure he paid for his reckless words. Chapter 48. Females are all the same. As Kadi scrolled through the information, he suddenly froze, staring at his boss in astonishment. Boss, this female. The black serpent, who had always shown little interest in females, merely furrowed his brows. What of this female? She is so beautiful. Truly stunning. Observing Kadi's exaggerated and entranced expression, the black serpent's lips twitched. He then darkened his gaze, commanding, Get out. Upon receiving the order, the scarred man eagerly turned to Kadi, hoping he would promptly leave with him. However, disappointment awaited him. Boss, this female is truly exquisite. Unlike those arrogant females who don't regard males as equals. As Kadi leaned closer, the black serpent's brows furrowed further. What are you trying to say? Sigh, boss. You're not getting any younger. The black serpent's golden eyes narrowed dangerously, casting a cold glare at his usually reliable subordinate. The scarred man focused on the ground, feeling like he should have been underground. He never expected Kadi to be so bold. He could only hope that when the boss became enraged, he would not be implicated. Boss, although you suppress your heat with inhibitors every year, you are developing a resistance to them. The 2 vials of inhibitors are no longer effective, and those substances are harmful to your health. Moreover, the longer you suppress it, the more intense the heat becomes. I believe this female would be a good choice. By the end, Kadi's tone had softened. The black serpent, who had always despised females, let alone considering getting close to one, had relied on inhibitors to avoid his heat for many years. However, the last time he had experienced excruciating torment, he had even injected 3 vials. Observing Kadi's sincere concern, the black serpent, though still displeased, chose not to blame him further. Casting a glance at the scarred man still lurking by the door, he coldly ordered, You may leave. Upon hearing this, the scarred man quickly retreated, breathing a sigh of relief only after he had fully exited through the door. He never imagined he would emerge unscathed. Yet, just a couple of steps away, he encountered Corey, who was stained with blood, coming around the corner. The scarred man. Corey cast a glance at him and reminded, You've been with the boss for many years, and you should be well aware of the fate that awaits those traitors. Today, The boss is feeling merciful and lets you off the hook, but I will keep a close watch on you, should you dare to make any slight move. As he spoke, Corey suddenly shifted aside, revealing the ominously ajar black door behind him. Just that one glance sent a chill down the spine of the scarred man. His fate would undoubtedly be far worse. The cold, ghostly voice that lingered in his ears pierced straight to the heart. The scarred man nodded hurriedly. Just as he took a few steps, a loud bang echoed from behind him, followed by a chilling scream. The scarred man's pupils dilated in sudden realization. It was all a deliberate warning. Not daring to linger any longer, he dashed down the stairs and vanished without a trace. Inside the office, Cody had just finished showing the uploaded videos to someone and was now fervently promoting them. "Boss, look at this little female. She's unlike any other. Just see how fiercely she stands up for her mate. She's adorably fierce." He continued, "And look at this one. See how that dirty little cub." The golden-eyed beast's gaze followed where he pointed on the terminal, remaining silent. Indeed, this female was exceptionally beautiful, yet all females are alike. Some are merely adept at disguise, and there's no real distinction. Furthermore, the comments from the imperial citizens reveal his waning enthusiasm. It seemed he held little interest in the female on the screen. Cody quickly added, "Boss, feelings are nurtured over time. If you just give a nod now, I can swiftly bring her to you." As he spoke, a glimmer of eagerness flickered in his eyes, as if he could fetch her at the mere nod of the man. "Not necessary. I have no need for a female." The boss replied. "You may leave now." Returning to his chair, the man issued an unmistakable dismissal, closing his eyes before Cody could utter another word. "All right then. I shall take my leave. Do reconsider, boss. If you find it feasible, I can bring her to you immediately."
Get lost.
Understood. With Cody's exit, the room fell silent once more. The golden-eyed beast turned his attention to the terminal's video interface, his brow furrowing slightly. He then extended his distinctly knuckled hand and extinguished the screen. Females are all the same. Selfish and vile. Utterly detestable. His father was a living testament to this. Deceived by that venomous female's sweet words, he was lured back home, only to be cast aside when she grew weary of him. Left to endure the humiliation from other mates without a care, even after giving birth to him, she never once expressed concern. She hastily sold him to the underground city before he even reached adulthood. This betrayal became the final straw that crushed his father, leading to his ultimate demise in despair. As this thought crossed his mind, the golden-eyed beast suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, his gaze drifted upward toward the ceiling, reflecting a fleeting moment of confusion. With the promotion of the video, Xia Sang's popularity surged on the interstellar web. Meanwhile, in Su Qian's home, there's trouble.
Su Qian.
Currently indulging in a bath, was startled by the sudden mechanical voice echoing in her mind. "What's wrong?" "Xia Sang's fortune value has increased." Su Qian was taken aback. "What?" The system promptly displayed Xia Sang's personal panel for her to see. Her fortune value has risen from the initial 35 points to 37 points. Observing the tangible increase of 2 fortune points, Su Qian lost all desire to continue her bath. How could this happen? What has she done? She hasn't done anything. Someone merely released a video of her outside the temple. What video? Who did it? Seeing that Su Qian was unaware of the video being widely promoted online, the system directly pulled it up for her. It succinctly stated, the video was created by the Empress. Su Qian gritted her teeth. It's her again. What does she want? Why is she always assisting Xia Sang? What else could it be? She simply discovered that Xia Sang has changed and wants to ascertain which of you is the true goddess. However, this Empress of yours is quite meticulous in her schemes. At this, Su Qian clenched her fists. If we also promote good deeds, can our fortune values increase? Not entirely sure, but it's worth a try. The system had its uncertainties. They were on a plundering mission, not a creation one. However, it did not stop Su Qian's thought. It was worth attempting. Alright, let us give it a shot. Chapter 49, Sister. Can I come play with you? Oh my, is that Marshal Ling Ju? Why has the Marshal suddenly returned to the base? Yes, ever since the Marshal bonded with his mate. He hasn't returned to the base. I just heard that it was the Marshal's mate who urged him to return to work. Is that true? The Marshal can come back and fight alongside us again? Before long, news of Ling Ju's return to the military base spread rapidly. Arriving at the central conference room, he found the long table filled with familiar faces. Upon his entrance, everyone immediately stood and saluted. Greetings, Marshal. Ling Ju nodded slightly, no need for such formalities. Let the meeting commence. Seeing this, everyone suppressed their curiosity and proceeded with the meeting. Xia Sang awoke from her afternoon nap just as dusk fell, her head still a bit foggy. Hearing the sound of a door opening from upstairs, the three in the living room looked up in unison. Upon seeing the dainty girl at the staircase, Xing Lan's eyes brightened instantly. Without waiting for the other two to react, he rushed forward. Sang, you're awake? The exquisitely beautiful girl was still somewhat dazed. Seeing her like this, Xing Lan felt a softening in his heart and promptly bent down to scoop her up in a horizontal embrace. What are you doing? The sudden action startled Xia Sang, causing her to instinctively wrap her arms around his neck. Xing Lan smirked triumphantly, his fiery red eyes sparkling. Without answering, he carried her down. Noticing Shiyi's stark gaze from below, Xing Lan tilted his head even higher. As long as he was fast enough, no one could outpace him.
Xie.
Siyu maintained a gentle smile. Are you hungry? Looking at Siyu, who was still wearing a pink apron, Xia Sang quickly nodded with a smile. I must say, Siyu, dressed in a cute pink apron while preparing soup, was indeed enchanting, more so than the previous sheer lavender attire. Noticing the gaze of the person in his arms, Xing Lan immediately felt displeased. What are you staring at, Siyu, for? Is that smelly fox so charming? Why are you looking at another man while in my arms? Xia Sang, caught off guard, quickly retorted, I'm not. Xing Lan huffed in dissatisfaction. Humph, don't deny it. Your face is red, and you were practically glued to him with your gaze. Xia Sang subtly turned her head, unexpectedly locking eyes with those beautiful light purple orbs. Siyu smiled lightly. I'll go bring out the dishes. Xia Sang nodded, a bit flustered. Shuri shot her an ambiguous glance before turning to the kitchen to fetch the food. Once all the dishes were served, Xia Sang finally turned to the others. Is Ling Ju not home? Siyu, while serving her soup, replied, He's busy with work on the first day. I just asked, and he said not to wait for him to eat. Xia Sang nodded in understanding, recalling what she had mentioned at noon. She then turned to the other two, resting her chin on her hand. Why didn't you two go to school this afternoon? Shuri paused as he served her food, and then Xing Lan spoke up. We have submitted the application for a leave of absence, and should you wish to return, it is essential for you to notify the school in your capacity as the matriarch. Is that so? Then I shall accompany you both there tomorrow. Xing Lan had intended to suggest that it could be done through the terminal, yet was halted by Xia's meaningful glance. Although she did not fully grasp his intent, Xing Lan refrained from voicing her thoughts. Observing their silent exchange, Siyu merely raised an eyebrow without offering any reminder. After all, it was merely a trip to the school. Once these two had departed, Sang would belong solely to him. However, before Siyu could revel in his anticipation, a flurry of notification sounds erupted from Xia Sang's terminal. Sister, can I come to play with you? Followed by an animated emoji of a little rabbit spinning in circles. Wah, sister, life on Romanlan Star is so dreadfully dull. The little rabbit wept. Sister, I miss you so much. Sister, are you there? Sister? Xinglan. Who is this? Why send so many messages at once? Xia Sang's eyes crinkled with amusement as she replied, It's Daikani, the little princess from Romanlan Star whom we encountered in the misty forest last time. At her words, the three others immediately tensed, exclaiming in unison, What does she want with you? She mentioned wanting to visit me on St. Lance Star for a few days. No way. The trio simultaneously voiced their firm objections. They were well aware of the little princess's intentions. Seeing their reactions, Xia Sang couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in any other males, nor in that prince from Romanlan. I had already promised her I would allow her to visit, and I cannot be untrue to my word. Hearing this, the group finally felt a measure of relief. Xinglan pressed, Is that really the case? Xia Sang nodded, Of course. Xinglan replied, I will keep a watchful eye on you. Xia Sang was left speechless. Glancing at the other two, she resigned herself. All right then. Okay. I will send you the location coordinates. Upon receiving the reply, the previously lethargic Daikani suddenly sprang up from the sofa.
Yay!
Sister has agreed. I can go play with her. This exuberance startled the several beastly men present. Your Highness, do be careful not to fall. Haha, sister has agreed. I am off to St. Lanstar now. Olai, hurry. Prepare some of our Romanlan specialties to present to sister as a gift. The instructed Olai could only nod indulgently. He then turned to the other four, Keep a close watch on Her Highness. Ensure she remains unharmed. Before Olai could take a step, a familiar male voice echoed from the entrance of the Grand Hall. What are you preparing those specialties for to go to St. Lance? Prince Decano's sudden arrival surprised Olai and the others, yet they still greeted him respectfully.
Brother?
Daikani, who had been jubilantly bouncing just moments ago, abruptly ceased her antics and dashed towards Decano. What brings you here, brother? The man cast a weary glance at her. Why shouldn't I come? Now tell me, what are your intentions? Daikani lifted her adorable face, her eyes sparkling. I am going to St. Lanstar to play with the beautiful sister. The handsome, tall male furrowed his brow slightly at her words. Is it the one you mentioned last time?
Yes.
It's sister-in-law. Nonsense. Daikani, noticing his perpetually aloof demeanor, shook her head lightly. I am not being foolish. I have already made plans with her. Besides, we share a friendly relationship with St. Lanstar. Their empire will protect me, and I have Olai and the others with me, so you need not worry. With that, the proud little princess lifted her skirt and scampered away. Watching her retreating figure, Decano pressed his fingers against his temple in exasperation.
Sank, ifil onl.
This sister truly never allowed him a moment's peace. He turned to the others. Hurry and follow her. I will also dispatch another team to accompany her for her protection. Olai replied, We will certainly safeguard her highness. At this, Decano nodded in satisfaction. That evening, upon returning from a late shift, Ling Ju entered the living room to find Xia Sang sitting cross-legged on a cushion, indulging in ice cream. A massive screen displayed a popular Interstellar variety show. The other three were lounging on the sofa behind her, keeping her company. Hearing the commotion, Xia Sang turned her head and immediately spotted Ling Ju at the entrance, bending down to change his shoes. She set her ice cream aside and rushed over. Ling Ju, you're back. Have you eaten? Gazing at the smiling face of the little female before him, Ling Ju felt a warm sensation swell in his chest. So this is what it feels like to have someone waiting at home. Warmth enveloped him. Yes, I've already eaten at the military base. That's good. Xia Sang said, pulling him towards the living room while inquiring. Were you very busy today? Yes, there were too many accumulated duties at the military base. I expect to be busy for a few days. Had this been before he had formed a bond, he would have stayed the night under such circumstances.
But now,
he found himself reluctant. Even amidst his busyness, he must prioritize rest. You should try the fresh juice Xia made. It tastes quite delightful.
All right.
Ling Ju accepted the glass, secretly smiling amid the cold stares of the other three. Xia rose from the sofa, taking a few steps to Xia Sang's side to remind her, Sang. It's getting late. You should head upstairs to rest. Xia Sang turned back, but I'm not tired. I napped too much this afternoon, so I have no sleepiness at all. The slender man stood before her, his tousled hair framing his slightly furrowed brow, as if in hesitation. I have to wake up early for school tomorrow. Xia Sang suddenly realized he was concerned about her waking up on time for school the next day. In that case, Xia, you should go to bed first. Xia. Someone behind them couldn't suppress their laughter, which quickly got stifled as Xia Sang turned to look. Observing the three men engrossed in their own activities, none appeared to be acting out of the ordinary.
Xia Sang?
Xia lowered his gaze. But I want to sleep with you. According to their arrangement, it was his turn for the night. But before Xia Sang could finish her protests, Xia grasped her hand and pulled her upstairs. I'll lull you to sleep. I'll tell you a story. Watching their forms gradually disappear up the staircase, Xinglan let out an annoyed huff. Yet, thinking that tomorrow night would be her turn, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows in delight. In the bedroom. Be good. Play by yourself for a bit. I'll go take a shower. Isham, suddenly patted on the head, Xia Sang obediently responded, then watched as Xia walked towards the bathroom with a bathrobe. Listening to the sound of running water, Xia Sang felt her cheeks grow warm. It had been necessary to be so close in the misty forest due to the danger. But now before long, the bathroom door swung open, and Xia emerged amidst the steamy air. As he wiped his damp hair with one hand, he approached slowly. Upon seeing the girl patiently seated on the bed, he couldn't help but smile gently. Xia Sang's face flushed red. What are you laughing at? Xia, typically slim, appeared quite fit once he shed his clothing. The black silk robe loosely tied at his side revealed a well-defined chest. Perhaps due to just having bathed, his lips appeared even more alluring. Xia Sang hastily averted her gaze, unwilling to look any longer. She couldn't deny that the person before her was undeniably captivating. Why aren't you looking? His deep voice suddenly resonated from above. Xia Sang raised her eyes and met his dark gaze. The next moment, the tall man leaned closer, his lips descending upon hers, the soft touch igniting a fervent desire within him. As the tip of his tongue delved deeper, The kiss became an intoxicating whirl of fervor. It was not until the petite figure in his embrace leaned wearily against his shoulder, breathless, that it drew to a close. Casting his gaze downwards, he noticed the young maiden nestled in his arms, panting softly. Her moist apricot-colored eyes were already glistening with tears. Her cheeks and the bridge of her nose tinged with a delicate blush. This fragile yet beautiful appearance ignited a primal desire within him, a hunger that surged uncontrollably. She was so soft and fragrant it was utterly intoxicating. He longed to press her down onto the great bed, to witness her exquisite eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded for mercy, to see her breathlessly beg him to be gentle, just a little gentler. Above, where Xia Sang could not see, his dark eyes grew increasingly heavy and shadowed. He absent-mindedly caressed her cheek, an intense urge flooding through him.
No.
He must not frighten her. He needed to take it slow, to be patient. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply and gently settled her into his embrace. Be good. Shall I tell you a story? Xia Sang, completely ensnared by his kisses, felt her entire being grow weak, leaving her with little strength to resist. She submitted to his gentle force, obediently nestling against him.
All right.
Once she was comfortably tucked under the blanket, he began to recount his memories. He spoke of a mermaid that had appeared along the coast of Nambolijia. Xia Sang tilted her head slightly. Is it the tale of the Little Mermaid? Does the galaxy also have an Anderson? Eager to know the answer, Xia Sang inquired, was that mermaid male or female? His dark eyes momentarily paused, but he answered truthfully. It was a male. Oh, so it's the story of the Little Mermaid prince. The mermaid was gravely injured, having been swept ashore by the waves. Barely clinging to life and unconscious, a coastal resident discovered and rescued him behind the rocks. Yet, under the persuasion of others, that resident sold him to an underground auction, profiting handsomely in the process. The young merman was furious but helpless, forced to watch as those people left joyfully with the money from a sale. Due to the rarity of merfolk and their striking beauty among all races, many desired to purchase one as a pet. The young merman, possessing great talent and good looks, attracted countless bidders. Listening to her steady breaths against his chest, his voice slowed. The delicate female leaned against him, her pale, slender hand resting on his frame. Her nose still bore a faint blush, and her eyes were adorably rosy. He lowered his head slowly and pressed a gentle kiss to her smooth forehead. Good night.
Shang.
Ultimately, while she insisted she was not sleepy and wished him sweet dreams, it was he who struggled to find rest, needing to shower twice to cool the rising heat within him. The following morning, as Xia Sang opened her eyes, she found him sitting at the edge of the bed. His dark hair damp, her leg rested atop his long one, and one arm encircled his lean waist. Their eyes met, and as she instinctively tried to retract her hand, he tightened his grip. His voice was hoarse. Don't you like to touch? Why pull away? When his large hand explored beneath her robe, Xia Sang shivered at the heat radiating from his fingers. In the next moment, a passionate kiss descended upon her. As he kissed her, he gasped, Sang. I feel so restless, utterly tormented. Chapter 51. The Imperial Prince returns to school. Xia Sang's heart raced at his heated breath, leaving her no choice but to tilt her head back and endure. The gentle pushes she offered only seemed like a playful scratch to him. He seized her wrist and lifted it, delivering another fervent kiss. This time, his kisses were fierce and urgent, seemingly intent on releasing all the pent-up tension from the night before. It wasn't until he sensed her breathlessness that he finally pulled away, reminding her, silly, breathe. Xia Sang's eyes were red from the kisses, and just as she managed to catch her breath, he descended upon her again. The sensation of his tongue gliding along her palate sent tremors through her. After a few lessons, she finally learned to breathe amidst the fervor. Likewise, her lips became too swollen to bear. Knock, knock. Sang, are you awake? Come down for breakfast. The voice outside was Xinglan. Upon hearing it, his eyes twinkled with amusement, and he reclined back onto the bed. His fingers idly played with the strands of her hair, twisting them with interest. All right, I'm coming. Xia Sang was startled by the sudden knock, still trying to catch her breath. Glancing at the man lounging at the head of the bed, she gently tapped his arm as a reminder. Wake up, wash up for breakfast. We need to go to school soon. Hearing this, he finally opened his eyes. Yet, his gaze unabashedly lingered on her slightly swollen, rosy lips. A smile spread across his face. All right. Blushing under his unabashed gaze, Xia Sang quickly turned and headed to the bathroom. By the time they descended together, 10 minutes had passed. The delicately featured girl was tightly held by the tall man beside her, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Xinglan approached in a few strides, subtly pushing past Sai Yi, and gently tugged Xia Sang toward the living room. Sang, did he bully you? Unconsciously, Xia Sang turned to glance at Sai Yi, only to meet his charming, playful smile. She shook her head. No, but your eyes are red, and your nose too. I thought he had bullied you. With that, she shot a glare at him. Sai Yi's dark eyes sparkled, a deep, pleasant laugh rumbling from his chest. Siyu shook his head slightly, sighing. The pale purple of his eyes lingered on her slightly swollen lips. Upon arriving in the living room, Xia Sang noticed Ling Ju was absent and inquired, "Where's Ling Ju?" As Xinglan helped her pull out a chair, he replied, "He left for the military early this morning." "Is he that busy? Not even having breakfast?" Upon hearing her concern for Ling Ju, Xinglan's expression soured as he muttered, "He's a grown male. He won't starve himself. But if he does, that's one less competitor for Sang. Ling Ju." Since they were to take Xinglan and Sai Yi to school, the group finished breakfast and set off. Xinglan, with his long legs, was the first to hop into the hover car, patting the seat beside him.
Shang, sit here.
His fiery eyes sparkled with anticipation. Recalling her previous experience in the vehicle, Xia Sang's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She then walked around him and took a seat by the window on the opposite side.
Shang.
Xinglan feigned a hurt expression, pouting adorably. Xia Sang merely turned her head, pretending not to see. There was only one seat beside him, and she couldn't possibly be unfair. Behind them, Sai Yi and Siyu entered next, and upon seeing where Xia Sang was seated, they exchanged glances, but showed no surprise. The hover car gradually accelerated, eventually coming to a steady stop in front of the Imperial Military Academy after traversing most of West City. The understatedly luxurious hover car drew immediate attention as it came to a halt. A 0001? ISNT, that Xinglan's vehicle? Someone recognized the license plate instantly. But didn't he drop out? How did his car suddenly appear here? Just then, the hover car door opened automatically and Xinglan, sporting his signature silver-tipped short hair, leaned out. "No way. It really is the prince. ISNT, that a bit much? Why is he back at school?" Many raised their terminals to sneakily snap photos and upload them to the school forum, exclaiming, "The imperial prince returns to school." Then, everyone witnessed the usually unruly prince suddenly adopt a gentlemanly stance, bending to extend his hand. In the next moment, a delicate, fair hand fell into his palm, followed by the appearance of a pair of clean little shoes and long, slender legs that shone brilliantly.
Wow.
That little female is stunning. Isn't that the esteemed female master of Xinglan? What brings her here? She looks even more stunning in reality than in the videos. Following the appearance of Xia Sang, the number of onlookers at the school gate surged once more. The star of the video has appeared at the school gate. The reality is breathtaking. Xinglan's female master graces the school entrance. She's absolutely gorgeous in person. As the forum buzzed with excitement, the crowd continued to swell at the school gate. It was only upon the arrival of Xia that a momentary silence fell over the scene. Isn't that the struggling student receiving financial aid? Why did he step out of Xinglan's vehicle as well? Don't you know? He's her female master too. This revelation left several individuals, who were out of touch with the Interstellar network, utterly dumbfounded. What? One person, speechless, glanced back at him. "You have so much to catch up on. We're not on the same wavelength." With that, he turned back to gossip with his companions. Isn't that the former high priest of the temple? Yes, it is. My idol. Watching the throng gathering at the school gate, Xia Sang tightened her grip on Xinglan's hand. "Why are there so many people, Xinglan?" Sensing her discomfort, Xinglan gently reassured her. "Fear not. We are here." With that, he cast a cold glare at the curious onlookers. "Disperse. You frightened my female master." He then led her toward the school. Xia and Siyu followed suit. Meanwhile, Xinglan was already regretting his decision in his heart. It's all Xia's fault. Had I known it would be like this, I would have never allowed her to come. She could have resolved everything from home via the terminal. Though they had distanced themselves from the crowd, faint whispers still reached their ears. "I'm so envious." "Yeah, why does Xia get to have that? We're no worse than him. This little female is truly beautiful. She looks delicate and fragile." All along the way, they were met with piercing gazes. As someone approached, they were immediately halted by 3 icy stares. Xia Sang felt increasingly uncomfortable, but fortunately, the Academic Affairs Office was not far away. Upon explaining their purpose, The head of the office promptly approved Xinglan and Shurya's enrollment applications. He also wished to inform the little female that there was no need for her to make a trip, as long as she had her master's consent. She could simply contact the school via the terminal. However, the unspoken words were abruptly silenced by 2 stern gazes from across the room. Chapter 52. What are you even worth? Who are you to teach me how to do things? After escorting Shurya and Xinglan to the vicinity of the soon-to-begin lecture hall, Xia Sang and Siue prepared to leave. Xinglan reluctantly grasped the wrist of the little female before him, looking pitiful. Sang, we want to be going back at noon. Let us wait until class is over this afternoon to return together. Remember to eat well. Under the curious and watchful eyes of the crowd, Xia Sang hurriedly nodded, ultimately watching the two as they ascended the stairs, turning back 3 times. Observing their figures gradually fade into the hallway, Xia Sang couldn't help but let out a sigh. It felt less like sending them off to military school, and more like dropping off little children at kindergarten. Xia, with a faint smile, reached out to her. All right, let us head back. Now, Sang was finally his alone. On the way out of the school, Siue silently accompanied her, occasionally responding to her comments. Yet, more often than not, his striking fox-like eyes remained fixated on her, exuding an overwhelming sense of possession. Upon returning to the hovercar, Xia Sang finally noticed something amiss in the seat beside Xinglan. She picked up her professional book for a glance, then turned to Siue. Siue wore an expression of confusion mixed with complexity. How could he forget to leave him behind? The first class of the morning was a theoretical lesson in Lecture Hall 302. The spacious classroom could accommodate over 300 students. However, just 10 minutes before the class commenced, less than half the students had arrived. The previously dull atmosphere erupted into excitement as Xinglan and Shurya stepped in. What? How did these two come to class? Didn't they drop out already? Hey, haven't you seen the school forum? With this reminder, many unaware students hurriedly checked their terminals. As they scanned the forum filled with updates, astonishment swept over them. By this time, Xinglan and Shurya had found their seats. As soon as he sat down, Xinglan flopped onto the desk like a lifeless fish, utterly disenchanted. I really don't want to be here. I long to be by Sang's side. In the 10th second of missing Sang, the 11th and the 12th. I'm so envious of that filthy fox, Siue. He is so fortunate. With that, Xinglan couldn't help but bang his fist on the desk in despair. Distancing himself from the embarrassment, Shurya quietly shifted to another seat. But as he moved, he suddenly sensed several veiled, malevolent gazes from behind. Simultaneously, the whispers filled with malice became unabashed. Why does he deserve that? Just a lowly creature crawling out of the slums. How can he share a female master with Prince Xinglan? Does he even qualify? If it were Xinglan, they would merely feel envy. After all, their backgrounds didn't compare. But if it's Shurya, what gives him the right? Shurya slightly turned his gaze back, and sure enough, he spotted 2 familiar figures at the center of the gossip, Shicheng and Jianyi. The 2 who had attempted to corner him at the royal banquet only to end up apologizing. Seeing them, Shurya's dark eyes glimmered ominously. It's time to teach them a lesson. Hey, Shurya, why did you suddenly move to the side? Do you find me that distasteful? Have you forgotten what Sang said? Xinglan, still slumped over the desk, turned his head to glare at the nearby individual, visibly displeased. She wants us to help each other at school and... Before he could finish, several voices interrupted him. Following the sound, Shurya observed 4 tall boys approaching from behind. Without exception, they were familiar faces. The boys made themselves comfortable, boldly taking seats in front of Shurya while regarding him with provocation. Hey, Shurya, so you're living off your female master now? The lead boy in black tilted his head, scrutinizing Shurya's attire with a knowing smirk. Another long-haired boy instantly chimed in, right? You look decent now. No longer bearing the poverty of a struggling student. With that, the group exchanged knowing smiles, dripping with derision. Shurya raised his pitch-black eyes to meet theirs, a chilling intent flickering in his gaze. A buzz-cut boy, irritated by Shurya's defiance, snapped, What are you staring at? Xinglan suddenly frowned and stood up. What are you doing? A boy with a wolf-tail hairstyle pushed past the others, stepping forward with a mocking smile. Your Highness, why are you defending someone like him? Seeing this, Xinglan's temper flared immediately. If I don't defend my own, am I supposed to help a fool like you? The wolf-tail boy's expression darkened, his anger rising. Being scolded in front of so many people was humiliating. He then coldly replied, Xinglan, don't push your luck. Who do you think you are? Aren't you just a figurehead in the empire? The Empress doesn't even regard you as a real prince. Don't get ahead of yourself. The words struck a painful chord in Xinglan's heart, intensifying his fury, his fiery gaze almost igniting. As the imperial prince confronted the legitimate son of Prince Fucking, an eerie silence enveloped the vast lecture hall. No one dared to utter a word. The nature of the situation has transformed entirely. Xinglan was rendered speechless by the overwhelming atmosphere, while the boy with the wolf tail felt a surge of regained confidence, his arrogance swelling unabated. Let me tell you. Before he could finish, Xinglan unleashed a punch toward his loathsome face. With a resounding thud, the boy was sent flying several meters, ultimately crashing onto the podium before finally coming to a halt. Xinglan lifted his eyelids slightly to regard him. What are you even worth? Who are you to instruct me? Witnessing this, the other boys felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, as if they were the ones who had been struck down. Each of them rolled up their sleeves, but before they could advance with their aggressive demeanor, Xia had already kicked them away forcefully. A chorus of anguished cries suddenly echoed throughout the vast classroom, lingering in the air. The sight of the four boys, carelessly piled together like refuse, plunged the classroom into a profound silence, far more intense than before. At that moment, a gentle knock resonated against the classroom door, followed by a petite figure peeking inside. She appeared as ethereal as a sprite. Hello, I've come to deliver something to Xinglan. May I inquire where he is seated? At this point, Xia Sang remained oblivious to the tension in the air. Observing the stillness in the classroom, she assumed a lesson had commenced. The boys near the entrance, initially captivated by her soft voice, quickly recalled the earlier commotion and bowed their heads, too timid to speak. They silently directed her to the center of the room. As Xia Sang was about to express her gratitude, she caught sight of the two standing there. The delicate-featured girl narrowed her eyes with a smile, clutching her books as she approached them. Xinglan, how careless of you. How could you forget your books in the car on a school day? Though she murmured her complaint, there was no trace of impatience on her face. In the midst of Xinglan's astonishment, the girl had already reached him. When their eyes met, his gaze falling into the gentle curves of her almond-shaped eyes, Xinglan felt his heart race. They stood so close that he could easily detect the sweet fragrance emanating from her. A delightful sensation coursed through him. Chapter 53. You may now return home to find your mother. She turned to observe the tall figure behind her. Xia Sang's voice was soft. Xia, what happened? She had witnessed the scene unfolding as she approached, the podium piled with several boys, the atmosphere in the classroom thick with tension. Noticing the tilted desks of Xinglan and his companions, it was evident that a conflict had occurred. Xia's eyes exhibited no emotion, appearing dark and hollow. Yet in the next moment, a warm little hand clasped his chilly fingertips, gently shaking them. It was undeniably warm, yet it sent a shiver through his breath. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, the girl tilting her head slightly as their eyes locked, filled with trust. Thump, thump. Beneath the cascade of dark hair, Xia's brows knitted slightly. The only sound echoing in his ears was the pounding of his heart. His mind felt foggy. Just then, the boys that had been piled on the podium began to rise again. Their furious glares were directed at Xia and Xinglan, their teeth gritted in rage. The boy with the wolf tail lay at the bottom of the heap. Xinglan's punch had struck him hard in the face.
Now.
Having endured the secondary assault from Xia's furious kicks, he struggled to maintain his footing. After a few moments of recuperation, he gritted his teeth and advanced once more. Meanwhile, the other boys, having regained their composure, could no longer hold back. Unlike Ma Jia, who possessed the privilege of being a prince, they felt they could handle Xia, who emerged from the slums. Xia, do you dare lay a hand on us? You're finished. Do you know who we are? Do you believe I can have my uncle kill you? Having experienced the force of the kick earlier, the boys now understood the disparity between them and Xia. Thus, they could only roar in anger, too intimidated to approach too closely. Once the threats had been uttered, the wolf-tailed boy, Ma Jia, approached with a sinister glint in his eyes. Xinglan, this matter is far from over. I shall inform my mother. Upon hearing this, Xinglan clenched his fists tighter. The sight of Ma Jia relying on his mother to intimidate him left a bitter ache in his heart. Just as Ma Jia had stated, his mother had never regarded him as anything significant. Seeing Xinglan's downcast gaze and silence, Ma Jia was about to gloat when a cold, light laugh suddenly rang out. Xia Sang stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Xia and Xinglan, her lips curling into a slight, icy smile. Upon recognizing her face, Ma Jia was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. It's you? Upon hearing this, the girl, who had previously held her head high with an icy demeanor, suddenly froze. What's wrong? Do you remember me? Yet she was entirely unaware of him. Even if they were familiar, it would not matter today. In the next moment, Ma Jia's lips curled into a malicious grin. So you've taken a liking to Xia, that lowly one who crawled out of the slums, huh? Last time. You were the one who saved him, right? I never imagined you would now be his mate. What is it? Is the scent of his poverty so enthralling to you? As he spoke, his gaze roamed over Xia Sang with ill intent. In the interstellar realm, males indeed cherished and adored females, but he was a prince. Moreover, he was exceptionally gifted. He had numerous females vying for his attention. Why not come with me? I would offer you. His words were abruptly cut off by a pained cry. Xia Sang felt the gentle strands of hair at her ear dance in the wind as, in a flash, the wolf-tailed boy was sent flying once more. This time, Xia had exerted all his strength, and the sound of Ma Jia's ribs fracturing echoed in the air, audible to many present. How dare you insult her? If you dare look at her with those filthy eyes again, I won't hesitate to gouge them out. Instantly, the classroom fell silent once more. The other boys, who had just issued their threats, stepped back in fear, their eyes filled with terror as they beheld Xia. A madman! This lunatic! Did he even comprehend the consequences of attacking Ma Jia? Crimson blood flowed from the punctured wound where his ribs had broken, and Ma Jia, pale-faced, struggled to stand, his breath trembling. Gritting his teeth, he growled, Xia, you're finished. You're done for. I will tell my mother. You're dead meat. The tall figure remained silent, steadfastly standing behind Xia Sang. His dark eyes regarded Ma Jia with indifference one might reserve for a corpse. Are you a mama's boy? Why is it that every time there is trouble, you resort to calling for your mother? How is it that, despite your age, you lack the wit to handle a situation, resorting to mommy's aid? The mocking tone was laced with scorn, dripping with derision as Xia Sang advanced. Her brows furrowed in disdain as she addressed Ma Jia with assertiveness. Understand this. You were the one who initiated trouble, and then you attempted to insult me with your glances. Calling someone a lowly creature, a product of the slums, do you think that elevates your status? Xia may have come from humble beginnings, but that was no justification for your baseless attacks against him. Both Xia and Xinglan are now under my protection. If you wish to return home and inform your mother about them, let her come directly to me. I am always ready to engage. As she spoke, both Xinglan and Xia felt their hearts drop, a wave of bittersweet emotion flooding over them. Xinglan bit his lip, his crimson eyes misting with tears. No one had ever defended him so fiercely. She was the sole exception. Xia's heart raced uncontrollably, his dark pupils igniting with fervor. Observing this scene, the ever-silent Cus suddenly felt a pang of jealousy swell within his violet eyes. The bond between Xinglan and Xia could no longer simply be described with envy. You can now return home to seek your mother. Xia Sang slightly raised her gaze towards the young male before her, who was bent over, clutching his abdomen, his eyes filled with an icy chill. I am always at your service. Of course, if medical expenses are required for your treatment, we shall bear those costs as well. Mo Jia, hissing as he inhaled sharply, cast an enraged glance at the delicate and pure little female before him. Yet in the next moment, he sensed a more frigid gaze threatening him. A slight turn of his head brought him into contact with a pair of pale violet eyes. Cuyu's expression remained calm, but the palpable mental pressure he exerted upon Mo Jia was anything but tranquil. Hearing the sudden ringing of the class bell, Xia Sang's eyes widened in surprise. She then turned to see Xinglan and the others with smiles gracing their faces. With a sweet smile, she said, "It's time for class. Pay attention, and I shall come to pick you up after school." Sure Yi, with fervent black eyes, replied, "Okay." Xinglan, feeling a bit shy, averted her gaze. "Promise me you won't forget to come for me." Understood. Just then, Xia Sang felt her hand enveloped by a larger palm. "Come. We must return. They still have class." The man, with his head slightly bowed, looked at her, his voice lacking its usual icy demeanor, as if suppressing something.
All right, Xia Sang obediently replied. Chapter 54. See you?
Are you feeling jealous? Mo Jia's anger surged as he was repeatedly humiliated, his temples throbbing. Yet, the whispers of students in the auditorium suggested that today he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. After all, he had been bullying others around the academy for too long. Who would have thought that one day he would be thoroughly beaten by the very lowly beings he scorned? Unexpectedly, that little female, seemingly delicate and soft, possessed such a fierce aura. It was exhilarating, a perfect contrast. Lower your voice. Don't let anyone hear. It was surprising how favored Yu was. Xinglan was one thing, being the imperial prince, but him. As the chirps of crickets grew in number, Jia's complexion turned increasingly pale. Yu paid no heed to this, merely guiding her out with a graceful, yet commanding demeanor. With a soft thud, Yu stepped into the vehicle, which gradually began to ascend. Noticing the intense gaze that had been present since earlier, Xia Sang turned her head slightly. What's wrong?
Yu.
Why do you keep staring at me? The man leaned forward, pushing a cup of water towards her. Xia Sang took it and sipped lightly. Then, she felt his long, jade-like fingers glide down to her fair chin, gently pinching and caressing it. Your attitude just now towards them was indeed enviable, he remarked. His tone cool, yet imbued with an air of intimacy. Xia Sang was taken aback. How strange. Wait, is Yu feeling jealous? Her long, curled lashes trembled as she reached out to grasp his elegantly long fingers. Yu was startled by the warm sensation, his eyelids fluttering. He then looked up at her with a smile that was both playful and knowing. What does Xia Sang wish to do? At his words, Xia Sang's heart raced uncontrollably. In this enclosed space, it was just the two of them, free from interruptions. In the next moment, the girl leaned in closer. Yu's gaze deepened. The distance between them so close that he could count her thick lashes with clarity. The sweet scent of her filled his nostrils. Then he heard her low, teasing laughter as she elongated her question. Yu, are you feeling jealous? It was not a question but an affirmation. Their eyes locked, breaths intertwined, and an air of intimacy enveloped them. As he felt the moist warmth near her lips, Yu's throat constricted. His enchanting violet eyes suddenly darkened.
Then,
Xia Sang heard the man lean in, whispering softly in her ear. Yes, I am indeed feeling jealous. With that, he pulled her close for a kiss. An action far from gentle or restrained, diverging from his usual demeanor. Ever since he saw her red-rimmed eyes descending the stairs with Yi that morning, he had longed to do this. As Xia Sang struggled for breath amidst the kiss, she thought to herself, so this is what a jealous Yu is like. He was not the aloof, untouchable figure she had known. The two drew even closer, their lips brushing against one another. It was only when the notification tone from her terminal chimed that Xia Sang abruptly came to her senses. At that moment, she found herself nestled in his embrace, straddling his lean waist. Realizing the peculiarity of the situation, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glistened with moisture. Yu, wait, she murmured, her delicate hands pushing against his chest. Yu loosened his grip on her arm slightly, his dark gaze roaming over her rosy face. Indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful. What's wrong? He asked, a hint of discontent in his voice as his large hand continued to caress her waist. The girl, beaming, lifted her terminal. It's Dika and I. She sent me a message. Several, in fact. I need to reply to her. Upon hearing that name, Yu's voice turned suddenly cold. Her again. As Xia Sang returned to her previous position, she opened the terminal and several messages popped up in succession. Sister, I have already set off. I'm nearly out of Roman Lano. I estimate I will arrive in 2 days. I brought many specialties from our Roman Lano Empire. I believe you will love them. I am so looking forward to meeting you. Xia Sang's lips curled into a lovely arc as she typed a response. I am looking forward to meeting you as well. What did she say that brings you such joy? Yu inquired casually, smoothing the disheveled strands of her hair caused by their earlier kiss. She said she has set off and will likely arrive at St. Lancy Empire in 2 days. 2 days? That is indeed quite fast. Noticing the deepening gloom in his eyes as he pondered something, Xia Sang playfully leapt towards him, wrapping her arms around his. All right, no more jealousy. Yu cast a glance at the girl clinging to his arm, her voice soft and charming, his dark eyes growing even deeper. His gaze lingered on her tender, rosy lips, filled with a desire to kiss her. Just as Yu was about to act on his impulse, his terminal rang at an inopportune moment. This time, however,
it was a video call.
Just as he was about to decline, he noticed the caller was Ling Ju. After a moment's thought, he surmised the purpose of the call and clicked to answer. Instantly, Ling Ju's handsome face appeared on the screen. Upon seeing Xia Sang, Ling Ju's previously cold azure eyes instantly brightened with warmth.
Sang.
What's up? Is there something you need? Yu turned to face him, his voice steady. Ling Ju nodded slightly. Did you strike at the legitimate son of Prince Fuqing? At this, Yu couldn't help but smirk. I didn't expect your reporting speed to be so rapid. Has she contacted you about it? Yes, just a moment ago. Xia Sang, upon hearing this, sat up straight. What did she say? Did she trouble you, Ling Ju? Seeing her concern for him, Ling Ju's expression softened further. It's nothing troublesome. Don't worry, Sang Sang. Just a few inconsequential words to warn him. I told her if there's any issue, she should come find me. Xia Sang lowered her gaze slightly. She hadn't intended to push Ling Ju forward. Seeing her sudden demeanor, both men felt a pang in their chests. Before Ling Ju could speak again, Siyu had already pulled her into his embrace. You are not at fault. It was them first. The words were left unfinished, as they were suddenly interrupted. Looking down, a message from Her Majesty, the Queen, had just arrived. It was an invitation. Invite her to the palace at 8 o'clock tonight. Siyu's gaze darkened slightly. Do not worry. We shall accompany you. Xia Sang nodded, feeling no trepidation. Tonight, she would meet Prince Fucking. Ling Ju's expression also turned serious. It's all right, Sang Sang. We will be with you. Xia Sang nodded once more, wishing to convey that she truly felt no concern. Meanwhile, in a certain upper level of the underground city, Boss, we really can't administer any more suppressants. Yes, boss, this is the third injection already. Chapter 55. Where is the self-defense that leaves someone gravely injured? Boss. Kadi Kori stood at the door, holding the third syringe of suppressants, hesitant to approach. The boss was in a volatile state. Just look at the mess strewn about. The room was littered with shards. Of course, it was just the two of them left unscathed. Nevertheless, they pressed on, urging, Boss, you really cannot have any more injections. Indeed, boss, excessive dosage could have dire effects on your health. And you have relied on this substance throughout your estrus period, to the point that you are nearly immune to the suppressants. Boss. An overdose of the suppressants could lead to regression. Hand it over. The man's deep voice was raspy, heavy breaths echoing throughout the room. Boss. How about I find you a female? Kadi, unable to bear seeing his boss in such torment, ventured to speak. Get lost. As expected, the man, who had just been shielding his brow with one hand, suddenly erupted in anger. Under the piercing gaze of those golden eyes, Kadi felt his heart race. Bring me the suppressants, and you all get out. The man on the sofa had a flushed complexion, his handsome face contorted with discomfort. His pristine white shirt had several buttons violently torn off, exposing a muscular expanse of chest, marred by various scars. Most were burn marks and lash wounds, concentrated around his lower chest and abdomen. Recognizing the futility of trying to dissuade him, Kori sighed and handed over the suppressants. Boss, we will guard the door, ensuring no one approaches until you safely pass through this estrus period. The man responded quietly, then raised his hand to inject the azure liquid into his body. This was a fortified dosage. He should be all right through this estrus. Outside the door, Kori and Kadi leaned against the door frames, expressions filled with concern. How long do you think it will take for the boss to get through this estrus? Uncertain, but the boss's condition this time is somewhat perilous. Indeed, 2 doses of suppressants have yielded no effect whatsoever. If there were a female, the boss wouldn't be suffering like this. You dare mention a female? Did you not see the look the boss just gave you? I did. I think if I had mentioned it again, the boss would have personally thrown me out. It's all that old female's fault. Look at how she has harmed the boss. He has developed a shadow over females. In the evening, when Xia Sang returned with the others, she found Ling Ju already present. Why are you here so early? I was worried about you. As he spoke, the man on the sofa approached her. Xia Sang lifted her lovely face to him with a soothing smile. It's fine, no need to worry. Ling Ju gently stroked her hair. How can I not worry? After dinner, Xia Sang, accompanied by several companions, made her way to the palace. Xinglan was exceedingly anxious. The empress had always been cold and unapproachable, regarding only the empire. Thus, he was reluctant to return to the place where he had grown up, and even more so to allow Xia Sang to go. Upon entering the palace, a servant immediately approached. Greetings, female. Her Majesty the Empress is awaiting you. Please follow me. Then he turned to Ling Ju and the others, saying, You may remain here. The Empress only summoned Xia Sang alone. The others could wait in the lounge over here. Hearing this, Ling Ju and the others frowned in discontent. Let her go alone? How can we feel at ease?
Xinglan Scop?
I haven't seen the Empress in a long time. I wish to accompany Sang Sang. The servant maintained his smile. Your Highness. Please follow Her Majesty's arrangements and do not make it difficult for this old servant. It's fine, you all wait for me here for a moment. Xia Sang reassured them with a comforting glance. Xinglan was about to protest further when the servant bent to lead the way. Watching her petite figure gradually disappear around the corner, the four of them wore grave expressions. What should we do now? Xinglan asked. Let us wait and see. The Empress should not make things difficult for Xia Sang. Even if there is punishment, it will fall solely upon them. Xia Sang followed the servant to a magnificent palace door. This is it, female. The servant stepped aside respectfully. Xia Sang glanced at the ornate door before raising her hand to knock. Enter. A cool female voice echoed from within. Xia Sang pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, she first saw two middle-aged females. The one seated above was the Empress of the Empire, whom Xia Sang recognized, while the other, elegantly adorned and seated below, bore a striking resemblance to the Empress. This was indeed Princess Fucking. Xia Sang raised her gaze for just 2 seconds before promptly averting it. Xia Sang, please take a seat. The Empress welcomed her with a smile, not a trace of anger evident on her face, prompting Xia Sang to glance at her twice. What could this Empress possibly mean? Thank you, Your Majesty. Humph. Just as Xia Sang settled into her seat, a light scoff resonated, seemingly dismissive. Xia Sang raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the woman across from her, showing no sign of concession. Their eyes met, and sparks seemed to ignite in the air. Observing the scene, the Empress secretly smiled to herself, finding it amusing. However, recalling the main issue she had to address today, the Empress inquired, Xia Sang, Princess Fucking has accused your beast husband of harming him. What do you have to say regarding this? Upon hearing this, Xia Sang first glanced at her opponent, then respectfully responded, in response to Your Majesty, my beast husband did not initiate any harm. It was merely self-defense. The middle-aged female across from her immediately rose in anger upon hearing this. Self-defense? Where is the self-defense that leaves someone gravely injured? My Moga has just been treated at the Imperial Hospital, with 4 broken ribs piercing his chest. His nasal bone is fractured and bleeding, and you dare say this is self-defense? Xia Sang looked at her in bewilderment, then slowly remarked, Princess Fucking, does your Moga not explain why he was struck? The middle-aged female, though clearly enraged, coldly retorted, is it not because of that lowly breed? Moga merely jested with him, yet that lowly breed dared to strike.
Xia Sang smirked coldly.
He requested you to advocate for him, yet you failed to recount the entire story? Or is it that regardless of the truth, as long as your so-called superior kind suffers a loss, you can seek justice whenever you please? However, through this incident, she understood why Moga possessed such a temperament. With a mother who incessantly referred to him as a lowly breed, it was no wonder he had turned out this way. What clarity is there to discuss? All I know is that my Moga is now gravely injured in the hospital, and I demand that lowly breed pay the price. At this moment, Princess Fucking wisely refrained from mentioning Xinglan. Best to deal with one at a time. Bringing Xinglan into the equation might not guarantee that person would side with her. Chapter 56. You are mine. I shall naturally protect you. Having thoroughly investigated all matters, the Empress narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly at the remark. Princess Fucking had committed many outrageous acts in the past, all of which she had overlooked. Due to her elevated status, those matters appeared rather trivial. However, today she found it opportune to admonish her, lest she embarrass the royal family in future outings. Initially intending to ascertain whether Xia Sang had undergone a significant transformation, she now perceived the situation with clarity. The Empress, seated regally above, scrutinized the 2 individuals below her, her gaze gradually revealing an air of inquiry and consideration. Noticing the prolonged silence from the high-ranking figure, Prince Fucking paused momentarily, then softened her tone as she addressed Her Majesty. Your Highness? This utterance was abruptly interrupted by a crisp, authoritative female voice. Fucking, you ought to address me as Your Majesty. Prince Fucking's countenance faltered, her displeasure surging within her. Your Majesty? That position should rightfully belong to me. What, Your Majesty?
Yet.
Confronted by the circumstances, she reluctantly altered her address. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you must advocate for me. Mo Jia is my most cherished son, and yet he has been so grievously harmed today. While speaking, she symbolically lowered her head, feigning tears that were non-existent. Xia Sang observed this exchange. Once her lamentation concluded, the Empress finally directed her gaze toward her. Fucking, are you aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter? At this, the middle-aged woman's sobs momentarily ceased. Do you comprehend the entirety of the situation? Your Majesty, I believe, before we resolve this issue, we should first view a video. What video? The Empress cast her a fleeting glance, offering no reply. In the next moment, a vast projection screen materialized within the grand palace, displaying the events that transpired earlier in classroom 302. The video commenced with several young men actively provoking and mocking. As the earlier scene unfolded once more, Xia Sang could not help but glance at the Empress seated high above. The video continued to replay the events of that morning, and with each passing moment, Prince Fucking's expression grew increasingly grim. Only upon the video's conclusion did she bite her lip and continue, even if Mo Jia was at fault for provoking them first. They should not have resorted to violence. Xia Sang gently reminded her, this is merely a segment. What? Prince Fucking was momentarily taken aback by her sudden statement. Xia Sang lifted her gaze to meet hers, icy and resolute. I said this is merely a segment. Incidents like this have occurred numerous times before.
Today.
Mo Jia mentioned that he had encountered a similar situation once before, and even rescued Shi. How many times have such incidents repeated in places where he has not been? How many people have suffered similarly? Prince Fucking obstinately refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing, believing that her status exempted her from culpability. The true fault lay solely with those inferior beings who defied control. And so what? Mo Jia, as a prince's legitimate son, has the duty to discipline those whom you deem inferior, does he not? Xia Sang was left astounded and speechless. Enough. This matter is beyond redemption. You assert that he is a prince, and thus entitled to discipline those you consider inferior. But what of Xinglan? He is the imperial prince as well. Does that mean he too is an inferior being to be reprimanded at will by your princely son? Is it also his duty to control the imperial prince merely because he is a prince himself? Prince Fucking was rendered speechless by her barrage of retorts. You are simply being unreasonable. Enough. At that moment, a clear voice cut through the tension. Fucking, you have committed far too many absurdities over the years. Look at Mo Jia. What kind of person have you raised him to be? As a prince, he not only neglects his duty to serve the citizens of the empire but also leads the way in bullying and oppressing his classmates at the academy. If this is the contribution you have made to the empire as a prince, then I am deeply disappointed in you. Xia Sang may not have fully grasped the last statement, but the prince, who indeed wielded considerable power, understood its implications. To disappoint the Empress was to invite a loss of power. No, Your Majesty, I was wrong. The Empress cast her a fleeting glance before tossing a stack of organized documents toward her. As for Mo Jia, I have little to say. His actions within the academy are all documented here. You may review them yourself. The sound of the documents hitting the ground resonated like a sharp slap across her face. Holding the papers, Prince Fucking's meticulously maintained visage flushed crimson with indignation. It was humiliation that fueled her anger. Yes, Your Majesty. Xia Sang emerged from the audience chamber in a daze, surprised by the Empress's decision. She had not anticipated that the seemingly austere and unyielding Empress would dispense justice. Recalling the Empress's final words, Xia Sang, is it? You have changed remarkably. I have high hopes for you, as well as for your generation's future.
Xia Sang full hippo.
How did the Empress know of her transformation? Had she observed her prior? Yet, considering that her son had married her, it was only natural for her to inquire. Setting aside her musings, the attendant who had escorted her earlier reappeared to lead her away. Upon arriving at the lounge, the attendant gestured for her to enter. Once Xia Sang stepped inside, he turned and departed. The moment Xia Sang entered, the previously concerned expressions of her companions brightened, and they quickly gathered around her. Xinglan rushed forward, his crimson eyes flashing. Xia Sang paused momentarily before asking, "Did you cry?" Xinglan shot her an annoyed glare, then huffed and turned away. "Who cried? I was simply a bit worried about you, that's all." Xia Sang responded with an O of disbelief. Seeing her reaction, Xinglan's handsome face flushed with frustration, yet he was at a loss. Siyu took her aside, concern etched across his features. "Are you alright? Is everything okay?" Ling Ju inquired, "Did the Empress give you any trouble?" Shuriya's dark eyes dimmed with guilt as he murmured, "I'm sorry. I was too impulsive and got you involved." Upon hearing this, Xia Sang instantly bristled. "What are you saying? We are all family. What do you mean by being involved? Besides, you are mine. And I will protect you." Caught off guard by the phrase mine, Shuriya's previously troubled expression brightened instantly, his heart racing. His gaze fixated on her, as if she were the sole focus of his world. Amused by his foolishness, Xia Sang smiled, her lips curling slightly. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere between them,
Xinglan promptly interrupted. How are you, Sang Sang?
"Did the Empress give you any trouble?" Chapter 57. Trouble, the boss has disappeared. Xia Sang shook her head. Wishing to ease her friend's worries, she recounted in detail everything that had transpired within the grand hall. Her companions listened with mild astonishment, with Xinglan appearing the most incredulous. Is that true? My mother, is she really that kind? Why are you so skeptical?
Xia Sang nodded.
I actually think the Empress is quite reasonable at the very least. She did not show favoritism, did she? Moreover, she maintained an air of clarity and authority. Ling Ju gazed tenderly at her exceptionally beautiful face as he explained. In recent years, Prince Fucking has increasingly disregarded the royal family's authority. Not only has she become more audacious in her actions, but she has also engaged in numerous absurdities. I suspect the Empress wishes to seize this opportunity to teach her a lesson. Xia Sang nodded in understanding. Siyu's captivating purple eyes sparkled as he reached out to tuck a stray hair behind her ear. All right, it's getting late. Let us head home.
Okay.
Meanwhile, in a certain penthouse within the underground city, an unsettling silence prevailed. Indeed, there has been an unsettling silence within the room for over an hour. Kadi cautiously raised his ears, pressing them against the door, straining to listen for any signs of life from within. After confirming that the stillness was indeed profound, a frown of confusion creased his brow. Could it be? Each of the leader's recent heat cycles had been progressively longer and perilous. Why was this one so alarming? Before he could finish his thought, Corey, with a serious demeanor, interrupted him. Noticing Corey's grim expression, Kadi instinctively sensed something amiss. The two approached the door with caution. With a creak, it was gently pushed open a crack from the outside. Leader? Leader? They called tentatively, but silence reigned. The stillness within the room was eerie. Suddenly, the door was thrust open forcefully, and two tall, lean men entered with urgency. Upon surveying the room's condition, Kadi's face fell in shock. It's over. The leader is missing. Corey's expression mirrored his concern, but he quickly shut the door behind them and, lowering his voice, urged, "Keep your voice down. Do you wish for everyone else to learn of this?" Kadi's expression darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. If the others in this underground city discovered the truth, the leader would be in grave danger. The third suppressor was a potent dosage, and the leader had received it too many times, leading his body to develop complete resistance. The more it was suppressed, the fiercer the next heat cycle would be. If I am not mistaken, the leader has regressed. Kadi turned and struck the wall beside him with a fist, his eyes shadowed with dread. This meant the leader was in peril. Corey glanced at his brother, who bore a resemblance to him, and said slowly, "We have never witnessed the leader's regressed form. Perhaps this could be viewed as a silver lining." Kadi's previously darkened gaze suddenly brightened. Indeed, if even we are unaware, then others are unlikely to discover it. Moreover, as an SSS class, if the leader conceals himself well enough, most would remain oblivious. Watching his brother break into a grin once more, Corey shot him a wary glance before turning away. Yet, even so, during the heat cycle, a regressed beast man remains in a fog of instinct, driven solely by primal urges. Thus, you must remain here, ensuring no one detects anything amiss while I venture out to search. Kadi was immediately displeased, hastily following him out.
Hey.
Why am I not the one to search? Because you. Meanwhile, at a certain prince's estate, Moga, lounging nonchalantly with crossed legs, sprang to his feet upon seeing his mother. Beast men possess remarkable recuperative abilities, despite being diagnosed with multiple fractures earlier in the day. He had nearly recovered after a day of nourishment. "Mother, how is it? Will Her Majesty take charge for me? What punishment awaits that inferior being?" Moga fumed, entirely oblivious to the deepening scowl on Princess Fucking's face with each word he uttered. "Mother, you must not let this go unpunished." Moga's words were abruptly cut off by a sharp slap. Stunned, he turned to his mother, disbelief etched on his features. "Mother, you struck me?" Princess Fucking glared at her favored son, her voice laced with fury. "You wretched child. You've caused me to lose face today. Not only before the Empress, but also before that insolent Xia Sang. Mother, what transpired in the palace today? You seem unwell." Moga gingerly touched his swollen cheek, his eyes darkening. "If you wish to retain your status as the heir of the prince, you shall apologize tomorrow. To Xinglan and to that inferior being." The last line was delivered with unmistakable venom, and Princess Fucking's icy gaze settled on her son. "If you wish to preserve the honor of our fucking princely house, you would do well to heed my words. Should you stir up trouble at the academy again, your identity as the prince's heir will be forfeit."
With that,
she hurled a hefty stack of documents at him. Caught off guard by the sudden barrage, Moga bowed his head, fists clenched, suppressing his indignation. Reluctantly, he nodded. Yes, mother. I understand what I must do. Humph. Sang, it's late. It's time for bed. Xinglan rushed home and eagerly headed for a shower. Today was about him. Anticipation. Oh, all right, Xia Sang replied without looking up. What are you so engrossed in? Noticing the little female's bright eyes glued to the terminal screen, occasionally erupting in laughter, Xinglan approached with curiosity. Yet, upon seeing the screen, his expression soured. You're watching those wild males dance. You little harlot. His sudden outburst drew the attention of the remaining three. Xia Sang jumped at his exclamation, momentarily stunned. Seeing her stare at him without offering a defense, Xinglan pouted, his voice laden with nasally frustration. You're being outrageous. You know, I've been with you since I came of age. How could you treat me like this? Not only have you denied me a single good day, but you've also tormented me endlessly. Just when you seemed to improve, you reverted again. As this thought crossed his mind, Xinglan felt as if the world was collapsing around him. How could she be secretly watching those wild males dance?
Xia Sang.
You have no heart. Chapter 58. What wild males dancing? Xia Sang was bewildered by his rambling, but gathered the essence of his words. No, Xinglan, you misunderstand. I wasn't let me explain. Xinglan turned his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The stubborn droplets shimmered, threatening to fall. Xia Sang's round, almond-shaped eyes widened with concern. Indeed, the sight of a man in tears was a potent aphrodisiac for a woman. It was undeniable. Xinglan cried beautifully. His defiant and proud demeanor coupled with his handsome features stirred something deep within. What is Xia Sang about to say? What wild males dancing? Who are you watching? Three familiar voices, each with a distinct tone, called out from different directions. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Xia Sang suddenly felt a sense of dread. She straightened up and hurriedly explained, No, there's no wild males dancing, and there's no one. It was just Xinglan who misunderstood. The once woeful, tearful figure of the tall, sunlit youth paused at her words. I did not misunderstand. She was indeed watching those wild males dance. They were so lewd, dressed so scantily. Clearly, they were those who harbored ulterior motives on the interstellar web, looking to seduce other females. With that, he turned away in anger, and the glistening tears finally fell. Xia Sang's delicate, beautiful face flushed crimson as she corrected him. I was just browsing the interstellar web. I accidentally clicked on that. It was trending at number 3. So I paused to take a look. Then Xinglan caught me. Shuri lifted his thin eyelids to glance at her, then smiled faintly. It's all right. If Sang enjoys watching, we can perform for you instead of watching those wild males. Their eyes met, and while Shuri's expression remained cool, a hint of warmth flickered in his gaze.
Xia Sang.
Indeed. As Siyu's voice shifted, the glimmering light danced in his slightly curved fox-like eyes. If Sang enjoys watching dance, there's no need to look elsewhere. We can perform for you ourselves. Even those who cannot dance will learn. Xia Sang's pupils widened in astonishment as she hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. No need for that. Lingju leaned in slightly, his demeanor solemn as he inquired. Is Sang no longer interested? Gazing at Lingju's typically solemn and frosty visage, Xia Sang's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. The thought of the stern and aloof marshal performing a suggestive dance was enough to make her shake her head resolutely. No, I'm not interested anymore. At that moment, soft laughter echoed around them. Oh, dear. How embarrassing. Xia Sang's face burned with shame, her gaze fixated on the ground as she feigned indifference. Observing her gradually reddening ears and cheeks, Shur also spoke with a smile. It's quite all right, Sang. If you wish to see, we can always accommodate you. Our relationship is a serious partnership, distinct from those wild males outside. If you desire such experiences, we shall do our utmost to fulfill your wishes. So there's no need to seek satisfaction from those untamed beings. Xia Sang suddenly raised her gaze, only to be met by a pair of mirthful, dark eyes. She immediately discerned that he was intentionally teasing her. You. Siyu's eyes sparkled with amusement as his elegant brows turned toward her. Shall we first change into some attire, and then come down to dance for you? Upon hearing this, Xia Sang's heart skipped a beat. No, that's unnecessary, she exclaimed, attempting to flee, only to be restrained by Lingju, who stood closest to her. Be good, don't move. We'll change our clothes first, and then come down. Xia Sang's pupils widened in shock. Was this truly the Lingju she knew? She bit her lip and silently shook her head, hoping he would understand her. However, Ling Ju remained unresponsive, his azure eyes simply watching her. Siyu's enchanting fox-like eyes lit up. All right, Sang Sang has agreed. Let us go change. Xia Sang's throat tightened. I didn't mean that, Watching the group stride away, she finally succumbed to despair, collapsing onto the soft leather sofa and pounding her fists while sobbing softly. What a calamity. 10 minutes later, the four emerged from the staircase, with Ling Ju leading the way, now clad in a tailored black suit that replaced his combat uniform. His sharp facial features exuded an aura of icy detachment. Yet, beneath the suit jacket, he wore a mesh shirt that revealed his attractive collarbone and well-defined chest. Around his neck hung a chain that she had previously gifted him. Their eyes met, and Ling Ju offered her a slight smile, causing the frostiness around him to dissipate, leaving only warmth. Xia Sang's heart raced, her cheeks tinged with pink. Cher followed closely behind, dressed in a sheer, delicate white shirt that, under the light, revealed glimpses of his physique. Broad-shouldered and straight-backed, his muscular abdomen was evident, complemented by a strikingly handsome, cool visage. Siyu donned the light purple robe reminiscent of the one she had used to humiliate him in the dungeon, his long, dark purple hair cascading down his back, his charming fox eyes twinkling with amusement. Upon seeing her, his 9 fluffy tails swayed enticingly. Indeed, Xia Sang found herself irresistibly drawn to that fluffy spectacle. A soft huff echoed as Xinglan appeared, adorned with fluffy tiger ears atop his head, his shoulders broad and legs long. The highlight was his attire, which closely resembled that of the man from the Interstellar dance video, his upper body completely bare, save for leather straps and silver chains draping over his neck and shoulders. His low-slung black pants accentuated his alluring physique. So, am I not more captivating than that wild male from the Interstellar dance video? Xinglan stood before Xia Sang, unabashedly showcasing himself. At that moment, Xia Sang felt as if she might combust, her doe-like eyes flitting anxiously, unsure where to look. Cher leaned closer, raising her delicate white hand and pressing it against his abdomen. Sang Sang, we are different from those wild males outside. Our relationship is lawful and legitimate. We can dance for you and indulge in your desires. As he spoke, Cher's voice dropped, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the exquisitely featured girl, gradually increasing their physical contact through the thin fabric of her garment, amplifying the warmth of their connection. A sultry sigh escaped his lips, clear and resonant. Suddenly meeting his dark gaze, Xia Sang hastily withdrew her hand, her cheeks aflame. What dance does Sang Sang wish to see? Siyu deftly maneuvered between them, a smile gracing his lips. Anything will do. Anything won't suffice. Let us perform that wildly popular dance from the Interstellar video. I've already mastered it, Xinglan declared, his fiery eyes brimming with enthusiasm. He had practiced in front of the mirror several times already, confident in his abilities. Share that video with us, so we can learn. Before Xia Sang could respond, Xinglan had already recited the ID of the account that featured the dance. It's called Sister, look at me. I'm so good.
You can search for it yourselves.
The name alone suggested a rather unseemly nature, reminiscent of someone who danced online merely to entice others. However, the group paid him no mind, engrossed in their dance practice. The girl on the sofa gazed at the earnest expressions of her companions, feeling somewhat lost. She wanted to flee, but her shoulders were firmly held in place. A few minutes later, Cher announced, I've got it, we're ready.
See you again.
I've learned it as well. Ling Ju added. We can begin now. Xinglan declared. Let us line up. Watching the four take their places in an orderly fashion, Xia Sang blinked in surprise. They seemed rather professional. I want the center position.
Xinglan insist.
Why should you have the center? Cher retorted, and soon they were bickering. Ultimately, they decided to rotate the center position. As the music began, Xinglan dashed back to Xia Sang, thrusting a high-stemmed glass and a stack of interstellar currency into her hands. You should hold the glass, sip your drink, and enjoy the show. Then, with this stack of cash, you can reward whoever dances best tonight. Xia Sang blinked, feeling the weight of the bills in her hands, which felt unusually hot. Was this appropriate? And did Xinglan possess an unsettling amount of knowledge? He nodded earnestly. It's absolutely right. All right then. As the music resumed, the group began to dance, their eyes devoid of any shame or embarrassment, replaced instead by a fierce desire to win and a longing for the cash in Xia Sang's grasp. Feeling their collective gaze upon her, Xia Sang instinctively curled her fingers, finding the money even more scorching in her hold. Xia Sang thought to herself, something feels increasingly amiss. Yet, with the system absent, She had no means to verify her concerns. One thing she was certain of was that the group had likely made significant progress in their pursuits. At the very least, they no longer bore any ill intent towards her. If, at the outset, she had suggested they wear such attire and perform provocative dances, they would have undoubtedly considered ending their own lives in despair. But now they had begun to take the initiative. Observing the vibrant scene before her, Xia Sang hastily raised the high-stemmed glass to her lips, taking a small sip of the low-alcohol beverage to steady her nerves. She merely wished for the flowers to bloom resplendently. Otherwise, not appreciating their beauty would seem a sign of insensitivity. Thus, she obediently settled herself. Feeling a blend of discomfort and contentment, she reclined against the plush back of the sofa, simultaneously raising her glass to signal the individuals across from her. Observing her sudden relaxation, the corners of several lips curled into varying arcs of amusement. With each delicate sip, despite the moderate alcohol content, Xia Sang found herself intoxicated. Rubbing her temples, she gradually rose and approached the group lost in their fervent dance, a thick wad of cash clutched in her hand.
Momo. Sing Lan.
A reward for you. Ji, you dance splendidly as well, so here's a reward for you. See you. A generous reward for you too, she declared, before suddenly collapsing into Ling Ju's embrace. The delicate features of the young woman flushed with the effects of alcohol, with her eyes sparkling with mirth. She playfully tugged at the collar around the man's neck. I didn't expect you to be like this, Ling Ju, she giggled, burying her face against his chest. But I like it. Hearing her confession, Ling Ju's smile deepened. His strikingly handsome visage shone with warmth, reminiscent of the gentle melting of frost. As long as Sang Sang likes it. The girl gazed up at him, her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue. So beautiful, she murmured, attempting to reach out and touch him. Just as Ling Ju leaned down, an unwelcome presence intruded. Ji slightly bent forward, meeting the dizzy girl's gaze.
Sang.
Do you think I'm handsome? He asked, seizing her alabaster hand and guiding it to his own striking face. Ling Ju's expression instantly chilled, his azure eyes reflecting a frosty blade. Faced with the cool elegance of the man with dark hair and red lips, Xia Sang's heart skipped a beat. The thudding growing louder. Handsome, very handsome, she stammered. So, does Sang Sang like me? Ji continued to coax, his gaze fervently piercing, as if he intended to etch her image into his very bones. I like you, she replied. Upon hearing the desired answer, Jia's eyes sparkled with delight, only for him to notice that she had suddenly distanced herself. Looking around, he found that Xinglan had swept her away in a princess carry. Observing the three eager men vying for her attention, Xinglan gritted his teeth, declaring, Sang Sang is mine today. None of you dare try to steal her. And for heaven's sake, tone down that overpowering scent. It's unbearable. With a haughty huff, he disdainfully whisked her away. With the protagonist gone, the three men exchanged glances, immediately rolling their eyes in disapproval. What are they wearing? After being unexpectedly swept away by Xinglan, Xia Sang, momentarily dazed, began to squirm restlessly. Where are we going? Where is everyone? I Haven T had enough of the view. Xinglan, exasperated, jostled her slightly. Startled by his sudden movement, Xia Sang instinctively clutched his neck. The moment her fingers tightened around him, Xinglan halted, their bodies pressed closely together. He could distinctly feel her warm breath against his neck, the soft contact of her body against his chest, and the fragrant scent enveloping him, suppressing a potent desire. The flames in Xinglan's eyes deepened. Be good, loosen your grip, don't hold on so tightly. At this moment, Xia Sang was completely dazed, feeling the world spin, yet refusing to let go of his neck. She continued to murmur, dancing, I want to see the dancing. Xinglan couldn't help but chuckle, touched by her persistent enthusiasm. Even in her inebriated state, she yearned to see the dance. All right, I'll perform a dance for you in our room. How does that sound? Upon hearing his promise, the girl settled, resting her head against his broad chest. Suddenly placed onto a soft, plush bed, the heat of his body drew her back to a semblance of clarity. While pushing away the wandering head at her neck, she mumbled, I want a shower. Chapter 60. Mo Jia's Public Apology. Just as Xinglan, still yearning for more kisses, raised his face, which bore an expression of unfulfilled desire. The tips of his ears and cheeks flushed red from their earlier kiss, perhaps even more so than the girl beneath him. Now, can you manage on your own? He expressed concern for her condition. The exquisitely beautiful girl squinted and nodded. Very well, I shall run the bath for you. With that, Xinglan awkwardly shuffled out. In a moment of uncontainable excitement, a pair of white tiger ears suddenly sprang forth from his silver-streaked hair, only to be quickly pressed back down. After preparing the bath, Xinglan, his face tinged with embarrassment, carried her into the bathroom, his gaze flitting about nervously. "Can you really handle this, Sang? "Yes." "Then I'll go outside and wait for you. Just call if you need anything."
All right.
"Please don't fall asleep. You might choke." Xinglan rambled on, unable to hide his concern. Meanwhile, Xia Sang had already grown impatient with his fussing and began to undress.
Xinglan.
With just a glance, he turned around, his face burning with embarrassment. "I'll just wait for you outside." Dazed, Xia Sang could hardly comprehend what was happening, only noticing a figure flitting away before the bathroom door clicked shut. Leaning against the door, Xinglan struggled to control his heavy breathing, keeping a vigilant ear on the sounds within. After a prolonged silence, the sound of flowing water finally ceased.
Shang. So.
His unfinished sentence was abruptly cut off as the girl in a pristine white bathrobe suddenly turned the doorknob and stumbled out. As Xinglan's pupils constricted, he instinctively tightened his hold on her. Looking down at her rosy complexion and closed eyes, he let out a soft sigh as he carried her back to the bed. Just as he tucked her in, her warm body instinctively nestled closer. The following morning, upon waking, Xia Sang found only Siyu remaining in the house. "You're awake."
Come eat.
The man, who had been reading in the living room, promptly closed his book and moved toward the kitchen. "Have they all left?"
Yes. See you affirmed lightly.
Pushing the breakfast he had prepared toward her. "Give it a try. I bought these with last night's winnings." Xia Sang nearly choked on the milk she had just sipped, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at the man across from her, whose fox-like eyes sparkled mischievously. "See you." He merely smiled nonchalantly. Last night, Sang gave quite generously. After buying the ingredients, there was still plenty left. "All right, enough of that." Xia Sang closed her eyes slightly. His reminder jogged her memory of her bold actions under the influence of alcohol the previous night. Meanwhile, at the imperial capital's foremost military academy, just after the first class had concluded, a voice tinged with both embarrassment and anger rang out. "Wait, everyone, don't leave." The crowd turned to see Mo Jia seated in the last row, feeling the curious gazes of his peers upon him. His face flushed crimson at the thought of what he was about to do. Fortunately, following his threats and temptations earlier that morning, he had managed to secure the agreement of the other three from last night, as well as a dozen others who had previously bullied and provoked Shi Yi, to accompany him on stage for a public apology. With that thought, a fierce anger surged within Mo Jia's orange-red eyes. Clenching his fists, he vowed that he could never afford to lose his status as a prince's heir. The only reason these individuals agreed to join him in apologizing to that inferior being was due to their fear of his noble lineage. Without that status, he, Mo Jia, would truly be nothing at all. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mo Jia forced a smile and, accompanied by his entourage, stepped onto the stage. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, offering an apology. "I am truly sorry, Xinglan. Xia. The events of yesterday were my fault. I should not have instigated conflict. I should not have disrespected the crown prince of the empire." He emphasized the last four words with great intensity. What a farcical notion. The crown prince, a mere title devoid of substance. Upon hearing this, Xinglan raised her beautifully arched brows, crossing her arms defiantly.
Nor should I have looked down upon Xia.
As a direct descendant of a prince, I ought to treat all citizens of the empire with equality and kindness, without discrimination. Above all, I should not have led the bullying of my classmates within the academy. I apologize, Xia, and beseech your forgiveness for my rashness. A lowly being such as him, deserving of my apology. Scoundrel. Observing the humiliation etched on Moga's flushed face, Xia's dark eyes flickered with intrigue. Had he not yet exacted his revenge, only to receive an apology? Yet, this did not deter him from his subsequent actions. Individuals like them do not truly acknowledge their wrongs, they merely recognize their fears. As Moga remained motionless, Xinglan averted her gaze, and amidst the cacophony of discussions surrounding them, Moga's teeth ground together with indignation. Just wait. They will all rue the day. With Moga leading the charge, the others soon followed suit, offering their apologies and reflections. "I apologize, Xia. We should not have discriminated against your background." "I am sorry, Xia. It was wrong of me during the incident on the playground." "I apologize. I altered your grades from last semester." "I am sorry." Among them were the striking red-haired Xiqing and the misty blue-haired Jianya. Xinglan and Shirya exchanged a glance before turning to leave without uttering a word of forgiveness or acceptance. Not every apology warrants forgiveness, and not every apology must be accepted. Upon exiting the academic building, the warm, blinding sunlight graced Shirya's face, igniting a glimmer in his dark eyes. As evening approached, the terminal of Xia Sang buzzed with excitement once more. Sister, we are nearing the planet of St. Lancy. We should arrive in about 2 hours. Accompanied by a lively expression of a hopping little rabbit, the message popped up. Xia Sang's lips curled into a delicate smile.
Indeed.
I am greatly looking forward to our meeting. So am I. So am I. Sister, I am so nervous. The smile on Xia Sang's face deepened. Nervous about what? I don't know. My heart is racing. Who could that be? In the hovercar, Shirya and Xinglan had just been picked up after school. Seeing the girl's smile grow with each message, Xinglan felt a tinge of curiosity. It's Connie. Xia Sang continued to reply, without lifting her head. Why is she messaging you again? Xinglan muttered in displeasure. The last time they met in the misty forest, that girl clung to Sang without a moment's respite, her hands wandering inappropriately, sometimes around her waist, sometimes on her legs, and she would often lean in closely. Did I not mention that she is coming to St. Lancy to visit me? Shirya frowned. So soon? Xinglan nearly jumped from her seat. What? She said the journey has been smooth, so she is arriving much earlier than expected, likely by 8 tonight. Chapter 61. The Arrival of Connie. As night approached, around 9 o'clock, a small hovercar gently pulled up to Xia Sang's villa. The moment the door swung open, Connie leapt out with uncontainable excitement. This scene left her companion, Olai, filled with concern. Your Highness, please take care. Oh, I understand. Despite her words, her feet moved with unrestrained speed. Sister. Upon seeing the little princess rushing toward her, Xia Sang greeted her with a warm smile. You've finally arrived. Come inside quickly.
Okay. Connie exclaimed,
wrapping her arm around Xia Sang's as they entered. When she spotted the 4 men blocking the door, each wearing expressions that suggested they were less than welcoming, Connie blinked her beautiful eyes innocently. Finally, with a hint of innocence, she asked, Sister, do my brothers-in-law feel I am intruding? The unexpected mention of brothers-in-law caused the men at the door, who had appeared uninviting, to momentarily lose their composure. See you, with his enchanting fox-like eyes, chuckled. How could we not welcome you? Ling Ju subtly shifted aside. Please come in. Xinglan pushed aside the man standing in the center, smiling broadly as she ushered Connie inside, her grin nearly rivaling the sun. Hurry, please come in. How could my brothers-in-law not welcome you? The other 3 men merely exchanged glances. Connie's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, brothers-in-law. For the time to come, she planned to visit Sister Xia Sang daily, and flattering these bothersome males with a few pretty words seemed harmless enough. With that in mind, Connie tilted her adorable little face up to Xia Sang. Xia Sang was taken aback, quickly retracting her earlier gesture of exasperation. What is it? I didn't expect my brothers-in-law to be so warm. Upon hearing this, Xia Sang's fingers trembled slightly. Indeed, they are quite enthusiastic. Upon entering, Connie was greeted by a table brimming with dishes, the aroma of delectable food wafting through the air, causing her to purse her lips in anticipation. Sensing her eagerness, Xia Sang chuckled as she guided her towards the living room. You must be hungry. Go wash your hands and let us eat. Connie nodded vigorously before darting into the bathroom. At that moment, Olai entered, carrying a pile of gifts that towered above his head. Setting them aside, he spoke slowly. These are specialty items and small gifts from Princess Connie to Sister Xia Sang. I hope you all will find them acceptable. Ling Ju replied, Of course. It's very thoughtful. Seeing that the others were no longer displeased from the unexpected intrusion, Olai finally sighed in relief. Truth be told, he was not keen on unexpected visits from other females, but he also refrained from interfering with the female leader's social interactions. As the evening unfolded, Xia Sang posed a question during dinner. While serving soup to the eager Connie, she curiously inquired, Why aren't your other beast husbands here? The last time they met in the misty forest, Connie had been accompanied by 5 beast husbands. Hearing the question, Connie gently set down her utensils, waiting until her mouth was clear before responding. They are all waiting for me at the embassy. Only Olai accompanied me. Sister, do not worry. My brothers arranged a team of attendants to protect me.
Xiang s'en gently.
Take your time. There's no rush. Sister, the food at your home is so delicious. Can Olai learn how to cook like this? If I hadn't come to Mucha meal today, I would have never known what bland days I had endured. Listening to her indignation, Xia Sang chuckled softly. Of course. Later, Siyu and Lingju can teach you. The dishes you love the most are all made by them. After the meal, Siyu and Lingju were assigned to teach her culinary skills. Olai, with his robust physique, stood at the stove, somewhat at a loss with a spatula in hand. Meanwhile, Shurya and Xinglan quietly sat by the large glass window, their expressions melancholic as they gazed at the pair walking arm in arm beneath the moonlight. Xinglan sighed, resting her chin in her hand. Our greatest rival may not be the males. Shurya remained silent. Xinglan continued to lament. Since dinner, Sang Sang has hardly spoken to us. And now she is off for a stroll in the garden with her. Does that seem fair?
Huh.
She has never even taken a walk with us. Irritated by his incessant complaints, Shurya frowned slightly. Wipe that resentful look off your face. The obsidian eyes gazed at the two individuals outside, laughing and frolicking together. As Shia's gaze darkened further, observing his tightly clenched fists, pale at the knuckles, Xinglan couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. Humph. Perhaps you should suppress that resentful husband demeanor of yours. I suggest you first dispel the damp, malevolent aura surrounding you. Then, in a languid manner, she cautioned, you might frighten Sang Sang. At her words, Shia's fists clenched even tighter. Sister, what are you doing? Noticing the suddenly halted laughter of the chasing girls, Daika and I approached with curiosity. Xia Sang raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Following her gesture, Daika and I's gaze fell upon a small, pitch-black serpent, motionless amidst the lush greenery under the bright moonlight. Its golden eyes sparkled, and its ebony scales gleamed like polished jade in the moon's glow.
Dikani,
Who harbored an intense fear of snakes, instantly trembled, letting out a series of sharp shrieks.
Xia Sang.
Initially captivated by the small snake's charm, Xia Sang never anticipated it would frighten Daika and I so. She quickly rose to offer comfort. Moments before, Aolai, who had been cooking in the kitchen, rushed over at the sound. Following closely behind him were Lingju and Siyu, their expressions etched with concern. Seeing the frightened female master jumping and screaming, Aolai's forehead glistened with sweat. What happened? I'm here. Daika and I stepped forward, embracing his arm, her trembling finger pointing towards a direction. A snake. There's a snake. At her exclamation, Lingju and Siyu immediately fell into a defensive stance. They swiftly pulled the motionless girl away from the spot she had indicated. How is it, Sang Sang? Are you alright? Where's the snake?
Xia Sang.
Caught in their concern, could only explain awkwardly. It's just a tiny one, only as thick as my thumb. I didn't think thus. She hadn't realized Daikani's fright. Don't be afraid, it's gone now. Aolai reassured the trembling princess as he explained, Your Highness, being a rabbit by nature, instinctively harbors a fear of snakes. I apologize. She might have been startled. I need to take her back to a place where she feels safe. Chapter 62. You cannot lick it. Xia Sang slightly bowed her head, her tone laced with guilt. I'm sorry. I didn't know she was afraid. At that moment, Daika and I, who had been hiding behind Aolai, cautiously poked her head out. Sister, you don't need to apologize. It's my fault for not telling you that I'm of the rabbit kin, and that I fear snakes. She had merely found the little snake's delicate and unique appearance intriguing, and wanted to share it with her. Sister, I'll go back with Aolai now, and will come to play with you tomorrow. Xia Sang nodded. All right, be careful on your way. Once Daika and I and the others boarded the floating vehicle and departed, Lingju and the others finally inquired. Xia surveyed the surroundings. What snake? Xinglan had already begun rummaging through the nearby flower beds. Indeed, how could there be a snake in the courtyard? Our security system is state-of-the-art. Ordinary wildlife cannot enter. As Xinglan squatted to search, Xia Sang felt a chill at her ankle. Looking down, she discovered the little black snake had coiled around her. Their eyes met, and at that moment, Xia Sang sensed the snake's gentle touch against her skin.
Xia Sang.
While she wasn't particularly afraid of snakes, she was apprehensive about a venomous one potentially biting her in an agitated state. Noticing her tension, Lingju asked, What's wrong? It's here. Following her gaze, Lingju's pupils constricted. Don't be afraid. I'm here. He then slightly bent down, gingerly grasping the little black snake. The serpent, which had been comfortably rubbing against her cool skin, suddenly found itself held by an unwelcome pair of hands, its golden eyes widening in surprise. Hiss! The little snake, mirroring its ebony hue, threatened with its minuscule fangs. Xia Sang's eyes brightened. How adorable. So tiny, yet it's showing its teeth at you. Seeing her smile, Ling Ju couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. However, he remained suspicious of the snake's true nature. If it were a typical wild creature, it would naturally fear beastmen, as the stronger the beastman, the greater the pressure they exert. Yet this little serpent exhibited no fear whatsoever. Its golden eyes scrutinized him, even with an air of disdain. Contemplating this, Ling Ju instinctively emanated a stronger aura of pressure. The other three noticed his actions, mirroring his curiosity to determine whether this was an ordinary black snake. The tiny serpent hesitated, its instinctive aggression faltering. It tilted its head, observing the group of people before shifting its gaze back to the captivating young woman. Although its mind was clouded and unclear, its innate intelligence remained intact. After a moment of surveying its surroundings, the snake squinted its eyes and then abruptly collapsed in Ling Ju's palm. Ling Ju was taken aback. He had merely tested the pressure. He hadn't applied much force. Surely, it couldn't be dead in his hand? Observing the limp little black snake, the others wore complex expressions. They hadn't expected it to indeed be an ordinary wild snake. Xia Sang stepped forward, peering at Ling Ju's hand. Is it dead? Ling Ju's azure eyes flickered. I didn't use force. I just wanted to before he could finish. The tiny black serpent, once limp in his palm, began to stir once more. It then, appearing weak, swiftly coiled around Xia Sang's delicate wrist. Xia Sang widened her almond-shaped eyes, gently shaking her hand. It remained unmoving. Not only that, but the serpent tightened its grip around her wrist. What? Staring at the little black snake clinging to Xia Sang's wrist, Xinglan stepped forward first. Why has it latched on? Xia, with her dark eyes, echoed her concern. Sang, we still don't know if it's venomous. This is too dangerous. At her words, the little black snake, which had been lying on the girl's wrist feigning death, suddenly opened its golden eyes. It hissed twice at Xia before turning to Xia Sang and shaking its head. Xia Sang was astounded. You can understand us? The little black snake nodded. Xia Sang continued. Are you venomous? The snake shook its head. Although its mind was muddled, it recognized the innate charm of the little female. Being near her brought a great sense of comfort, alleviating the heat it felt. Reflecting on this, it rubbed against her slender, pale wrist once more. Xia Sang then asked, So, are you a beast man? If you are, I can't take you home as a pet. The little black snake shook its head. What beast man? I am simply a snake. Witnessing the scene, Siyu's lavender eyes darkened. In this situation, there were only two possibilities. The first was that the little black snake was lying. It was, in fact, a beast man. But how could a beast man possess such a tiny form? It was unheard of. The second possibility was that it was a spirit pet, an entity that had nearly evolved into a beast man, having only attained intelligence. This possibility seemed quite substantial. Such spirit pets were favored by females, yet their numbers were scarce. The moment they appeared, they would be swiftly captured. They were often auctioned in major marketplaces. Ling Ju shared Si's assessment. Perhaps it was indeed a spirit pet that had developed intelligence, for beast men could not possess such diminutive forms. Spirit pet? Xia Sang gently tapped her finger on the little black snake's head, then raised her gaze to the others. It appears quite adorable, and it can understand our speech. I wish to take it home as a pet. The little snake, entirely cloaked in ebony, is indeed charming and seems to comprehend human language. Xia Sang felt a surge of curiosity. Noticing her rare fondness for something, her companions mused that it was merely a pet. Other families experienced similar situations, so they refrained from further comment. To their astonishment, it had so easily blended in. The small black snake, half closing its eyes, blissfully flicked its tongue. Although it couldn't quite recall its identity or why it had suddenly found itself here, it relished the scent and the slight chill emanating from the petite female before it. As long as it was close to her, it felt immensely comfortable, and its head was no longer clouded. Noticing a tingling sensation on her wrist,
Xia Sang Lord Herges.
No licking allowed. To her surprise, after sneaking a quick lick, the little black snake was caught. It promptly closed its eyes and coiled up, feigning death. Not now, it decided. It would wait to lick later. It was fragrant, though she believed this little black serpent could not possibly be a beast man. Siyu still extended his mental energy to investigate. His companion, Sure, who followed closely behind, inquired, How is it? Siyu shook his head. Nothing unusual. They fell into silence, observing the girl in the lead who occasionally teased the little black serpent with her alabaster wrist. Upon returning to the living room, Xia Sang crossed her legs to peruse the snake care manual, jotting down reminders from time to time. Chapter 63. What? Do you dislike the name Little Black? Having seamlessly infiltrated, the little black snake first swiveled its golden eyes, surveying its surroundings. Upon noticing the four males fixated on it, its gaze halted momentarily before it affectionately nuzzled against the porcelain white skin. Xing Lan's eyes widened in surprise. Hey, did you see that look it just gave? The other three remained silent. Just then, the girl on the sofa exclaimed in astonishment. Why are there two little bumps on your head? She reached out to touch them. The dim light outside had obscured them, but now, under the bright illumination, the two small protrusions became strikingly apparent. Symmetrical, too? Feeling the warm touch on its head, the little black snake involuntarily quivered its eyes shut, then awkwardly shrank its body. At this moment, the others gathered around curiously. Ling Ju leaned down for a closer look. There really are? Sure slightly frowned. Haven't you noticed? Its tail appears somewhat different from other snakes. Xing Lan furrowed her brow. Indeed, this creature is rather peculiar. Following the little black snake's tail, Xia Sang observed that it indeed had a tail that was not smooth but rather bore hard spikes. Yet, given its minuscule size, it was easily overlooked. Even when coiled around her wrist, it elicited no particularly distinct sensation.
Siyu remarked.
In the vast expanse of the galaxy, after millions of years of evolution, not only beastmen have mutated, it is quite normal for these spirit pets to exhibit abnormalities as well. Siyu's explanation was logical and convincing, thus garnering the group's acceptance. Noticing the tension had eased, the little black snake's top body relaxed slightly. All right, Sang, we should head upstairs, Siyu said, his violet eyes smiling as he turned to the girl on the sofa, gently reminding her.
Sure.
Let us not bring it along, shall we? Upon hearing this, the little black snake, which had been lazily dozing, suddenly raised its neck and hissed. Hiss. Siyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the tiny black serpent coiled around the girl's wrist. His smile was gentle, yet it did not reach his eyes. Sang, spirit pets like this possess intelligence. We shouldn't take it with us while we sleep. Hiss. The little black snake gazed up with its golden eyes, looking pitifully at the girl before it, its tiny head shaking incessantly. No. She smells so good, and it's so cool and comfortable. Watching the little snake gaze longingly at her, Xia Sang smiled down at it. All right, no need to pout. You'll sleep in that temporary little box over there tonight, and tomorrow you'll have a cozy little nest. Be good. After placing the little black snake down, Xia Sang departed with Siyu. As it watched the fragrant figure gradually fade away, the tiny black snake's golden eyes instantly shrank. The remaining three merely paused their gazes on it momentarily before turning away, disinterested. As the moonlight shone brightly and a gentle breeze wafted through the night, a diminutive snake shadow stealthily slithered through the window, exercising great caution. Upon seeing the figure on the bed that had captivated its heart, its golden eyes lit up. Though its consciousness was still hazy, it instinctively knew that being close to that figure would bring it immense comfort. In the next moment, a tall shadow eclipsed the window.
Siyu.
With his noble brow furrowed upon recognizing the intruder as the little snake from the night before, was momentarily taken aback. Initially thinking it was those two troublemakers returning, he was surprised it was this one instead. Get out. His voice, low and tinged with displeasure, commanded the little black snake. The small serpent met his gaze unflinchingly, undeterred by the imposing figure before it. This adversary posed no threat. Seeing it remain motionless as if it could not comprehend his words, Siyu stepped forward, grasped it by the neck, and opened the window, unceremoniously tossing it outside. Do not return.
Bang!
The window slammed shut. The little black snake, bewildered by being flung down, was not harmed. Rather, it was astonished that the arrogant fox had the audacity to toss it out like that. Hiss! It hissed in indignation twice, but despite its reluctance, it remained on the ground. While that fox was not particularly fearsome, it desired to stay. Only by staying could it continue to be close to that fragrant soft female. The following day, as Xia Sang descended the stairs, she discovered the little snake eagerly awaiting on the sofa. Upon seeing her, the little black snake swiftly approached, deftly coiling around her. Good morning, little black. Xia Sang greeted while gently stroking the snake's back, smiling. Hiss. What's wrong? Do you dislike the name Little Black? The little black snake's vehement head shaking was too conspicuous to ignore. Hiss. Very well, you nodded. What would you prefer to be called? As she spoke, Xia Sang made her way to the dining table. Little White. Hiss. All right, Little White isn't to your liking either. How about Baby?
Sweetheart?
Little Sweetie? Little Cutie? As she called out various names, Xia Sang couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of a cool little black snake being called Little Sweetie. She laughed so heartily that she failed to notice the little black snake becoming dizzy from the barrage of names she flung at it.
Singlan, so mewat idita.
Pulled out a chair for her, grumbling, "Why are you naming a hideous little black snake with such endearing names? If you ask me, just call it Little Black. It doesn't deserve to be called anything like Sweetheart or Baby. You haven't even called it that yourself." As this thought crossed her mind, Xing Lan's handsome face involuntarily flushed slightly. Observing his exasperated expression, the other three averted their gazes in disdain. However, they did agree with Xing Lan's suggestion. Sure remarked, Sang, I also think Little Black is a fine name. Ling Ju nodded in agreement. Siyu added, indeed, it is quite apartment. The little black snake hissed in protest.
Hiss.
While Xing Lan served the delicately featured girl soup, he coldly stated, your protests are futile. Hiss. At this, the little black snake ceased its defiance, instead curling up around Xia Sang, nuzzling against her as it sought affection. Xia Sang sighed, you're quite demanding, aren't you? In the afternoon, accompanied by Owl, Connie arrived with renewed vigor. Sister, I've come to play with you again. Wait a moment. Upon seeing her, Xia Sang quickly hit her right wrist behind her back. What's the matter? Xia Sang explained, please don't come closer. I'm afraid I might scare you. That little snake returned after you left last night.
Ah?
Then I found it to be quite charming and adorable, and since it could comprehend our speech, I decided to keep it as my spirit pet. Upon hearing the term spirit pet, Connie's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Really, sister? That little snake from last night is truly a spirit pet? Yes, it is currently coiled around my wrist, and I was afraid it might startle you. Although Connie was frightened of snakes, her curiosity prevailed as she asked, Sister, can you speak to it? I want to see how it expresses itself. Chapter 64, Sister. Shall we go shopping? Sure. This sister is my good friend, but she is frightened of snakes, so you must behave and not scare her. The delicate-looking girl gently spoke to the small black snake. Connie then witnessed the tiny black serpent nodding slightly, its dark tongue flickering in the air. Such a well-behaved creature. Indeed, it is a spirit pet. It truly understands. Don't worry, there's no need to be afraid. It's very obedient and not venomous. Despite Xia Sang's reassurances, Connie hesitated to boldly touch it. Remembering her purpose for coming, she said, Sister, let us go shopping. All right. Since Ling Ju and the others were not home, Siyu naturally followed, walking alongside Ao Lai behind their female master. However, upon arriving at the mall, Xia Sang realized that their group was still rather small. For every female encountered, there were usually 4 or 5 males trailing behind. Each meeting resembled a throng of eager followers. Given Xia Sang's current fame on the Interstellar network, her entrance into the mall attracted immediate attention. Her presence ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of many males. Yet, when their gazes met the shadowy figure behind her, they instinctively felt a tightening in their chests. It was a form of mental oppression, invisible yet formidable. This mall is one of the most renowned in Saint Lan's empire and is particularly favored by females. Consequently, the clientele included not only partnered females but also a plethora of young, single males. Each one was impeccably dressed, accentuating their best features, with some appearing quite flamboyant. Xia Sang's arrival sparked anticipatory glances among them. Just then, a middle-aged male wearing a hat, about to exit the mall, noticed Xia Sang and his eyes momentarily brightened. He then turned back, discreetly initiating an interstellar live stream. As a paparazzo, he had come to this mall to capture footage of a routine clearance of near-expiry goods. In his eyes, there was no interstellar goddess. He merely recognized a golden opportunity for profit. Even a brief moment of filming could yield enough gifts and tips to sustain him for quite a while. What is going on here? Seriously? What is so special about a mall? Is it really just this? And we were lured in by this? As the camera shook, the live stream fell silent, and the viewer count soared. No way am I seeing things? How could I possibly be seeing my goddess? Hold on, don't rush. I'm just as eager. I see her too. Host, which mall is this? Right? All these malls look the same. Who knows which one it is? Please tell us. Watching the viewer count skyrocket to 100,000 and the flood of gifts pouring in, the hat-wearing man nervously swallowed. This is it. However, seeing the barrage of requests for information, he chose not to respond. He may have been poor, but he wasn't foolish. Hey, host, why are you just standing there?
Can you keep up?
Yeah, the elevator is on the move. Seeing this, the hat-wearing man pretended to casually follow along. The live stream camera was now aimed at his carefully adjusted hat. As long as he acted normally, no one would suspect a thing. Sister, there's a dessert shop over there. Let us go take a look. Connie said, her eyes sparkling with desire as she gazed at the dessert shop. Xia Sang smiled and nodded, of course. Host, hurry, you should go eat too. Yes, yes, find the best spot.
I'll pay.
Instantly, the gifts surged even more wildly. Observing the terminal's back end, the hat-wearing man's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. He never expected to receive so much in such a short time. Once inside the shop, Connie excitedly selected 6 different flavored mini cakes and turned to Xia Sang. Sister, are you only ordering 2? I did my research. Their desserts are absolutely delicious. Xia Sang pushed one of the cakes towards Xiu. I can't eat too much. Just one is enough. Don't worry if you like. We can have them pack some to take home later. Yes, yes. Connie exclaimed, taking a spoonful of the carrot-flavored cake and nodding with delight. Seeing their female master so happy brought a smile to Aoli's face. He then noticed the little female beside him offering him a piece as well. This one is matcha-flavored. Aoli, you should try it. Aoli felt a surge of gratitude, but was about to express it when she added, I'll just take a small bite first. Aoli couldn't help but chuckle. Watching Connie, with her cheeks puffed and her eyes sparkling, Xia Sang genuinely found her to be incredibly adorable. Xia Sang's smile is so beautiful and gentle. Does anyone know who that little female across from her is? Oh my, she is truly adorable. 2 lovely females together are such a sight for sore eyes. I know who that little female is. Wasn't he there a visit from the envoy of Roman Lano star the other day? That's their little princess, of noble status. Not someone ordinary folks like us could imagine. So she is the little princess from Roman Lano star. It seems she and Xia Sang are friends? I truly envy those 2 males. I genuinely envy them. Watching the gifts flood in once more, the hat-wearing man wore a greedy grin. After Connie finished most of her cake and took a moment to rest, Xia Sang finally spoke to her. Nini, there's a pet snack shop over there. I want to buy some treats for the little snake. The name Nini was a suggestion Connie made while eating, expressing her fondness for the affectionate term.
Xia Sang naturally obliged. All right.
Upon hearing her name, the small black snake that had been coiled around Xia Sang's wrist slowly opened its golden eyes. For some inexplicable reason, it felt especially drowsy today. It hissed softly a couple of times before snuggling back against her comforting skin. Connie, who initially felt some trepidation towards the snake, found her fear dissipating as she observed it struggling to keep its eyes open even when gently stroked by the girl. Let us go, sister. Let us take a look. Okay, just a moment. What's wrong? Connie shyly bit her lip and smiled. I want to order a few more mini cakes to save for tonight.
Xia Sang left the hair no Xia. All right.
After successfully placing her order and leaving the address, Connie grabbed Xia Sang's other hand and skipped out of the shop. The 2 tall men exchanged glances and naturally followed. Upon arriving at the pet snack shop, Xia Sang realized that it not only sold pet treats but also had a wall filled with little pets available for selection. Chapter 65. You truly are wicked enough.
Wow.
There are so many adorable little pets for sale here. Connie exclaimed excitedly as she dashed towards the wall filled with cute little pets. After surveying the area, she inquired with the staff, do you have any spirit pets or similar? I'm very sorry, but we do not have those. The young male attendant, his face flushed with embarrassment, lowered his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of the female before him. Very well then. Having obtained the answer, Connie returned to Xia Sang's side, her tone tinged with a hint of regret as she remarked, I had hoped they would have some here. Throughout their journey, Xia Sang occasionally interacted with the little black snake, which stirred a sense of envy within her. In fact, she had a pet bird back in Roman Lano, though she had not brought it along this time. Standing nearby, offered a comforting remark. Your Highness, creatures like spirit pets might only be found at underground auctions. I understand. I was merely hoping for a stroke of luck. After all, my sister acquired her pet not from an underground auction. Noticing her disappointment, Xia Sang smiled gently and pulled her towards a nearby snack shelf. Then help me select some snacks. The ones at home are not to its liking. Of course. The little princess's mood shifted rapidly, and she perked up at the suggestion, eagerly navigating the aisles with even more enthusiasm than Xia Sang, her owner. Streamer. What are you lurking about for outside? Come inside. Yes, yes, streamer, you should pick some snacks too. Exactly. Observing the incessant stream of comments, the man in the hat could only smirk in exasperation. Setting aside the suspicion from their earlier encounter at the dessert shop, he found the current situation even more perplexing. Wasn't this an outright invitation? Besides, he was there to purchase discounted, near-expiry items. Yet, witnessing the sudden influx of gifts, he gritted his teeth and moved a little closer. However, he wisely chose to remain outside, sitting on a bench at the entrance. His camera focused directly on the glass wall within. Look, sister, this should be to its taste, Daikani declared as she approached with a small pile of pet snacks, offering a long strip to Xia Sang, encouraging her to feed it. She opened the packaging and waved it in front of the little black snake's nose. As expected, the snake, lured by the enticing aroma, lifted its head, its golden eyes sparkling at the approaching food. See, sister, it truly enjoys it. After devouring the entire strip, the little snake curled back up, clearly still sleepy. Then let us pack up what Nini selected, Xia Sang suggested, choosing a few more items before paying for everything.
Xia Sang?
What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you out shopping today. Just as Daikani linked her arm with Xia Sang to exit, they heard a voice.
Xia Sang?
Are you calling my sister? Although she said this, she turned to face a delicately featured girl beside them. Xia Sang offered a reassuring smile. Recognizing the tension of friendship that was palpable, we're not very close. Shifting her gaze, she noticed Su Qian's embarrassed expression, a result of her earlier remark. Please don't call me that, we aren't that familiar. Ever since discovering that Su Qian also possessed a system, Xia Sang refrained from making any sudden moves, believing it best not to provoke her until her own system returned. Recently, she had been experiencing intermittent headaches that evoked memories of a different nature.
Su Qian stood frozen,
her complexion fluctuating between red and pale, seemingly in a daze while conversing with her system. System, how many days until you can hypnotize her again? 3 days. The system's mechanical voice provided a precise answer. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's expression improved considerably.
I am utterly exasperated.
Why is it that we both strive to do good, yet gain no fortune points? Host, I am a plundering system. Your main task is to skim the heroine's fortune points. The implication was clear. Do not harbor unrealistic expectations. Su Qian retorted. Very well. Hypnotize her again in 3 days. However, if you hypnotize her now, the risk of her beast husband's discovering it has surged to 99.
Su Qian scoffed.
And what of it? Even if they discover it, what difference would it make? They cannot change anything, can they? But there are no buts. The current plundering task cannot progress. The issue lies with Xia Sang and her several beast husbands. Their relationship has vastly improved. It has become too steadfast for us to successfully intervene. If we manage to hypnotize her, she will be perceived as an invading spirit, having usurped Xia Sang's original body. Her arrival has turned the original Xia Sang into mere shell. If she inadvertently reveals this to her beast husbands, do you think they would still accept her upon realizing that this invading soul caused the death of their beloved female master? The cold, mechanical voice trembled slightly, uncertain if it was due to excitement or fear of the revelation. Host, I indeed did not misjudge you. You are truly malevolent. Your success will yield tremendous achievements for our organization. Very well, let us execute the plan promptly in 3 days. I will approach her, and you can seize the opportunity to act. Understood. By the time Su Qian regained her composure, Daikani was already tugging at Xia Sang to leave. Sister, who is that person, blocking our path and just staring without speaking? I mean, her gaze is so ominous. It feels like she's not a good person. Please, sister, don't get too close to her. Daikani's concerned voice gradually faded as Su Qian could no longer hear. However, the 4 beast husbands behind her had overheard every word. From their perspective, it was merely their female master unexpectedly encountering a childhood neighbor while shopping, attempting to greet them, only to be rebuffed with the excuse of being unfamiliar. Isa was the first to express indignation. Qian, I see that Xia Sang simply does not appreciate kindness. You should ignore her from now on. Xijing chimed in. Indeed, Qian. She always behaves like that. Why bother engaging with her? Xinglua snorted disdainfully. Unappreciative. Nanfu gently pulled her into an embrace. All right, let us go. There's that dessert shop you like ahead. Su Qian nodded, her expression calm, yet her heart fluttered with anticipation. 3 days. Just 3 more days. She will be in for a surprise. The thought of being ruthlessly slain by her loyal beast husbands was surely a bitter experience. The man in the hat had been a silent observer throughout the entire ordeal. Only when Su Qian and her beast husbands finally departed did he exhale in relief. After all, he was merely a B-grade male, and the pressure of being surrounded by a host of high-ranking males was immense. Chapter 66. The current Dark Lord of the Underground Kingdom. Was that the Su Qian female who has been spreading aid throughout the empire these past few days?
Indeed.
That's her. It seems her relationship with Xia Sang isn't very good, does it? Streamer, hurry and follow them. Yes. Those two little females are already far ahead. But can't we stay with Su Qian? I really like her. User 1, I like her too. Within moments, the live chat had divided into two factions, one supporting the pursuit of Su Qian, while the other fervently urged the man in the hat to continue following Xia Sang and Daikani. Faced with the chaotic live chat, the man in the hat found himself in a dilemma. By the time he regained his focus, Xia Sang's figure had vanished, having already descended the elevator. Back home, the little black snake succumbed to drowsiness, while its mind gradually cleared. In a hazy state, it perceived the presence of a small female before it, her face surprisingly familiar. It was the very one that Kadi had shown him in the office on the 11th floor. Realizing this, the little black snake shook its head vigorously, initially dismissing it as a mere hallucination brought on by its heat. The exquisitely beautiful young girl was about to rise when a familiar youthful voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Host, I have returned to assist you." Upon hearing this, Xia Sang's eyes brightened. "System? It is I, dear host, I have returned. How long this time?" Xia Sang had grown accustomed to the system's sudden reappearance and abrupt disappearance. This time, permanently. "The matters that needed to be addressed have been nearly arranged, host. We can commence our tasks now." At the mention of tasks, Xia Sang's body stiffened momentarily as she recalled the issue of the invisible progress of her objectives. "System. You only told me to conquer them, but you never mentioned what constitutes a successful conquest, did you? Without even a progress bar, how am I supposed to?" Xia Sang's unfinished words were abruptly cut off as the system's deliberately set youthful voice erupted in her mind with a series of sharp bursts. "Host, you are truly remarkable. This system certainly did not misjudge you. You are my deity." Xia Sang was left thoroughly perplexed. "Lower your voice. My ears are going to be deafened." "Oh, understood. Host, currently all 4 of your beastly husbands have been successfully conquered. It's just a matter of sealing the deal." "Sealing the deal?" "Of course, it means to partake of them. Rest assured, they are quite willing. The conquest progress has already reached 100%. They have completely submitted to you, and you may engage in any manner of intimacy you desire." Following this, the system accompanied its words with a rather unrefined chuckle. Xia Sang felt her eyelids twitch. "Please do not laugh like that. It's rather lewd." The system momentarily regained its seriousness. "Host, it has already been several days. Why have you not yet fully indulged them?" Xia Sang's cheeks flushed. "I am preparing." "That is good, very good. Tonight, under the watch of this system, let us hope you successfully engage with one of them." Xia Sang's pupils widened in shock. The topic shifted once more, and the youthful voice continued. "Host, your speed is quite impressive. Of the 7 character cards, you have now gathered 6, leaving just 1. "Huh? What did you say?" "You are aware of Mo Juanhui, and the other is him." Following the system's directional indication, Xia Sang incredulously gazed at the small black snake coiled up in a ball. "You mean it?" "Indeed. Its name is Cyril. Its true form is a mutated black flood dragon, and its original name is known to almost no one. Currently, it reigns as the Dark Lord of the Underground Realm. Its fate is tragic, a quintessential example of beauty and strength. I recall asking it, or rather him, if he was a beast man. He is currently in his mating season, and the situation is rather severe. He has reverted to a primal state, and if he cannot endure this time, he may perish. Reverted beastmen have unclear consciousness and act purely on instinct." Upon hearing that this being was not only not a spirit pet, but also one she needed to conquer, and that his situation was severe enough to risk his life, Xia Sang felt a surge of concern. "System, you mentioned his situation is quite dire." "Yes, however, he has improved significantly, perhaps because of your presence. Male beastmen lacking females during their mating season must endure. Some resort to inhibitors. You can channel your mental energy into him. which will alleviate his discomfort and help him pass through the mating season more swiftly. What the system did not mention was that Cyril was already on the verge of recovery, currently teetering on the brink of awakening. Oh, understood. Stealing a glance at Siyu, she found him outside attending to the fresh ingredients delivered that evening, his attention elsewhere. The moment her mental bond brushed against him, the tightly coiled black snake suddenly relaxed its resistance. Unbeknownst to Xia Sang, the black snake gradually regained clarity, freeing itself from the throes of its mating season as it slowly opened its golden eyes. It began to quietly assess the small female before it. This was no dream, nor was it an illusion born of the mating season. This was very much real. But why had he suddenly appeared here? As his memories resurfaced post-reversion, the expression on the small black snake's face shifted dramatically. Impossible, how could he? Observing the scene, the system stifled a laugh, refraining from revealing to Xia Sang that Cyril was already awake and recovering. The young girl closed her eyes, concentrating on channeling her mental energy for comfort, unaware of any differences. Throughout this process, the black snake continuously regarded her, its gaze filled with complex emotions. Once the soothing concluded, it finally closed its eyes again. Rest assured, host, I can sense that Cyril is quite enamored with you. Xia Sang's lips twitched. All right, please refrain from sensing anything. This afternoon, Ling Ju returned rather early, coinciding with the end of school for Shi Yi and the others. Seeing him return before nightfall surprised them all. Why was he back so early today? Ling Ju's complexion was unusually flushed, with a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. Cuy's purple eyes flickered. Has your mating season begun? Ling Ju took a deep breath and nodded. The military does possess inhibitors, but he did not wish to be there. It was difficult to articulate his feelings, but he knew he only wanted to return. Even if it meant injecting inhibitors in his room, it was preferable to remaining at the military base. Observing this, the other three turned their gazes towards Xia Sang. What would she decide? The three awaited her response with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Xia Sang's actions today would foreshadow their own experiences in similar circumstances. Under the intense scrutiny of their gazes, Xia Sang paused her breath. Her delicate white fingers nervously fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. Host, charge forth. What an opportunity. Just overpower him and engage in various delightful activities. If you are unsure, I have resources to assist you here. Ignoring the youthful voice echoing in her mind, Xia Sang took a deep breath and raised her gaze to meet his striking azure eyes. As Ling Ju's throat bobbed, he felt his heart pounding as if it might leap from his chest. Though he had harbored a glimmer of hope on the way back, it was merely a flicker, hardly daring to expect more. Xia Sang grasped the man's belt and, without looking back, led him away. Chapter 67. Ling Ju, you rascal. How do you know so much?
Wow.
Host, I never expected you to be like this. So bold, I adore it. The young girl's exquisite features flushed a deep crimson as she clutched the man's hand, trembling slightly. Be quiet. All right, then I shall log off. See you in the morning, he. Heading to take a bath, Xia Sang's almond-shaped eyes sparkled, her large, glistening eyes shyly avoiding direct contact with the person before her. Okay. In the next moment, Ling Ju, why are you pulling me? Ling Ju, wait a moment. My intention was for you to wash first. The words she failed to voice were abruptly interrupted as Xia Sang, losing her balance, leaned against Ling Ju for support. Noticing the increasing softness of the person in his arms, Ling Ju's lips curled into a smile. The young girl, panting softly, looked up to find the man's sharply handsome face before her, clearly seeing the glimmer of restrained mischief in his eyes. Xia Sang bit her lip slightly, tugging at Ling Ju's collar with determination, pulling him down. Unsure of her intentions, Ling Ju complied and bent down. As her soft, fragrant lips drew near, just as the man began to reciprocate the kiss, the girl in his embrace suddenly pecked him.
Shang?
Ling Ju's azure eyes flashed with confusion. Do not laugh.
All right.
I want to laugh. As Ling Ju's actions tore open the white shirt, his taut skin flushed slightly, a consequence of his arousal, emanating waves of palpable heat. Droplets of sweat cascaded along the contours of his muscles, ultimately disappearing into his abdomen. Xia Sang bit her lip lightly, the moment her cool fingertips made contact. The muscles in the man's waist tightened instantaneously. At the same time, a suppressed tone emanated from above. Do you like it, Sang? Having reached this point, Xia Sang chose not to feign modesty any longer and nodded in acceptance, candidly admitting, the sensation is quite nice. Xia Sang raised her head slightly, only to be abruptly lifted off her feet. For a moment, she was taken aback, her expression blank. Ling Ju? When she was set down again, she found herself seated on the wash basin. Ling Ju had already turned his attention to filling the bathtub with water. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced like a drum, heavy and intense. When Ling Ju returned, he found her obediently perched on the wash basin, her dark lashes fluttering nervously, her slightly parted lips betraying her tension. Be good. Don't be afraid. The girl on the wash basin gazed at him for a couple of seconds before slowly extending her arms. Ling Ju bent down to lift her, cradling her securely in front of him. The sweet scent of the girl enveloped him, wrapping him in a comforting embrace. He savored the warmth and essence of the person in his arms, alleviating some of the discomfort brought on by his arousal. Ling Ju felt his body stiffen, momentarily frozen in place. His chest was tightly pressed against her, and he found himself momentarily breathless.
Sham.
Suddenly, her dress was ripped away, and before Xia Sang could gasp in surprise, she was swept into the bathtub. Ling Ju leaned against the edge of the tub, while the girl seated on his lap appeared somewhat anxious, her delicate arms encircling his neck. Her voice, tinged with grievance, rang out, "Ling Ju, you scoundrel." Crystal-like tears fell from her eyes like pearls scattered from a broken string, each one landing on Ling Ju's heaving chest. "Baby, I like you," the charming male voice whispered in her ear, imbued with a certain magic. The girl tilted her delicate neck back, her long lashes trembling as they crushed the tears, rendering her both fragile and pitiable. Outside, the wind and rain surged, resonating in harmony with the tempest within. The following day, Xia Sang awoke to find herself still nestled in Ling Ju's embrace, recalling how he had incessantly coaxed her the previous day, to the point where she had fainted from his soothing words, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Awake? The man, who had been awake for some time, propped himself up to look at her, his eyes brimming with mirth and languor. Xia Sang let out a soft hum. Yesterday, in the bathroom, on the bed, by the window, on the sofa, the exquisitely beautiful girl recounted, her tone laced with reproach. Who was it that said to hold back? Ling Ju. You really are a scoundrel. As she chastised him playfully, Ling Ju felt his heart soften under the gentle timbre of her voice. Thank you, my dear, for helping me through my heat. He gazed at her with a teasing smile, his voice slightly husky, reminiscent of the previous day. Remembering how he had whispered in her ear with that same tone yesterday made Xia Sang's heart skip a beat, then race uncontrollably. Get up, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Without a second glance, Xia Sang turned to get out of bed. However, as she made a sudden movement, she let out a soft hiss. Ling Ju quickly rose. Be good. Wait here, I'll go downstairs and bring you something. Frustrated and embarrassed, Xia Sang grabbed a pillow and threw it at Ling Ju. It's all your fault. All right, it's my fault, all my fault, he replied, but his tone remained lighthearted, lacking any trace of contrition. Without further delay, Ling Ju tidied up briefly and descended the stairs. As expected, the moment he reached the bottom of the staircase, he encountered the trio in the living room. Xinglan could no longer contain herself. Marshal, aren't you busy with official duties today? Why aren't you at the military base? It's almost noon. Ling Ju, radiating joy, stood in stark contrast to the three disgruntled men in the living room. Xia Sang requires my care today. I've taken a day off from the military base, so it's no trouble. Sure Yi, with his dark eyes devoid of mirth, interjected. We can take good care of Xia Sang. Ling Ju smiled. Xia Sang worked hard yesterday because of me. It is only right that I take care of her. Xiu sighed lightly, feeling a bit restless. All right, stop the chatter, and let us get it upstairs. Watching this amusing scene, the now alert little black snake lazily narrowed his brilliant golden eyes. In his past judgments, it was the most foolish behavior to vie for affection over a female. Yet, that little female seemed genuinely different. Chapter 68. Never depart. Host, your mental strength has successfully risen from A to S grade. If you sleep a couple more times tonight, you might reach SS grade. The sudden appearance of the youthful voice was filled with gossiping intrigue. The girl, marked with traces of their previous encounters, weakly fluttered her flushed eyelids. System, are you serious? The youthful voice paused momentarily. All right, Ling Ju was indeed excessive last night. The girl's eyes widened in shock. System, you? Don't worry, I logged off immediately last night. The reason I say this is because of all your marks. After finishing breakfast, Xia Sang caught a few more hours of sleep, finally emerging from her room as noon approached.
Didn't you two go to school today?
The The pair raised their eyes to her, responding in unison. It's the weekend.
Is it?
I forgot. Xia Sang smiled, her lips curving as she awkwardly walked toward the little black snake under their watchful gaze. Although she had learned from the system the day before that he was not an ordinary spirit pet, but a true male beast man, she felt it was a good opportunity to enhance her rapport with him while he was in his primal state, devoid of awareness. She pulled out the snacks she had purchased yesterday and waved them enticingly in front of the little snake. Remembering her previous actions while unaware, the little black snake's head turned abruptly, the shameful memory striking him once more. He had clearly liked this yesterday. Moreover, Xia Sang noticed that today the little snake maintained a respectful distance from her. He no longer coiled around her wrist upon first meeting, and even avoided eye contact from time to time. Quite peculiar. By afternoon, when Xia Sang thought of feeding him again, she discovered the little black snake had vanished without a trace. After seeking Ling Ju and the others for help in searching the villa and its surroundings, they found no clues. Host, stop looking. Cyril has already met with his subordinates. Has he regained consciousness? Yes, he has returned. Meanwhile, on the other side, Corey, who had been searching outside for 2 days, finally spotted that familiar figure at the entrance of an alleyway. Boss. As he hurried closer, he confirmed it was indeed his boss. However, the man leaning against the wall had his head bowed, his brow furrowed, appearing somewhat distracted. It wasn't until Corey stood before him that the man lifted his gaze to meet that of his subordinate. Boss, are you alright? Boss. Given the severity of your situation, how did you get through your heat? Encountered some unexpected matters. Let us head back. Understood. Corey's light orange eyes curiously scanned his boss, and he suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet feminine scent. Corey. When Corey returned with his men, he happened upon Kadi, who was lounging against the door, sound asleep. Seeing this, Corey's face tightened with irritation. He couldn't help but feel resentful towards his younger brother. He had been searching tirelessly for 2 days without rest, and yet Kadi had fallen asleep right there. Didn't he hear the commotion downstairs? Without hesitation, he delivered a swift jab to Kadi's stomach, feeling much better afterward. Cough, cough, hey, what are you doing? In an instant, Kadi bent over, coughing violently from the unexpected blow. As my gaze fell upon another tall and slender figure, it suddenly faltered. Boss. You're back? Are you alright? I exclaimed, swiftly twisting the doorknob open. Where have you been these past few days? And why do you carry the scent of a female? As I spoke, I took a deep whiff, perplexed by the unfamiliar aroma surrounding him. Silence, the man commanded, stepping into the room, directing his order at the incessantly chattering individual beside him. Oh. But, boss, hasn't your estrus period ended? Why do you seem so agitated? Your expression doesn't look pleasant either. Get out. Realizing that their superior was being disturbed, Corey grasped his younger brother's wrist and pulled him away. The sounds of their departure faded away. Wait, brother, what on earth is happening? The boss, usually so stoic, is acting strange. The sounds of their conversation faded into the distance. Wait, brother, what on earth is happening? Though the boss typically wore a stern expression, today seemed particularly off. Moreover, and how would I know? However, upon hearing this, Cody perked up. Then let us investigate. Host, the situation is as follows, the system chimed in. Currently, Cyril holds a favorability rating of 35 points towards you. But as you are aware, his past experiences have instilled a fear of females and their proximity in him. A shadow from his childhood, which may explain why he disappeared without a word. What must I do then? Capture him and thoroughly train him. His past experiences have left him with a fear of females and their proximity, traumas from his childhood that might explain why he disappeared without a trace. So, merely some supplementary reading to aid in your upcoming tasks. I just perused titles such as the 108 Methods of Dominating Females and the Overbearing Female's Unyielding Beast. Enough, let us stop there. Cody and Corey conducted a thorough investigation, tracking Cyril through surveillance footage until they— This doesn't add up. This trail must have been deliberate. Cody exclaimed. It seems so. The boss appears to wish to keep us from discovering his whereabouts. Cody and Corey conducted their investigation, tracing Cyril's movements through surveillance footage, ultimately leading them to a secluded spot. Brother, this doesn't seem right. This little female, wasn't she the one he had previously recommended? Upon noticing his gaze, the man immediately dismissed the interface. Is there something you need? I've made progress on the matter you had me investigate today. He laid down the data. You may leave now. Understood. Once the door was closed again, silence enveloped the room. The man hesitated for a moment before tapping on his terminal, inputting a series of digits and sending a message. At that moment, Summer was finishing her shower, drying her hair, when an anonymous message suddenly popped up on her terminal. Upon clicking to view, she found and the coordinates were unmasked. I have the specialized gene serum you need. Host, it's Cyril. He wishes to meet you. The system's youthful voice arrived just in time. The man closed his eyes, leaning back against the chair, his pale knuckles rhythmically tapping the table. A flicker of anticipation. A reply came through. What is the reward? The man hesitated momentarily before typing. Let us discuss it in person. That's fine. The system's youthful voice chimed in at an opportune moment. The man closed his eyes, leaning back against the chair, his pale fingers rhythmically tapping the table. A sense of anticipation and anxiety stirred within him. Finally, 2 minutes later, a response arrived. What is the reward? The man's gaze faltered momentarily, and as he swallowed hard, accompanied by Styx, Summer followed the coordinates to the underground city. She had already explained the situation to Styx, but afterward, Summer felt apprehensive about going alone to the Undercity. The mingling of various beings made it far too perilous. That's fine. Let us meet at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, regardless of the outcome. Moreover, he is one of the characters not yet revealed by the system, making our interaction inevitable. Alright, since you wish to try, I will accompany you. Just be cautious. This man is extremely dangerous. The rumors surrounding him alone are enough to instill fear in many. Understood. Noticing the worry in his eyes, the delicate young woman replied earnestly, he possesses a specialized genetic serum crucial to Xinglan. See you, I must attempt to acquire it. Surprised that the small black snake she had casually picked up in the courtyard was not merely a spirit pet, but the ruthless lord of the underground city. Upon entering the city, they were immediately approached by 2 tall, slender males. Their appearances were strikingly similar, yet presented a stark contrast, while the other embodied a carefree and reckless demeanor. Who would have imagined the surprise of receiving orders from the boss that morning to pick up a little female for a meeting on the top floor? Upon entering the Undercity's territory, 2 young, tall males approached them. Their appearances were strikingly similar, yet presented a stark contrast. One exuded an air of seriousness and reliability, while the other appeared carefree and indulgent. Upon their arrival, the 2 made their way towards them. Corey and Cody had awaited their arrival for quite some time. Please follow us. The boss has been waiting. Polite. We must be polite. Corey discreetly nudged his companion with his elbow. As they observed the 2 SS-level males approaching, Cuyu's expression grew increasingly solemn. Alongside the SSS-level lord, if he wished to keep her captive today, they might not leave unscathed. Cody wore a self-assured smile, believing it to be friendly. You must be the female Summer, right? Please follow us. The boss has been waiting. The boss said only the female Summer is to enter. You may wait here. Cody added, yes, the boss instructed that only Summer may enter. Please wait here. Reminding him to temper his enthusiasm. I am. Right this way, please. Understood. As they proceeded, those who encountered the 2 men regarded them with deep respect. Call for me if you need anything. Understood. Inside, the man could hear every sound from the door. With a soft click, the door. Corey provided a token explanation. The boss has instructed that only the female Summer may enter. You may wait here. Cody added, indeed. The boss specified that only the female Summer is to be admitted. You should remain here. Don't worry, I can go in alone. Upon hearing this, Cuyu's expression remained steadfast, showing no signs of yielding. All right, I'll wait here. Call for me if you need anything. Yes, I understand. Inside, exuding an overwhelming aura, causing Summer to halt in her steps. Host, what are you dawdling for? Go on. Summer immediately spotted the man seated on a solitary black leather sofa. Clad in black trousers and a white shirt, what seemed a simple outfit looked exceptionally appealing on him. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Cyril. Summer extended her hand in reply. I am Summer. The sensation of his hand was soft, contrasting with his slightly lower body temperature, which felt quite pleasant. As their palms tightened together, the comforting touch reminded him of the soothing release. That mere glance, just now, increased his favorability rating by 3 points.
Huh.
In the moment of her distraction, the man had already risen and approached her. Greetings. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Cyril. Summer extended her hand in return. I am Summer. The sensation of his warm, soft grip contrasted with his slightly cooler temperature, creating a pleasant feeling. As he tightened his hold, the soft touch unexpectedly reminded him of the comfort experienced during his transformation.
Ding.
Favorability increased by 1. 2. 1 summer. Cyril restrained himself, withdrawing his hand with a hint of tension. It seemed he did not entirely reject her touch. The verification has just been completed. But why is this the case? The girl before him lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes earnest and tinged with anticipation. The man's voice faltered slightly. I wish to exchange this genetic serum for a position as your partner. He paused momentarily before continuing. I realize this request may be rather excessive, but please do not misconstrue my intentions. My current situation is grave enough to exhibit signs of ancestral regression in my inherited memories. Upon hearing this, the girl before him lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes earnest and tinged with anticipation. The man's voice faltered slightly, as if grappling with his thoughts. I wish to exchange this genetic serum for a position as your partner. He paused momentarily before continuing. I realize this request may be rather excessive, but please do not misconstrue my intentions. My current situation is grave enough to exhibit signs of ancestral regression. In my inherited memories, it is known that once an orc displays such signs, the following 2 years will likely be unstable. Thus, I require a female companion to help me navigate through my mating season. Without the calming presence of a female, even if I manage to weather this period, future episodes could arise unpredictably, potentially worsening the situation. Is it true that those who undergo ancestral regression will be unstable? Sensing her confusion, the man divulged all he had learned from his ancestral memories. Yes, males post-regression experience multiple instabilities. Without a female's soothing influence, the subsequent episodes will only escalate. Both options align with my objectives. It is indeed fortuitous to have it offered so readily. Seemingly taken aback by her swift agreement, the man's expression, the implication in his words was not lost on Xia Sang. I will not impose any demands upon you. I merely seek the title of a partner, along with your mental support during my unstable periods. This constitutes the compensation for the genetic serum. After a brief hesitation, Xia Sang replied, all right, I consent. Both options align with my objectives. It is indeed fortuitous to have it offered so readily. Seemingly taken aback by her swift agreement, the man's expression momentarily faltered. Yet, he could not help but envy her companion, the anomalous white tiger. For him, she was willing to bind herself to one with such a notorious reputation. The genetic serum? Akin to a task, and merely replied with a quiet acknowledgement. Cyril's speed was remarkable. Before Xia Sang could rise, her terminal chimed. Xia Sang cast another glance at the distinguished man before her. I accept the serum. Once your partner application is submitted, I will approve it. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Naturally, should you encounter any peculiar situations in the future, do not hesitate to contact me for assistance. The man listened to her directive, akin to a task, and merely replied with a quiet acknowledgement. Cyril's speed was remarkable. Before Xia Sang could rise, her terminal chimed with a notification regarding the partner application. Surprised, she glanced at him before promptly approving it. Chapter 70. Is this a bit excessive? After watching her depart, the man finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Noticing the box she cradled, Siyu's gaze momentarily paused. Colic, who recognized the significance of the item, appeared even. No one understood its importance better than they did. Let us return home. With that statement, Xia Sang took Siyu's hand and left. Colic could no longer contain himself. What? Is the boss bewitched by the allure of the female? To send such a crucial item out after just one encounter? Noticing the box she cradled, Siyu's gaze momentarily paused. Colic, who recognized the significance of the item, appeared even more astonished. No one understood its importance better than they did. Let us return home. With that statement, Xia Sang took Siyu's hand and left. As they watched the elevator descend, Colic could no longer contain himself. What? Is the boss bewitched by the allure of the female? To send such a crucial item out after just one encounter?
Who is that?
It was only then that Siyu noticed another name had appeared behind his partner's terminal. It was unmistakably that of the individual from the underground city. Xia Sang pursed her lips. This matter cannot be explained in just a sentence or two. When you all return tonight, I will provide a comprehensive account. The unfinished sentence was abruptly interrupted by Shi. Who is this Cyril? How did he suddenly become your partner? Xing Lan's tone was filled with resentment. Cyril? As the whistle sound from the other end faded, the terminal screen went dark. Thus, The compensation for this genetic serum is your partner's identity? The man's voice drifted from one side. Yes and no. He merely requires my assistance for soothing during unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing, males understand males best. He did not trust that the man's intentions were so simple. The group returned home unusually early that night. Xia Sang sat alone on a single sofa, facing 4 other men, all wearing solemn expressions. The man's voice drifted from one side. Yes and no. He merely requires my assistance for soothing during unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, Siu scoffed softly, expressing disbelief. Males understand males best. He did not trust that the man's intentions were so simple. The group returned home unusually early that night. And that is essentially the crux of the matter. After hearing this, the others shared the same bittersweet and the story began with the day I found a small black snake in the yard. In truth, he is the lord of the underground city, named Cyril. Yesterday. How will you manage from here on out? You already have 4 at home. Little 5 has yet to even cross the threshold, but has already faced unanimous opposition. And I can offer a friendly reminder, Mu Juanhui is soon to clear space, you know. The system thrived on the chaos. What? Recalling her domineering fiancé, who demanded she divorce the other 4 men, Xia Sang felt an involuntary shiver run down. After the meal, Xing Lan emotionally cradled the silver box as she retreated to her room, giving Xia Sang a firm embrace before leaving. Rest assured, I will definitely restore my abilities and not let you down. Xia Sang replied, all right, then best of luck. All right, Sang, shall we head upstairs to rest? Upon catching the fiery anticipation in Shi Ye's eyes, Xia Sang was suddenly struck with a premonition that tonight would be significant. Indeed. After the meal, Xing Lan emotionally cradled the silver box as she retreated to her room, giving Xia Sang a firm embrace before leaving. Rest assured, I will definitely restore my abilities and not let you down. Xia Sang replied, all right, then best of luck. All right, Sang, it's getting late.
Xia Sang tightened her fists.
Why are you crying? The man's lips curled into a faint smile as he leaned closer, whispering into her delicate ear. Her intuition proved correct. Emerging from the bathroom, she found the man already waiting at the head of the bed. Shi Ye's dark, gleaming eyes roamed over her figure. It seems you do like it? Stop crying. Xia Sang raised a hand and playfully punched him. That day, you kept staring at Xing Lan's reddened eyes.
Xia Sang tightened her fists.
Why are you crying? The man's lips curled into a faint smile as he leaned closer, whispering into her delicate ear. Don't sleep any longer. I didn't expect Shi Yi to be so strong. You're already at SS level. So how many times did you two? It seems you do like it? Stop crying. Xia Sang raised a hand and playfully punched him. That day, you kept staring at Xing Lan's reddened eyes. I thought you had feelings for him. Xia Sang, did he really notice that? Upon waking once more, Xia Sang was roused by the system's youthful voice. Host. Xia Sang was tending to the flowers in the garden when she noticed the family across the fence had just stepped out. To her astonishment. Last night? Do not ask what should not be asked, because she herself was unaware. So, what is your surprise? Along with a few baked treats I've prepared, delivered for you, Su Qian said. Xia Sang stood up, politely declining no. Xia Sang was tending to the flowers in the garden when she noticed the family across the fence had just left. Then, she saw Su Qian approaching her home. With no intention from Xia Sang to invite them into her yard. Qian, why do you bother with someone who doesn't appreciate your kindness? Indeed, Qian. Just for you. Xia Sang stood up, politely declining. No, thank you. She dared not accept. However, now that the system had returned, she felt less anxious about Su Qian. The two conversed across the fence, and Xia Sang had no intention of inviting them into her yard. Qian. Xia Sang's eyes widened in shock. What? Did I just hear that? Was that a conversation between Su Qian and her system? Yes, host, causing Su Qian's expression to shift slightly. All right, stop it. I merely wish to cultivate a good relationship with Sang. Yet, she coldly expressed her frustration to the system. Isn't that a bit too powerful? Isn't this a bit much? Our regular faction has always been quite formidable. Xia Sang paid little heed to the systems, for Su Qian's system had responded. Host, this is now your dilemma to navigate. I am merely responsible for hypnotizing. The youthful voice of the system clarified Xia Sang's confusion. Thus, this is likely the permission granted to us by the main system. Let me investigate. Meanwhile, Su Qian continued her dialogue with her system. Yet, with each word I will seize the opportunity to approach her and modify her memory once again. I refuse to believe that when her temperament changes, and she inadvertently reveals her identity as a usurper, those beast men will still tolerate her. As Su Qian conferred with her system on how to draw, Chapter 71 The Puppet. System? What does she mean by hypnosis? Host, don't rush, let me check. Meanwhile, Su Qian continued her dialogue with her system. Yet, the more Xia Sang listened, the more rigid her body became. I understand. I will seize the opportunity to draw closer to her and alter her memories once more. As for why you were summoned from another realm, I am uncertain. The main system only assigned me the task of assisting you. However, through my investigation, just as Su Qian was strategizing with her system on how to lure Xia Sang out, 006 investigation results returned. However, the usually lively youthful voice was somewhat subdued this time. Host, I regret to inform you that you are indeed a native of this world. Over the past 20 years, their methods of hypnosis and alteration were quite subtle and did not cause any significant harm to your body, which is why I initially failed to detect them. Xia Sang felt an icy chill coursing through her veins, stumbling backward. The warm sunlight enveloped her. I discovered that your awakening this time is primarily due to the return of the soul fragments from the other world. As for the rest, we will need to wait until we complete our mission to inquire with the main system. I have initiated an investigation with the main system. They sought to mold her into a specific person, to shape her existence, compelling her to act like a marionette, following their directives one by one. Are you alright? Xia Sang did not respond, for the others had already devised a strategy to lure her outside. The girl's face drained of color, her voice frigid, yet it could not dispel the bone-chilling cold. So, she was never a sudden traveler from another realm. She was inherently a part of this world. Xia Sang felt her heart resume its rhythm, reassured by that steadfast declaration, I am here. Sang,
Xia Sang steadied her nerves.
What she had to say could be conveyed inside. Su Qian paused briefly, then her face brightened with, is this really happening? Then what about the strategy we just discussed? Hurry inside, lest she change her mind. I will go deliver something to Sang Sang. Xi Jing said, Qian, we should accompany you. Remembering Xia Sang's, yes, Qian, we cannot let you go in alone. However, Su Qian exuded confidence. It will be fine. You can trust. Xia Sang felt her heart resume its rhythm. All because of that reassuring phrase, I am here. Sang, I have something to tell you. With the system's affirmative answer, Xia Sang steadied her mind. Whatever she had to say would be better expressed in person. Su Qian paused momentarily, then her face broke into a radiant smile. System. The corners of Xia Sang's lips curled into a sardonic smile. As Su Qian's system initiated hypnosis, Xia Sang's pupils began to lose focus, growing heavy. You are, my dear friend, we have grown up together, sharing a deep bond. Su Qian laid the groundwork meticulously, preparing for any eventuality. Unfortunately, Xing Luo. Yes, Qian, we are uneasy about you going in alone. However, Su Qian remained confident. It will be fine. You can rest easy. After saying this, you detest them and yearn to escape. Yet during a meticulously planned escape, you inadvertently revealed that you are a traveler from another realm and usurped the original Xia Sang's identity. Yes, you are a traveler. I have encountered her. Let us begin. Understood. A hint of derision curled at the corners of Xia Sang's lips. As Su Qian's system initiated the hypnosis, unfocused gaze of Xia Sang. A smirk crept across her lips in triumph. System, it's done. Before the system could respond, a familiar voice. Su Qian laid the groundwork from the outset, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Unfortunately, on the day you came of age, instead, they shone with a piercing clarity. Su Qian's heart plummeted, her pupils dilating in shock. How is this possible? Perhaps she herself failed to realize just how hoarse her voice had become. How could I be awake?
Xia Sang retorted.
At this, Su Qian felt a chill run down her spine. Simultaneously, the strange feeling of uncontrollable dread surged within and hastily summoned her system in her mind. System, what is happening? I do not know.
What do you mean you do not know?
Yet I genuinely performed the hypnosis. It should not have failed. The system's mechanical voice brimmed with self-assurance.
Su Vin gritted her teeth.
Then what do we make of the current situation? Upon hearing the system's words, it fell silent for a moment. only to witness the individual raising a fist towards their host. Host, run away. Yet, it was already too late. How is it that I am awake, you wonder? Upon hearing this, Su Qian's back instantly turned cold. Simultaneously, she cursed inwardly. Damn, how can she be so strong? Seeing this, Xia Sang immediately mounted Su Qian, transforming into a... She quickly summoned her system in her mind. System, what is happening? I do not know. What do you mean you don't know? The hypnosis just failed. Compared to her, what was her own role as a malicious female supporting character? Oh, right, even that persona was one she... The thought of having lived like a marionette under another's control for over 20 years made Xia Sang's hand raise with even greater force. Outside the rail, Xing Luo and Ci Jing widened their eyes in shock. Upon realizing the situation, they immediately vaulted over. Shi Yi and Siyu also hurried over. Shi Yi had taken a day off to accompany Xia Sang and happened to witness this scene. When they saw the female entwined with their female host, they felt no particular reaction, just found the dynamics between females rather peculiar. However, upon observing Xia Sang's suddenly shrinking form and her gradually unfocusing pupils, they could no longer remain indifferent. Now, she could not fathom the depths of this woman's cruelty. Compared to her, what was her own role as a wicked supporting character? Oh right, even that wicked supporting persona was one she had assigned to herself. Chapter 72. The fight breaks out. Yet, Xing Luo and Ci Jing gained no advantage under the hands of Shi Yu and Shi Yi. They ultimately succeeded in rescuing the nearly unconscious Su Qian, whose cheeks were swollen and marked by slap imprints, with traces of crimson blood at the corner of her mouth. She was now barely clinging to life. Xia Sang straightened up, shaking her numbed hand, allowing Xing Luo to carry the unconscious girl, while, "You all are going too far." Shi Yu coldly replied, "Manage your female host properly. That female is quite abnormal. If I am not mistaken, her unfocused pupils indicate signs of mental hypnosis, yet she is merely a female." Ci Jing trembled with rage. "Fine, you all are quite something." Shi Ye's dark magic vines lashed out fiercely a meter in front of him, instantly carving a deep fissure into the ground.
Get lost.
Do not make me repeat myself. After returning, Shi Yu hesitated for a long while before voicing his thoughts. Sang, was that female just now hypnotizing you? Xia Sang immediately lifted her gaze to meet the man's, unexpectedly colliding with his pale purple deep eyes. Yes. She nodded in acknowledgement. I know it sounds absurd, but the truth is, for the past 20 years, I have been living under Su Qian's hypnosis. Over the years, she has altered my memories dozens of times. Shaking her numb hands, she allowed Xing Luo to carry Su Qian horizontally, while Ci Jing's eyes blazed with indignation. Do not go too far. Shi Yu coldly retorted, but Shi Yu firmly believed her. No wonder she did not recognize me after forming a bond. No wonder she has changed so drastically. He had previously searched online more than once about why a person would suddenly change their temperament and then revert. So that was the reason. Including my mistreatment and humiliation of you all after forming a bond. Those were memories she had implanted in me beforehand. After returning home, Shi Yu wrestled with his thoughts before finally voicing his concern. Sang, was that female hypnotizing you just now? Shi Yu's eyes trembled slightly, but fortunately, I eventually woke up and gradually broke free from her control. That is why she kept approaching me despite my repeated cold rejections. Because only through close contact, like today, could she achieve hypnosis. This time, she intends to hypnotize me again. Xia Sang spoke mechanically. She plans to implant the memory that I am an invading foreign soul, that I have usurped the body of the original Xia Sang. She will also make me inadvertently reveal this in the process of fleeing from you. Thus, you will know that the original me was a counterfeit. My arrival has utterly obliterated the original Xia Sang, killed your female host, inciting your ire to eliminate me entirely. Enough, do not say any more, Sang. Noticing her stiffness and unusual demeanor, Shi Yu pulled her into his embrace, his trembling voice filled with deep concern. Damn it, that female deserves to die. And I despised you. In those memories, you were crude, savage, violent, and disgusting. I found you all utterly unlikable. Shi Yu's gaze trembled slightly. Yet, fortunately, I eventually awakened and gradually broke free from her control. This is also why she has persistently approached me despite my repeated rejections. Because only through intimate contact, as today, the surface of the mental sea appeared smooth, showing no signs of abnormality, but if one were to delve deeper, they would find countless mental scars, new and old, making me believe I am an invading foreign soul who has seized Xia Sang's original body. Moreover, she wants me to inadvertently reveal this while fleeing from you. Thus, witnessing the dense array of mental scars still sent a sharp pain through his heart. It was real. While the surface of her mental sea appeared normal, it indeed bore an intricate network of scars. Shiryu stood up in fury. I will go kill her. Xia Sang immediately held him back. Do not act impulsively. His trembling voice filled with profound concern.
Damn.
That female truly deserves to die. Shiryu, you possess psychic abilities. Memory alteration inflicts no harm on the body. Xinglan and Ling Ju immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere as soon as they entered. Where's Sang Sang?
Xinglan inquired.
In the second-floor room, Shiryu replied. Just as Xinglan was about to rush upstairs to share the news of his successful promotion back to SS rank with Xia Sang, he was restrained by Shiryu. Do not disturb her yet. I have something to tell you all. What is it? Ling Ju asked. A quarter of an hour later.
What?
Are you sure? Xinglan found Shiryu's account unbelievable. So the suffering we endured before was all because of that female next door? She orchestrated everything? Shiryu's dark eyes glimmered coldly in the warm light. In truth, I had long sensed something was amiss. I just could not understand why one person would undergo such drastic changes back and forth. Upon hearing this, the other three immediately focused their attention, immediately sensing an unusual atmosphere upon entering. Where is Sang Sang?
Xinglan inquired.
In the room on the second floor, Shiryu replied. And kind as she is now. However, after forming a bond, I noticed something was off because she had completely forgotten me. Do not disturb her yet. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Ling Ju asked. 15 minutes later. What? Are you certain? A loud banging sound erupted from the entrance. It was Su Qian's beast husband, Izai, returning with Nanfu. Upon seeing their female host's swollen face, and with the embellishments from C.I. Jing, the two men were utterly consumed by rage and sought justice. And they have delivered themselves right to our doorstep. I had long suspected that female was no good. Host, there's trouble. Your man has gotten into a fight with the neighbor. The girl lying in bed jolted upright. System, what did you say? He got into a scuffle. After seeing her injuries, Su Qian's beastman came over to seek justice. But fret not, Ling Ju and the others are capable. It should be resolved shortly. The entrance was a considerable distance from the villa, and with nightfall obscuring visibility, Xia Sang was unable to discern the situation. I must go take a look. Chapter 73, The Package. As Xia Sang dashed out of the villa, she spotted several tall figures making their way toward her. Ignoring Xinglan's incessant tirade, the four silhouettes, remarkable against the dimness of the night, appeared quite picturesque. Are you all right? Are you injured? Of course, despite one of her eyes being swollen. After this, she seemed to wince a little, as if recalling something. Shir also raised an eyebrow. We're unscathed. What did you say? They've gotten into a scuffle. After Su Qian's beast husband returned and saw her injured, he came to seek justice. But do not worry. Siyu spoke up. Dinner is ready. Let us go inside to eat. However, Ling Ju interjected. They know to come in once they tire themselves out.
Xia Sang replied, all right then.
During dinner, Xia Sang's terminal suddenly chimed, revealing a message from an unfamiliar account. Note. Female master, it's me. Address. Underground City. At a glance, Xia Sang recognized. She promptly accepted the request. She had forgotten to add the terminal contact after agreeing to the bond. Meanwhile, in a darkened room before a grand floor, the dim glow of the terminal screen cast shadows across the man's sculpted features, his prominent nose and delicate lips pressed together in contemplation. Hesitating, it's just him who collided his eye with someone's fist. Xinglan immediately flared up. I collided my eye with a fist? Just as Xia Sang contemplated intervening. Uncertain of what he wished to convey, Xia Sang sent a question mark in reply. Question mark. To which he responded almost instantly. It's nothing. Upon reading his reply, another question mark appeared above Xia Sang's head. After a prolonged silence, the man finally leaned back in exasperation, closing his golden eyes. He certainly couldn't express how much he longed for the warmth and scent of her presence. Or how he missed the feeling of her clinging to him during their bond. That would surely frighten her. For reasons unknown. A tall figure stood before a floor-to-ceiling window. The faint glow from the terminal cast shadows across the man's chiseled face. The only clarity he found was in the wake of his father's death. The sensations she evoked in their brief encounters left him both greedy and addicted. "What's wrong?" he asked, noticing her fixation on the terminal. Siyu paused mid-action as he served her food. "Nothing." This brief interlude did not weigh heavily on Xia Sang's mind, as the others were now serving her at an impressive pace. After dinner, they enjoyed some leisure time in the downstairs area before Siyu led her upstairs. As for why it was Siyu, Xinglan stated. He certainly could not express how much he missed the warmth and scent of her presence. She surely wouldn't agree to anything. Siyu merely smirked, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. As Xia Sang was being she turned to bid farewell to her friends.
Gut nicht, everyone.
Once back in her room, Xia Sang reclined on the large bed, leisurely swinging her long. Only the death of his father brought him some clarity. The sensations she evoked in their brief interactions left him both greedy and addicted. What's wrong? It was clear that the tall man standing at the edge of the bed had different plans. Their eyes met, and Siyu's shadow loomed over her. Xia Sang immediately tightened her collar, feeling nervous. "My back hurts today."
"Oh, does it?"
he inquired, leaning closer. Just as Xia Sang, she suddenly felt her body become weightless. "What are you doing? Can psychic abilities be used this way?" Don't move." Xia Sang's cheeks flushed as she quickly shut her eyes, unable to fathom that Siyu's psychic powers included a healing function. Half an hour later, the delicate girl's face was flushed, a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. "I want to see your tail," Xia Sang said, biting her lip and displaying a charming smile.
"All right."
"And your ears?" "Yes, please." Cradled in his arms, Xia Sang's small hands occasionally reached for Siyu's fluffy fox ears, to which he responded with a smile, indulging her. As Xia Sang groggily opened her eyes, she realized she was still nestled in Siyu's embrace. The man had her partially enveloped in his arms, still asleep with his eyes closed. "System, what is my current level?" Upon being summoned, the system reactivated. "You have progressed slightly beyond, but as your rank increases, advancement becomes increasingly challenging. If you sleep with Xinglan again, you might just reach SS." She never imagined that Siyu's psychic abilities possessed a healing function. Half an hour later, the exquisite-faced girl bore a rosy hue. Sensing something amiss, Xia Sang struggled to rise and distance herself. Observing her hurried retreat, Siyu's lips curled into a charming smile. By the time they descended the stairs, the house was empty. Only a note remained on the dining table. "Breakfast is kept warm in the kitchen. Ling Ju." It seemed they would not be disturbed today. Siyu stood behind her, tilting his head to glance at the note, his enchanting purple eyes flickering. Gripping the note tightly in his hand, Xia Sang turned her gaze away shyly. "Let us eat." Just then, the terminal emitted a series of notification chimes. "My heat period may not have completely passed." Xia Sang's pupils widened in surprise, slowly sending a question mark in reply. "Zerial. There can be frequent and unstable occurrences. I didn't expect it to happen so soon." Xia Sang put down her chopsticks. "Where are you?" "Zerial, at your door." Xia Sang froze momentarily before standing up. "Where are you going?" she heard Siyu ask. Glancing at the tall figure standing immobile at the door, Corey looked at his younger brother with skepticism. "Is this reliable?" Kadi puffed out his chest confidently. "It's a sure thing. You'd better be right. Come on, trust me. You know our leader You can't really expect him to pursue someone on his own, can you?" Corey remained silent, evidently swayed by Kadi's words. Their leader had endured for years on suppressants. It was high time he encountered a desirable female, and he needed assistance. Corey replied. "You mean assisting him by having him inject a drug to induce his heat? I think that's too risky. What if have no fear? There's a control dosage. Besides, how else can we ensure our leader's entrance is above board? Enough of that. Look, the little female has already come out." In an instant, both men retreated into the nearby bushes. Corey gritted his teeth, lowering his voice. You stepped on my foot. Cadiz shrugged his shoulders. Oh, my apologies. Chapter 74. Back to my room, consolation. By the time Xia Sang emerged, the two had hidden themselves quite well. Naturally, and it was high time to help him seize this opportunity with a desirable female. One could not help but harbor disdain for their own baseness. But what of it? He himself was no paragon of virtue, merely striving to present an image of pure-heartedness before her. Perhaps in doing so, she would not regard him with the same trepidation as others did. No matter. The man's pale, cold skin glowed an unnatural red under the sun's rays. As he spoke, his tall frame swayed slightly, and he raised a hand to press against his temple, as if on the verge of losing his balance. Summer Sang was taken aback and hurried to offer her support.
How are you?
Are you alright? Seeing the flushed girl who had rushed out in haste, Cyril suddenly felt that Cadiz's plan might indeed be effective. Yet simultaneously, I must have underestimated him. Host, do not be deceived. This person is intentional. See, he merely sought to present a facade of purity before her. Perhaps in doing so, she might not regard him with the same fear as others. No matter. He is genuinely exhibiting unstable estrus due to ancestral reversion. However, to gain entry, he followed his subordinate's advice and directly Summer Sang was taken aback. Is that true? Of course, it is true. Host, you need not strategize. He has practically delivered him, all wrapped up, ha. In that moment, the system's youthful voice was filled with merriment. Summer Sang chose to disregard it and turned to gaze at the person beside her. She unexpectedly locked eyes with those profound golden orbs, only to slowly look away. Let us proceed inside. Very well. The deep, melodious voice above her carried a hint of huskiness. Watching the figures disappear through, Cadiz clapped his hands in triumph. Success. Corey could not help but admire. Impressive. I did not expect Cadiz's cunning ploy to be so effective, though being supported. Cyril did not exert any weight upon Summer Sang. He cast his gaze down at her delicate hand resting on his arm, his golden eye. He has essentially delivered himself to you on a silver platter, ha. In that moment, the system's youthful voice echoed with laughter. Summer Sang chose to ignore it. She could neither refuse nor abandon him.
Sham? Who is that?
Siyu leaned languidly against the villa's entrance, his demeanor relaxed yet his gaze sharp. Upon hearing the voice, Cyril's exquisitely deep brow arched slightly. He is just as he was about to label Siyu as a mere little black snake. Corey could not help but admire. Impressive. I never expected Cody's cunning ploys would prove effective. Though he was being supported, Siyu's meaningful tone was accompanied by an unyielding gaze. He had anticipated this. All males are the same. How long has it been? They are already impatiently knocking at the door. Cyril paid no mind to Siyu's attitude. Once he crossed the threshold, their status— if today it were he standing at the door, entering in place of another, there was no way he would show the same courtesy. Knowing he could not obstruct this, Siyu had no choice but to step aside. He cast a hostile glance at the tall figure, thinking of how today could have been an intimate world shared with Summer Sang. Alas, after leading him back to the living room, Summer Sang stated, "Oh," Siyu replied meaningfully, his keen gaze unyielding. He already knew. All males are the same. How long has it been? Cyril's eyes brightened with surprise, the golden hues sparkling brilliantly. He had initially thought he would be leaving soon, but this was an unexpected delight. Host, you are being too forward. Look at how startled he is, haraha. Originally, Cyril was contemplating what excuse to use, but you have arranged for him to stay, haraha. I like it. No, you just mentioned he wanted to gain entry. Today was meant to be a private world shared with Sang. Upon leading him into the living room, Summer Sang declared, "Since we have bonded as partners, you are now part of this family. You may choose a room to reside in." At her words, Cyril's eyes brightened with delight as they sparkled with brilliance. That has already sealed the deal for him to remain. Host, I feel like following you will lead to increasingly entertaining developments, haha. There were still 4 rooms available on the second floor, and the other levels were also vacant, allowing him to choose freely. Which one will you take? I thought you said he wished to gain entry into the house. I assumed he intended to stay. No worries,
No worries.
Very well. Ultimately, Cyril chose a room on the second floor, facing south on the left side. If all went as expected, Summer Sang felt her cheeks warm at the system's laughter, only to hear, "Thank you for allowing me to stay."
See?
He has already decided to stay. Host. The room can be tidied by the household mechanical devices. For now, come with me. With that, she led him into her own chamber. Which will you choose? Summer Sang raised her hand to point. Presently, only the two rooms at the far left and far right were unoccupied. Aside from the rooms designated for entertainment on other floors, all were available for choice. Very well. Ultimately, Cyril opted for a room on the second floor. Cyril appeared somewhat anxious in their first intimate contact with a female. Where to? He inquired, though he already had a suspicion. Cyril's pupils constricted, his exposed skin reddening even further, the pronounced Adam S. apple rolling up and down with a hint of sensual tension. With a soft thud, the door closed behind them. The gentle sound seemed to echo in his heart. Please sit on the sofa. Summer Sang gestured towards a couch. With a singular focus on completing her tasks and enhancing her mental strength, Summer Sang felt no qualms about comforting the man who had become her partner. I believe if you had not rephrased and had directly stated to sit on the bed and wait for me, it would have been far more enticing. Little system. Though he had already surmised the answer. To my room, for reassurance. Cyril's pupils constricted, and the exposed skin of his body flushed even deeper. His prominent atoms apple bobbing rhythmically, exuding a hint of sensual tension.
Bang!
The door closed behind them. The sound was not heavy, yet it felt as though it had struck his heart. Please take a seat on the sofa. Summer Sang gestured toward the couch. All right. Given the system's earlier remark, with her mental energy significantly enhanced and her experience from a sense of comfort washed over him, gradually dispelling the inner restlessness, and with the mental relaxation, Chapter 75. In that case, may I join you? Afterward, Summer Sang lightly draped a blanket over him and stepped out of the room.
See you.
Disregarding the system, Summer Sang approached the sofa. I will release my mental energy to soothe you. Try to open your consciousness without resistance. Understood. As the gentle and comforting mental chains penetrated his consciousness, Cyril's furrowed brow relaxed. Summer Sang's mental strength had significantly increased. Remembering the peacefully sleeping Cyril, and comparing it to the time Ling Ju and the others first fell asleep after being comforted, a smile graced Summer Sang's face. Of course. Gradually dispelling the restlessness within, and with the mental relaxation, Cyril soon drifted into a light slumber. Chapter 75. If so, may I join you? After the session. Have I truly slept for so long? His golden eyes blinked in confusion as he noticed the soft blanket that had nearly slipped off him, bringing it to his nose. He inhaled the sweet fragrance that belonged to her. At this, recalling the peacefully sleeping Cyril, and comparing it to the first time she had soothed Ling Ju and the others, Summer Sang smiled. Of course. When Cyril awoke, while Xinglan and Shi accompanied Summer Sang as they played games on the soft cushions. As Cyril descended the stairs. Have I truly slept for so long? He blinked his golden eyes in confusion, then noticed the soft blanket that had slipped partially down his body. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled the sweet, pleasant fragrance that belonged to her. At that moment, Cyril tightened his grip on the blanket. She had covered him. Are you well? Xia Sang, sensing the tension, took the initiative to break the silence. Very well, indeed. I haven't enjoyed such a peaceful slumber in ages. Thank you. Xi was slicing fruit, and Xinglan along with Shi were keeping Summer Sang company as they played games on the soft cushions. As Cyril descended the staircase, the four individuals had already learned of Cyril's arrival from Siyu upon their return, but witnessing an additional member in their midst evoked a without paying heed to the scrutinizing gazes, Cyril gracefully strode towards the sofa behind Xia Sang and settled down, exuding a demeanor of poise and elegance. You're down? How did you sleep? Are you well? Xia Sang felt the tension in the air and took the initiative to speak. Quite well. Thank you, the matriarch. The atmosphere was palpably awkward, leading Xia Sang to abandon her game and join him on the sofa. How are you feeling? Is it any better? Much improved, he responded. That's good to hear. At this point, Xia Sang found herself at a loss for words, and silence enveloped the room once more. Ling Ju served up a bowl of soup, letting out a soft sigh. Dinner is ready. Oh, splendid, she exclaimed, then glanced at the composed and distinguished man beside her. Xinglan ground his teeth in frustration, realizing that had he known this would occur, he would have never allowed Sang Sang to rescue him. The atmosphere was palpably uncomfortable, prompting Xia Sang to abandon her game for a moment and join him on the sofa. How are you feeling? Any better? Much improved. That's good to hear. Xia Sang felt a headache coming on, but she chose to disregard it. As long as there were no altercations, all would be well. Moreover, dinner is ready. Oh, splendid, she replied, glancing at the poised and dignified man beside her.
Shall we eat?
Indeed. The meal was consumed in silence. Yet an ominous undercurrent flowed beneath the surface, making it nearly impossible for Xia Sang to ignore. Host, what are you going to do? Little Wu has just begun. The voice added with a click of its tongue. Xia Sang was at a loss for words. System, we share a relationship where we rise and fall together. Is it truly wise to act this way? The system then vanished, leaving her in silence. After dinner, Xinglan declared, by the order of our drawing. The recollection of that formidable and domineering man only intensified her headache. Isn't he the one who wanted you to divorce Ling Ju? If he finds out about this new addition, he will surely be infuriated. The system added with a TSK. Xia Sang was left speechless. System. Our relationship is one of mutual benefit. Are you sure this is the right approach? The system promptly vanished, leaving her in silence. After dinner, following the established order, it was now Xinglan's turn. He took Xia Sang's hand, his injuries from the previous day now completely healed, showing no trace of their existence. Even the bruising around his eyes had returned to normal. Tonight, he could finally present his true self to Sang Sang. Noticing this, Siyu's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. What order? At that moment, an unfamiliar male voice interjected, causing the fleeting smile that had danced in Siyu's eyes to vanish. The expressions of the other three men hardened as well. Indeed, she couldn't find a valid reason to refuse. Thus, she nodded, and then Cyril, who had expected rejection, froze momentarily at her soft acquiescence, his golden eyes sparkling with disbelief and joy. He realized his request might have been a bit presumptuous, considering their lack of familiarity and the transactional nature of their relationship. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that she would treat him with such equality. Then I shall. Siyu interjected directly. There's no point in tomorrow. At last, Cyril's lips curled into a smile, overwhelmed by the series of unexpected delights that had unfolded. As he watched Xia Sang depart, was momentarily stunned by her acquiescence, his golden eyes sparkling with disbelief and joy. He had considered his request rather audacious, given their lack of familiarity and the transactional nature of their relationship. However, he had not expected her to treat him with such equality. Then Having reached this point, there was no need for further concealment, and Siyu stated plainly, tomorrow. Finally, a smile broke across Cyril's lips. The series of unexpected delights was overwhelming. Watching Xia Sang's retreating figure, his heart raced uncontrollably in his chest. Upon returning to her room, Xia Sang discovered the blanket on the sofa had inexplicably vanished, despite her search yielding no results. Sang Sang, a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. Why do you keep circling the sofa? Turn around and look at me. I refuse to believe you are empty-handed. Upon turning, they claim it's been proven effective as the lady has given positive feedback. Xia Sang couldn't help but smirk slightly, feeling that Xinglan seemed to know far too much. He was clad in provocative black leather chains, accentuating his toned waist, with a playful tiger tail swaying behind him. Where on earth did you learn this?
Huh.
He whispered, Sang Sang. Do you still wish to see me dance? I have practiced privately for a long time. May I perform just for you tonight? Xia Sang awoke to find a pair of white tiger ears in her face. Looking down, she realized that someone was nestled in her neck. Xia Sang couldn't help but smirk, feeling that Xinglan seemed to know far too much. Noting her momentary hesitation, Xinglan abandoned his pose and strode over, effortlessly scooping her up and tossing her onto the soft, plush bed. His warm body pressed close as he whispered, Sang Sang, do you still wish to see a dance? I've been practicing privately for quite some time, and I would love to perform just for you tonight. The following morning, as Xia Sang opened her eyes, I think we should wait until we are more familiar before discussing that. At noon, Dekani arrived to bid her farewell. Sister, I must leave this afternoon. Will you come to see me off? You're leaving today? So soon? Yes, I have been here for a while now, and the Mother Empress has summoned me back.
All right.
Felt exhausted and called upon the system. How are things progressing? What level are we at? Host, currently at the upper tier of SS. If you consume that next item, You should reach SS. Chapter 76. Why not just kill him? I've never seen him before. Xia Sang awkwardly rubbed her nose, unsure whether to reveal that Cyril was indeed the little black snake. She hesitated, considering Connie's possible fear of serpentine creatures, a fear rooted in her very genes. After some contemplation, Xia Sang decided against clarification. Yes, his name is Cyril. He is quite exceptional. Connie glanced over and subtly nodded in approval towards Xia Sang. Noting that Cyril, as she caught sight of the other relaxed man seated in the room, her gaze faltered. Who is he? Is he your new beast husband? I've never seen him before. Xia Sang awkwardly touched her nose, uncertain whether to reveal Cyril's identity as the little black snake. She worried that Ka and I might be frightened, given her genetic aversion to serpentine creatures. After some contemplation, Xia Sang decided against revealing it. Yes, his name is Cyril. Cyril, your methods have proven effective. Kudi. That's because the boss possesses charm, and I believe. As flattery continued to pour in, and skillfully shifted the topic, Cyril, unfazed by Connie's whispered remarks, glanced at the terminal where messages were continuously popping up and quickly clicked to respond. Kudi, how is the boss? How's everything? Cyril, very well. Meanwhile, in the underground city, having just dealt with a traitor in a blood-soaked battleground, two men who bore striking resemblances exchanged surprised glances. The boss says it's going well, which surely means the plan is succeeding. Kudi, congratulations on winning the beauty. With the mask of civility torn away, Su Qian was no longer inclined to feign a friendly smile and approach for greetings. After casting a cold, as the flattery continued to appear on the screen, a smile crept across Cyril's lips as he closed the terminal. After finishing lunch, accompanied by Stuiwe and Cyril, Xia Sang planned to visit the mall to purchase some items that Connie would cherish as farewell gifts for the afternoon. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she encountered Su Qian, who was returning, flanked by 3 beastmen. The moment Ize laid eyes on Xia Sang, their anger flared. That wicked female. At this point, Su Qian was impatient to learn about this newly emerged figure, for at that moment, a familiar ominous sensation surged behind her. He is of SSS rank. Host, this has transcended being a mere problem. Given the current situation, things have spiraled completely out of control. Detecting the tremor in the system's voice, Su Qian furrowed her brow slightly. The character data has been retrieved. Cyril, the female host Xia Sang. Original form, Black Flood Dragon. Lord of the Underground City. Age, 25. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 74 kilograms. Get to the point. The system recited the newly acquired information. Yet, Su Qian was eager to uncover the details about this newly emerged character because, at that very moment, an eerily familiar sense of foreboding surged behind her. Far more intense than before. The key point is he is SSS level. Host, this is no longer a trivial matter. Given the current situation, Cyril abruptly turned his head, his golden eyes narrowing. That female just now harbored ill intentions toward his female master, and they were quite profound. Observing his confusion, Suyue stepped in to clarify. After all, they were family now, and some matters were bound to be disclosed eventually. What? That female is quite sinister. Just be wary of her. Cyril furrowed his brow in puzzlement. Why not just kill her? Wouldn't that be more efficient? Without thinking. Watching Xia Sang's retreating figure, Su Qian clenched her fists. Host, do you think SSS levels are as common as cabbages? Nonetheless, I will do my utmost. For the ultimate goal. All right. Sensing the malevolent gaze from behind, Cyril suddenly turned his head, his golden eyes narrowing. That female had ill intentions toward his female host, and they were quite deep. Noticing his confusion, Stuiwe explained. After all, they were family now. Some things were bound to come to light sooner or later. What? Hypnosis and memory alteration? Stuiwe replied, yes. The reason Xia Sang advised caution was due to Su Qian's damned fortune and her system. Fortune was an enigmatic and intricate concept, challenging to her. The moment the thought slipped from his lips, he pressed them together tightly. It's over. He had to maintain the pure and benevolent image he was trying to establish. Stu's gaze flickered slightly. This person truly matched the rumors perfectly. However, wasn't that a good strategy? He had indeed considered it many times. Yet, like the others? Yet, Xia Sang did not chastise him, merely stating, do not. The reason Xia Sang refrained from allowing rash actions was due to Su Qian's damned luck and her system. Luck was an enigmatic concept, difficult to articulate. For the sake of Ling Ju and the others, she temporarily advised caution. Sure enough, the small female walking ahead halted her steps upon hearing this, then turned around. In an instant, Cyril felt an unusual nervousness. Would she be afraid of him, like the others? However, Xia Sang did not scold him. She simply said, "Don't act impulsively. He possesses a clear understanding of his own nature. And yet, he aspires to establish a pure and benevolent image before you. It truly amuses me. Love indeed blinds one." Hearing this, Xia Sang couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. She had reviewed Cyril's information. To be precise, he is actually extremely anxious inside. He fears that you will react like others, avoiding him.
Ha ha ha.
He is quite clear about his own perception. And yet he aspires to establish a pure and benevolent image in front of you. It truly amuses me. Ha ha. Love indeed blinds one. Hearing this, Xia Sang couldn't help but smile slightly. She had reviewed Cyril's data. To be precise, he could hardly be classified as a good person. However, he was not entirely devoid of moral discernment, indiscriminately taking lives. Upon arriving at the port in the afternoon, Connie's spaceship was about to set sail. She stood among a group of males, eagerly peering into the distance. Upon spotting a certain approaching dark shape, she finally broke into a radiant smile. "Sister, I thought you wouldn't come."
How could that be?
"I promised you I would come." Saying this, she pulled out 2 large bags of food from the hovercar. "These are all your favorites. Inside are many of those cakes you adore. You can take your time enjoying them." "Wow, sister, you are so kind. How about coming back to Romancenovel with me for a while?" Remembering Su Qian, Xia Sang shook her head in refusal. "Not now, when I have time. I will come visit you." "Really?" Chapter 77. The Plundering System 119, Situation Change. Once the spaceship departed. Meanwhile, at Su Qian's residence, as she conferred strategies with her system, the system's voice abruptly fell silent.
System?
System? Munching on a small cake. "Brother, what do you think? I told you that Sister Xia Sang is the most beautiful and unique female, didn't I?" By the spaceship window stood a tall, handsome young male in silence. Meanwhile, at Su Qian's home, just as Su Qian was deliberating strategies with her system, the system's voice suddenly vanished. "System? System? System, are you still there?" The sudden occurrence sent a wave of anxiety through Su Qian. Plundering System 119. Executing immediately. It understood that the main system has decided to change the previous task of plundering luck values to assisting the alien race in breaching St. Lance. Deploy massive inducement agents to lead the beast men towards destruction. The task will be deemed successful. Receiving the newly assigned task directive. Our task objective has changed.
What?
The previous task of plundering fortune values has now been altered to assisting the alien race in conquering St. Lancelot. It understood that the main system had altered its strategy due to the current task's completion rate plummeting to 0. System? A system? At this moment, Su Qian continued to call for the system. Its disappearance left her uneasy. "I am here. You are still here? I thought you." "Thought what? That I would disappear? Or abandon you?" Having guessed her thoughts, Su Qian merely pressed her lips together, refraining from further comment. "I just received a directive. Our task objective has changed."
"What?"
The previous task of plundering luck values has now been altered to assisting the alien race in conquering St. Lance. Su Qian's eyes flickered with alarm. The system discerned that she was intrigued. Greedy and grotesque. Were these people truly necessary? The system, prompting little response from the system. "I will return you to your original world." Original world? Recalling her less than ideal existence in that world, Su Qian immediately rejected the notion.
"No.
Please, I had nothing there, no money, no status, and none of the respect I receive now." Recognizing her integral role in the task's completion, the system tempted her. Wealth, power, which has invaded from another world. By that time, with wealth, power, and status, what could you not find? The system's data was irksome, recalling how her lasciviousness had delayed their progress, leading to Xia Sang's awakening. "All right, I agree." Ultimately, after a moment's hesitation, Su Qian acquiesced to the system's proposal. This world was destined for destruction. Returning with wealth and status was not an unthinkable. The training grounds will be forcibly opened due to turmoil, inviting high-ranking beast men to participate. You will need to bring a beast husband along, and within it, I have located a high-ranking male for you. Your mission is to successfully escort him back to the Holy Lance Empire Star. Although her heart was laden with questions, recalling how her lasciviousness had delayed their progress, leading to Xia Sang's awakening. "All right, I agree." Ultimately, after a moment's hesitation, Su Qian acquiesced to the system's proposal. After all, this world was destined for destruction. Returning with wealth and status was not an unthinkable prospect. What must I do? I will make the arrangements. Recently, the training grounds will be forcibly opened due to turmoil, inviting high-ranking beast men to participate. You will need to bring a beast husband along, and within it, issued by the Imperial Temple, it should not be false. Host, I can currently only detect a mysterious force intervening, which has caused this disturbance. Su Qian refrained from inquiring further, as a faint suspicion already brewed within her.
All right.
Upon returning home, Xia Sang received a notification on her terminal. Due to unknown reasons. Are we going? He had only been there a few times during his youth, almost falling victim to that female's other beast husbands. Xia Sang nodded. We shall go. Cyril smiled gently. Very well, I shall accompany you. Siyu cast a surprised glance at Cyril, contemplating how this person indeed, one for the public and another behind closed doors. When they relayed this news to Xinglan that evening, the trio was equally astonished.
Xinglan inquired.
What on earth has transpired to warrant such an exception from the temple? This rule has never been broken before. Ling Ju, with a flicker of concern in his clear blue eyes, remarked, I have not heard any rumors. He had received no information from the military. Just then, the table was sharply tapped, producing a crisp sound. My lady, shall we rest? The man, reclining on the sofa, turned to her with a serious gaze, one for the public and another behind closed doors. When they relayed this news to Xinglan that evening, the trio was equally astonished.
Xinglan inquired.
What on earth has transpired to warrant such an exception from the temple? This rule has never been broken before. Ling Ju. Xia Sang was not inclined to be coy. Cyril felt a jolt in his heart, suppressing a smile that threatened to break forth. Nonetheless, his hand, which had lightly tapped the table, unconsciously clenched into a fist. Host, the thrill is overwhelming. Host, are you not going to take the initiative with him today? Given his current heart rate, I estimate he might truly faint from excitement. You exaggerate. With his SSS-level physical prowess, the only one likely to— As Xia Sang stood up, Cyril followed suit. Upon her emergence from the bathroom after washing up, she discovered him already attired in neat pajamas, sitting on her room sofa, exhibiting an unexpected demeanor of obedience. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Xia Sang shook her head vigorously. How could that be?
What is it?
His towering figure enveloping her entirely. Nothing. I merely felt as if my head had been submerged in water for a moment. The man furrowed his brow slightly, then pressed his lips together. Let me have a look. No need, I'm fine. Haha, host, your playful banter has him believing you. You can log off now.
Oh?
Are you all planning to sleep soundly tonight? Silence. I will check back in a moment. Chapter 78. I did not mean to. Are you all right? Cyril inquired, leaning, his voice a mere whisper against her ear. The warmth of his breath flushed Xia Sang's ears crimson. Instinctively, she shrank back, only to be drawn in by his embrace. My lady. His deep voice elongated the title, laden with an ambiguous tone. You need not address me so. Xia Sang tilted her head to avoid his gaze, then pressed his lips together. Let me have a look. No need, I'm fine. Ha, host, your playful banter has him believing you. You can log off now.
Oh?
Are you all planning to sleep soundly tonight? Silence. I will check back in a moment. Chapter 78. I did not mean to. Are you all right? Cyril inquired, leaning closer, his voice a mere whisper against her ear. The warmth of his breath flushed Xia Sang's ears crimson. Instinctively, she shrank back, only to be drawn in by his embrace. Xia Sang's eyes widened in surprise. Haha, host, you two continue your flirtation. I shall log off now. Xia Sang's cheeks flushed, her gaze faltered. Cyril could not possibly be serious, could he? As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of curiosity, this time accompanied by a hint of laughter in his joyous voice. Yes, that is acceptable.
Shang.
Noticing her dazed expression, Cyril smiled, softly inquiring, what were you just looking at? Xia Sang snapped back to reality, her face— Not what? I did not mean to. It is all right. It is all yours. You may do as you wish. The man smiled gently, particularly with his golden eyes, now brimming with warmth. His deep, mellifluous voice whispered sweet nothings that stirred the imagination. Xia Sang rolled over and buried herself under the covers. How embarrassing! Fearing he might provoke her further, Cyril was in no rush, merely propping his head on his hand. Noticing her dazed expression, Cyril smiled, softly inquiring, "What were you just looking at?" Xia Sang snapped back to reality, her face burning as her eyes darted away. I wasn't. I know what you were curious about." Xia Sang turned her head. It is as you think." Xia Sang's pupils trembled. "Baby, how do you feel?" Particularly with his golden eyes, now brimming with warmth. His deep, mellifluous voice whispered sweet nothings that stirred the imagination. Xia Sang, flustered by his teasing. Xia Sang felt her head spin, the questions she longed to ask slipping away unvoiced. The following day. Ding ding ding, congratulations, host. You have success. Please be quiet. Let me sleep a little longer. I am exhausted. Alright, I thought you would be too shy to proceed with Cyril yesterday. Having relations with one's own man is inevitable, and besides, it was not my initiative.
Also, system, what about the scars on him? Xia Sang?
Too weary to open her eyes, conversed with the system in her mind. Oh, you mean those? They were inflicted by his female parent. Did I not mention before? Cyril's father was deceived by her sweet words and, having obtained him, did not cherish him. Consequently, he was unloved, deprived of maternal affection, and daily subjected to. After several brushings with death, he was sold to the underground city, fortunate to possess a powerful mutated gene. Initially drowsy, having relations with one's own man is inevitable, and besides, it was not my initiative. Also, system, what about the scars on him?
Xia Sang?
Cyril tightened his hold. Xia Sang turned, her delicate fingers brushing over a scar on his chest. At this gesture, Cyril's golden eyes narrowed. Noticing that she did not seem frightened, Cyril sighed softly and explained, "It's my mother. She harbored disdain for my father and, consequently, for me as well. During my childhood, she often vented her frustrations on both of us, resorting to violence and harsh words." Despite having learned all this beforehand, Xia Sang nestled quietly in his arms. Seeing her silence linger, Cyril was about to shift the topic when he heard, "It's all right now. It's all in the past. Things will only get better from here." Xia Sang understood that all words of comfort seemed starkly inadequate at this moment, thus she tightened her embrace around his neck. Offering silent solace, Cyril lowered his gaze to feel her presence, a warmth blossoming within him. "Host, something seems amiss with you." Suddenly, the youthful voice of the system echoed. "What's wrong?" Just now, his mental energy momentarily leaked. It seems to be a form of resistance, quite severe. How could this happen? He has already left. Upon hearing this, Xia Sang lost all desire for further sleep. Are we getting up? The three individuals, led by Xinglan, came to terms with the events of the previous night, regarding Cyril with expressions that were neither welcoming nor hostile. Cyril remained indifferent. "What about Siyu?" Ling Ju inquired. "He just went out." "Where to?" Ling Ju shook his head. Noticing her anxiety, Shi also asked, feeling a soft pang in his heart. "Host, it seems that Siyu is acting strangely." Just then, the system's youthful voice rang out. "What is it?" Just now, his mental energy momentarily leaked, as if he was resisting, and it appears to be quite serious. How could this happen? He has already left. Upon hearing this, Ling Ju and the others furrowed their brows in concern. If the contract could perceive this, it indicated that Siyu's situation was indeed dire. "Then we should go find him now," Xinglan asserted. After surveying the nearby surveillance paths, they divided into 4 groups to commence their search. Xia Sang partnered with Cyril as they headed west. As for why it was Cyril, it was simply because he had not relinquished her since they had come downstairs. Noticing her anxiety, Shi also inquired, "What's wrong?" After some thought, Xia Sang said, "I just sensed through the contract that something is amiss with him." His handsome visage no longer retaining its previous cold and noble demeanor. In his fox-like eyes, a fierce glint mingled with a sadistic pleasure. "Have you lost your mind? If you come any closer, don't blame us for being impolite. Siyu, do you truly intend to harm a Su Qian was cradled protectively in Xing Luo's arms, while the others stood firm in front. Siyu tilted his head slightly at these words, his deep purple eyes reflecting confusion. "System, has he gone mad?" "Host." Su Qian's eyes widened in shock. "His strength surpasses that of Siyu himself. He could likely breach the defenses of your 3-beast husband." Unfeeling voice continued, seemingly indifferent to Su Qian's plight.
"What?"
Chapter 79, Siyu, is that you? Host, do not worry. The chain that can restrain this mad dog is about to arrive. Upon hearing this, Su Qian felt a slight sense of calm. Then, her eyes darted a system. Do you think we can alter this personality's memories? And turn him into a weapon in our hands to eliminate Xia Sang once and for all? Upon assessing the feasibility of her suggestion, the system replied, not possible, as he inherently possesses psychic abilities, and the mental sea is not. You are the system. You should be omnipotent. After a brief silence, the system responded, I am not all-powerful. Moreover, the current main quest is to guide foreign tribes to attack the Holy Land's empire and annihilate this dimension. Although Su Qian's proposed method is feasible. Is that you? Host, do not worry, for the chain that can restrain this mad dog is about to arrive. Hearing this, Su Qian felt a slight sense of reassurance. Then, her eyes darted as she asked System, do you think we can alter this personality's memories? It means that the current CU is no longer the original CU, he is now the complete opposite of his former self. Because he himself possesses mental abilities, and the mental C is not. You are the system. Shouldn't you be omnipotent? After a moment of silence, the system responded. Xia Sang felt overwhelmed. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I forgot. My dear, what brings you here? Sees, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. Cyril instinctively stepped back, his golden eyes narrowing. He sensed something was amiss, the warmth in his smile turning cold. Hand her over. Cyril made no move, merely casting his gaze downward at Xia Sang in his arms. The host is fine, truly. The system's youthful voice brimmed with excitement, as if relishing the unfolding drama. What? It means that the current CU is no longer the original CU. Remembering how he had suppressed his own personality out of fear of harming her, CU closed his eyes in frustration. How could he ever hurt her? His previously cold and noble demeanor has been entirely overturned. Host. Xia Sang felt overwhelmed. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I forgot. Darling. Seeing the smile gradually forming at his lips, Xia Sang felt a twinge of anxiety. System. Where is the original CU? Temporarily suppressed. However, something about this person felt off. Observing Cyril's movements, CU raised an eyebrow, the smile on his lips growing colder. Hand her over to me. Cyril remained unmoving, merely lowering his gaze to Xia Sang in his arms. Host, it's fine, he adores her. Disturbed by the system's chatter, Xia Sang sighed and nodded. CU took her into his embrace. Darling, I can finally feel you. Remembering how he had suppressed himself in fear of harming her, Xia Sang paused, then nodded. All right, then let us head home. Once they returned, he intended to repeat all the things he had done to her before. Yet, along the way, he grew increasingly restless. He would occasionally lean in to kiss her rosy cheeks, or teasingly entwine her hair around his fingers. Where's CU? The original CU? Temporarily suppressed. However, the original CU is the true master of this body and will likely regain control soon. How did you end up here? She bullied you, and I'll help you take revenge. As expected. Then shall we return home? Including Cyril, were seated in a row on the multi-person sofa. Opposite them, on a single sofa, CU seemed utterly... Xia Sang was taken aback, but then nodded. All right, let's go home. Once back home, he intended to reciprocate all the things he had done to her before. Yet, somewhat exasperated by Xing Lan's lack of eloquence. This group was recently established, still comprising just the four of them, with Cyril or perhaps mischievously toy with Xia Sang's fingers. He remembered that he had done all these things when the original CU occupied this body. After locating him, Xia Sang immediately messaged the group, informing them that they had found him and could return home. Thus, in the living room, Ling Ju and the others, including Cyril. Xinglan. But what if he can't reassert control? Zairier. He is merely a second personality, unable to take the dominant role. And I do not believe Siua intends to relinquish control of his body or is unwilling to awaken. Upon hearing this, everyone, Ling Ju, was at a loss for words regarding Xing Lan's expressive abilities. This group was newly formed, still comprising 4 members, with Cyril added and Siu excluded. Xia Sang tentatively attempted to provide Siua with some mental reassurance, hoping it would facilitate his awakening. After all, the trial was imminent. Follow Cyril. I do have some knowledge on this matter. As long as Siua can suppress this persona once more, he will regain his lucidity. Xinglan. But what if he cannot suppress it? Cyril. He is merely a second persona, unable to seize dominance. Moreover, I do not believe Xia intends to relinquish control of his body, or is unwilling to awaken. At this, everyone turned their gaze towards the opposite side. Indeed, the first appearance occurred after my parents passed away during a time when I was being mistreated by my relatives. At that time, I did not intention until later when he began to appear more frequently, even attempting to seize control of this body. Xia recounted this matter with calmness, though his tone turned serious when mentioning the struggle for dominance. The path to the trial would open in 2 days. However, when she next opened her eyes, she was met by a pair of gentle brows and eyes.
Xia?
Xia Sang exclaimed in delight. Yes, it's me, Sang. During dinner, Xia remarked, I never expected to find so many mutated creatures at the edge. Are they continuously attacking the barrier? Meanwhile, during the time I was abused by my relatives. At that moment, I did not consciously suppress his emergence until later on when he appeared increasingly frequently. His strength exceeds that of an ordinary SSS level. Upon hearing this, Su Qian finally revealed the first smile she had worn in days. The trial portal would open in 2 days. However, as they had only just arrived at the fringes of the misty forest, if Su Qian could successfully bring him back to the Empire through the passage, the Saint Land's Empire would undoubtedly be doomed. For wherever the insect race exists, wormholes can be opened without limit. Alright, I'm heading over now. Having successfully eliminated the nearby mutated creatures, Xinglan complained, What the hell is— Go to the far west of the misty forest now. There lies the high-level male you seek. Is he SSS rank? Of course. His strength surpasses that of an ordinary SSS rank. Upon hearing this, Su Qian finally revealed a smile, the first in days.
Xia Sang Studenchak, Montag Yunhuai.
As the dark mist swirled, he embraced her.
I am so glad you remember me this time.
Zairier frowned, observing, Who is he? The individual opposite exuded an for as long as there were insectoids present, wormholes could be opened without restriction. Alright, I'll head over now. Successfully eliminating the nearby mutated creatures, Xinglan complained. What in the world is this? Are these things insane? Just then, a white light suddenly burst forth above the misty forest, followed by a surge of black mist. As if a rift had opened in the heavens. Chapter 80. Do you not remember me? In the next instant, a figure appeared, astonishing everyone present. Stepping upon the void, he drew nearer. Xia Sang stood frozen. Mo Juanhui, the black mist swirled, enveloping him as he leaned down, planting a gentle kiss. Darling. Clutching tightly to the hem of someone's black gold robe. Host, this is bad. Then think of a way. I have no experience in this. Could he be? How could that be possible? Excluding those of ancient bloodlines, there was no one in this world who could reach such a level. Xia shut his eyes, reluctant to respond. Mo Juanhui, the Black Dragon, and also Sang's fiancé.
Cyril, what?
Perhaps disturbed by the commotion, Mo Juanhui suddenly raised his gaze, his eyes devoid of warmth as they settled on the several males below. His lips pressed into a line, seemingly displeased. Darling.
Shang?
Darling? No response. After probing with his mental power, he discovered she had indeed fainted, tightly gripping the black and gold robe of a certain someone. Host, this is bad. Then think of a way. But I lack experience. I can't bear to open my eyes. I hope this is just a hallucination. Can't bear to open your eyes? That's it. I've got it.
Huh?
The newcomer was a middle-aged male dressed in a white coat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Quickly examine her. After a thorough examination, the man sighed and straightened up. How is it? Nothing serious. It appears she experienced instability due to a—
Shang?
Darling? No response. After a brief probe with his spiritual energy, he discovered she had indeed fainted. Not daring to linger, Mo Juanhui conjured a door wreathed in black mist behind him and stepped through, vanishing.
Shang?
When he reappeared, it was within a grand, vintage castle. He gently placed her upon a soft couch and immediately summoned the castle's physician. These had all been prepared in advance to welcome the arrival of the castle's mistress. Lord, you summon me? The newcomer, a middle-aged male clad in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses, appeared cultured. Please examine her. She suddenly fainted without any warning. Understood. The man had porcelain white skin and an exquisitely handsome face, his light blue eyelashes fluttering as he looked at her, a gentle smile adorning his lips. Who are you? Where is this? Didn't I faint and get taken away by Mo Juanhui? Why am I here with a stranger? You do not remember me? Seeing her rejection, a hint of sadness flickered in the youth's eyes. What? Gazing into those clear, light blue eyes, Xia Sang was momentarily taken aback. How Another character starting off by asking, do you not remember me? System. What is going on? Who is this? Bang, bang, bang. In her mind, the system set off fireworks. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new character. Character card Xiaoqi, the Merman Lundy. Age 24, level SSS, height 1. First explain why I am here. And how did he bring me out? What about Mo Juanhui? Do you really not remember me? Before the system could respond, the man beside her spoke up. Xia Sang shook her head earnestly. I had memory issues before and forgot many things. So who are you? Gazing into those clear, light blue eyes, Xia Sang was momentarily taken aback. Another character had appeared, asking her from the outset. Do you not remember me? System. What is happening? Who is this? Bang, bang, bang in her mind, the system set off fireworks. Congratulations, host, on unlocking a new character. The character card for Xiaoqi, the Merman Landy. Age, 24, rank, SSS, height, 185, weight. Wait. First tell me why I am here? And how did he bring me out? What about Mo Juanhui? You truly do not remember me? Before the system could respond, the man beside her spoke up. Xia Sang shook her head, her expression earnest. I've had issues with my memory before. I've forgotten many things. So who are you? The light blue lashes fluttered, and his finely shaped nose crinkled slightly. To her astonishment, she witnessed him conjuring a beautiful light blue gradient fishtail right before her eyes. Sensing an unsettling familiarity in the tale, could it be that this was the very story of a mermaid that Cher had once shared with her? Have you recalled something? Seeing her sudden frown of contemplation, the handsome youth could not suppress his excitement, thinking she had remembered. Xia, I'm afraid not. Please continue. I shall try to think harder. Very well. At that auction, I encountered you. It was my first sight of you. Xia Sang's almond eyes widened in surprise. The auction? Could it be the very one where she had been sold by Mo Juanhui servant? And then? Xia Sang pressed on. Upon hearing those individuals conspiring to purchase me, intending to confine and torment me, you resolved. Xia Sang listened in silence. Then I inquired of you your name and the reward you desired in the future. At these words, an ominous premonition stirred within Xia, prompting her to tentatively ask, what did I request? The youth suddenly laughed, his eyes brightening. You remarked on my striking appearance, stating that when I grew up, I would serve as your beast husband. Xia Sang's face flushed with embarrassment. She had not anticipated such youthful infatuation. But later I learned that you had been taken by the Dragon Clan's chieftain. Thus, upon discovering you were faring well, I refrained from intruding. The Dragon Clan's castle connects to vast oceanic expanses. I often gazed longingly at you from afar. Yet, I could only strive to enhance my power, harboring no desire for revenge, lest I inadvertently draw trouble to your side. I appeared too late. I hope you do not harbor anger towards me for my tardiness. Chapter 81, Confession. Xia Sang's emotions were complex. You remarked on my good looks, expressing that when I grew up, I would be your beast husband. Xia Sang's face flushed with embarrassment. It moves me to tears. Xia Sang took a deep breath. If you cannot articulate your feelings, then remain silent. All right. Xia Sang turned to survey her surroundings. Beyond the endless sea surrounding their small island, there was naught else. I have successfully quelled the insurrection within my clan and assumed the position of chieftain of the merfolk. Gazing into those cerulean eyes, for they contained an overwhelming depth of emotion, sincerity, fervor, hope, and trepidation. Host, tackle him. Then admonish him not to spare me from the tropes of domineering romance novels. But I feel I can learn so much from them. Silence. What would you like to eat? The island is abundant with fruit trees, or perhaps fish from the sea. Whatever you desire, I can procure it for you. Do you fancy pearls? Night pearls? Gemstones? I possess many. The youth's voice lowered, his downcast eyelashes trembling with uncertainty. Host, another one who has already What is your name? You have yet to tell me your name. The exquisitely featured maiden gazed up at him, her eyes earnest. He had spoken so much since the beginning, yet had not revealed his own name. As for the name Landy, she had learned it from the system. which did not count. Landy, I shall call you Landy. The youth's eyelids fluttered, a flicker of joy evident within. She has inquired of my name, suggesting that she may hold some regard for me. Landy? Very well, I shall remember that. I am Xia Sang.
Xia Sang nodded.
At this, the youth's eyes sparkled with delight. Her consent to this nickname indicated that she did not harbor aversion towards him. Just then, the previously tranquil sea suddenly erupted with towering waves, and the sky darkened ominously. Landy instinctively rose, shielding Xia, his gaze alert to a disturbance on the horizon. Return the girl to me. Mo Junhui's figure abruptly appeared at the edge of the island.
Mon tycoon Hui?
My dear, come here. The man stood tall, his dark robe billowing in the sea breeze. Xia Sang looked up at the imposing figure before her. That was information gleaned from the system, and did not count. Landy, I am called Landy. The youth's eyelids fluttered, imbued with a hint of joy. Accompanied by swirling black mist, Mo Junhui closed the distance with alarming speed. With a swift gesture, he struck, sending Landy sprawling back.
Mon tycoon Hui.
The speed of Mo Junhui's action left Xia Sang no time to react. Do not resort to violence. And we can discuss his matters on the way. She cast a reassuring glance at Landy before departing with Mo Junhui. Host. The tug-of-war between your beast husbands is quite captivating. However, Ling Ju and the others are already on. They are likely close enough to drive Mo Junhui to the brink of jealousy. Are they really coming? Indeed. Have you forgotten the bond of the mate mark? They will always be able to trace the contract's path. Upon hearing this, Xia Sang fell silent. On the journey back, Xia Sang disclosed everything to Mo Junhui, who grasped her wrist. Release her. The youth's eyes glimmered with resistance, clearly reluctant. I said, let her go. In the next instant, his nature and methods would undoubtedly compel her to sever ties with the rest. Even Landy would not have the opportunity to approach her. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
Mon tycoon Hui.
The speed of Mo Junhui's actions left Xia Sang no time to react. Stop. I will return with you. Xia Sang, feeling anxious, gently nudged his arm. Are you all right, Mo Junhui? So you are the chosen inheritor of the goddess. Then, what goddess inheritor? Mo Junhui lowered his gaze, quietly observing the delicate features beside him, his expression tinged with nostalgia and seriousness. Our dragon clan, allowing me to know some ancient histories. The first goddess who manifested established many rules of the cosmos and resolved the instability of the orc evolution gene. At this revelation, Xia Sang fell silent. On the journey back, she explained everything to Mo Junhui, bared her soul to him. This was her first time revealing all her truths. Mo Junhui was unlike the others. If she did not clarify everything, his character and methods would inevitably force her to sever ties with the others. Not even Landy would have the opportunity to draw near. There were many others before me? Yes, host. A chill crept down her spine, leaving Xia Sang at a loss for her current feelings. I am here. Suddenly, a warm, large hand rested on her back, firmly supporting her weary waist. Whatever happens, I shall remain by your side. At this moment, Xia Sang heard this enigmatic statement. What goddess there? Mo Junhui lowered his gaze, quietly observing the delicate features beside him, his expression tinged with nostalgia and earnestness. Our dragon clan possesses ancestral memories, thus I am aware of some ancient histories. She felt he had suddenly become significantly more composed. Even the arrival of Ling Ju and his companions on the fourth day did not deter him.
Das, Landy,
who had been quietly observing from the sea, was taken aback upon witnessing this. After their brief encounter, he had sensed the man's formidable possessiveness. After much, Landy resolved to pay a visit. To Xia Sang's surprise, just as Ling Ju and his group arrived, Landy followed closely behind. Mo Junhui merely cast a cold glance at the group opposite him, remaining silent and offering no order to dismiss them. Let these people linger. Once Xia Sang's mission is accomplished, she shall belong solely to me. After all, my precious is a goddess, burdened with an irrefutable destiny. I am here. A sudden, fervent hand landed on her back, firmly supporting her weakening waist. No matter what happens, I shall remain by your side. In that moment. Chapter 82, A Visit from Her Majesty the Empress. The trial concluded 8 days later. This unexpected trial was brief and concluded swiftly. Upon returning to the St. Lance Empire with Mo Juanhui and Londi, Xia Sang discovered a strange male figure beside Su Qian. The male had a sinister look, and Xia Sang could not shake the feeling that Su Qian was afraid of him. System, what is happening? Found himself quite astonished by this turn of events. After their brief encounter, he had discerned that the man's possessiveness was exceedingly intense. After much contemplation, the system's data trembled slightly as it perceived the situation, but chose to withhold the truth to keep Su Qian calm. Host. They are merely individuals on the brink of death. Do not concern yourself with them. Hearing this, Su Qian exhaled deeply. They're just dying beings after all. Let them do so for now. Once Sang Sang's mission is accomplished, she shall remain solely mine. After all, my precious one is a divine maiden. Xia Sang was taken aback by the system's revelation, her gaze towards Su Qian growing increasingly complex. She truly can be ruthless. However, that insect male, tonight, let Mo Juanhui quietly eliminate him to prevent the situation from spiraling further out of control. Understood. Incidents of violent males causing harm erupted. Upon returning to the Holy Lantis Empire with Mo Juanhui and Londi, Xia Sang discovered an unfamiliar male figure beside Su Qian. The male exuded an ominous aura. Within a mere 3 hours, Xia Sang was astonished by posts that suddenly appeared on the Interstellar network. System? Host. The system's data, perceiving the situation, quivered slightly, yet it refrained from revealing the truth to soothe Su Qian. Host, they are merely those on the brink of death. This is also a catalyst for the current berserk turmoil among the beastmen. Upon seeing the news, Xinglan abruptly stood up, cursing under his breath. What is happening? Have the monitoring stations become overwhelmed? How long has this riot even been going on? Some have even gone mad to the point of death. Siyu slowly swirled the glass in his hand, his gaze darkening. Berserk beastmen? Do you not find this occurrence suspicious and familiar? Xia Sang turned her head. According to the archives, at the inception of the Interstellar Order, a similar event transpired. Back then, the beastmen's genetic evolution was unstable, making their after thousands of years of stable development, such occurrences should have been impossible. Ling Ju furrowed his brows, rising. The insect tribe's borders are subtly beginning to stir. What? Those damned insects. Why have they begun? Observed everything quietly, ultimately directing his gaze towards Xia Sang. Ling Ju rubbed his brow. A large shipment of specially engineered genetic stimulants from alien races has been transported to the Holy Lantis Empire through a wormhole, which is also the cause of the recent berserk behavior among the beastmen. Seeing the same news, Xinglan abruptly stood up, cursing under her breath. What was happening? An unexpected guest arrived at Xia Sang's home. The moment she opened the door, she could hardly fathom that the Empress of the Empire would stand before her. The woman outside appeared weary, her broad cloak enveloping her entirely, accompanied by a royal guard. Your Majesty the Empress? Xia Sang, it has been a long time. Please.
Come in.
Yes, of course. Upon seeing her mother, Xinglan was momentarily taken aback. Mother? How did you? The Empress waved her hand dismissively. I have come to find Xia Sang. I have something to discuss with her. Noting her reluctance to speak in front of others, Xia Sang led her upstairs to the study. Once seated, Xia Sang spoke directly. Your Majesty, please feel free to speak your mind. Very well. The situation is urgent, and I do not wish to delay. Xia Sang, I actually come with an unwelcome request.
Oh? Please do tell.
It is about the previous. Sang, I may have to take the troops to the battlefield and cannot stay by your side to protect you. It's all right, I have them here. I am safe. Please ensure your safety as well. Understood. Ling Ju refrained from saying more, for his terminal was nearing a state of overload with incoming messages. That evening, Xia Sang herself could not recall how she descended the stairs alongside the Empress. Nevertheless, she felt utterly incredulous. System, did you know this all along? Her voluminous cloak enveloping her completely, accompanied by a royal guard. Your Majesty? Xia Sang, it has been a long time. Please come in. Very well. Many matters were only revealed through my later investigations. Before our interactions, I was essentially blank. I truly did not know. You are not deceiving me? I have matters to discuss with her. Sensing her reluctance to speak in front of others, Xia Sang led her upstairs to the study. Once seated, Xia Sang agreed to accompany her back to the palace to see the statue of the so-called first goddess. Before departing, Xia Sang pulled Mo Juanhui aside to convey a few words. The green-haired, yellow-eyed one beside Su Qian is from the insect tribe. You mean to say, the divine maiden can save the world? Are you implying that I... She incredulously pointed at herself. Yes, it is you. I am quite certain of it now. Ultimately, Xia Sang could hardly recall how she and the Empress descended the stairs together, overwhelmed by disbelief. System, did you already know? I am willing to serve you, my darling. However, after this farce concludes, I will require you to promise me one thing. What? I cannot disclose it now. Many things I only discovered through later investigation. I was essentially blank before encountering you. I genuinely had no idea. You are not deceiving me? I swear. Very well. Xia Sang allowed him to kiss her without pulling away. As long as it is not excessive, Xia Sang departed with the Empress, accompanied by Siyu, Sha, and others as escorts. They journeyed deep into the palace. Her view suddenly expanded, revealing the towering statue of the goddess. Xia Sang had initially believed that the statue of the goddess would only to discover that it was, in fact, hidden deep within the imperial palace. Mimicking Her Majesty the Empress, Xia Sang, in an instant, the vividly lifelike statue radiated countless pure white halos. What is this? The Empress cast a surprised glance at her, her voice trembling. It is you. You are the chosen successor of the goddess. In a state of confusion, the halos gradually spread, converging in ever-increasing numbers toward the nearby Suyue and others, along with the Empress, were slowly pushed away from Xia Sang's side. Release your mental energy to guide them, accept them, and follow my instructions. All will be well. Chapter 83. Conclusion. Under the system's guidance, Xia Sang slowly relaxed and complied with each instruction. Subsequently, she felt her feet become unsteady, as if she were floating. Then, a wave of dizziness, the view suddenly widened, revealing the towering statue of the divine maiden. Xia Sang had initially believed that the statue of the goddess would stand majestically within the temple. Her eyes filled with hope, as if she were witnessing the revival of the empire's fortunes. Do not worry, she will be fine. In an instant, the vividly lifelike statue radiated countless pure white halos. What is this? The Empress cast a surprised glance at her, her voice trembling with excitement. Indeed. The recent turmoil caused by the Beastmen's uprising was announced to have concluded with the reappearance of the goddess statue, casting its benevolent light upon the land. Simultaneously, confronted by the towering figure of a man, mercilessly dismantling her newly acquired partner, Su Qian's spirit could no longer contain itself, and do not come any closer. Please do not approach. She curled up on the ground, retreating step by step, her mind in chaos, pleading helplessly. Xia Sang slowly relaxed and complied with each instruction. Subsequently, she felt her feet become unsteady, as if she were floating. Then, a wave of dizziness washed over her. The system had remarked that he was merely an inconsequential character. Watching the dismembered remnants revert to their insectoid form, Su Qian broke down in tears. Mo Juanhui's relentless advance felt as though he were trampling upon her psychological defenses, leaving her in a state of despair. I do not wish to die. Please rescue me. Did you not say he was insignificant? Why? Why is he even stronger than... You deceived me.
You deceived me.
Dare you continue to taunt me? The system's cold, mechanical voice bore no trace of emotion. Yet this time, it could not even be bothered to address the host. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's heart sank as she began to sense the impending doom. Forget it. I no longer ask for your help. Could you possibly transport me back to my original world before he kills me? Yes, returning is all I desire. I want to go back. She truly did not wish to endure the agony of being dismembered to death. You haven't completed, and you still wish to return? What do you mean? Suddenly recalling something, Su Qian added. Right, yes, I no longer desire any identity, status, or wealth. I want none of it. I only wish to return to my original world and live as an ordinary person. I renounce everything. I simply want to return to being a common individual. But it is already too late. What do you mean? At that moment, the system's voice seemed to emerge from the depths of hell, a harbinger of doom. It is simply a matter of plain meaning. You cannot return. From the very beginning, you were chosen as the sacrificial pawn for this mission. You could never return. Those were merely lies to deceive you. If I hadn't said that, how could you have been motivated to complete the tasks for me? Such a pity. You are a failure. In the end, I want to go back. She truly did not wish to endure the agony of being dismembered to death. You haven't completed your mission. You've implicated me. Why can't I? With that, the system's voice faded into silence, leaving Su Qian to scream in despair, met with utter silence. Mo Junhui quietly observed her frantic breakdown. He then cast a cool glance at the other four, stating indifferently, "So, I simply want to return to being a common individual. But it is already too late." "What do you mean?" "At that moment. Once she is gone, none of you shall survive either." In the midst of Su Qian's terror, Mo Junhui granted her a swift end. As she felt the warm liquid spurting from her neck, Su Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Having flawlessly completed the task, Mo Junhui leisurely stepped through the spatial gateway behind him. Sang still needed him. By the time Xia Sang awoke, Su Qian has died. The imperial uprising has been quelled, and you are now renowned as the goddess. How long have I slept? 3. At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open from the outside. Mo Junhui was the first to rush in, claiming the most favorable position beside Xia. "You are finally awake. I was so worried." Xia Sang gently patted her back, then turned to the others. "Thank you for your— just a bit fatigued. Where is Ling Ju?" Scanning the room, she noticed one person was missing. Xing Lan sniffled. "He is battling wits against the insectoids." Siwei added, "Yes, knowing your situation, he has been quite anxious, making video calls." Mo Junhui possessively pulled her into his embrace. "You still smile, unaware of how worried I was. Now that I am Mo Junhui leisurely stepped through the spatial gateway behind him. Sang still needed him. By the time Xia Sang awoke again, 3 days had passed. Host.